Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Sword aura existed in both white and gold. Nejin could have mixed the two, but he intentionally separated the colors to demonstrate his control. Revealing a platinum-colored sword aura would leave no room for excuses. I could unify it to white, but that would cause the form of the sword aura to waver. While the wavering would be subtle enough for most to miss, Nejin was currently under the intense scrutiny of 3 sword masters. Sword masters. Transcendents who have mastered the weapon known as the sword. With senses far surpassing those of ordinary humans, they would undoubtedly perceive even the slightest fluctuation in Nejin's sword aura. And they would realize immediately. Ah, this lad is concealing his strength. The Emperor had exclaimed, "Show us your worth." To deceive by concealing his power in front of him would justify immediate execution without question. Therefore, Nejin chose to separate the colors within his sword aura to ensure its form remained stable. Still, it's undeniable it resembles King Arthur's sword aura. That may not necessarily be the case. Merlin commented. Arthur's symbol is the platinum sword aura. However, the existence of gold and white sword auras isn't historically unprecedented. No one has possessed both at once, though. Anyway. She sighed deeply. Your sword aura, it's different from Arthur's. I can guarantee that. I, who have observed Arthur's sword aura up close, can assure you. It's fundamentally different. Most people are distracted by the striking platinum color and don't notice, but from the moment he had drawn his sword aura, Nejin felt as if Merlin was standing right beside him. This was no illusion. Merlin's figure, albeit faintly, was visible to Nejin's eyes. The transformation upon ascending to the realm of a sword seeker. Only visible to Nejin, Merlin's form. She pointed a finger at the Emperor, the son of the Empire, who was watching intently with wide eyes. Pointing at him, Merlin continued. The Emperor sitting there is different. Even if not directly descended from Arthur, he hails from the line chosen by Arthur himself, the wise king. The wise blood thinned over time. If it hadn't stagnated and decayed through the ages. He'll recognize it. The most important quality for a ruler is the insight to see through all things. What if he fails to recognize it? If he fears the emergence of Arthur's descendant and tries to suppress us? As Merlin pondered this to herself, she scoffed coldly. Then it must be reclaimed. What? Pendragon's name and Britain. Emperor of the Britannian Empire. Elwyn Pendragon. He stood up abruptly, his eyes wide. Though it was usual for the Emperor to engage in exaggerated actions depending on the situation, this was not an act. He was genuinely startled, moving instinctively. Platinum sword aura. No, that wasn't quite it. It was a sword aura existing in both white and gold. However, the constellation formed by the boy's sword aura bore the appearance of platinum. And the shape of a constellation. Anyone would associate it with the stars of the night sky, and what a starry sword aura symbolized needed no explanation. Historically, only one person had ever possessed such an aura. The true master of Britain, the great hero, Arthur. The sword aura the boy had produced resembled his. Had a true descendant of Arthur appeared here, crossing a millennium? As the Emperor's mind whirled and his eyes threatened to flicker. Thump, with a single heartbeat. The Emperor's heart turned ice cold. Suddenly, the Emperor's eyes narrowed. His body had moved on its own in surprise, but he quickly steadied his breath. He cooled the turmoil in his head and swiftly assessed the situation. It was a habit instilled since childhood. The sovereign above all must never show panic or excitement, as taught by his predecessors. Having calmed himself, Elwyn quietly observed Nejin's sword aura. His blue eyes moved slowly, and after a few seconds, Elwyn made his judgment. If one is distracted by the color, one might think it resembles Arthur's. But if one looks at the foundation, it was different. The form of Arthur's sword aura, as recorded in history, was distinctly different from the boy's. The sword aura embedded in the artifacts passed down through the royal family had a different shape. The boy's sword aura formed a constellation. But Arthur's was simply a star. The great king's sword aura consisted of a single, brilliantly shining, platinum star. One and all and one. In contrast, the boy's sword aura did not symbolize the singular. However, it was undeniable that it resembled it. Seeing the boy's sword aura, the world would first think of King Arthur. That fact was incontestable. The emperor exhaled deeply. "Retract your sword aura." Nijin sheathed his sword. He slid the blade into its scabbard and knelt again, bowing his head, a perfect display of knightly etiquette. There was no one so petty as to criticize someone who was not a knight for performing such an act. The emperor felt a throbbing headache. When he first heard of the youngest sword seeker, he applauded, thinking a treasure had rolled into the empire. But upon closer examination, what was this? 18 years old. The youngest sword seeker. Active for only half a year. Possesses a sword aura reminiscent of King Arthur. Half a year. A smile leaked from the emperor's lips. What an uncanny half-year. Half a year ago, a monumental event shook the heavens and the earth, a historical event in which someone completed the trial of selection. Half a year ago, Excalibur was drawn. By someone unknown. One of the inland sword masters had drawn Excalibur, and the rumor was that the Empire was hiding this fact, but that was incorrect. Even now, half a year later, the Empire had not identified the owner of Excalibur. They were merely pretending to have done so. This was a fact shared only by the Emperor and his closest confidants. But the Emperor looked at the boy before him. An 18-year-old who set an unbelievable record as the youngest sword seeker, who started his activities half a year ago, and who possessed a sword aura similar to Arthur's. It was indeed a coincidence that everything overlapped with this individual right in front of him. It was a reasonable suspicion. Could this boy be the owner of Excalibur? This was not a suspicion held by the Emperor alone. Many others would have the same thought crossing their minds. Of course, it was just a strong suspicion, there was no concrete evidence. No constellation noticed, and the meticulous examination by the Platinum Tower Master found no connection to Excalibur. But sometimes, a strong suspicion is enough. From the Emperor's standpoint, the boy was an extremely dangerous being. What was thought to be a treasure of the Empire turned out to be a bomb laden with gunpowder. He could potentially possess legitimacy that surpasses the Emperor. Even without concrete evidence, suspicion alone can create a cause. If the rebels got hold of him, the boy could threaten the imperial authority. Lacking a proper foundation. Of unknown origin. Not sworn to loyalty to the Empire. There was no element of trust. He was full of elements that could sow massive discord. The politically correct decision here would be to leash the boy or eliminate him on the spot. Any ruler of a kingdom or a federation would surely make and execute such a decision without hesitation. That would be the right decision for a ruler. However, for the Emperor of the Britannian Empire, it was clearly the wrong answer. The Emperor sat down. He rested his chin on his hand and looked at Nijin. While his mind was rapidly sorting through information and eliminating options, in reality, only a few seconds had passed. Emperor Elwyn Pendragon reminisced. The will left to the emperors of Britain, to those who inherited the name Pendragon. I merely borrowed his name. I merely held Britain on his behalf for a while, I am not the true master of Britain. The sole master of the Britannian Empire is him alone. The first emperor, Arthur Pendragon. The second emperor, called the Wise King, who had received the empire along with the name Pendragon from that great knight king, left a will to his descendants. That will had been etched into the heart of the empire for over a millennium. The great Arthur Pendragon. One must never tarnish his name. Be righteous. Be just. Be kind. Know honor. Live with pride. Though we are not linked by blood, we are descendants of the great hero. Do not forget this fact. If you do forget, the Round Table will strip you of all qualifications. It was a contract, a covenant, and a warning. The moment one acted unworthy of the name Pendragon, the Celestial Round Table would intervene directly and strip everything away. Therefore, the Emperor of the Empire always had to be righteous and just. Imperial authority could be stripped away at any time by the stars above. Refine yourself. Do not forget honor and pride. That was the fate of those who inherited the name Pendragon. Recalling the cries that had nearly made his ears bleed since childhood, Elwyn smiled bitterly. Really, being an emperor was damned difficult. Raise your head. Nijin lifted his head as he knelt. Elwyn met Nijin's gaze. The moment he met those sunset-colored eyes, the emperor felt as though he was being seen through, as if a tremendous being was watching him from behind. The eyes of a mere mortal are not. After all, who would call someone who reached Sword Seeker at 18 a normal human? I have not yet heard your name in person. I have only read it in lines of text. Speak your name. My name is Nijin. Yes, Nijin. I must confess to you that I am in great torment. The emperor smirked. Your sword aura resembles that of the great King Arthur. Although the underlying nature may differ, it is sufficient to evoke Arthur. You are not unaware of this. The sword masters gasped at the emperor's words. They had thought the same, but speaking it in front of the emperor was another matter entirely. Bringing up such a topic in front of the emperor could lead to exceedingly complex issues. However, the emperor had spoken it first. If you belong to a certain family or group, they would have a cause. It becomes a risk. Of course, the current empire is peaceful and far from strife, thanks to the efforts of the previous kings. The emperor smiled. But the flames of rebellion, the discord, start from the smallest of places. And in my view, you are a flame. A flame that might burn down the empire. Whether or not the boy possessed Excalibur, the fact remained. He already had too many similarities with Arthur. So. The emperor looked at Nijin. Convince me. Explain why I should not see you as a flame. Normally, regardless of Nijin's wishes, he should have become a knight of the royal court. That would have been the greatest mercy the emperor could offer. However, the emperor gave him a chance. He told him to try to convince himself. Nijin was well aware of this. He heard Merlin's whistling near his ear. She murmured that there was no need to mention the covenant. Nijin took a deep breath. This was the moment. Nijin was certain that his life would once again be decided here. The conversation held here would surely be recorded somewhere and engraved in the Empire's history books. It would inevitably be mentioned when telling his life story in the future. To declare his ambitions to the world. It was an inevitability for a hero. This place was too small to be called the world. The only audience for his story was 4 individuals and 1 constellation. Yet considering the presence of each of these individuals, this place was as good as a world to Nijin. Master of the Order of the Sword, Sword Saint Karen. Inquisitor General of the Starblood Sect, Yul Razian. The Empire's first pillar, Gerd. Emperor of the Empire, Elwyn Pendragon. The Archmage of the Lake, Merlin. 3 were sword masters, 1 was a constellation, and another was the Emperor of the Empire. They were all heavyweights enough to be called so. It seemed unlikely that he would get another chance to declare his ambitions in front of such figures. Nijin felt his heart racing inappropriately for the situation. Isn't this like a scene from a hero's tale? Still, Nijin was a boy who idolized hero tales. To the son of the Empire, I declare. In this moment. He chose the words that would be written into history. I have no intention of belonging to any group. If there is a place I must belong to, if there is something that should be called before my name. How could his heart not race? That is. To the son of the Empire, I declare. Raising his head, Nijin looked towards the emperor seated at the highest point. Nijin's sunset-hued eyes shone brightly. I have no intention of belonging to any group. If there is a place I must belong to, if there is something that should be called before my name. Thoughts he had pondered over many times. Words he had fantasized about repeatedly. Thus, the sentences he had memorized, Nijin pronounced. It would none other be than the title of a knight. The knights spoken of here are not those who follow a particular family or lord. Ho, the emperor laughed, seeming to understand what Nijin was talking about. A knight for knights. A knight for humanity. A knight who does what must be done. I mean the honorable knights who, led by King Arthur 1,000 years ago, crossed the continent. A true knight, an Adonai. This was not about the existing knights of Adonai. It referred to their original beings. History had bestowed upon the honorable knights who rode across the world with King Arthur the name Adonai. Indeed, it is so. Nijin affirmed the emperor's words. Affirming, Nijin continued speaking. What I desire is the qualification to be called Adonai. And that qualification cannot be given by anyone else. I must prove it myself. No noble, no group, not even the emperor himself can confer the name of Adonai. The knights of Adonai themselves only refer to themselves as knights of Adonai, they do not merely use the word. If there is a qualification to be called Adonai, it would be granted by the world and history. Hence, no group holds any meaning for me. It is meaningless. It means you intend to walk alone. Then, where do you intend your steps to lead? You have not yet told me. Where do you aim to go, what do you aim to achieve? Tell me. Point me to the path you will take. The emperor exclaimed so, and as if he had been waiting just for that, Nijin smiled. Though I belong to Cambria now, I have no intention of staying in Cambria forever. At most, a few months. I will leave Cambria and head beyond the continent. Beyond the continent. Before long, I will head to the demon realm. I will cut down the demons that threaten the empire and humanity. Eventually, I will point my sword at the great evil known as the Demon King. And it won't stop there. What next? The emperor asked. Nijin replied. I will step into the battlefield of the stars. I will bring down the tainted stars. And, I plan to hang my own stars in the sky, just as the great hero did 1,000 years ago. What is next on this journey? It must be destined. It was a rather irreverent tone, but the emperor did not point it out. Instead, he burst into loud laughter. Just as you say. It must be destined. The lands of Narek, Camlan. By staying silent, Nijin affirmed. The emperor understood what Nijin was trying to say. He understood and thus laughed. He is saying he will walk the same path as Arthur. The path that countless heroes have walked. It is a path so treacherous that even calling it a thorny path is an understatement. It is a path so filled with great hardship and trials that death itself seems a light ending, too great for a mere human to endure. It's a harsh and rough path. Elwyn smiled wryly. Why choose such a path? Many would pay a fortune to have you. If you wanted, you could have gold, beauties, power, all the sweet things within your grasp. Those things are not sweet to me. Nijin asserted. There was not a hint of hesitation. They are too insufficient to quench my thirst. What I desire is only honor and pride. That which an Adonai must possess. That which a hero and knight must hold. And stars alone. The emperor glanced at Gerd. Gerd nodded. It meant there was not a single lie. If you lie before Gerd's eyes, you could never escape his senses. Thus, the emperor purely admired. It was a vain statement. A vain ideal. Yet, there was someone who truly spoke those words. It was a human ideal that had gone extinct in this era. While surprised by this fact, the emperor remained silent. Words alone hold no value. Even if all this was sincere, a string of unproven words holds no meaning. But the emperor knows. There is one value that Nijin has proven. It can be found in the deeds Nijin has left behind over the past half-year. The case involving the Knights of Adonai. The royal guards delved deeply into that case and received several testimonies from the Knights of Adonai. He knows pride, that boy. It's rare to discuss the knightliness of the old knights. It's even rarer for someone to sincerely speak of it. And even more so for one to act upon it. The one who encountered the boy. Knight of Adana, Argo, testified with a smile. But he was there. The boy held pride. Though he did not possess honor, he knows what honor is. This is guaranteed by me, Argo of the Knights of Adana. Isn't this testimony sufficient? The testimony of a Knight of Adana. The Emperor knows how much value that holds. Their word can be trusted. It meant that the minimum conditions had been met. The Emperor, Elwyn Pendragon. He looked at Nijin with a thin smile. After a moment, the Emperor spoke. I have heard your aspirations well. Elwyn exhaled deeply. But there is a flaw in your words. You know it, right? As you said, you still lack qualification. You have not proven it through your own life. Nijin remained silent. It hit the mark. Nijin had stated his aspirations. But they were just aspirations, none of which had been proven yet. Unproven words. Ambitions full of vigor. The vain words of an unqualified man do not warrant my trust. This position is too heavy for such a man. Elwyn smiled bitterly and gestured towards the throne. The position of emperor was too heavy to make decisions based on personal likes and dislikes. The gesture carried that meaning. Nijin agreed with this opinion as well. The emperor stepped back sufficiently. Now it was his turn to offer a compromise. As Nijin was about to speak, the emperor continued, as if his words were not yet finished. Therefore, I will give you an opportunity. The emperor smiled. You will be observed. Not only by myself. The entire continent will watch and judge you. The public's judgment will be my judgment, my choice. And, the emperor exhaled. If you fail to prove your worth, if you choose the wrong path, if you do not keep the words you have spoken here today and give up the path of the knight, I will immediately put a collar around your neck. The royal knight, or perhaps a hound. But if you prove your worth, if you finally obtain the right to be called Adana. Elwyn smiled. As if he truly looked forward to that day. I promise you the title of a free knight and the right to engrave the emblem of Britain. You know what that means. The free knight recognized by the empire and the royal family. One who need not follow any lord's commands, but only do what they themselves deem right. The title once given to those who followed Arthur, gathered under the name of the Round Table. Nijin's eyes widened. It was an offer he had not imagined. Despite showing no evidence, the emperor placed no constraints. He merely said he would watch. Nijin bowed his head and expressed his gratitude to the emperor. Not merely as a formality, but sincerely. As I said before, a knight proves with a sword. You must prove with your sword. As you command. I will watch. Remember that the empire is watching you. With those words, the emperor stood up from his seat. The empire will become noisy. Walking down the corridor, the emperor muttered. Following a step behind him, the empire's sword master, Gerd, spoke. Is it wise to let him off so freely? The imperial first pillar. An old man who only believes in the values of the sword and the empire, he spoke frankly to the emperor. He is a dangerous individual. Utterly so. I am aware, Sir Gerd. It would have been better to have set at least a minimum safety measure. Your words are correct. I will not deny that. Originally, at the very least a blood oath, a soul pledge, something to serve as a shackle should have been placed. But the emperor did not do so. That boy is a seed of discord. Listen, Sir Gerd. Elwyn spoke softly. An individual who ascended at a young age. He respected Gerd, who had served the previous and the one before that emperor. Out of respect, the emperor spoke in a gentle voice. I have said I am aware. I am saying that I acted knowing that. Gerd bowed his head in silence. It was an apology for his presumptuous remark. The emperor waved his hand dismissively and smiled bitterly. If the imperial authority was wavering and signs of division appeared in the empire, I would have done as you said. But the current empire is steadfast. After the Great Purge 150 years ago and several incidents, is not the imperial authority stronger than ever? As he moved, he spoke. Is not the Empire's sword, you, upholding the Empire? Is the current Empire so frail that it would burn up at just such a flame? Certainly not. Right. I am the Emperor of the Empire, but before being Emperor, I am Elwyn Pendragon. How could I, shouting the name Pendragon, doubt the words of a boy declaring to become a hero and put shackles on him? Elwyn Pendragon laughed. But if you are still worried, monitor him yourself. What, I told the boy that the Empire would watch him. If you, the Empire's sword, are not the Empire, then who is? The Emperor flapped his sleeve. It seemed like his body was getting quite heated. Go see that boy if you're going to. Gerd, with a bitter smile, bowed at the young Emperor's gesture. It has been decided. Enough. Just go and see him. Once again blindfolded and led out of the imperial palace and into the reception room, Nijin exhaled deeply. It felt as if all the energy had been drained from his body. How well it went. Indeed. This emperor seems quite decent. Nijin agreed. He hadn't expected it to go this well. Even if it became known that he possessed Excalibur, it seemed likely the emperor would remain an ally. Still, it's too early. That it is. Nijin smiled wryly. Having the emperor as an ally would certainly be reassuring, but it was still too early to reveal Excalibur. After all, revealing Excalibur would spark a great war. The Empire advocates unity, but not everyone follows the Emperor's orders. Not all sword masters rally under the Emperor's banner. Those plotting in the shadows, those scheming rebellions, those colluding with demons exist in every era. They are merely waiting for the right time. When the time comes, they will rise up. While it's reassuring to have a strong ally, even the Empire cannot stop a great war. The moment the owner of Excalibur is revealed, the fallen stars will gain a cause. The cursed ones of Camlan will stir, and demons and dragons will sing of rage. The beginning of a war that splits the world. And even as a sword seeker, an individual is powerless before a war. Only those who transcend humanity can maintain their place in the face of war. Beings like saints or superhumans. He had revealed himself as a sword seeker only to some extent, but he had no intention of revealing Excalibur yet. Of course, I will be suspected. Without concrete evidence, the stars cannot move. If only the stars do not move, there should be no problem. Right? Nijin nodded. But still, the road ahead is long. The youngest sword seeker sure talks a lot. At Merlin's tease, Nijin laughed. How long had he waited in the reception room? The person who had summoned Nijin to the reception room opened the door and appeared. It was the person he had expected. Pleasant to see you. It's been a month. Sword Master, Yule Razian. She looked at Nijin and waved her hand, holding a bottle of liquor. She set the liquor bottle down in front of Nijin with a thud. Care for a drink? I respectfully decline. The potent liquor that even a sword master would find painful, hadn't you mentioned it last time? If Nijin drank it now, his esophagus would likely sear. That's unfortunate. Her expression was anything but regretful. Yule maintained her expressionless face as she clumsily pulled out a liquor cup and side dishes. Her movements were exceedingly swift, and for some reason, Karen came to mind. Karen, who used to gulp down cheap liquor wrapped around jerky. However, what Yule brought out were top-quality liquor and side dishes. All sorts of snacks offered to her by various companies were spread out as Yule began to drink. It was strange to see someone start drinking immediately upon calling someone over, but knowing that Yule was such a person, Nijin silently waited. Yule put down her liquor cup and exhaled deeply. Nijin. Your name was Nijin, huh? You must have lied to me back then. 2 lies at that. Yule narrowed her eyes. Her blood-colored pupils ominously shone. One was your name, the other was affirming that the first sword master you met was me. Karen already knew you. And, according to the Imperial intelligence, he had made contact with you before me. Yule Razian smiled. Explain yourself. I'll give you a chance. It was a very beautiful smile, and a dangerous one at that. Sword Master, Yule Razian. Words describing her, holding a position equivalent to the High Priest of the Starblood sect, are invariably brutal. Assassin, madwoman, mass murderer, executioner. These epithets serve more to emphasize her danger than to describe her. It's unavoidable. Objectively, Yule Razian is a dangerous individual. Given a suitable cause, she willingly draws her sword. Willingly kills. There's no hesitation or obstacle in her murders. She merely contemplates briefly, can I kill this person without repercussions? She's a lunatic. A madwoman completely detached from the world's common sense. That such a person represents the will of the stars, the Starblood sect has really gone too far. Though none would dare say this to her face, numerous power holders have discussed Yule's temperament, generally in a negative light. However, if we discuss her appearance. But if the topic shifts slightly. For instance, to a discussion on the appearance of Yule Razian, negative opinions evaporate cleanly. She could truly be called a peerless beauty. White hair, red eyes, an endlessly cold face. Her expressionlessness might seem lifeless at first, but even that becomes part of her charm. It's as if one is enchanted by her. There are rumors that the corpses of those she has executed were mesmerized expressions. She embodies contradiction. The inside and outside are completely different, aren't they? Inside is a bloodthirsty murderer, yet outwardly, she is a peerless beauty. Isn't that part of her charm? Yes, I agree there. Such discussions about the beauty of a sword master known as a murderer occur often among nobles behind the safety of social gatherings. After all, speaking thus in her presence would surely lead to decapitation. Even without expression, she is like a work of art. What if that liveliness were enhanced by a smile? I've heard that she smiles if one offers her a very expensive drink. It would need to be of Starblood wine grade, wouldn't it? And, some have poured gold coins to catch a glimpse of Yule Razian's smile. If you present her with top-tier wines and spirits, she might grace you with a faint smile, and it's well worth it, say the nobles who have seen her smile. In Yule Razian's smile, there is the worth of hundreds of platinum coins. Amidst such rumors circulating among the power holders, there stood a young boy. Before him was Yule Razian, smiling brightly. Although her smile was indeed beautiful. This is fucked. The boy, Nijin, couldn't feel the beauty of that smile. He sensed the deep murderous intent behind it instead. Cold sweat ran down his spine. Explain. I'll give you a chance. Still, Yule Razian was smiling. To some, it was a smile worth hundreds of platinum coins to see, but to Nijin, it was a smile that made him want to flee the scene immediately. The sound of Merlin's laughter echoed in Nijin's ears. If he squinted, he could faintly see Merlin holding her stomach and laughing uproariously. You really got yourself into it, heh, heh heh. While Nijin was seriously considering his excuses, was it really appropriate for his guide to act like this? Nijin looked at Merlin with a cold gaze. Regardless, Merlin was now chuckling even harder than before. Technically, there's no need to explain. As Nijin remained silent, Yule began to speak. As if the murderous intent she had shown till now were just casual greetings exchanged in conversation, it vanished in an instant. I haven't heard your name, but I know your age, and since that's true, I'll let it slide. I'm somewhat displeased you met with the Sword Saint first. She spoke while munching on some snacks. I'll let that pass too, given what you showed today. What I showed? Your sword aura. The one that takes the shape of constellations. It was beautiful. Yes, truly beautiful. Yule repeated, opening and closing her fist in the air. Nijin understood what that gesture meant. It was the motion to summon her weapon, the Starblood greatsword. I almost drew my sword impulsively. When I see something beautiful, I want to cut it. Fortunately, I restrained myself because two sword masters and the Emperor were watching. With her blood-red eyes filled with murderous intent, Yule glanced at Nijin. She licked her lips while looking at the sword at Nijin's hip. It's still tempting. What do you say? Won't you duel with me? I'd like to cut that sword aura of yours. I'd also like to dissect it. I thought you said we'd postpone it. I did, but words tend to bounce here and there, don't they? I respectfully decline. That's a pity. Yule sipped her drink. As the uncomfortable time continued, someone knocked on the door of the reception room. At that moment, Yule's eyes narrowed. She wasn't usually an authoritative person, but this was a completely different issue. She was the first visitor. Here she was, a sword master and an inquisitor of the Starblood sect, engaged in a major discussion with the young boy, and someone dared to intrude on this valuable time. Just as her eyes narrowed momentarily from the interruption, the door opened and the person who entered made Yule's eyes widen slightly. The person who stood there was worth the disruption. Ah, we have a prior guest here. Master of the Order of the Sword, Sword Saint, Karen. He scratched the back of his neck as he entered the reception room. Naturally, Karen and Yule had a somewhat uncomfortable relationship. Who would like someone who was always ready to kill them? Yet, his presence here, even knowing Yule was present, was to assist Nijin. Karen gave Nijin a casual shrug. Like a lamb that had found its savior, Nijin nodded towards Karen. Karen grimaced with a smile and sat down on the sofa in the reception room. Mind if I join you, Yule? Of course. You have that right. Would you like a drink? I'll pass. That liquor tastes terrible. What did you say? It's only poisonous, isn't it, the taste? What pleasure is there in drinking something that feels like it's burning down your throat? While Yule glared at Karen with wide-open eyes, Karen casually looked away and glanced at Nijin. Your name was Nijin, right? You're even younger than I thought. Anyway, congrats on becoming the youngest sword seeker, boy. Saying this, Karen tossed a sword towards Nijin. It was a sword with the emblem of the Order of the Sword. As the master of the Order of the Sword, Sword Saint Karen, this is a gift representing the order and a personal gesture of goodwill. Nijin caught the sword and looked at it. He slightly pulled the sword from its sheath, revealing a jet-black blade. It was forged from rare metal, a material only master smiths could handle. Truly a top-tier item. Nijin widened his eyes and looked at Karen. Karen grinned and spoke. The Order of the Sword celebrates the birth of its youngest sword seeker. A swordsman who has marked a new chapter in the history of swords deserves a blade worthy of his reputation. Thank you. I truly appreciate it. Keep your old longsword and visit the magic tower later. Rare metal has the property of absorbing and enhancing refined metals, perhaps it could be combined with your current sword. Nijin alternated his gaze between the sword he usually wore at his waist and the one he had received from Karen. The sword that Master Hogel had made for him. It had been getting dull and damaged, and he had been reluctant to replace it, but now. A smile spread across Nijin's lips. I'm glad. I wanted to keep it a bit longer. It's natural to grow attached to the first sword tailored for you. I understand. The sword I'm using now also contains the first sword I received from my master. Karen tapped his sword hilt and laughed. While the two laughed, Yule silently sipped her drink. After a while, she slammed her drink down with a loud thud. Karen and Nijin's gaze turned towards Yule. As if asking if she had anything to say. Don't look at me like that. I haven't come empty-handed either. I have my own position to consider. Yes. I am an inquisitor of the Starblood sect. While the High Priest and I use each other, I am still affiliated with the sect, so I have duties to perform. She pulled out a letter from her attire. Considering what you vowed before the Son of the Empire, you're not planning to join any particular group. So, the letter sent by the sect probably won't mean much to you. Yule produced 5 letters. Mumbling that they were meaningless, she flicked her finger, and 4 of the letters turned to dust. She then handed the remaining letter to Nijin. In recognition of your achievements in the eradication of the Dark Mage Fauve and the Demon Knight, the Starblood sect grants you the right to own a masterpiece. The handed-over letter was inscribed with Masterpiece Ownership, and the emblem of the Starblood sect was engraved on it. From ancient times, the Starblood sect, along with the Empire's core, has managed and overseen masterpieces. If the Empire has the masterpiece granting right, the right to own them, the masterpiece ownership right, is held by the Starblood sect. Yule pointed at the letter in Nijin's hand. This grants you the right to deal with or subdue anyone possessing an unlicensed masterpiece, or to own any new masterpieces you discover. For instance, had you had this ownership right when you subdued Fauve, you could have owned the masterpiece Shadow Flame. Explaining this, Yule exhaled briefly. You will encounter many owners of masterpieces in the demon realm. The high demons that rule the demon realm possess masterpieces. It will probably be helpful. What is the reason for giving this to me? Nijin looked at her with questioning eyes, and Yule shrugged. Haven't I said? The Starblood sect highly values your contributions. This is provided as a sort of bribe to assist you in hunting demons and dark mages in the future. Well, she said it. Whenever you have the time, visit the main church of the Starblood sect and seek out High Priestess Milsentia. It seems she has a great interest in you. As rumors spread that Nijin had emerged from the Imperial Palace and was staying in the reception room, countless people directed their steps towards his location. The youngest sword seeker, Nijin. An individual who had achieved incredible feats and whose future prospects were bright. If Nijin had been affiliated with the Imperial Knighthood, any thoughts of recruitment would need to be cleanly abandoned, but the palace had yet to make any additional announcements. Thus, this was an opportunity. If the boy was still deliberating, now was the perfect time to snatch him up. Holding that thought, numerous groups stationed in the Imperial City began sending their people. Those stuffed with bribes headed towards the reception room where Nijin was staying. The Magic Tower, guilds, knighthoods, mercenary bands. The great groups of the Empire dispatched their personnel. All of them were individuals who wouldn't be embarrassed anywhere. If news that they had sent people spread, even notable nobles would jump in fright and treat them as honored guests. Therefore, while they schemed to recruit Nijin, they maintained their dignity as they arrived at the reception room. However, the moment they arrived at the reception room, none of them dared to knock on the door, and they had to widen their eyes in shock. They had no choice. Inside the reception room were two transcendent beings. Sword Saint Karen of the Order of the Sword and Inquisitor Yule Razian of the Starblood sect. With two sword masters already present as the first visitors, who could dare to knock on that door? In front of transcendent beings, no group could assert its dignity. Therefore, they stood silently outside for hours, unable to even announce their presence. Thud. As they aimlessly spent time outside the door, footsteps were heard from somewhere. They raised their heads to look towards the source of the sound. Another one to wait. As they were about to check which group the new guest belonged to, they widened their eyes in shock and immediately knelt down upon recognizing the newcomer's face. Thud. Without giving a second glance to those who had bowed their heads, the old man stopped in front of the door. No one could dare to knock on a door where transcendent beings dwelled, but the individual who had stopped was an exception. He too was a transcendent being. The Empire's first pillar. The Empire's first sword, Gerd, knocked on the door of the reception room. The door to the reception room, which had been firmly closed, swung open. The reception room, provided by the imperial household for comfort, was overly spacious and ornate for just a few people to sit in, but considering the individuals occupying it, it was hardly excessive. It was far too cramped to contain three transcendent beings. As the door opened, Karen chuckled and muttered, "He finally arrives." Yule silently turned to look behind her. There, just entering through the door, stood an old man. Yes, an elderly man. If the common world regards the elderly as wise beings bearing the passage of time. In the world of warriors and mages, elderly merely referred to those who had lost to the passage of time, a word used for losers. Subjects not of reverence but of ridicule and mockery. This was because the moment one reaches the realm of a sword seeker, they become completely free from aging. They are liberated from aging. Their bodies remain in their prime. And their lifespans significantly extend. Thus, in their world, the term elderly simply referred to losers who had aged without reaching the realm of a sword seeker. However, there are always exceptions in the world. The elderly man standing there now was one such exception. His hair was pure white. If Yule's white hair was like beautiful silk, the old man's hair was like sand rolling across a wasteland. And not just his hair. The wrinkles on his face and skin were telltale signs of the passage of time. But that was it. The old man's back was not hunched. His shoulders were not rolled forward, and his eyes were not clouded. He was not a victim of time's flow but a giant who staunchly held his ground within it. That was the impression Nijin got from the elderly man. Indeed, he was also physically robust. Make way. The Empire's sword master, Gerd, spoke up. Would you step aside, Yule, Karen? At his request, Karen shrugged and stood up. They had enjoyed and conversed enough. Yule also silently stood. Both respected Gerd. This was the Empire. And Gerd was a pillar of the Empire. Though transcendent beings stood on the same level, it was customary among them to give Gerd the highest respect in the heart of the Empire. Conversely, within the headquarters of the Order of the Sword or the Starblood sect, Karen and Yule received respective honors. A consensus reached to reduce friction among transcendent beings. Following this rule, Yule and Karen made way. Don't scare him too much, Sir Gerd. Muttering this, Karen left. As Yule and Karen departed, Gerd waved his hand lightly. Just that gesture evaporated the smell of liquor vibrating through the room. In an instant, the air cleared. This place is too cramped. Gerd murmured. Before Nijin could respond, Gerd stomped his foot on the ground. With a deep, resonating sound. Swoosh. Something overpainted the scenery above the reception room. Nijin's eyes widened. As if new paint had been sprinkled over a finished painting, a new landscape was overlaying the old one in the reception room. Despite the doors being closed, wind howled in. The rushing wind made Nijin frown. His hair wildly tossed about. Following the wind came a flash of light. Slowly opening his eyes, Nijin found himself no longer in a confined reception room. An open plain stretched to the horizon. The sound of the footstep boomed. Followed by mana bursting from within the reception room, shaking the building. Those outside, unable to withstand the mana, collapsed one by one, while only two reacted to it. Sword Saint Karen and Inquisitor Yule. Both turned their heads simultaneously. Their swords drawn instinctively, not through deliberation but an unconscious reaction. Realizing they were outside the affected area, they exhaled briefly. Gee. Karen frowned. He's really going overboard with his territory. As always, what a foul-tempered old man. I agree. Yule responded expressionlessly. It's explicitly illegal to expand a sword domain in the heart of the Empire. Even if the first sword of the Empire holds extra-legal powers, it's an abuse of authority that could be challenged depending on the circumstances. Who in the world would actually hold the first sword of the Empire accountable? The son of the Empire could. The old man must have moved because the Emperor permitted it. That's the kind of person he is. Karen appeared visibly displeased as he flicked his sword tip, scattering the landscape that had formed on the blade's edge. Yule performed a similar action. Had the space attempted to engulf them as well, Yule and Karen would not have hesitated to swing their swords. This was clearly a provocation, an act of aggression. But the space was confined to within those doors. While still displeased, there was no concrete reason to formally protest. Karen exhaled deeply and sheathed his sword. There was only one reason Gerd would cause such a disturbance. He's trying to see the bottom. Karen had been subjected to this before. The old man had a penchant for scraping the bottom and seeing it with his own eyes whenever he encountered talented individuals. That was why he had warned him to scare him just enough. As expected, it went in one ear and out the other. Karen clicked his tongue. While he respected the old man's reverence for the sword, he did not admire his personality. A madman who knew nothing but the Empire and the sword. Karen reaffirmed his assessment as he shook his head. That's why they say I'm the most normal one. Excuse me. What did you say? Karen silently looked at Yule. One was a bloodthirsty murderer. The other, a madman obsessed only with the Empire and the sword. Being lumped together with them brought a fresh sense of injustice. It's nothing. Is that so? Karen sighed and trudged away. As he walked, he suddenly looked back and chuckled. Looks like he's trying to check the bottom. His unofficial apprentice. Karen snorted as he thought of Nejin, whom he had taught swordsmanship a few times. It won't be that easy. Would that fledgling really let himself be so easily unraveled? If underestimated, he might just deliver a surprising blow. With that thought, Karen left the scene. It seemed his help wasn't needed anyway. Blinking, Nejin saw an expansive plain. He took a deep breath. The air was different from before. It wasn't an illusion. Or perhaps it was a high-level illusion spell. That's not it. If it were some trickery, Merlin would have sensed it. That left only one possibility. The exclusive realm of transcendent beings who had reached the realm of a sword master, known by many names, as Karen had once explained. Painting one's mind upon the world. Standing in one's own crafted world. Nejin exhaled deeply as he looked ahead. There stood the owner of this world. Gerd was gazing at Nejin with cold, sunken eyes. You're not surprised. I've seen too much to be surprised anymore. Nejin quickly responded. Feeling somehow that he shouldn't be overwhelmed. He steadied his breathing and stood upright. The exits? A way out? It likely wasn't possible for Nejin at this moment. He's not planning to kill me. The first sword of the Empire. The Emperor's intentions would not involve such actions. Nor did it seem likely that the Emperor would approve of such things behind the scenes. There was simply no need for such tactics. So then. May I ask why? Nejin faced Gerd squarely. Meeting his gaze, Gerd began to speak. The Emperor said he would watch you. I remember. He did say that. And I am the first pillar of the Empire. When the Emperor says the Empire, that includes me too. It wasn't incorrect. But it wasn't quite right either. Nejin frowned. There was nothing to gain from being too forward in front of the Empire's sword master, but he wasn't inclined to just bow his head either. What have I done? I haven't done anything yet. Aren't you being a bit hasty? Better early than late. What do you want to see from me? What you're hiding? The old man pointed at Nejin. You haven't shown everything to the Emperor. I sense it. That you're hiding something. I need to see it. Essentially, he wanted to shake him down. Watching someone so openly express this desire, Nejin couldn't help but chuckle. Why does everyone seem so eager to shake him down? Being a genius, one inevitably attracts others' envy and jealousy. Merlin said the same. It was different. It wasn't jealousy. I just had to check, and I apologized later. Aren't you being a bit too sensitive? Just kidding. I know. As Merlin grumbled in a hurt tone, Nejin narrowed his eyes. Something hidden. Of course, there was. But it was something he could never show. Is this a person I can reason with? At a glance, he seemed more normal than Yule. Nejin carefully selected his words. Everyone has secrets they live with. The value of strength lies in its concealment. Fair point. Therefore, I cannot show you. You're not denying you're hiding something. Denying it would be pointless, wouldn't it? Gerd nodded. As if he appreciated the response. The oath you shouted before the Emperor was sincere. Even if one day your convictions may waver, for now, you are acting to uphold that oath. The vigor, spirit, and resonance of your soul when you spoke that oath. I trust that. A friendly tone. Gerd's eyes were gentle. But this is a separate matter. The old man narrowed his eyes. At that moment, a murderous intent overwhelmed Nejin. Unlike Yule's indiscriminate, unconscious killing intent, it was a massive intent focused on crushing a single target. Nejin's eyes blazed. Thud. Nejin instinctively stepped back and gripped his sword hilt. And then, as if he had been waiting for that moment, Gerd, who had withdrawn his killing intent, pointed at Nejin holding his sword. The stance of holding a sword. Your hand that moved in an instant. The hand that stretched back as you stepped back. Gerd pointed with his fingertip. Nejin had grasped the sword hilt with his left hand, but Gerd was pointing at Nejin's right hand. And Nijin's right hand was aimed at the air, as if ready to draw something from it at any moment. You add to my suspicions. The Empire's sword master exhaled deeply. The old man standing firmly on the shaking plane questioned. Are you the owner of Excalibur? Are you the owner of Excalibur? Hearing that question, Nijin was not flustered. Until now, no one had suspected him, but the situation had changed. Anyone could doubt him now. He had made enough of a mark to warrant such suspicion. Though the action was a mistake, it could still be salvaged. Nijin steadied his breath and lowered his hand. How should he act? How should he escape this situation? His mind raced. The first sword of the Empire, Gerd. What kind of person was this old man? A man who has thrown everything away for the sword and the Empire. The old man's only revered values are the sword and the Empire. He gave up his lover, his children, his life, all of it. Words Karen had once spoken. Records about Gerd seen in books. A human who only revered the sword and the Empire. Thus, the sword. A person who had dedicated his life to the sword. A swordsman. Using this as a basis, Nijin crafted his sentences. Historically, devising ways to survive against strong opponents had been Nijin's specialty. The opponent's interests. Convictions. Values. Using these to navigate the situation. Sir Gerd. I asked a question. Answer it. I may be insignificant compared to you, but I am also a swordsman. Nijin smiled. When has a swordsman ever settled matters with words rather than a sword? If you have a question, ask with your sword. That is the way of a swordsman. Gerd's eyes shifted. Though he did not speak, his lips moved. Nijin did not miss that movement. While there's a vast difference between you and me, aren't we both swordsmen in the end? Nijin fiercely drew his sword. I challenge you to a duel. Me? Yes, you, Sir Gerd, not as the first sword of the Empire, but as a swordsman who has reached a transcendent state. At Nijin's challenge, Gerd could no longer contain his laughter. Nijin was not challenging the first sword of the Empire, who sought to evaluate variables for the safety of the Empire. He was approaching out of mere interest, wanting to clash swords with a talented individual, the swordsman Gerd. Want to see the bottom? Then ask with your sword. Isn't that the way of a swordsman? That's what the boy in front of him had said. Gerd understood the intention. He found it absurd, and because it was absurd, it was interesting, and because it was interesting, laughter escaped his lips. Challenge to a duel. Me? How long had it been since he had been challenged to a duel after reaching a transcendent state? Ha! With laughter, Gerd's expression broke. The mask he had worn shattered. Hidden behind the mask was a madman who had thrown his life away for the sword. Facing the madman, Nijin smiled. But it can't just be a trampling duel for me to show my bottom cards, can it? Right. Are you asking to set terms? If you could refrain from using only the exclusive rights of a sword master, that would be sufficient. Gerd laughed. You're quite cunning. I'd appreciate being described as clever. The Empire's sword master drew his sword. The situation seemed enjoyable to the old man as he smiled, but as he drew his sword, Nijin felt every sensation in his body sharpen. It was chilling. Terrifying. His instincts screamed. If you're looking to uncover my bottom cards. But Nijin smiled. You'd better be prepared to be uncovered as well, sword master of the Empire. There will be a few conditions. Gerd, the Empire's sword master. He wanted to see what Nijin was hiding. Excalibur, a masterpiece, or the blessing of the stars. Gerd was certain that the boy before him had something concealed. As you proposed, I will not use the exclusive powers of a sword master, nor will I rely on extraordinary senses or authority. If the boy still refused to reveal anything, Gerd would have to push him into a corner to find out. If he was driven to the verge of death, he would eventually reveal all to save himself, but killing him outright would be meaningless. This was only for confirmation. Thus, Gerd laid down the conditions. I will swing my sword with intent to kill, but I will give you 3 chances. If you can make me take a step back before using all 3 chances, then you win. Isn't this too advantageous for me? A strong man should show magnanimity. At this level, I can also enjoy the duel, just as you suggested. Gerd slowly raised the sword he held. If you lose to me, you must reveal everything you've been hiding. I will then report it to the Emperor. Moreover, if the Empire requires you, you must answer the call without hesitation. Understood. Then, if I win, I will not press you for anything. Even if you reveal your hidden strength and defeat me, I will not inform the Emperor. I alone will remember. But if you somehow manage to win while still hiding your full power. Gerd twisted his lips up, as if daring Nijin. I will grant you whatever you wish, by my oath on my 7 stars. As the first sword of the Empire, a transcendent who held 7 stars, his promise to grant anything was not made lightly. He truly had the power to grant almost any wish. Do you mean to let me borrow Sir Gerd's sword? Sword, position, power, wealth, anything. As long as it's not outright rebellion against the Empire. It was a favorable offer. Nijin smiled. I accept. On the wide plain with the wind blowing, Nijin fixed his posture atop Gerd's crafted scenery. Ahead stood the Empire's sword master, holding his sword. The Empire's sword master had drawn his sword. Nijin understood the weight of that single line. His whole body trembled, his intuition screamed, and the hand gripping his sword tingled. But it was only momentary. With a deep breath, Nijin steadied his grip. His sword tip no longer wavered. Watching Nijin in silence, Gerd twisted his lips into a smile. The old man also settled into his stance. He had no need to comply with the duel proposed by the boy or place any restrictions on himself. Yet, he willingly responded to the boy's spirit. Before being the first sword of the Empire, Gerd was a swordsman. His sword had not lost its luster to the point of refusing a challenge from a talented junior. How long had it been since the last duel? How long since he had faced a bold challenger like this boy? A smile formed on the old man's lips. Show me. Show me your sword. The Empire's sword master, Gerd. What kind of sword did he wield? Gerd had mastered the sword that became the basis for the Empire's swordsmanship, the same style passed down from Aldemund Basalia, the national hero and previous first sword of the Empire. The Triumph Sword. A sword that won every battlefield, bringing only victory and glory to the Empire. Only 2 people in this world, including Gerd, had mastered this swordsmanship. Thus, the features of the Triumph Sword were not well known to the world. But imperial history books described it as an impenetrable fortress. A sword containing the weight of 1,000 years of the Empire. I wondered what that meant. Clang. At the moment their swords collided, Nijin's body was pushed far back. He twisted and landed, sliding to a stop as he clicked his tongue. He understood the descriptions of the Triumph Sword the moment their blades clashed. It was heavy. So very heavy. Gerd wielded the sword alone, yet it felt as though hundreds of knights swung their blades in unison. Squinting, Nijin lowered his stance. He kept his gaze fixed on Gerd, who aimed his sword at him as if daring him to come closer. One man stood alone on the wide plain. This plain was undoubtedly Gerd's mindscape. That was why Nijin had felt puzzled when he first saw it. Why would the mindscape of an old man obsessed with the Empire and the sword be a wide plain? Nijin only solved that question now. From afar, Gerd raised his sword, as if he didn't need to take a single step. He lifted it high into the sky and slashed down. In that moment, Nijin widened his eyes and instinctively threw himself to the side. Slash. The ground split cleanly in a straight line. It was a phenomenon created without using sword aura. Gerd had simply swung his sword and split the distant ground. This made Nijin chuckle. There was no need for scenery of the Empire or swords on this plain. The old man standing there was the Empire itself. The sword he wielded was the same as the one wielded by the Empire. Thus, he was the Empire's first sword. Watching Gerd swing his sword, Nijin was in awe. He didn't use sword aura or any miraculous footwork. He simply swung his sword. Resolutely. Even so, the old man's sword tip split the scenery far away. His presence couldn't be hidden, even with restraint. This was the level Gerd had attained. Nijin felt pure reverence for this mastery. If Karen's swordsmanship conveyed the precision of being endlessly honed, the old man before Nijin exuded relentless determination. A man who had reached transcendence by stubbornly pursuing a single thing. But. Thud. Nijin stomped the ground. I didn't challenge you to watch some spectacle of scenery splitting. I didn't ask for this duel just to stand in awe. Nijin lowered his stance and widened his eyes. The Sword Saint gave me a sword. The Inquisitor gave me the right to own a masterpiece. So, I should also take something from you. With a heavy thud, Nijin's heart pounded fiercely. Had Klaus Aiden been present, he would have been astounded. Nijin's stance matched exactly that of Klaus Aiden, the Blue-Winged Cavalry's vanguard leader. Their stances matched. Their heartbeats synchronized. As Nijin stomped the ground and dashed forward, a loud boom resounded. How to sprint with all one's might. How to become a spear that pierces the battlefield. How to pour the momentum of a charge into one's weapon. Klaus Aiden had taught this to Nijin, whether he intended to or not. Thus, the charging Nijin surprised even Gerd. For the first time since the duel began, Gerd frowned as he glared at Nijin. According to the records, Nijin had only reached the realm of a sword seeker a few weeks ago. But was that really the work of a newly ascended warrior? To the Empire's sword master, it certainly wasn't. Nijin had complete control over his sword aura. He knew exactly where his physical limits lay and when to focus his strength. He precisely understood how his physical and mana structures had changed upon reaching his new state. These movements were only seen from warriors who had remained in the realm of Sword Seeker for a decade. It was absurd. Here stood a boy who gave the middle finger to the world's common sense. Interesting. He was even more curious now. What lay at the bottom of this boy's depths? Gerd wanted to see it. He blocked the boy's sword coming at him head-on. Despite the momentum packed into it, Gerd did not budge. Show me more. He was finally getting excited, so he hoped the boy wouldn't waste his 3 chances too quickly. Nijin wasted his first chance when their swords clashed for the 17th time. Gerd's sword had sliced into his shoulder, exploiting a gap in Nijin's posture. Nijin's sword tip aimed at the sky, unable to reach Gerd or even point in his direction. Without swinging the sword deeper into his shoulder, Gerd merely said, "That's one." His face was expressionless. He wasted his second chance on the 43rd clash. Gerd's sword was pressed against the nape of Nijin's neck. Though Nijin's sword was also poised in front of Gerd's shoulder, there was a second's difference between them. And a second was more than enough time to kill several times over. "That's 2, Gerd said, his lips curling into a faint smile. Nijin used up his 3rd chance. Their swords collided 73 times, and Gerd didn't say 3 afterward. It was too ambiguous to declare outright. Gerd's mindscape shattered. By then, the two had returned to the reception room, where Nijin was thrown against the door by the impact of the final strike exchanged within the mindscape. The door shattered as he flew into the corridor outside. Screech. Nijin slid along the floor, his sword buried in the ground, finally coming to a stop at the end of the corridor. He slowly picked himself up, a smile on his lips. "Sir Gerd." Nijin looked back at Gerd, who stood inside the reception room. "In this case, whose victory is it?" Gerd stood there in the reception room, a single step backward from where he had planted his foot. He had taken a step back, and thus his mindscape had shattered. This meant that their final strikes had met each other's conditions simultaneously. Nijin had used up all 3 chances. But he had also fulfilled Gerd's condition. He had won but also lost, and lost but also won. How should this be judged? Nijin asked Gerd this question, and Gerd laughed aloud. His laughter filled the corridor, echoing from the reception room. It was a joyous laugh. "Of course, I lost. Isn't it a draw? A draw means I lost." Even while admitting his loss, Gerd laughed. It was clear that he was pleased with the process and outcome of the duel. He exhaled deeply. Whose swordsmanship was that final strike? It was my first teacher's sword. You had a fine teacher. A stubborn yet upright sword, beautiful in its uprightness. The old man stroked his beard. It was a good duel. The ending of a good duel should also be beautiful. I do not forget the promised reward. Knock on the first sword's door whenever you wish. The first sword, the name of the tower where Gerd resided. With those words, the old man patted Nijin on the shoulder and left. Only then did Nijin let out a deep breath he had been holding. He had swung his sword so much that his shoulder was stiff. Somehow, we made it through. Well done, but I don't think you'll have time to rest. Merlin grinned. She waved her fingers as if urging Nijin to look around. Following her gesture, Nijin finally realized what situation he was in. The people gathered to recruit Nijin. Countless representatives sent by various groups were staring at Nijin with wide eyes, their gazes filled with shock. Having fainted under the wave of pressure Gerd released, they had barely managed to wake up, only to see Nijin fly out the shattered reception room door into the corridor. Even that alone was shocking enough, but afterward? Gerd had admitted his defeat before Nijin. From the context of the conversation, it seemed a duel had taken place inside, and the winner was Nijin. This meant that he had won against the first sword of the Empire. Of course, the duel must have had limitations. But that was irrelevant. What mattered was that the boy had gained the favor of the first sword and that the Empire's sword master had acknowledged his victory with a smile. The stern, famously expressionless Sir Gerd had laughed aloud. And that laughter was genuine. The people gathered in the corridor were competent and knew exactly what this meant. The 18-year-old who had ascended to the realm of a sword seeker, the youngest ever, now had another title added to his list of unbelievable achievements. Acknowledged by the first sword of the Empire. Or perhaps, the youngest sword seeker to receive his favor. Nijin's already soaring reputation skyrocketed further. The groups gathered in the corridor had to throw away their original negotiation plans and devise new ones on the spot. Immediately, they rushed towards Nijin. To secure this unbelievable asset. In the Empire and surrounding nations, the authority of warriors who reached the level of sword seeker was well respected. Regardless of their humble backgrounds or origins, those who ascended to the realm of sword seeker were given the authority equivalent to at least that of a knight. In other words, they need not kneel before nobles or bow to show respect. That means. Nijin looked ahead. There stood representatives dressed in uniforms from various groups. Normally, Nijin would have had to bow to them, but not anymore. He held his head high as he faced them. They, too, treated Nijin with minimum courtesy as they spoke to him. Though the reception room bore the scars of battle and was in a mess, the room still sufficed for conversation. The Chalet Mercenary Corps promises Sir Nijin the position of deputy commander. For a 1-year contract, we offer 300 platinum coins and an additional 30 for upkeep. In addition, mission rewards will be calculated separately. The first to offer Nijin their card was the Chalet Mercenary Corps. Chalet was one of the top 3 mercenary corps in the Empire, known for their guarantee of successful commissions. Offering Nijin the deputy commander position in such a corps was astonishing to the others watching. And 300 platinum coins. An unparalleled offer. Since the door of the reception room had been destroyed during Nijin's duel with Gerd, the conversation inside was heard clearly outside. Those waiting outside swallowed nervously upon hearing Chalet's offer, while Nijin opened his mouth. I refuse. An outright rejection without hesitation. Was this offer insufficient? What kind of proposition would be enough? The Chalet Mercenary Corps member left their business card behind and left the reception room, dejected. Next to step up was a knight of House Blancia. Blancia was a renowned warrior family that had produced countless knights. Even 6 sword seekers belonged to this household. The Duke of Blancia. The knight read out the Duke's letter and relayed the terms of the contract. He had been given permission to modify the conditions at his discretion to recruit Nijin at any cost. Thus, he offered better terms than the Chalet Mercenary Corps. 400 platinum coins, plus a title. But Nijin's response was no different this time. Before the knight could finish speaking, Nijin curtly said, I refuse. I refuse. He also rejected the Rempan Knights. I refuse. And the offer from Rocktide Trading's exclusive adventurers, one of the most prestigious merchant associations in the empire. I refuse. The Tower, adventuring groups, knight orders under noble houses, influential military forces in the empire, guilds from the city-states, the Holy Fortress sect. I refuse. Nejin rejected every proposal. No matter how lucrative the offer, his answer never changed. He shook his head, seemingly uninterested in such things. Nejin then left the reception room. No one could stop him. When the scouts returned to their groups to report this news, their leaders were left with a lingering question. He hadn't accepted any offer. Then who could have managed to secure him? The first suspicion fell on the knight orders under the imperial household. However, Nejin returned to Cambria, and there was no movement from the imperial family. There were no rumors of him joining the royal guard or the imperial knights. Next on the list were the Order of the Sword, the Starblood sect, and the knights under Gerd's command. When the scouts arrived at the reception room, Nejin had already been conversing with two sword masters, and Gerd had later joined them. So, could it be that one of the three sword masters had recruited him? But this, too, proved false. Nejin did not approach the Starblood sect, the First Swords group, or the Order of the Sword. He simply returned to Cambria, and there were no further exchanges. Then who is it? The boy who ascended to the realm of Sword Seeker at 18. While his current value was high enough, a few more years would see his worth increase further. And if he reached the level of a sword master, his worth would be impossible to measure. So they needed to secure him now. Who could have taken him? After a few days, they obtained some information. Nejin was still unaffiliated but had two groups supporting him. The leaders of these groups had been interacting with and supporting Nejin since before he became a sword seeker. Jetta, head of the Jetta Trading Company. Now Marquis Edelmar, master of the Cambria Foundation. Among them, attention centered on the head of the Jetta Trading Company. Her name was familiar. Many remembered the incident involving her and House Arbina a few months ago. It was a rare incident in these times, ending in a romantic fashion. The story of a girl abandoned by her family and the mercenary who was willing to risk his life to confront the family's knight captain for her. Some who recalled that story widened their eyes. While they hadn't paid much attention to that mercenary back then, now the story was different. Send someone to investigate Cambria. His alias back then was Ivan. Focus on the relationship between head Jetta and this individual. When they sent someone to Cambria, they discovered that the young man known as Ivan was the mercenary involved in that incident. And that he was personally close to head Jetta. When the leaders realized this fact. As if waiting for this moment, a play opened at the Trebash territory governed by Marquis Edelmar. A play centered on Nejin, the youngest sword seeker. The Marquis began attracting audiences from all over the empire, and the leaders of various groups chuckled. They realized that some had foreseen the star's light and secured their positions before it shone. The victor of the competition is the head of the Jetta Trading Company. The one who secured the youngest sword seeker is Cambria's great merchant. Be wary of her. Along with Nejin's name, Jetta's name also began spreading among the empire's power holders. Call me Jetta, the investment genius who earned the favor of the youngest sword seeker over a meal. What kind of nonsense is that? Nejin tilted his head as he looked at Jetta, who smiled brightly before him. Recently, she hadn't stopped smiling, looking like she couldn't contain her joy. I found a coin on the ground, but it turned out to be platinum, no, diamond, no, not even diamond. What should I call this? A star? Nejin smiled as he glanced at the cheerful Jetta. He could guess why she was so happy these days. From what he heard, her guild stocks were reaching new highs day by day. The title, one of the top 3 merchant guilds in Cambria, had long since been replaced with the leading merchant guild in Cambria, and their advance into the empire's capital was steadily progressing. In 1 or 2 months, he heard they would expand their scale in earnest after moving to the capital. Even while she juggled a hectic schedule in preparation for that, Jetta smiled like she was having fun. Well, anyway. Jetta wiped the smile from her face. She took a deep breath and half closed her eyes. Nijin, you. Yes. You're not 28 or in your early 20s. What is this? She pointed at the frame hanging on her office wall. It was a frame holding a cutout of a newspaper, which contained a large photograph of Nijin with the headline, Nijin, the youngest sword seeker to reach the realm at 18. Unless my eyes are wrong, it says 18 here, doesn't it? You're avoiding eye contact again. When Nijin glanced away, Jieta slammed the table and pointed her finger at him. You said we were the same age. I never said that. You said we weren't far apart. 2 years isn't much of a difference, is it? That's, well, geez. Jieta brushed back her bangs. You're 2 years younger than me. That's how it turned out. I thought you were older. Much later, much later. When their relationship blossomed, she had imagined he'd call her Papa. Jieta had smiled smugly to herself, lying in bed before sleep. Remembering this, her face turned bright red. Not Appa, but he'd call me Nuna. Oh. That doesn't sound too bad either. Jieta covered her mouth with her hand. Imagining it for a moment, she decided it didn't sound too bad. Jieta? Why yes. Jieta's shoulders flinched at Nijin's call. Sorry for hiding my age. I felt like I'd missed the moment to reveal it. It's nothing to apologize for. I was just surprised. Jieta smiled softly. Anyway, congratulations, Nijin. She handed Nijin a letter. These were letters that had arrived for him while he was away in the imperial capital. She pointed at the 2 letters on top of the pile. One's a congratulatory letter from the Emperor of the Empire. A letter bearing the imperial emblem. And the others from the Knights of Adana. A letter bearing the Adana emblem. Both were congratulating Nijin for reaching the realm of Sword Seeker. Nijin accepted the letters and remained silent for a moment. He now felt the weight of the fact that he had truly ascended. He was born in the starless underground city. A place where his name was unknown. Where his existence wasn't even recorded. Nijin had been no different from someone who didn't exist. But not anymore. Not anymore. His name had spread throughout the empire. The name Nijin would be recorded in imperial history along with the title of the youngest sword seeker. He had left his mark on the empire's history as proof of his existence. But this is just the beginning. He would leave many more records from now on. He didn't intend to be satisfied with just a few lines in history. He would rewrite entire pages. And not just history books. Even the myths of King Arthur would have to be rewritten. He would make it so. With his own sword. Nijin smiled as he looked at the letters. The vast underground city. Within his now much expanded mindscape, Nijin sat atop a wall. Looking down below, he could see a lake that didn't quite belong. A lake Merlin had begged for. Having finally recreated it upon reaching the level of a sword seeker, Merlin splashed around with her feet in the lake. Nijin glanced at her and spoke. Merlin. What? The dragon you and Arthur fought. The 2 dragons sealed beneath Stonehenge. Can you tell me more about them? I was planning to, even if you didn't ask. Merlin twisted her lips up into a smile. You've reached the level of a sword seeker and established your foundation. Now it's time to stand at the starting point, right? Aren't I already at the starting point? No. You need at least 1 star before it really starts, don't you think? She waved her finger in the air. Droplets of water trickled off her fingertip. One is a white dragon, and the other is a red dragon. Droplets dyed red and white. They were the dragons Arthur and I once struck down. The 2 dragons that had once terrorized Cambria. Merlin reached out as she began explaining the dragons. Her white finger pointed at Nijin. The dragons you will have to strike down once again. What is a dragon? Dragons existed from the earliest times, through the age of chaos, and into the age of myths when countless heroes, led by Arthur, emerged. They awakened at the dawn of the world and closed their eyes only when its end arrived. Unchanging, immortal, eternal beings. That's what dragons are. Yet some would claim that dragons are nothing more than mere beasts, reveling in the thrill of devouring and burning life, labeling them as monstrous creatures. These people pointed their fingers at dragons, calling them vile monsters. That's not entirely wrong. A wizard who lived through the age of myths, when dragons first began their corruption, sighed as she rested her chin on her hand. Dragons were originally noble creatures. Although not all of them were, some were indeed noble and pure. But that was before the dragon of the abyss appeared. The archmage of the lake, Merlin. The race of dragons cannot defy their main lineage. The first and last dragon, the primeval and final dragon, the dragon of the abyss. When that monster sought the world's end, it was inevitable that all dragons would begin to lose their minds. She shook her head in exasperation. The problem is that even if they have degenerated into mere beasts, the mystique of the dragon race still hasn't disappeared. Mystique? Yeah, remember when I mentioned last time that mystique usually resides in certain races or objects? Nejin nodded. He remembered how Merlin had pointed out Yule Razian, a human imbued with mystique. Dragons are one of those races. So, what kind of mystique do dragons possess? Unchanging, immortal, eternal. Unchanging, meaning not changing. Immortal, meaning not crumbling into dust. Eternal, meaning not bound by time. When I defined the concept of mystique, dragons were one of the three races that left me dumbfounded. The other two are witches and giants. These bastards are simply cheating by existing. They're scamming the whole world with their race-level fraud. Merlin clicked her tongue. They are born perfect and live eternally as such. The scales covering those lizards deflect most sword energy and completely repel all magic below the fifth circle. And that's not even the worst of it. Merlin opened her mouth and mimicked a roar. Nejin gave her a puzzled look, which prompted her to twirl her hair sheepishly. And then there's the breath attack, which is equivalent to at least a sixth circle spell. They spew fire that can melt entire walls without any cost, merely because they were born that way. When it comes to the dragon of the abyss, I don't even want to think about it. And what about its mouth? Once you're swallowed, it's over. The dragon's mouth connects to a completely different world. Merlin stretched as she murmured this. Anyway, that was a long explanation. Merlin moved next to Nejin and twirled her fingers. The water droplets floating in the air moved to hover in front of Nejin's nose, dyed in white and red. The dragons you'll face next, the red dragon and the white dragon, are basically similar. The key is finding a way to temporarily separate them from their mystique, but I'll explain that in more detail later. Wait, Merlin. Nejin interrupted Merlin's explanation. He was fine listening to how to hunt the dragons, but there was one thing that needed clarification. Hunting dragons sounds good, and so does getting a chance to earn a star. But tell me something. Yes. The white dragon and red dragon are sealed, aren't they? Under Stonehenge. According to the tales of heroes, Merlin, you're the one who sealed them there. Nejin had read the Chronicles of Arthur multiple times. In its very first chapter, the white dragon and the red dragon were defeated by Arthur and dropped beneath the ground, where Merlin sealed them under Stonehenge. So how could they hunt two dragons that had been sealed? Are you planning to release them from the seal? Nejin frowned. He wasn't fond of the idea. If he had to pull out sealed dragons just to hunt them, it would be a staged show. He didn't believe he could earn a star from such a farce. No, why would I release them? Merlin tilted her head at Nejin's question. They'll break free on their own. What are you talking about? You pulled out Excalibur, right? That's right. Though they don't know that it was you specifically, the world knows that the holy sword was pulled. The news has spread across not just the mainland, but beyond the world and even to Camlan. On the day Nejin had drawn Excalibur, the constellation of Arthur had led the night sky, which swirled in turmoil. The stars flickered, and their tremors were enough to awaken those who had been sleeping. Time, which had been frozen for 1,000 years, has begun to move. Merlin's blue eyes gazed at Nejin. As a new myth begins to be written, how can the beings of the mythic age that were lying dormant not awaken? The white dragon and red dragon are only the beginning. More and more will rise. Those who Arthur defeated and those who Arthur caused to fall will start to rear their heads. She pointed a finger at Nijin. To kill Arthur's descendant. 2 days after Nijin and Merlin had discussed and begun planning the dragon hunt, a summons came from the Central Guild. It was regarding his promotion, but this time, no separate exam was required. Nijin had already been acknowledged as a sword seeker in front of 3 sword masters and the emperor himself. Holding another test would have been an affront to the emperor's authority. Besides, rumors were swirling around Nijin's affiliation both inside and outside Cambria, so it was also in the guild's interest to promote him quickly. Thus, Nijin's promotion ceremony progressed at an unprecedented speed. Nijin was an adventurer of the red rank. And only one rank existed above the red rank. The white rank. White rank adventurers are considered to be at the pinnacle of the adventurer city. Although the position wasn't particularly appealing for someone like Nijin, staying under the protection of the Cambria Foundation was beneficial enough that Nijin had no reason to refuse. According to Cambria's tradition, the promotion ceremony was held in front of all the adventurers. A large crowd gathered in front of the Central Guild, and even people from outside Cambria flocked to catch a glimpse of Nijin, the youngest sword seeker. That guy is the youngest sword seeker. He's younger than I thought. He's young, but his eyes are sharp. They're the eyes of a warrior. He's experienced countless battles. He's well composed. Among them were famous knights and mercenaries who chatted among themselves as they looked at Nijin standing on the podium. Talk. At the promised time, a noble ascended the podium. Since the white rank represented Cambria itself, it was tradition for a noble from the Cambria Foundation to attend the promotion ceremony. In this case, Marquis Edelmar stood on the podium as the Foundation's representative. He was both close to Nijin and the highest-ranking noble within the Foundation, making him a suitable host for the ceremony. Congratulations on your promotion. He took out a nameplate from a wooden box. Unlike other nameplates, this one was made of a rare metal and gleamed brightly in the sunlight. On its pure white surface was engraved Nijin's name instead of Ivan's. Marquis Edelmar presented the nameplate and medal to Nijin, who knelt on one knee with his head bowed. With this, Nijin became a white-rank adventurer. On his 8th month in Cambria, Nijin had reached the pinnacle of the city. Amid the thunderous applause, Nijin stood up. He stepped down from the podium, receiving the attention of many adventurers and outsiders. The youngest sword seeker. And the youngest white-rank adventurer. It was tradition to bestow titles upon white-rank adventurers, but Nijin was already so famous that adventurers didn't even need to give him one. The world had already started calling him by an alias. The New Star. It was the perfect title for the boy who suddenly appeared and shattered every record. Nijin later heard about the title from Dieta and laughed. I'm not even a star yet, and they're calling me the New Star. He laughed but couldn't deny that he liked the title. However, he was well aware that not everyone used the New Star in a positive way. While it meant a star that suddenly shone brightly, it also implied a star that vanished after a single gleam. A title with a double meaning. Which meaning would prevail would be determined by Nijin's future actions. Of course, Nijin had no intention of flickering and disappearing. Instead, he aimed to claim a real star in line with the title. And so, right after attaining white rank, a confidential letter arrived. The secretive letter was a white rank summons, a request from the Central Guild for a large-scale quest. In other words, it was about the hunt for the 2 dragons that would soon awaken. Deep within the Central Guild, beyond strict security, was a meeting room. It had 5 seats, 3 of which were already occupied when Nijin arrived. Bahen Korte. Richard Poulsen. Rosalind Ascalo. All 3 were white-rank adventurers, and Nijin was acquainted with 2 of them. Bahen Korte had a brief conversation with Nijin while dealing with the Order's assailants, and Rosalind frequently interacted with Nijin. Hey, it's a surprise to see you here, kid. Good to see you. After Nijin became a sword seeker, Rosalind initially called him Ivan, but after learning his age, she started calling him kid. When Nijin once questioned this. 18, huh? What else should I call you if not a kid? If you want to be called by your name, get stronger than me first. Then I'll even add an honorific. That was all she had to say. Recalling that, Nijin smirked and nodded, looking for his seat, but Rosalind patted the seat next to her. Where are you going? Sit here. But that's not my seat. Nijin pointed at the nameplate on the seat, which bore the name Griselle Paramelt. His own seat was across from it. After checking the nameplate, Rosalind frowned and threw it to the opposite side. Seats can be switched. I don't like sitting next to that kid, Griselle. He creeps me out. Nijin picked up his nameplate and sat down next to Rosalind, who finally smiled and whispered into his ear. By the way, kid, I heard you went up against the first sword of the Empire. Rumors are spreading everywhere. Yeah, that happened. So, how did it go? You also met Karen, didn't you? Who's stronger between them? Rosalind's eyes gleamed with curiosity. It was like a child asking who would win between a lion and a tiger. But for Nijin, answering this was tricky since he hadn't fought either of them at full power. As Nijin struggled to answer, the meeting room's door opened. Two people stepped through, the guildmaster who had summoned the white-rank adventurers, and Griselle Paramelt. He was a white-rank adventurer shrouded in mystery. Nijin looked at Griselle, a man who seemed oddly out of place. Once Griselle took his seat, the guildmaster spoke. I have gathered you white-rank adventurers here, as mentioned in the letter, to discuss the dragon sealed under Stonehenge. 2 dragons sealed beneath Stonehenge, the central legend of the city of Cambria. The sealing sigils carved into Stonehenge have worn out, and since 8 months ago, they've been gradually losing their power. The Empire has concluded that in 1 month, the seals will be completely broken and the 2 dragons will be freed. Nijin already knew this from Merlin. Well, there's no way the Empire wouldn't have noticed the seals breaking. Looks like they caught on. As Merlin mumbled this, the guildmaster continued. He spoke of Cambria securing the rights to the hunt, of the Empire's cooperation, and of how the matter was to be kept confidential. After the guildmaster finished these formalities, he disclosed the details of the hunt. The Empire will provide knights to support the hunt, which will be conducted by a small elite group. The hunt will be led by the 5 white-rank adventurers gathered here and the royal knights. Each was handed a document. After skimming through it, Nijin looked up. If the hunt proceeded this way, then. He glanced around the room. He wasn't the only one, all the white-rank adventurers were staring at each other. The meaning in their eyes was clear. While it appeared that they were supposed to work as a team, in reality, it was far from that. Competition. This was a competition disguised as a hunt. Who would earn the most acclaim? Who would claim the glory of felling the dragons? And it was clear that none of them intended to back down. This wasn't an extermination, it was a competition. The 4 white-rank adventurers gathered here held this view for good reason. They weren't fools ignorant of the terror of dragons. Even though most dragons vanished 1,000 years ago with the end of the mythical era, their majesty still lived on in history. While each dragon varied, it was practically impossible for a single sword seeker to hunt a dragon alone. That's right. Normally, that is. The red dragon and white dragon, sealed beneath Cambria, were not your average dragons. Originally one, they had been split into 2, struck down by Arthur and sealed by Merlin after losing much of their power. They were once great dragons, but had lost their glory after falling underground. Everything about the red dragon and white dragon was already known, their characteristics, strategies, and even their weaknesses. Sealed for ages, they had weakened further. Was there anything more to say? 5 sword seekers would have no problem hunting them down. The important question was, who would land the final blow? The adventurers gathered here made their judgment. There might be some risk, but the reward was worth it. The dragon's skin, bones, blood, and heart were all precious, top-tier materials. Every adventurer knew the astounding artifacts crafted from dragon materials. Adventurers are people who weigh gold against danger. For them, this dragon hunt was an enticing opportunity. The guildmaster of the Central Guild understood this and took the hunting rights. He must have thought the benefits outweighed the risks. The royal guards were just a safety measure. The adventurers here should be enough for the hunt. That's probably what they're thinking. Merlin shrugged her shoulders. If things had gone as usual, it wouldn't be a wrong judgment. About 200 years ago, the red dragon and white dragon were resurrected again. This isn't the first time. Yeah, every couple of centuries, they slipped through the cracks of the seal. Perfect seals can't exist in this world. Anyway, each time, a few sword seekers hunted them easily, so they'll think this time will be the same. She perched on the conference table and crossed her legs. Of course, Merlin was only visible to Nijin, so to the other white rank adventurers, he seemed to be staring into empty air. But this time is different. Merlin lowered her head to look at Nijin. They've made 2 mistakes. She held up 2 fingers. First, they think a weakened dragon will emerge. This time is different. The seal will break completely. The dragons they'll face aren't the weakened ones but the dragons from the mythical era that Arthur and I fought. She folded one finger down, then wiggled the other. Second, they think that even if a fully revived dragon appears, they can still hunt it down. How naive of them, right? This misconception has persisted for 1,000 years. Merlin snickered in amusement. 1,000 years ago, when the dragons were struck down, Merlin was a 6th circle mage, and Arthur had reached the level of sword seeker. They believed that since Arthur and I managed to strike down 2 dragons by ourselves, many sword seekers could handle them easily. How laughable that was. She couldn't prove them wrong now that the dragons were sealed. Merlin sighed and propped her chin on her hand. If it were that easy, anyone could earn a star. The stars could only be earned by achieving great deeds. Rolling her first star in her palm, Merlin looked at Nijin. Her gaze wasn't that of someone watching the king she was meant to guide, but of a senior looking at a younger follower. It's your turn this time. Merlin's blue eyes locked with Nijin's dusk-colored gaze. It's your turn to prove yourself in your own way. 1,000 years ago, Arthur had cut off the dragon's wings and brought it down. How would Nijin bring down the dragon? How would he imprison them underground? Merlin's eyes gleamed with anticipation. The boy was like Arthur but different. Merlin was eager to see how the boy would answer in this hunt, and what kind of star he would earn. But that answer would have to wait a month. Just as Nijin could hear Merlin's monologue, some of Merlin's feelings flowed into Nijin too. Many things had changed when he reached the level of sword seeker. Feeling Merlin's faint emotions, Nijin grinned. You can look forward to it, Merlin. He thought back on Merlin's advice and laughed as he mulled it over. He already had some ideas of his own. After receiving the documents and information about the hunt from the Central Guild, Nijin left. Every staff member he passed bowed in greeting, a privilege of the white rank. In the City of Opportunities, Cambria, only achievements mattered. And the white rank adventurers had the highest achievements. So, that's why they call them the nobles of Cambria. Nijin thought this as he walked. The Empire's calculation for when the seal would break was a month away, and Merlin's estimate matched. So, that meant he had a month to prepare. What would he do for a month? He could take on small and large requests, but Nijin knew he was already under a glaring spotlight. Whatever he did would be scrutinized, and his intentions questioned. I've already received dozens of personal requests. He felt sorry to say, but he had no intention of accepting such transparent requests. Besides, he already had plans for the next month. Merlin. Yes, what is it? You said I'd go beyond the continent after catching the dragons, right? The battlefield of stars and the land of demons. That's right. Merlin nodded. There's no better place to build a reputation, achieve deeds, and earn stars. It's also where many heroes tread. The battlefield of stars and the land of demons. Nijin remembered the illusion Merlin had shown him before. The landscape had shaken his soul and once made him kneel. I wanted to test you. You know that, right? I didn't mean to scare you, well, maybe a little, but it was necessary. A strangely sullen voice. She still seemed concerned about when Nijin had jokingly said, "Didn't you do that too, Merlin," during their encounter with Gerd. Nijin chuckled. I know. It was a test, right? Exactly. Hearing Merlin's brightened voice, Nijin wanted to tease her more but held back. Anyway, I'll be heading there in 2 months at the latest. I'm thinking of checking it out beforehand. Now. Nijin nodded. I should fight something like a dragon to catch one, but there's nothing suitable inland. A creature similar to a dragon. One with a faint hint of dragon blood but without the same mystique, the wyvern. Nijin had already picked it as a training target. Wyverns are upper-tier monsters, so they'll be in the demon realm. So you're going to hunt them? I need to get a feel for it. I don't think I've fought anything that flies. After some thought, Merlin nodded. That's not a bad idea. And it'd be a good show for those curious about your movements. Nijin was aiming for that too. He wanted to show those watching him that he was testing the waters of the demon realm and planned to operate there later. It's not a bad idea, but... Merlin trailed off, seemingly troubled. It'll be shocking at first, you know. The wyverns? No, the outer land. Trying to explain, Merlin held back. It's easier to show you than tell you. So, are you heading there now? Sooner wouldn't hurt. Factoring in the travel time, a month was already a tight schedule. Nijin nodded and immediately hired a carriage. The edge of the continent. A carriage that would go directly to the border, known simply as the boundary. Beyond the continent, in the outland. Some called it the edge of the world, or the outside, and that wasn't incorrect. Most of the rules that applied to the world were distorted or broken here. The line between the living and the dead was blurred. Corpses not properly buried would begin to move on their own after a night and wander as the undead. Time did not flow consistently. Some places moved quickly, some slowly, and others were petrified and frozen. As a result, all seasons coexisted, or one repeated eternally. A place where rules and order were in disarray, and where stunning vistas mixed with wastelands. Thus, the constellations who had long left this world could intervene here in the outside. The demonic realm, home to demons and Nijin's destination, was also here. Some demons are on par with the constellations. Some even are constellations. After all, being a demon doesn't mean they can't be a constellation. Are they that powerful? The rulers of the demonic realm, known as demon kings, are. Baal, whom I incinerated, had at least 9 stars. After listening to Merlin's explanation for days, the carriage suddenly stopped. The driver refused to go further, dropped Nijin off, and turned back toward the continent. Left alone in the wilderness, Nijin blinked and surveyed his surroundings. A stable tavern named The Last Drink stood nearby. Is this your first time here? A man sipping alcohol outside the tavern asked Nijin. When he nodded, the man pointed in a direction. You'll get there in about an hour. With that, the man continued sipping his drink in silence. Nijin turned to look where he pointed. The landscape twisted endlessly, a wasteland stretching into the distance. Without a word, Nijin began walking. He walked for some time before he stopped and looked up at the sky. He had to stop. The sky was shattered. Cracks ran through the blue sky and stretched far into the distance. You're almost there. Merlin's voice prompted him, and Nijin resumed walking. But he soon had to stop again. A boundary had been drawn across the ground, splitting the world in two. No one knew who had drawn it, but it stretched into the distance like it divided the world. That was drawn by the first sword saint. Merlin smirked. He saw Arthur drawing the boundary of Camlan and decided to draw one himself. This is the result. A 1,000-year-old sword scar remained. It was hard to imagine how a sword could leave such a mark. Nijin studied the boundary for a moment, then took a deep breath. And stepped beyond the line. 1 step. 1 footfall. As Nijin stepped into the outland. His eyes widened as his heart pounded violently and his mana surged madly. His pupils were bloodshot, and his senses were on high alert. The air had reversed. The flow of mana had inverted. His senses screamed in agony. Then, he heard a crack. Nijin looked toward the sound. His skin was splitting. No, not just his skin. His body was slowly crumbling apart. Cover yourself with mana. Nijin quickly surrounded himself with mana, and the cracking stopped. You must always be shrouded in mana here, or adapt your body to it completely. You might last a few months without mana, thanks to Excalibur, so try it if you want. Not that I'd recommend it. While Merlin murmured, Nijin took a steady breath. He was taken aback. Just one step had broken his understanding of the world. That's just how things work here. Merlin stood next to Nijin with a bitter smile. You haven't seen anything yet. She pointed upward, prompting Nijin to raise his gaze. Not just the atmosphere but the entire landscape had changed. The scenery inside the boundary was nothing like what was beyond it. The desert and vegetation coexisted. Snowstorms raged alongside parched wastelands. But the most striking features were the weapons, regardless of distance, clearly visible. Giant swords embedded in the ground, broken spears, arrows, chains, and scythes, a chaotic array of weapons. Those are the symbols of the constellations. They're warnings, don't enter our territory. Explaining this, Merlin pointed upward again, as if to say, look at the sky before you inspect the rest. Nijin obliged. He raised his head and looked up. And he understood why Merlin had wanted him to look. The sky was shattered, like a broken window, with the cracks dyed black. Between the blue sky were patches of dark night, dotted with stars. Stars shining in various colors, and to Nijin, they looked like eyes. You're right. What? They are eyes. You're exactly right. Merlin shrugged and snapped her fingers. The barrier shrouding Nijin's soul was lifted, and he gasped as countless sensations hit him at once. He felt the gazes. It wasn't just one. He felt dozens, hundreds, thousands of gazes. The stars themselves watched him from the sky, each twinkling star representing a set of eyes. Hundreds of stars focused on Nijin. The Outland. Merlin spread her arms wide. Welcome to the land of these damn stars. An ancient constellation, one who held the second most stars after King Arthur, smiled bitterly. Hundreds of stars hung in the fractured sky. Nijin silently watched the stars that had divided the shattered sky into their own territories. The sky, like a broken window, with the mingling of daytime blue and the deep black of night, was eerie yet mysterious. Those stars adorned that sky. If Nijin had seen this view without knowing anything, he might have found it breathtaking. However, he could not purely appreciate this otherworldly sky because the stars felt like someone's eyes. Dozens, hundreds of eyes. Hundreds of gazes were fixed on him. These were nothing like the looks from city adventurers or passers-by. The gaze of these enormous beings conveyed a pressure, a sensation of being pierced. An unsettling feeling crept up Nijin's spine. Clench. Nijin bit the tip of his tongue, the sharp taste of blood swirling in his mouth. Only then did he calm his breathing and escape the confusion. He still felt those stares, but now he could bear them. It's only their gaze for now since we're near the boundary. Merlin spoke calmly. The deeper we go, the more they can do. They might write messages before your eyes, whisper in your ears, or lay trials upon you. Things like that. Near Camlin, they might even come up from the ground and wander around. Muttering this, Merlin glanced at Nijin. Her gaze was more composed than usual. You haven't forgotten what I told you, right? With everything you've said, I can't be sure what you're referring to. Be confident in yourself. Believe in yourself. Merlin pressed her fingertip against Nijin's heart. Even though what Nijin saw was just an illusion and her finger never actually touched his heart, he still felt a warmth. There are countless things you need to know, but the most important thing is this: establish your own principles and act on what you believe is right. Merlin shrugged. Don't let those constellations manipulate you. It's not that dangerous yet, though. Nijin slowly nodded. With the gaze of the stars upon him, he moved deeper into the outer land. A completely new stage, a world where everything he knew no longer applied. A world where everything was unfamiliar. You. Merlin's voice echoed in Nijin's ear. When he turned his head slightly, she was staring at him with a puzzled look. Why are you smiling? Nijin touched the corner of his mouth and let out a chuckle. Why was he smiling? There wasn't much of a reason. It's the same. What's the same? Merlin asked, and Nijin answered. It was just like when he first left the underground city. A new landscape, strange things, an endless place he had never seen. Nijin didn't mind this sense of expansion. Thud. Nijin stepped forward with force, leaving his mark in the outland. The outside, the outland. A place where stars watched from above, strange beings wandered around, and extraordinary events occurred daily, yet people still lived there. A nation built near the boundary. Demon hunters who hunted demons. The army and knights who stopped the monsters and demons from crossing the boundary into human lands. People of various backgrounds and factions. Where people could reach, and where people lived, they naturally gathered. After walking for a while, Nijin arrived at a tavern. It was a tavern, supply depot, inn, and guild. Nijin understood it as more of a base, solving every type of need under the guise of being just a tavern. Supplies piled high in the tavern were transported across the outland by coachmen. They're not horses, but monsters. Ordinary horses couldn't function here, so only improved breeds or monsters drew the carriages. Watching this, Nijin stepped into the tavern. Creak. As he pushed open the door, everyone inside turned to Nijin, as if to see who had entered. He looked back at them. A wide variety of people gathered in the tavern. Knights clad in armor. Mercenaries in light gear. Hunters pulling out tools to fix. Nijin met their gaze. Their initial scrutiny turned into curiosity since he was a new face to them. Who's this? A rookie? It's been a while. Maybe someone new to the ranks. To the Eastern Front? Man, that's a tough place. Could be a knight. Nah, can't be. No armor. Knights live for their armor crests. If not armor, at least greaves or shoulder guards. Ignoring Nijin, they chattered among themselves. Their voices droned on as he walked to the tavern keeper and handed him some gold coins. I want to hunt wyverns. Can you tell me where to go? The keeper quietly looked at Nijin, then took only 2 of the 5 coins and gave a brief reply. First time in the outland? Yes. Hunting wild wyverns is easy, but finding them is the hard part. If you're set on hunting wyverns, I could introduce you to a battlefield, but... The keeper scanned Nijin up and down. I can't recommend it. May I ask why? It's a dangerous place, especially for a rookie like you. If you come back dead, it'd ruin my mood, and those guys will curse me. He smirked bitterly, pointing behind Nijin. A group of men holding glasses walked up and set them down next to Nijin. Keeper, you were going to suggest the Hodgkin front, right? That's where the wyvern squad frequently appears. That's right. But he can't go there. He'll die for sure. Hey, rookie. I don't know what you've done inland, but starting on the battlefield isn't a good idea. You don't know the habits of the monsters here. It's not easy. Their advice was genuine, not territorial. Listening carefully, Nijin then pulled out a necklace from under his clothes and handed it to the keeper. A white rank badge. Recognizing the badge, the keeper narrowed his eyes. This badge indicated that Nijin was a powerful sword seeker and highly experienced. Suspecting something, the keeper frowned and questioned Nijin. Your name? Nijin. Upon hearing this, the keeper's eyes widened, and one of the men who had joined in the conversation slowly tilted his head. He muttered Nijin repeatedly before sighing. Nijin. The youngest sword seeker. Isn't Sir Karen the youngest sword seeker? You're slow on the news. That record was broken a few weeks ago. Read the papers. Broken? By how much? 18 years old. What? 18. The questioner fell silent. The men who had joined in the conversation, along with the tavern patrons sipping their drinks, turned their gaze to Nijin. Even if the outer land residents didn't care about news from the continent, the youngest sword seeker was an exception. It had been a major event that rocked the empire, drawing the interest of all warriors. The Hodgkin front. Can you introduce me? With an amused smile, the keeper brought out a few papers. So, you want to join our squad? The wyvern hunting squad at the Hodgkin front. The squad leader, Gillett Ginford, lit a cigarette as he studied the boy in front of him. Even though sword seekers maintained a youthful appearance, the boy still looked quite young. The youngest sword seeker, Nijin. The keeper's letter introduced this boy as the one who had stirred up the empire recently. So, he didn't just look young, he was young. What an honor. The empire's youngest sword seeker wants to join our squad. Why? I want to experience hunting wyverns. A clear reason. So, how many battles will you join? Nijin nodded, and Gillett burst into laughter. An oddball. Coming to the outer land just to hunt wyverns and immediately signing up for the army. I want to know how to bring down flying monsters, but there's nothing suitable inland. Nothing more thrilling than wyverns, that's for sure. He muttered that he liked the clear purpose and signaled Nijin to follow. If you're not staying with us for years, I can't teach you our techniques. You'll probably head back in about 10 days, right? Walking on, Gillett continued. This is a battlefield. It's not the place to teach or babysit a rookie. I'll show you, but don't expect any special help. He flicked away his spent cigarette and glanced back at Nijin. If you're in the way, I'll kick you out. He would only allow Nijin to stand on the battlefield with them, but nothing more. At that moment, bells rang through the front. The wyvern squad had appeared. Gillett clicked his tongue. Great timing. Let's go. The Demon King, ruler of demons. Where there is a ruler, there is an army. The wyvern unit was one such force. And wherever an army appeared, it was, naturally, on the battlefield. Clang, clang. Push forward. Crunch, crack. Aya. Push. Push them back. Left wing, incoming from the left wing. The clashing of spears and swords. The loud roars echoed everywhere. The place Nijin had reached with Gillett was nothing short of a battlefield. Soldiers maintained the front line, while knights roamed between them. Wyverns. The wyvern unit is here. There, Nijin also saw his target. Shadows draped over the ground, the wyverns flying high above, ridden by demons. This was the wyvern unit, their military force. Nijin glanced to his side. Alongside him stood the wyvern hunting squad, led by Gillett. They were guerrilla fighters focused exclusively on handling the wyvern unit. We're going. With a brief order, Gillett gestured. In response, some members planted large ballistae into the ground, while others dragged chains with a metallic clink. Stakes were attached to the ends of the chains. Nijin watched them carefully. After all, the reason he came was to learn how to hunt flying targets, and those who made a living hunting wyverns would make an excellent guide. Soon, the squad began moving one by one. Thwump. Nijin didn't focus on those starting to intercept with the ballistae. He focused instead on those with the chains. How would they hunt those flying targets in the distance without ranged weapons? Unless a sword master, one couldn't cut down a target dozens of meters away or bring down flying monsters. A swordsman who hadn't transcended could only cut where the sword and sword aura could reach. An insurmountable gap between them. The gulf between the sky and the ground. How could it be bridged? Clink. A soldier standing next to Gillett showed Nijin the answer. He grabbed the chain and ran across the battlefield, twirling it. Then, he kicked off the ground with a mighty leap and hurled the chain high into the sky. The stake flew swiftly and lodged itself into the wyvern's hide, and he shot upward using the chain's recoil. Wrapping the chain around him as he twisted in the air, the soldier ascended. He wasn't the only one. Every soldier twirled their chains and started running across the battlefield. The unit's mage focused not on the wyverns themselves, but on creating footholds for the soldiers to jump and leap from. Those manning the large ballistae anchored the chain-bound arrows into the cliffs. They set up a web, like a net. The soldiers began running along this web. Some dashed across the battlefield, while others raced across the chains firmly fixed to the cliffs. The only distinguishing feature among them was the stake and chain in their hands. "Hey, rookie." Nijin turned to see Gillett smirking at him, the commander of the wyvern hunting squad. He tossed a chain stake to Nijin. "If you can't unleash sword aura for dozens of meters, this chain stake is essential for hunting wyverns. You can borrow it." Gillett shrugged. "But it takes at least a month of practice just to twirl the chain, so it's not going to be dash." Before he could finish speaking, Nijin brushed past him. Gillett bitterly smirked, thinking, charging in with all that enthusiasm, huh? It won't be that easy. There was a reason the wyvern hunting squad existed. Handling chain stakes wasn't simple, and hitting a wyvern mid-flight was even harder. Only soldiers who spent years mastering chain stakes could join this squad. People said the youngest sword seeker had turned the empire on its head, but a battlefield demanded not talent, but skill and quick decisions. Just charging in won't cut it. Gillett was about to click his tongue when. Clink, twirl. Nijin began spinning the chain stake. Gillett narrowed his eyes at that moment. He stopped spinning his own chain and stared intently at Nijin. The grip on the chain, the holding technique, the spinning speed, and the stake's angle. The more he examined these elements, the more he squinted. Something felt off. This boy was on the battlefield for the first time and had just received a chain stake, right? So, what was that movement? Every action was precise. Refined. Not like a rookie. The boy looked like a veteran who'd spent years with the wyvern squad. Was Gillett imagining things? But that thought quickly disappeared. Thwack. Thwump. Nijin kicked off the ground and hurled the stake. It cut through the air and deeply pierced the wyvern's belly. Nijin then used the chain's recoil to shoot upward. In the air, he twisted his body and wrapped the chain around himself, accelerating. Every movement was flawless. Even to Gillett, the commander, there was nothing wrong. Heh. Gillett Reginfort let out a hollow chuckle. Is he out of his mind? Nijin pulled on the chain stake and thought to himself. The strategy was indeed effective. As expected of a squad that specialized in hunting wyverns, their tactics were perfect for this purpose. Wyverns, as creatures that shared some of the dragon's blood, had both high resistance and innate senses. They could detect the flow of mana and evade spells while airborne, making it difficult to hit them with magic. Large ballista arrows faced the same issue. They were tough to aim accurately and, even if they hit, couldn't inflict significant damage. Only a marksman of sword seeker caliber could land such shots, but they weren't common, so this wasn't a standard solution. So, their strategy is close combat using chain stakes. Whether running up the chains or jumping after them and throwing the stakes, they aimed to approach as close as possible to the wyverns before throwing. The target was the wyvern's unscaled underbelly or the wing membranes. Once the stake was embedded, they could use the chain's recoil to leap onto the wyvern's back. It was dangerous and required considerable skill. But once on top, with the wyvern within reach of their blades, it was then up to the warriors. Clench. Nijin wrapped the chain around himself and grabbed the stake buried in the wyvern's underbelly. He didn't need to watch the wyvern squad to know how to move next. His combat experience told him what to do. Nijin adjusted his posture, using the recoil of his body. Like a bat hanging from a cave ceiling, he gripped the stake with one hand while using both feet to step onto the wyvern's underbelly. The stance was precarious, but it didn't matter since he was about to stabilize. Holding the stake with one hand, he now needed to decide what to do with the other. Nijin was a swordsman, and there was only one thing swordsmen did. Thrust. He plunged his sword in reverse grip into the wyvern's underbelly. Unscaled, the wyvern's underbelly was pierced easily by the sword wrapped in sword aura. Blood spurted as the wyvern screamed. But the wound was shallow. The wyvern's hide was thick, and the sword was too short to reach the organs inside. It would take a long time to kill it this way, and holding on to a rampaging wyvern bleeding profusely was no easy task. It was also inefficient. With dozens of wyverns flying around, this would be endless. Nijin had no intention of getting bogged down in a battle of attrition. The sword was only used to keep his balance. Blood sprayed, and the wyvern began to thrash. Ignoring that, Nijin ran along the wyvern's underbelly. More accurately, he leaped repeatedly. Pulling the sword out, plunging it back in, and repeating, he climbed up the wyvern. Thump. He crossed the underbelly and stepped onto the scales. It was done. The scales were bumpy, and there was no longer a need to stab with the sword. Finding gaps in the scales, Nijin quickly ascended to the wyvern's back. Nijin locked eyes with the orc rider gripping the reins. The wide-eyed orc grabbed an axe from his back, but it was already too late. Slice. Nijin's sword flashed, and the orc's head rolled. Nijin kicked the corpse off the wyvern and exhaled. The rider was down, but the wyvern continued to thrash. Its underbelly had been stabbed, leaving it in a frenzy. Next. Nijin turned his gaze to the wyvern's scales. He could feel the resistance in the shiny scales that disrupted sword aura. Although most magical creatures had natural resistance, the wyvern's scales surpassed Nijin's expectations. It wasn't easy to inflict deep wounds with normal sword strikes. Nijin, who had mainly fought humans, didn't know how to handle such a large creature. But he didn't need to worry for long. There was a clue close by. He looked around and saw a soldier on another wyvern, wielding a blade. Nijin watched how that soldier used his weapon. They persistently dug into a corner, pried off the scales, and widened the wound before delivering a final blow to break the bones. Nijin silently observed and then adjusted his grip on his sword. Slash, slash, slash. The sword aura wrapped around the constellation gleamed brightly. A red line appeared from the wyvern's spine to its nape, and blood splashed out. The wyvern thrashed even more violently. It twisted its body to throw Nijin off, but... Clench. With his sword plunged into its back, Nijin ran down the wyvern. Scales fell off, and blood sprayed everywhere. As he twisted his sword, the wound widened, revealing the bones. Ah, so this is how it's done. Nijin swung his sword at the bones leading from the spine to the neck. With a slice, the bone was cut, and blood vessels were severed. The wyvern's movement abruptly halted. The wyvern dropped. Leaping off its back, Nijin twirled his chain stake. With the next target nearby, he didn't need to throw it far. With a solid grasp on things, Nijin began to rampage. Gillet Ginford, commander of the wyvern hunting squad, looked up at the sky in a daze. There stood a lone swordsman making his presence known. The wyvern's scream echoed across the battlefield. Its anguished cries and the blood sprayed everywhere. A single soldier who brought down even one wyvern was praised, but that swordsman had already downed 3 and was still moving toward a new target. Who the hell is this kid? Nijin, the youngest sword seeker. Despite slaying 3 wyverns, the boy wasn't worn out but was moving even faster. He hurled the chain stake and climbed onto the wyvern's back, quickly butchering it. As if he had gotten the hang of it. He slashed through a wing and ran along the spine to sever the wyvern's neck. The first time, he cut the spine, but from the 3rd wyvern on, he started cutting through the neck in one blow. That's not something you can cut easily. Even as a sword seeker, it was tough to slice through the wyvern's scales and sever its neck in one blow. Though Gillet was also a sword seeker, he couldn't always cut through the wyvern's neck unless he got very lucky. A sword would have to land precisely between the scales. The state of the sword aura also had to be perfect. Watching this boy make such a difficult task seem so effortless, Gillet chuckled dryly. He felt something from Nijin, a feeling only a soldier like Gillet who had spent years on the battlefield could recognize. From living on the battlefield. After staying on the battlefield long enough, you occasionally see someone like him. Those who possess something beyond talent, with an innate sense for combat itself. They instinctively make the best move in every situation. Without ever being taught, they intuitively choose the right answer. They leap over the skills and judgment that ordinary people hone for years with a single gut feeling. Most survivors on the battlefield were like that, and Gillet knew a few of them. With a bitter smile, he muttered. It makes the rest of us look like fools. Difficult to learn. I'll kick you out if you're a nuisance. Those warnings turned out to be completely useless. Then again, he was a peerless genius who had broken the record of the monstrous sword saint. An extraordinary figure had appeared. Thinking this, Gillett looked up at the sky. By now, the Wyvern unit was retreating. You did well. After returning to the barracks following the battle, Nijin found himself facing Gillett. Looking somewhat sheepish, Gillett rubbed the back of his neck before extending his hand. Thanks to you, we suffered fewer casualties, and the Wyvern unit retreated faster than usual, which greatly helped us maintain the front line. We owe it to you. Nijin took Gillett's outstretched hand. After a firm handshake, Gillett smiled bitterly. You fought brilliantly, despite not being taught any of this. You're the only one who's ever brought down 5 wyverns in a single battle. The soldiers were dumbfounded. Nijin had chased after the retreating wyvern unit, bringing down one more wyvern. The soldiers had burst out laughing at the sight of the wyverns fleeing. How long did you say you'll stay? About 10 days. 10 days, right. To be honest, I wish I could recruit you into our army somehow, but if the sword masters couldn't take you, there's no way we'd be able to. Gillett shrugged. I'm Gillett Reginfort. I'll be counting on you for the next 10 days. Nijin. I'll be in your care. Gillett's gaze toward Nijin had become friendly. Nijin had proven his worth in battle, and from a commander's perspective, a competent soldier was always welcome. Even if Nijin were just a mercenary temporarily staying on the battlefield, that fact didn't change. Though an outsider, Nijin was recognized as part of the wyvern hunting squad for those 10 days. The soldiers treated him warmly, and whenever they had spare time, they taught him various tricks with the chain stakes. Grab the chain in the middle like this. You don't have to plant the stake. Just wrap it like this. Like this? Seeing Nijin quickly pick up techniques after just a few demonstrations, some widened their eyes, while others chuckled in disbelief. Nijin repaid them by applying the skills he learned directly on the battlefield. Time passed that way. Gradually accustomed to the battlefield after spending several days there, Nijin spoke to Merlin. Surprisingly, there's not much of a difference here. When he first set foot in the Outland, it had felt like a chaotic land where all manner of monsters roamed. However, after spending some time here, it didn't seem much different from the outside. Of course, that didn't count the constant gaze of the constellations and the fact that battlefields surrounded him everywhere. We're on the outskirts. Merlin briefly answered his murmuring. If you go a little deeper, you'll see a world of difference. But it's better not to head in there yet. You're not ready for that place without a star. Let's get a feel for it here and then head back. Merlin's muttering didn't fully register with Nijin. After all, hunting the supposedly notorious wyvern unit wasn't too difficult, and he hadn't encountered any particularly formidable foes despite the outer land's fearsome reputation. Well, that's just because you're lucky. Merlin sighed at Nijin's thoughts. Variables always strike out of nowhere. And her grim prophecy came true. On the 7th day on the battlefield, Nijin immediately sensed something was off. The enemy troops and the number of wyverns felt different. Their numbers were fewer. Only the bare minimum appeared on the battlefield. It didn't take long for the soldiers to understand why. The enemy's forces were barely a tenth of their usual strength, yet they seemed brimming with confidence rather than fear. The reason was clear. Among them was someone who made up for their lack of numbers, a single entity who surpassed the entire army. A woman appeared in the midst of the scattered wyvern unit. Long, flowing red hair. Burning crimson eyes. Not on a wyvern but floating in the air atop a staff. Behind her floated 7 crimson circles. When the soldiers realized these were the rings or circles the mages spoke of, chaos ensued. Retreat. Retreat. Fall back. Mage units, to your positions. Arg. Summon Sir Kirchhoff. Signal him immediately. Get him here. A witch. The witch has appeared. The battlefield was thrown into chaos. Commanders ordered a retreat, and soldiers and knights began to fall back, forgetting to maintain their ranks. They had to. This woman was a nightmare etched into the soldiers' memories. One who had allied with demons and joined the Demon King's army, just to burn humans. The demons called her Flicker. Humankind called her the Witch. The Flickering Witch. Merlin's voice echoed in Nijin's ear. The Flickering Witch, Ermina. The battlefield was overturned the moment the witch appeared. She alone ruled the battlefield, bending the flow to her will. As the troops retreated, Nijin saw it. Whoosh. Behind the witch, the 7 circles ignited. The flaming circles spun like rings of fire, illuminating the sky in crimson. As the rings, wrapped in flame, turned the sky red, the witch gestured. Flames flickered from her fingertips. A 7th circle spell, Fire Demon. A massive blaze swallowed the battlefield. The fire didn't spare friend or foe, reducing everything to ashes. Dozens of humans and monsters alike turned to cinders in an instant. Ash fluttered. The heat made the scenery shimmer. Among the chaos, the witch and Nijin locked eyes. The witch's crimson whirlpool of eyes met Nijin's dust-colored gaze. Well, shit. Standing beside Nijin, Gillet gritted his teeth. Looks like I'll be retiring after 20 years. Witches, a race born from the mystical. They appear no different from ordinary humans at first glance, but there was a reason they were classified as a special species known as witches. Although resembling humans, witches were fundamentally different. However, they were not initially referred to as witches. A race beloved by magic. Born from the mystical, the essence of mystery itself. A race granted the right to perform miracles by the world itself. These were phrases used to describe them until a witch embodying the apocalypse appeared. Reflecting on the words Merlin once muttered, Nijin looked up at the sky. There she was, the witch. Her red hair reminiscent of flames. Her red eyes. Her pale skin marred by soot. The woman, evoking flames and seated on her staff, floated in the sky, expressionlessly burning people alive. The heat generated by the flames. The shimmering heat haze. The remnants of people turned to ash. All of it felt as if it were part of the witch. Would this be what humans looked like if they were made of fire? Such a thought flickered through Nijin's mind. Run. A cold voice. Merlin's chilling voice echoed in Nijin's ears. Glancing sideways, he saw Merlin looking sternly at the sky. She's not an enemy you can handle. Run. Don't even look back. Hurry. There are those whose voices grow colder and more composed the more urgent the situation. Merlin was one of those people, and right now, her voice carried the lowest temperature Nijin had ever heard. Flickering Witch, Ermina. A witch who had reached the 8th circle, the realm of the Archmage, 1,000 years ago. I thought I had destroyed all the circles and stars back then. Merlin clicked her tongue. As expected, those loved by magic found a way. It's the worst. Run fast. There should still be time before her next spell. Nijin slowly nodded. He knew Merlin wasn't someone who reacted this way without reason. He trusted Merlin, and trusting her, he quickly made a decision. Thud. Nijin promptly turned his head and prepared to flee, joining the retreating soldiers. Just as he was about to step forward, he glanced sideways. Silently standing there was Gillet. He hadn't moved an inch and was still looking up at the sky. Sir Gillet. Ah, rookie. Aren't you going? The order was to retreat. I would like to, but... Gillet grimaced. Someone has to stay behind to buy time. If we leave as it is, it's an annihilation. I know what that's like, I've been through it a few times. Gillet Reginfort. As a soldier who had lived on the battlefield for many years, he knew exactly what he had to do. He had been in similar situations often, watching how his superiors or seniors acted. It's my turn now, isn't it? Just as his seniors and superiors had done before. Now it was his turn. It was just that simple. Damn, looks like I'm retiring today. Gillet sighed deeply and roughly ran his fingers through his hair. Listen. Gillet shouted. Not to Nijin, but to the wyvern hunting squad following his command. As he whipped out his chain with a swish, he announced. From now on, our squad will distract the flickering witch, Ermina. Do not approach her. Forget about intercepting. Focus solely on distracting her and buying time. They couldn't win against such an asymmetric power. So, at the very least, drag it out. Allow our allies to retreat and call for reinforcements while you hold the witch's attention. Until Sir Kirchhoff steps onto the battlefield, our squad will hold her off. Given the enemy had brought out asymmetric forces, someone had to buy time until allied asymmetric forces arrived on the battlefield. That role had fallen to their squad, as Gillett declared. The soldiers of the wyvern hunting squad, resolute in their expressions, stood firmly beside Gillett. As they brandished their famed chain spikes, Gillett motioned to Nijin. "Hey, rookie." Gillett held a cigarette between his fingers. No need to light it, the surrounding ash was enough to ignite it as he brought the cigarette to its end. As he smoked, he turned to Nijin. "Go on. You've worked hard these past 7 days." He gave a wry smile. Nijin was just a mercenary who had come to aid, he had no duty or obligation to risk his life on this battlefield. Thus, Gillett waved his hand, urging him to escape. Nijin remained silent. "Hurry." Merlin's urging, the roaring flames. And Gillett at the forefront with soldiers prepared to die. In contrast, soldiers fleeing, echoing screams, and voices continuously calling for retreat. Retreat, retreat. Hurry. Run away. Caught in that flow, Nijin was pushed forward. He had not yet reached the transcendent realm. On the battlefield, Nijin was just an individual swept along by a vast current. Unlike the witch floating in the sky, Nijin, unlike the witch, could neither dominate the battlefield nor wield a formidable presence like hers. The youngest sword seeker. A great achievement, but on the battlefield, Nijin was nothing more than a remarkable soldier. That was the difference between a sword seeker and a master who had reached transcendence. "I know." Boom, Nijin stepped forward. Maintaining his balance among the retreating soldiers, he stood firm, not allowing himself to be swept away by the current. "I know it's right to run, that I'm no match for her, that it's a fight I can't win." He knew all this, yet. If you ask whether I'll run because of that, I cannot easily voice my answer. Do I always flee when faced with a formidable foe? Do I run and retreat because there's no chance of victory until I reach the Sword Master's realm? No, that's not it. That would be meaningless. Who would call such a person a hero? The great hero Arthur never fled in any battlefield. Arthur always struggled, resisted, and despite being utterly destroyed, he ultimately won. That's why Arthur was called a great hero. Nijin wanted to be such a hero, not an ordinary human who seeks to survive by running away. Merlin no longer shouted for Nijin to flee. His monologue, his emotions, had reached her. As she fell silent, Nijin thought to himself. "Merlin. Speak. What if I jump in, assuming I can just buy some time? I know I can't beat the witch. But this isn't a duel, it's a war. Defeating the opponent isn't the only way to win." Sigh. Merlin sighed deeply. "Honestly, I don't recommend it. It's too dangerous. Do you understand? You could die. You're facing a witch, one who has lived since the era I was active." "I understand." "You understand, yet you still want to fight?" Nijin's silence affirmed his intent. Merlin, as if driven mad, brushed her hair back. Somehow, this situation felt familiar to her. "Arthur and you, neither of you know the value of life." "Well, then." She didn't finish her thought. Having vented enough, she composed herself and looked at Nijin with a settled gaze, saying, "The choice is yours. Whatever you decide, finding the best path forward is my responsibility. Go ahead and do what you want." Merlin chuckled. "I'll help ensure you don't die." "Thank you. If you're grateful, do well, at least." Grumbling, Merlin began to explain how to confront a witch. Advice from the Archmage who had shattered countless witches' circles and unraveled their mysteries. Nijin listened intently to her voice as he raised his foot, which he had planted firmly on the ground. The flow created by the retreating soldiers. Against that current, Nejin took a step towards where the witch was. Though not yet strong enough to reverse the flow, he was at least able to resist it as if to say so. Gillet Reginfort. A veteran soldier who had survived decades on the battlefield and had reached the level of a sword seeker. He was aware that the commanders of the Wyvern Hunting Squad, often known as the Chain Squad, typically met grim ends. It was inevitable. The Chain Squad was comprised of elite soldiers used as a rapid response force. And, as is typical for such units, the squad was tasked with immediately responding to unexpected situations. Just like now. Gillet puffed on his cigarette, contorting his expression. Never gets old, really. A sword seeker is undeniably a formidable figure. However, staying in this accursed outland teaches you that a sword seeker is nothing particularly special compared to the ancient heroes, monstrous beings, and constellations that roam this place. Legendary figures from mythical times. And creatures that appear as if plucked from legends. This outland is such a place. Just consider the witch currently hovering in the sky. Isn't she proof that sword seekers are merely small figures before such colossal entities? Yet even small beings can. Whoosh. Draw the attention of these monstrous figures. Gillet knew this to be true. Now. The moment the flickering witch, Ermina, was about to unleash another spell. Led by Gillet, the chain squad flung their chains towards the sky. Anchoring their chains on the battlefield's wall, they began to propel themselves upwards. The witch frowned and waved her hand lightly. Flames followed her gesture, melting the chains and engulfing the airborne soldiers. While some turned to black ash and fell, others managed to launch themselves up successfully. They had forced the witch to waste a move. Considering that each of her gestures could sweep away dozens, if not hundreds of soldiers, this was not a bad trade. Gillet had to think this way, such considerations were necessary to endure on the battlefield. Swirl, and Gillet twirled his chain. He wasn't about to ask his subordinates to sacrifice themselves without doing the same. He, too, was prepared to die. Weaving through the air and drawing the witch's attention, his troops did the same. A single mistake could mean death. Even without mistakes, death was imminent. If so, they might as well struggle as much as they could. A massive wave of fire swept over the cliff. The wall melted down and softened like heated mud. Narrowly avoiding the flames, Gillet chuckled. After all, wasn't she a monstrous mage? A monster is matched by a monster. If Sir Kirchhoff arrives. If that monstrous man reaches the battlefield, then the tide will turn again. Until then, he would continue to struggle. With that thought, Gillet sprinted off the cliff. Whoosh! Each wave of intense heat that swept the area brought down more soldiers who had dared to ascend. To hold the witch's attention for just a few more seconds, a soldier's life had to be sacrificed. Gillet kicked off the wall. He kicked and kicked again. But even he had an end. As Gillet ran along his chain, he suddenly met the witch's gaze. She was looking right at him. Those ominous red eyes met his, and Gillet sensed his impending death. Fifth circle spell, Scorching Ray. Red flames surrounded the witch. Concentrated beams of heat shot forth. It wasn't just one beam. The number of circles she commanded indicated how many spells she could cast simultaneously. Screeching. 7 beams targeted Gillet. There was no escape. Evasion was impossible. As the beams rapidly closed in, the moment he sensed his death was upon him. Bang, he heard. It wasn't something exploding behind him, rather, someone had kicked off the wall and was rushing towards him. Something was coming from behind faster than the searing beams. And then, a flash. Gillet saw a light streak past him. It was a constellation of white and gold. Why was a constellation, which should be in the sky, right in front of him? Belatedly, Gillet realized it was someone's sword aura, someone who had grabbed him by the neck and swung their sword. Screeching intensified. The sword aura collided with the beams. Sparks flew, and fragments of the sword aura scattered around. As he was flung backward by the neck, Gillet finally saw the owner of the sword aura. The youngest sword seeker, Nejin. He had returned to the battlefield after being swept away with the retreating troops. Clenching his teeth, Nijin swung his sword mightily. He managed to deflect 3 of the 7 beams and quickly moved out of position. Screech! The remaining 4 beams pierced through where Nijin had just stood. The wall melted down, forming a large hole, and Nijin landed smoothly on the ground. You! As Gillet landed and turned to look at Nijin, he almost asked why he had returned. But before he could, Nijin spoke. That Kirchhoff person. A brief mention he had overheard. A powerful ally who could turn the tide of the battle. Referencing the context of an allied reinforcement, Nijin asked. When will he arrive? I think we need to know how long we need to hold out. About 15 minutes at most. 15 minutes, I see. Nijin took a deep breath. He raised his head to look at the witch. Meeting her gaze, Nijin smirked. Let's give it a try. At that moment, the witch pointed at Nijin. 7 circles glowed simultaneously, turning the sky red. There was no time for a lengthy discussion. Gillet and Nijin dispersed. The flickering witch, Ermina. Little was known about the witch from the mythic era who had lived for at least 1,000 years. It was known she had devoted herself to the Demon King's army. Her life's purpose was to incinerate humanity. And, that she was a 7th circle mage. Generally, a 7th circle mage was considered infinitely close to transcendence but had not achieved it. The gap between those who had transcended and those who had not was significant and could not be ignored. However, no one, not even those who had transcended, referred to Ermina, the flickering witch, as a mere mortal who hadn't transcended. The constellations that fell into her hands testified to her strength. I've already experienced transcendence as a mage. I might have shattered all the circles, but that doesn't mean I've forgotten how to handle magic and knowledge. Whatever method she used to restore her circles was unknown, Merlin sighed deeply. What you see before you is a transcendent. Merlin asserted. 8th circle, unable to wield the transcended magic, but undoubtedly a transcendent, no different from a sword master. And, a transcended which is annoyingly troublesome. Remember? Witches are a race of cheaters. She pointed to the sky. There were 7 circles in the sky, and the flames they created as they rotated dyed the sky red. Experience it now. After all, it's the battlefield you must stand on someday. The witch gestured. Her pale fingers slashed through the air. While ordinary human gestures merely cut through the air in front of them, those of a transcendent could slice through the landscape. 7th circle spell, Fire Demon. The witch merely gestured lightly as if swatting away annoying insects, but the flames that rippled from her fingertips seemed slightly different. Flames surged. Flames undulated. The crimson flames swept across the battlefield. Even a 5th circle spell was called a siege spell, but what should one call the spells above that? Nijin could finally satisfy his curiosity at this moment. Crazy. A wave of fire tens of meters high was rolling toward him. Fortunately, the flames did not target the retreating soldiers, but unfortunately, they were aimed precisely at Nijin. Boom! Nijin kicked off the ground and ran. The wave of flames chased after Nijin as if it were alive. The ground burned. Rocks melted. Where the flames passed, not even soot remained. They either burned to ash or melted away without a trace. To be caught was to die. To touch it meant even body reinforcement would melt away. Nijin was certain of this. Thus, Nijin kicked off a wall and sprinted with all his might. Fire Demon was a spell meant to sweep over a wide area, and if he sprinted with all his power, he could escape its range. That's just a blade spell. But of course. It's coming. Get ready. The witch couldn't possibly be unaware of this fact. Nijin clenched his sword tightly as he ran. He felt it not with his sight but with his senses, the swirling mana above his head. 5th circle spell, Scorching Ray. 4th circle spell, Fireball. It wasn't just one spell. 2 spells were cast simultaneously. 7 scorching rays and 7 fireballs were fired at Nijin. As he kicked off the wall and ran, he swung his sword without even looking. As Nijin reached the pinnacle of the Sword Seeker's realm, his senses sharpened further, and he could sense where the swirling mana would head, even without using his eyes. Ki-ing. The scorching ray trying to pierce Nijin's skull was blocked by his sword. The ray split into two, passing by either side of Nijin. Seeing the melted cliffs, Nijin clicked his tongue. Just a scratch, and it's a goner. And there were 7 of those scorching rays. He had only managed to deflect one so far. Feeling the clinging scorching rays, Nijin clicked his tongue again. However, it wasn't just the heat rays he needed to block. Quaang. As Nijin kicked off the ground, a fireball impacted where he had just been standing. The 3-meter diameter fireball created a crater at its impact site, and the explosion sent rocks flying in all directions. And the fireball didn't stop at one. Fireballs targeted where Nijin stood, where he could step, where he could flee to, all at the same time. Any hesitation or vulnerability would result in the chasing scorching rays piercing his body. And if he were to leap far in his escape? If he were to kick off a cliff and step on the ground? Then he would simply be swallowed up by the 7th circle spell fire demon waiting below. Is this how mages fight? Laying out a net all around, reducing the space to step, driving into a corner. Truly, it's exasperating. Eventually, it comes down to a choice. Nijin gritted his teeth. No space to step. No place to flee. Then, just make one. Bang. Nijin kicked off the ground and charged forward. Without thinking of dodging, he thrust his body into the path of the fireball. Quaang. With a loud noise, the fireball impacted Nijin. Dust and dirt rose with the flames, but soon, cutting through the dust, Nijin emerged. He had swung his sword at the moment of impact, minimizing the damage and escaping. He was not unscathed, of course. His body bore soot, and the palm holding his sword had melted and stuck to the hilt. He had simply made a choice. To minimize damage and find a way to survive. Brushing aside the flames, Nijin gasped for breath, his eyes wide open. Blood rushed through his veins. His body accelerated beyond its limits. Sliding down the cliff, he swung his sword. His sword, wrapped in constellations, flashed brilliantly. Drawing a white trajectory, it sliced through the fireball and split the scorching ray. Kicking off the wall and charging forward, Nijin countered each of the witch's spells one by one. At a glance, it seemed like he was holding his own against the witch. Nijin sensed it as he swung his sword. Somehow, the witch's gaze had started to follow him. She no longer saw him as just an annoying insect, but as a being to be pierced through and killed. Thud. The witch's hands, which had been dealing with Nijin and a troop of chains, came to a halt. A moment of silence. It lasted only a second in time. When time moved again, it was when the witch's hands crossed. Her left and right hands collided. Snap, went the clap. The sound that broke the silence was the moment that rang in Nijin's ears. The swirling fire demon, the chasing spells, all of it scattered in that instant. But that did not mean they were gone. Just more efficiently utilized. The dispersed flames were split, divided, and disassembled, then reassembled. All of this happened in less than a second. If a mage had been there to witness this scene, they would have doubted their own eyes. A spell already cast. Now, that which was disassembling and reconstructing it into a completely new spell. Magically impossible, defying rules, and mocking common sense. This was an impossible feat even for the Archmage of the Empire, Cypria Gachevskia. Yet, a being called a witch was effortlessly performing it. Because they are a race beloved by magic. Because they have been granted the right to break the laws by the world itself. A spell reconstructed in less than a second. A 7th circle spell split into 7 branches, then those split branches into 7 more, and those 7 into yet another 7. Hundreds, thousands of flame arrows. At that moment, faced with a vista filled with arrows wrought from fire, Nijin couldn't help but chuckle. What it meant to receive the witch's attention, to be recognized as an enemy by her, Nijin fully realized. Immediately. Thousands of arrows were fired at Nijin. There was no place to dodge. Surrounded on all sides by arrows, there was no escape. If that was the case, there was only one option left for Nijin. Nijin's eyes widened. Veins bulged in his eyes as his vision expanded. Holding his sword, Nijin swung it repeatedly. There was no way to dodge, no means to block, so he struck as many as he could. That was the method Nijin chose. With each swing of his sword, about a dozen arrows were split. Each individual arrow, fragmented again and again from the spell, was not very powerful. The problem was their number. He might have sliced through a dozen arrows with one swing. Pack. 3 missed arrows struck Nijin's body. His skin burned. The searing pain shook his brain, yet Nijin clenched his teeth and continued to swing his sword. He kept cutting down the arrows, but those he couldn't cut through pierced his body. There were over 1,000 arrows. It wasn't just about slicing through the arrows, it felt like he was swinging his sword in front of a massive wave. In front of a wave, a mere human is powerless. Powerless, but not willing to be swept away by the wave. Swinging his sword, Nijin constantly thought, adjusted the trajectory of his sword, and sought quicker and more concise movements. Screech, and thunk. Countless arrows were cut down, and countless arrows embedded in Nijin's body. Protecting only his vitals, Nijin swung his sword again and again. As if determined to cut through the wave itself, Nijin did not retreat. Faster, more concise. How much time had passed? A second? 10 seconds? It was indeterminable. All Nijin did was focus on swinging his sword. He thought he had minimized his movements to their limit, but there was still room to pare them down further. Everything that could be reduced, was reduced. Thus, he swung his sword once more. Each time he swung his sword, the scattered constellations lingered like afterimages, and around Nijin, it seemed as if stars surrounded him. And then, screech. Nijin swung his sword broadly. The final wave split apart, and Nijin's vision cleared. He gasped for breath, the breath he had been holding back. He had withstood 1,000 flame arrows. Huff, huff. Of course, he was not unscathed. Dozens of arrows were lodged in his body. In his arms, legs, shoulders, collarbones, abdomen, ribs. He had avoided the vitals, but he looked no different from a porcupine. Skin melted. Flesh full of soot. Yet his eyes remained clear. Nijin looked up at the sky. For the first time since the battle began, a change came over the witch's expression. With a frown, she watched Nijin. You. For the first time, the witch spoke. What exactly are you? Ermina glared at Nijin. Displeasure, contempt, and irritation swirled in her red eyes. Receiving her gaze, Nijin smirked. You're finally showing some interest. A bug to be swept away. That was how the witch had regarded him, but now, she was addressing him directly. At this, Nijin chuckled. You're crazy. It's a world full of crazy people, but you're in a league of your own. Strange. I'm sure I've never seen a human like you before. Ermina's frown deepened. It feels familiar. What are you? Do you know me? I know you, crazy woman. Nijin didn't respond, but Merlin did. Standing by Nijin's side, Merlin curled her lips up and chuckled. I crushed your circles into fine dust just the other day, how did you crawl back up? As always, living off your talent. Merlin raised her finger. Pointing from Ermina's shoulder to her calf, highlighting scars connected by past injuries, she muttered. I should have pierced your heart back then. Her finger indicated the spot. Nijin stomped the ground powerfully as he swung his sword. Naturally, the sword's reach wouldn't touch the witch floating in the sky. But Nijin had seen it. The swords of sword masters that could cut distant targets without a sword aura. He had seen Karen's sword, Yuel's sword, and Gerd's sword. Picturing their movements in his mind, Nijin swung his sword. Normally, it was not something that could be imitated by mimicry, movements that could not be followed. But now, immersed in his sword, having swung it again and again until his senses were razor-sharp, Nijin could mimic those movements, albeit slightly. SSSK. From Ermina's shoulder to her calf, a thin line traced the 1,000-year-old scars Merlin had inflicted. Of course, the force was minimal, no more than a slight graze from the tip of the sword, and even that was blocked by the flames swirling around the witch. Compared to a sword master, it was a trivial strike. Yet, unmistakably, Nijin's sword had reached the witch. Ermina touched her shoulder where the scar was. A scar engraved by a monstrous mage a millennium ago. Looking at the swordsman who had followed the path of the scar with his swing, Ermina opened her mouth. Ahaha! A smile formed at her lips. The witch burst into laughter. It was a mad cackle. Ermina stroked her face as she laughed crazily. You! Then, thunk! Suddenly, the laughter stopped. You won't die a pretty death. The scar on her body. It was Ermina's critical weakness, and no human who had touched it had survived. Ermina snapped her fingers. Behind her, the eighth circle ascended. The eighth circle. A symbol akin to that of an archmage. The eighth circle that rose behind Ermina was charred, cracked, and some parts were completely split. Essentially, it was a defective circle that could no longer function as one. 1,000 years ago, it had been shattered by Merlin. Despite the passage of a millennium, Ermina had not been able to restore the eighth circle. Merlin had twisted Ermina's essence and trampled her mystique to ruins. Therefore, Ermina could never be complete. She had to retain her imperfection. She could not reach ascension. She would never touch transcendence again. Yet, she was an archmage who had already experienced transcendence, and despite losing everything, she had started from scratch and approached transcendence once more. Thus, she knew how to mimic transcendence. Stars twinkled in the sky. It was Ermina's star. Originally, of the 5 stars she possessed, 4 had been shattered by Merlin. Only 1 star remained. That 1 star illuminated Ermina's 8th circle. This was the solution Ermina had found. The shattered parts, the cracked sections, were replaced by starlight. Thus, her lost 8th circle functionally returned, albeit temporarily. I don't know who you are or what you do. Ermina's red eyes swirled. I'll burn your soul and all, you insolent brat. 8th circle spell, fluctuation. The sky churned. A massive torrent of mana swirled around her. Even the starlight seemed to burn in the witch's flames targeting Nijin. And then, Nijin. 15 minutes. Curled the corners of his mouth upwards. At the same time, the scenery split in half as someone intervened in the battlefield. Beyond the world, Outland, 7. 8th circle spell, fluctuation. 8 fiery rings rotated fiercely. The sparks from the friction of the rings turned into fireworks, painting the sky red. From the moment the witch gestured, the sky was no longer blue or black. Only red. A harsh, unrelenting red filled the sky. The sky, dyed blood red and seeming ready to melt at any moment, made Nijin chuckle. Merlin was right. This was not an enemy he could face right now. How should he confront it? How should he defend against it? How should he evade it? Nothing came to mind. Even with the ability to foresee a short future, he couldn't think of a way. Even pulling out Excalibur wouldn't change the situation. Before the flames that could burn both heaven and earth, Nijin was powerless. This is transcendence. This is a witch. The witch standing alone under the red sky. Facing a transcendent who stood in a realm he could never reach at this moment, Nijin laughed. It wasn't a laugh of madness or hysteria. It was a sneer. A derisive laugh. Is this the realm you reached after carving away 1,000 years? Did 1,000 years place you in that position? Yes, I acknowledge it. You are overwhelming. Right now, I can't see any way to reach you. But you're not much. That's just for now. Don't think your 1,000 years will last forever. It only took 18 years to hold your 1,000 years for 15 minutes. Yes, that's it. Merlin's laughter. And the sound of someone kicking off the ground. Listening to that sound, Nijin smiled. Nijin had lost to the witch. His sword had not touched her, nor had he made her shed a drop of blood. It was a complete defeat, but it was not meaningless. 15 minutes. The time promised to Gillett. During that time, Nijin had drawn the witch's attention, endured her gestures, and ultimately bought time. The time Nijin bought was not in vain. Screech. Someone who would give meaning to that time appeared on the battlefield. With a quiet slicing sound, a line was drawn between Nijin and the witch. A single line, along which a storm surged, pushing away the heat. Then, thud. Someone stepped into the battlefield between Nijin and the witch. The step was light, but the presence was heavy. The moment the man appeared, the tilted scales balanced instantly. Sword Master of the Forgotten Kingdom, Kirchhoff. To face a transcendent, one must be a transcendent. A superhuman who reached transcendence with a single sword had arrived on the battlefield. 300 years ago, a country was destroyed by a fallen star. The destruction was silent, and the very existence of that country faded from people's memories. Such was the power of the star involved in the destruction. Oblivion and erasure. A star with such powers destroyed a nation, wishing for its existence to vanish without a trace from the world. Normally, that wish would have been fulfilled. Memory, evidence, and trace. All should have disappeared. However, the star's wish was only half fulfilled. The world forgot that the country had existed, but evidence of its existence did not vanish from history. Thus, the world remembered the country's existence through records and history. The forgotten country's name was Londonelle. The forgotten kingdom, Londonelle. The records of Londonelle were not completely erased because they were not regarded as mere fiction. This was all due to the existence of one man. Sword Master of the Forgotten Kingdom, Kirchhoff. The sole survivor of Londonelle and the living proof that Londonelle had existed. A sword master who, by wielding his sword, informed the world of that fact. It's been a while, witch. Kirchhoff, who intervened in the battlefield, curled his lips into a smile. Nijin, seeing the back of the man who appeared before him, instinctively realized that this was the Kirchhoff Gillett had mentioned. Kirchhoff. Ermina, the flickering witch, frowned. She wrinkled her face and spat out the words. Get lost. My business is not with you but with that insolent brat standing behind you. I don't want to meddle in a fight, but, well, that's what battlefields are for, isn't it? Kirchhoff raised his sword. His eyes narrowed for a moment. And I always have business with you, Ermina. You know that, don't you? The witch said no more. Clicking her tongue, she snapped her fingers. As her middle and thumb collided with a snap, the red sky fell. Fluctuation, the flame that extinguishes starlight. Only then did Nijin realize that the sky wasn't simply dyed red, the flames had covered the sky. The sight of flames falling from the sky was both mysterious and grotesque. A rough welcome. Under the falling sky. Kirchhoff merely raised his sword. As he steadied his stance, he turned to look back. Hey, boy. Yes. Save your thanks for later. Run. I can't fight while protecting you. Well, I'd like to, but... Nijin gave a bitter laugh. My body won't move, unfortunately. He had pushed his body beyond its limits. His body had reached its limit long ago, and with numerous flame arrows embedded in him, even moving a finger was a struggle. Seems like you won't need to worry about that. Kirchhoff smiled. Nijin soon understood the meaning of that smile. With a clinking sound, a chain flew in from somewhere and wrapped around his arm. Whip. The chain tightened and pulled Nijin's body back. The place he was dragged to was where the chain unit, which had survived the battle with the witch, and its commander, Gillett, were. Retreat, retreat. Gillett started running, carrying Nijin on his back. He aimed to get as far away from this battlefield as possible. As he was carried on Gillett's back, Nijin looked back. There was the battle of the Transcendent. There was the realm he must someday reach. Nijin watched the swordsman swinging his sword at the flames covering the sky. With wide eyes, he watched the transcendent swordsman swing his sword. Screech. Kirchhoff swung his sword, and a single line of sword energy split the sky-high flames. As the split flames rushed to fill the empty space, he swung his sword again. Each time he swung his sword, a line was drawn. The lines crossed and connected. With each swing, a storm raged. With each line he drew, the flame split, and the heat was pushed back. Each time the sword advanced an inch, the red sky retreated an inch. Ah! Nejin groaned. There was a swordsman who, alone, sliced through the flames covering the sky. A transcendent, untouched by anything, stood in the realm he must someday surpass. Someday. Certainly, in the not-so-distant future. The battlefield he must face again. For now, unable to stand on that battlefield, Nejin only etched the battle into his eyes. He wanted to remember the raging storm, the current heat. After retreating to a safe distance, Nejin and the chain unit joined the Allied forces and arrived at a camp. They willingly provided a tent for Nejin and lent priests for his treatment. Removing the embedded flame arrows. Emergency treatment for burns and other injuries. Once the treatment was over and Nejin could barely move, Gillet came to visit the tent. Behind Gillet stood the soldiers of the chain unit. Thank you. The first words from Gillet were of gratitude. He bowed his head to Nejin. Thanks to you, we survived. The Allied forces retreated safely, and half of the chain unit, who were prepared for annihilation, survived. It's all thanks to the time you bought. Gillet raised his head. His body was covered in soot, and one of his arms was missing. As Nejin looked at it, Gillet shrugged. Losing an arm is a small price to pay. I was prepared to die, but somehow I survived. Bowing 100 times wouldn't be enough. Is that so? Of course. You don't seem to realize what an incredible feat you've accomplished. Gillet gave a bitter laugh. You saved me and the soldiers of the chain unit, and more broadly, the hundreds and thousands of retreating allies. Soldiers were wiped out by a mere gesture from the witch, but you endured it several times. This is an unbelievable achievement. Saying this, Gillet patted Nejin's shoulder. It's amazing. You saved the Allied forces from annihilation. The 15 minutes you held out were more valuable than anything. We, the wyvern hunting unit, and the surviving soldiers are proof of that. Gillet spoke sincerely. Nejin, not knowing how to react, remained silent. It felt awkward. He had experienced many battles, but this was the first time he had saved people. No, I've fought to save people a few times. This felt different. His efforts had saved people. Because he held his ground, hundreds of lives were spared. Nejin felt the weight of those words. It wasn't his intention. He had just followed his conviction. He didn't want to run away. He didn't like it. Those were the reasons Nejin stepped onto the battlefield. He might have had thoughts about saving them, but that wasn't the main focus. Something feels. Perhaps that's why Gillet's gratitude felt uncomfortable. He hadn't swung his sword purely to save them. That's actually. Nejin began to speak, feeling he couldn't accept the gratitude in good conscience. As he spoke, Merlin stood beside him, smiling. So, I didn't swing my sword purely to save you. I think your gratitude is a bit too much. After hearing Nejin's story, Gillet blinked and then burst into laughter. It was as if he found it absurd, as if he had never seen anyone like this before. Young as you may be, you really don't get it. Excuse me. What do you mean? What does intention matter? In the end, we survived because of you. That's what's important. Gillet chuckled. He had lost an arm in a battle and suffered burns all over, but his laughter was genuine. It wasn't just Gillet. The soldiers of the chain unit also smiled at Nejin's words. It's not excessive at all. It's right to be grateful, and you deserve to be thanked. So, stand tall and say it proudly. Say what? Today, I saved hundreds of lives. You have the right to say that. Like a hero from a legend. Like Arthur, who once roamed the continent, you saved many lives today. Gillet was telling him this. Hearing this, Nejin awkwardly rubbed the back of his neck. Yes, I suppose. And then, he smiled. You saved hundreds of lives today. It wasn't a bad feeling. It was a pleasant sound. Beyond the world, Outland, 8. Beyond the world, where irregularity is the norm. Even in the Outland, night falls. In the deep night, Nijin sat outside the tent, gazing at the sky. During the day, the sky had been a bizarre mix of blue and black, but at night, the sky unified into a dark hue, appearing somewhat ordinary. Except for the hundreds of stars scattered across it. In the Outland, stars were exceptionally visible. When one looked up at the sky in the inland, they could only see the large constellations, the famous ones named after heroic figures. Only on very clear nights could one barely observe the smaller constellations. But not here. In the Outland, any time one looked up, countless constellations filled the sky. Along with the famous heroic constellations, there were countless smaller ones, whose origins were unknown. Gazing at the star-filled sky, Nijin exhaled deeply. To others, it might have seemed like Nijin was alone, staring at the sky. Merlin. Yeah. Speak. Nijin was not alone. A constellation visible only to Nijin was sitting right next to him. Merlin ran her fingers through her blue hair and swung her legs. The flickering witch, Ermina, was strong, right? Of course. That woman was once a transcendent with an 8th circle and 5 stars. Even though she has fallen, her experience and knowledge haven't gone anywhere. Merlin smiled bitterly. If Ermina had considered you an enemy from the start, if she had intended to kill you from the beginning, surviving would have been difficult. You know that, right? Of course, he knew. When he faced the magic Ermina cast at the end, fluctuation, he felt it. The difference in class. The difference in dimension. But you fought well. Better than expected. You don't look satisfied. Nijin exhaled long and deep. I just feel like a frog in a well. Honestly, he had been conceited. Saying otherwise would be a lie. The youngest sword seeker. A peerless genius who shook the entire empire. Those were all phrases used to describe him. Even though he was cautious, he thought he had risen to the ranks of the strong. By any objective standard, a sword seeker was indeed strong. But the Outland is a place that defies conventional standards. It's a place teeming with powerful beings who could easily turn a sword seeker into nothing. Nijin had to fully realize this the moment he faced the witch. He had heard it from Merlin, but experiencing it was different. There are many foes as strong as Ermina, right? Of course. Sitting on a rock, Merlin swung her legs and pointed to the sky. There were countless stars. Heroes of the old era. Heroes of the mythic era. And many among them have fallen. Not just fallen, but those who obtained bodies that could endure eternity, only for their minds to fail and become undead. Hundreds of years ago, they were called heroes. Now, they roamed the Outland as broken undead. Top-tier demons with nicknames, the rulers of the demon realm who command such demons, the demon king, witches, and dragons at the pinnacle of those rulers. Special powerful beings residing in the demon realm. Fallen stars. Broken stars. Human traitors who conspire with Camlin, countless. There are as many bastards as there are heroes in this world. There were even some on the round table. Mumbling thus, Merlin looked at Nijin. Seeing Nijin's slightly dispirited face, Merlin chuckled softly. What? Why are you laughing? It's funny seeing you so down. Where did the guy who shouted, "It only took me 18 years to hold your 1,000 years for 15 minutes in front of the witch go?" That was just the heat of the moment. You know how people say all sorts of things when they're excited. Listening to Nijin's muttering, Merlin smiled faintly and tilted her head. Really? I didn't think it was wrong. She said. There are strong beings scattered all over the Outland. Transcendents, demon kings, demons. Wherever you look, there will only be strong ones. But, are any of them special? Merlin smirked. The laugh of a grand mage who could treat the powerful beings of the Outland as nothing was light. Laughing lightly, she leaned towards Nijin. Even after living hundreds of years, almost 1,000 years, they're only that much. They're stagnant and frozen. They're not special. Not at all. It was a message to Nijin, but also to herself. Her time had stopped 1,000 years ago, unable to move forward. Don't be afraid or feel overwhelmed. You're doing well enough. Thanks for the encouragement, but... Nijin chuckled at Merlin's words. I wasn't feeling overwhelmed or afraid. What? But you had that expression. I was just thinking there are a lot of monster-like beings in the world. Why would I be afraid? Nijin stood up. They're just stepping stones for me to step over. Wow, listen to him. Though she pretended to be shocked, Merlin laughed. She seemed to like Nijin's attitude. Just as Nijin was about to return to the tent. Thud. Someone approached Nijin's tent. The footsteps were light, but the presence was not. Drawn by the unique sound of the footsteps, Nijin looked towards the source. Oh, I was debating whether to wake you up. The Sword Master of the Forgotten Kingdom. You weren't asleep yet. Do you have a moment? Even if you don't, I hope you do. I'm a bit busy. The last night of Londonelle. Kirchhoff stood there. The Sword Master of the Forgotten Kingdom, Kirchhoff. By the time Londonelle was destroyed, he had already reached the realm of transcendence, making him a warrior who had lived for at least 400 years. And he had spent most of that time on the battlefields of the Outland. He's not part of the Imperial Army, the Kingdom Army, or the Allied forces, but he's always on the battlefield. He rushes in whenever there's a variable. The lives he's saved, well, counting them is meaningless. When asked about him, Gillett answered this way. He's someone worthy of being called a hero. Even the reason he stays on the battlefield. What's that reason? Well, it's best to hear it from him. Someone worthy of being called a hero. Nijin looked at Kirchhoff, who had suddenly come to his tent. His clothes were covered in soot, and he was covered in dust, as if he had just wandered the battlefield. Ermina, no matter how many times I meet her, she's a fiery woman. I thought I was going to die from the heat. Look at this. My skin is all burnt. He laughed lightly and pointed to his arm. The arm bore signs of soot and burn marks. But that was all. Only superficial burn marks, no deeper injuries. It meant that he had returned with only minor injuries from a witch who fought with deadly intent. What happened to the witch? She ran away as usual. Chasing her was endless, so I let her go. I want a decisive fight, but she always escapes. She doesn't want to bet her stars on the line. Kirchhoff shrugged. What does it mean to bet stars? There's such a thing. I'll explain later. While talking to Merlin, Nijin glanced at Kirchhoff. As expected of a transcendent unaffected by age, Kirchhoff looked like a young man. He didn't bear the weight of 400 years. You stalled for time. Until I arrived, I heard from Gillett. It just happened, yes. Just happened. You talk lightly about risking your life. You could be a bit more proud. Kirchhoff smiled bitterly. Thanks to you, many soldiers survived. I thank you for stalling until I arrived. Thanks to you, I could arrive in a dramatic situation. A dramatic situation? As Nijin tilted his head, Kirchhoff shrugged and whispered to him. How did you like my sword? A swordsman swinging his sword alone under the falling red sky. How cool is that? Damn, my lord should have seen it. Nijin blinked at Kirchhoff's raised fist, as if in regret. He seemed lighter than expected. Ripping through the red sky with a single strike. Every strike tearing through the witch's flames and pushing back the heat. Bards would go crazy over it. And if I were more handsome? It would have been a perfect opportunity to steal the hearts of women, but unfortunately, only you and a few soldiers witnessed it. Kirchhoff smiled, seeing Nijin's bewildered gaze. Well, that's it. I came to say thanks and make an impression. To the youngest sword seeker with a growing reputation. You knew about me. If you have a star, you can't not know. The moment you set foot in the Outland, all the stars turn towards you, whispering. Kirchhoff smiled meaningfully. It's not strange to pay attention to the rising new star. It seems your place in the night sky is already being prepared. What? You didn't know? Nijin blinked. A place in the night sky? Nijin glanced at Merlin beside him. She pretended not to notice, turning her gaze away. She murmured in a small voice about wanting to surprise him later, but Nijin ignored her and looked at Kirchhoff, who was still speaking. You've already achieved feats worthy of praise, and they're starting to bear fruit. Stalling against the witch was part of that. Is this also a feat? Of course. You withstood 15 minutes against a transcendent as an untranscended human. It's not enough to become a star on your own, but it's enough to become part of a star. Such things pile up and create stars. It's not always one grand achievement that makes a star. Saying this, Kirchhoff smiled. I hope you get a shining star, boy. Kirchhoff stood up. Sorry for disturbing your rest. I've said what I needed, and I have places to be, so I'll leave it at that. Watching Kirchhoff leave after saying what he came for, Nijin spoke. If it's not too much trouble. There was one thing he was curious about. May I ask a question? Of course. One question is fine. Why do you stay on the battlefield? Gillett had told him to ask directly. When Nijin asked, Kirchhoff was silent for a moment, then laughed. He turned and looked at Nijin. Then, he tapped the hilt of his sword at his waist with the back of his hand. It bore the insignia of the now destroyed and forgotten Londonelle. Do you know of a country called Londonelle? I've heard of it. Right. I'm the last survivor of Londonelle, and its last knight. Perhaps the last sword of Londonelle. The forgotten country, the forgotten kingdom, Londonelle. The last knight of Londonelle smiled. Even if my homeland has perished, Londonelle lives on at the tip of my sword. And my lord, the last king of Londonelle, wished for the sword of Londonelle to shine on the battlefield for humanity. As magnificently, splendidly, and beautifully as possible. Saying this, Kirchhoff flourished his cloak. I stay on the battlefield and wield my sword to fulfill my lord's last wish. There are other reasons, but that's the first. Does that answer your question? At Kirchhoff's query, Nijin nodded. A light tone. A light impression. But the weight in that sword was not light at all. That's a knightly reason. Indeed. A knightly reason. Nijin and Kirchhoff looked at each other and laughed. One was a complete knight, and the other a boy dreaming of becoming a knight. See you later. With those words, Kirchhoff left. As Kirchhoff departed from the tent, both he and Nijin intuitively knew. The same thought passed through their minds simultaneously. They would meet often in the future. Often, intertwined in various ways. It was an intuition and perhaps a certainty. For some reason, both of them thought so. Meanwhile, Merlin's face twisted as she recalled the name Londonelle. A country destroyed by a fallen star. She remembered the constellations involved in its destruction. There were 3 stars involved in Londonelle's downfall. One of them was a star Merlin knew all too well and could never forget. One of the Round Table's traitors. A dirty traitor who sullied the name of a knight, rendering himself forever unable to call himself a knight. Lancelot. The former strongest knight of the Round Table. Merlin's eyes turned icy as she recalled her one-time comrade, who once occupied a seat at the Round Table. The events in the Outland had concluded. Now, it was time to return. As Nijin prepared to head back to the inland, it was Gillett who came to see him off. Normally, a commander should not leave his post, but I lost an arm and passed on the command to a junior. I'll take a break and return to the battlefield later. Gillett said it simply. Following Gillett's lead, Nijin arrived at the nearest stable to the Outland's boundary, the last drink. While waiting for the carriage, Nijin and Gillett had a light meal. Damn, the food here is good. Must be because it's the inland. The air is different. The taste is great. Gillett sipped his drink. By the way, Nijin. Since the witch incident, Gillett called Nijin by his name, not as a rookie. When Nijin nodded, Gillett put down his drink and pointed a finger at him. You came here to hunt a wyvern, didn't you? Yes. You said you were practicing to fight flying creatures. Yes. So, what were you aiming to hunt that you practiced against wyverns? Nijin chuckled and replied. A dragon. What? A dragon. A real dragon. For a moment, Gillett was dumbfounded, then he burst into laughter. A dragon, huh? If anyone else had said they wanted to hunt a dragon, he would have laughed it off. Are you serious? Why would I lie about that? True. He couldn't laugh it off when it was the boy in front of him. Indeed, if you wanted to hunt a dragon, wyverns were the best practice targets. So, do you feel prepared? I've got a sense of it. Glad to hear it. As they chatted, the carriage arrived. The carriage bound for the inland. As Nijin stood up and headed for the carriage, Gillett called out. Hey, Nijin. Nijin turned around. Gillett tossed something to him. Nijin instinctively caught it and looked at what he held. A gift. Take it. It was a chain stake, the symbol of the chain unit. When you bring down a dragon, spread the word that our chain unit's chains were quite useful. Will do. Nijin chuckled as he climbed into the carriage. It was time to bring down a dragon. Stonehenge, 1. The preparations for the subjugation battle were in full swing. Having returned to Cambria, the city of opportunity, Nijin looked around and thought about it. Of course, it wasn't obvious on the surface, but to Nijin, who knew the internal circumstances, subtle movements were noticeable. The flow of merchants, supplies moving somewhere, and the central guild employees busily scurrying about. They were preparing for the upcoming Red Dragon and White Dragon subjugation battle. The central guild had issued a gag order to the Whitehorn adventurers, but that didn't mean only the Whitehorn adventurers were aware of this information. They must have shared it with their merchant partners. A large-scale subjugation battle required an immense amount of supplies. Moreover, with 5 Whitehorn adventurers and even a royal knight order being mobilized for this subjugation, there could be no shortcomings in supply preparation. And the experts in this field were the merchants, not the guild. They must have brought in one of the merchant companies. Smiling slightly, Nijin walked towards the merchant company, thinking of a particular merchant whose eyes sparkled like gold coins. It had been nearly a month since he last saw her. He could almost hear Jeta's voice complaining about not visiting often, so he made his way towards the merchant company. It's almost time. Yeah. About 3 days left. Merlin, who had been counting on her fingers, shook 3 fingers in front of Nijin's eyes. By my calculation, about 3 days left until the seal is at its weakest. The date was similar to what the Central Guild and the royal family had predicted. Nijin touched the chain stake given to him by Gillett and muttered to himself. Should we have informed them? That the Red Dragon and White Dragon would be fully revived, and that they would be stronger than expected. Only Nijin and Merlin knew this information. Well, it wouldn't have mattered. In response to Nijin's question about whether they should have informed them, Merlin shook her head. Even if you did, there's no guarantee they would believe you. There's no proof. If you act like a prophet, they might listen, but that would just make them suspicious. It was true. That's why they hadn't informed anyone. And even if they believed you, how much more support would the Empire send? There are no people left in this era who truly understand the terror of dragons. Maybe only those in the Outland. They wouldn't invest master-level personnel in such matters. At most, they might add a few more knights, Merlin explained. In reality, the Empire didn't see the Red Dragon and White Dragon as very high threats. They probably considered it just another event that occurred every few hundred years. That's true. So, what's there to worry about? Merlin puffed out her chest proudly. You've got the great Archmage who set the sky on fire, brought down numerous dragons, and pinned the dragon of the abyss to the ground, teaching you the art of dragon hunting firsthand. There's nothing to worry about, right? Nijin shrugged at Merlin's confident posture and smirk. Over the past few months, whenever there was a chance, Merlin had lectured Nijin about the characteristics of dragons. Thanks to that, Nijin knew more about dragons than most scholars. If Merlin says so, it must be true. What's with that reaction? Nejin, now used to Merlin's grumbling voice, moved on. It's really hard to see you, isn't it? Sorry about that. No, it's fine. Nothing to be sorry about. You were busy, right? I was busy too. Just, there was time for a light meal. Not that I particularly missed you or anything, just from a very businesslike perspective, disappearing for a month without a word is. Jieta twisted her hair and avoided Nijin's gaze, delivering a lengthy speech. Watching her from nearby, her bodyguard Passion had to bite his lip to hold back laughter. For the past month, Jieta had sighed while looking out the window. She often muttered, "It's really hard to see his face. Isn't he ever going to visit? He lives next door, isn't this too much?" Then, when she heard that Nijin had left for the outland, Jieta had gritted her teeth and stomped her feet. Still, knowing he would return within a month, she sighed and waited for 27 days. He's finally back. Upon hearing that Nijin had returned, she jumped up in excitement but quickly composed herself. She worried about showing too much, thinking, am I being too obvious? Am I letting him control the relationship? Jieta had learned from books that once you lose the initiative in a relationship, you lose everything. I didn't exactly wait for you, but sending a letter would have been nice, right? I might have thought about it, or maybe not. Of course, learning from books and applying it in real life were entirely different. Seeing Nijin's face for the first time in a month made her heart pound, and her face flushed. He seemed more mature after a month. Well, at 18, it was his growth period. With such useless thoughts, Jieta fanned her face and tried her best to act composed. But to Passion, who stood next to her, it looked like a futile effort. I'll make sure to send a letter next time. Though he couldn't know her true feelings, Nijin noticed she seemed very upset, and he replied with a bitter smile. Really? Yes. Sending a letter isn't difficult. It would be better if you visited. I'll try. You promised. Only then did Jieta brighten up and pat the table in her office. It was a signal for him to sit closer. There was a luxurious chair placed across from her, which she had bought a month ago, ostensibly for guests, but only Passion knew it was actually Nijin's chair. When other guests come, she hides it away. Passion had hurriedly set the chair back in place upon hearing of Nijin's visit. Nijin, unaware of this, simply thought, this chair is quite comfortable, as he sat down. By the way, Jieta. Nijin, now seated, asked. You know about the upcoming subjugation, right? Your company's people seem very busy. Of course. Our company secured the primary supply and post-subjugation material priority rights. Jieta hadn't been idle during the past month. Noticing the Central Guild's suspicious movements, she quickly approached and secured several contracts. A subjugation requires supplies, and post-subjugation, the company's help is even more needed. Especially since we're dealing with dragons. Dragon materials fetch exorbitant prices. Jieta's bright yellow eyes sparkled. It's an opportunity. A chance to earn a lot of gold. As someone with a keen sense for the scent of gold, Jieta had already cast her bait. She had already prepared items to sell to the Royal Knight Order, which would arrive in the city tomorrow. Nijin, this is a big opportunity for you too, isn't it? Jieta smiled at Nijin. Dragons have always been a symbol of great deeds. If you perform well in this subjugation, you might even get a star, right? I don't know much about it, though. Just performing won't be enough. I plan to be the protagonist. The most eye-catching and splendid role. Achieving great deeds is always the privilege of those who lead the charge. The more risks they take, the more their achievements will shine. That sounds like you. So, this subjugation is a big opportunity for both of us, to get closer to our dreams. Opportunity. We'll monopolize the dragon materials from this subjugation. It's been decades since such items have been on the market. There will be plenty of reasons to monopolize them. Many companies will try to follow, but can any merchant company match ours in the flow of gold? We've gathered gold even at a loss for this trade. She flicked a platinum coin. We'll move on to the capital. To a bigger market. Beyond Cambria, to the heart of the empire. We'll open trade with the magic tower in the capital using dragon materials. Once the path is open, the rest is easy. Our company can quickly distribute many materials through Cambria. We can provide the materials they need promptly. This was just the beginning, she said. With a sly smile, Dieta caught the coin she flicked. It's an opportunity to make our name known in the capital. Making a name is the start. This is the first step. The same goes for me. Nijin said, looking at Dieta. To reach the highest place, I must start by inscribing a star. This is the first step for me too. For both Nijin and Dieta, the upcoming dragon subjugation had significant meaning. It would be the moment the two frogs in the well would step out into the world. Then, to cheer for each other's future. Dieta looked at Nijin and hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Shall we have a meal together? One meal won't hurt. Maybe some tea as well. Let's do that. At Nijin's response, Dieta clenched her fist in joy, almost shouting in excitement. Seeing this, her bodyguard Passion smiled inwardly. A merchant planning to take over the capital. Her master was a born merchant who could control the flow of gold and create that flow, but in front of that boy, she was just an ordinary girl. She smiled innocently, blushed over trivial matters, and acted shy like a typical girl her age. Passion nodded and moved at Dieta's call to prepare to leave. Anyway, it was a good thing. Watching the sweet exchange between the boy and girl, Passion smiled contentedly. Time passed, and the day of the subjugation battle arrived. Near Cambria, the participants gathered at Stonehenge. The white rank adventurers, who were considered the peak of Cambria, gathered in one place. Former Inquisitor, Bahen Corte. Former Knight Commander, Richard Poulsen. Red Eyes, Rosalind Ascalo. Unknown, Griselle Paramelt. And the new star, Nijin. The subjugation team, centered around the 5 white rank adventurers at the peak of Cambria, surrounded Stonehenge. The knights sent by the royal family started setting up artifacts and equipment, and the merchant company's staff busily arranged supplies. The time when the sealing ceremony would break was deep into the night. To light up the night, luminous stones and flare grenades provided by the merchants filled the sky. Spare equipment and supplies were placed at the rear, and top-quality potions for mana and stamina recovery were distributed. And Nijin. He walked to the position he had chosen. A gently sloping hill rising in the wide plain. The stone pillars forming a circle around the hill that looked like a grave. It was a sealing ceremony set up by Merlin 1,000 years ago. Stonehenge. A sealing ceremony and a dragon's grave. Nijin stood in a spot where the stone pillars were clearly visible. This was the position he had chosen for a reason. Merlin had told him that this was the spot where Arthur had stood. Nijin drew his sword. The same place as Arthur. The same stage. The same situation. Tonight, he would write the first chapter of a new myth. Nijin decided that. It was something he decided for himself. In the high night sky. Though his star had yet to take its place and seemed distant. Tonight, Nijin would inscribe his star. Stonehenge, too. Stonehenge, the tomb where the dragons are sealed. The subjugation team gathered at Stonehenge were tending to their weapons, waiting for the time to come. The sun had long since set, and the night grew deeper. As darkness began to settle, the Night Order shot light cannons into the sky. Blazing. The light orbs shot high into the sky illuminated the darkness. With light sources from the cannons in the sky and the luminous stones on the ground, the vicinity of Stonehenge was as bright as midday, despite the deep night. How much time had passed like this? Rumble. In the deep night, just past midnight, the ground began to shake. The stone pillars lined up on the hill started to tremble, and the shaking grew stronger as time passed. The subjugation team gathered at Stonehenge sensed it. The moment had finally arrived. 10 seconds to go. Merlin whispered to Nijin. As she started counting down from 9, cracks began to form on the stone pillars comprising the sealing ceremony. 8. The cracks spread. They spread and spread until one of the stone pillars collapsed. The sight of the collapsing pillar made the subjugation team frown. This was not something they had expected. In history, there had been moments when Stonehenge's seal weakened, but never had the pillars completely collapsed like this. A sense of unease swept through the knights. Something was different. They instinctively knew. 7. The stone pillars collapsed one after another. Thud, thud, with a dull sound, the pillars fell, and cracks spread across the ground. Dust rose, and the ground began to split. 6, 5, 4. Nearly half the pillars had fallen. Beneath the violently shaking ground, something pulsed. It was different from the tremors that shook the earth. The sound of life stirring echoed through Stonehenge. 3. Whoosh! From beneath the shaking ground, something surged up. What erupted from the tomb was a skeletal hand. But the moment it touched the air, red flesh and blood filled the white bones. It all happened in an instant. Before even a second had passed, flesh and blood covered the skeleton, and scales grew over it. It was more like turning back time than regeneration. The claw of a dragon, reversing a millennium, slammed into the ground. 2. Rumble. The ground shook. The remaining stone pillars collapsed, and the sealing ceremony was destroyed. The ground, crisscrossed with cracks, sank down as dust rose into the air. And then, piercing through the rising dust. 1. 2 dragons soared into the sky. The moment the 2 dragons, which had shot up vertically, spread their wings in the sky, a gale blew. The rushing wind swept away the dust in an instant. The knights stepped back, shielding their faces as they looked up at the sky. The red dragon, covered in red scales. The white dragon, adorned with pure white scales. The 2 dragons looked down at the ground from the high sky. The subjugation team instinctively knew that these were different from the dragons recorded when they had shown themselves through the gaps in the sealing ceremony centuries ago. The wounds that should have remained according to the records were not present on these dragons. Their wings had no scars. No scales were missing. Neither of their eyes were gouged out, and there were no sword marks digging halfway into their necks. This meant only one thing. Complete revival. Total restoration. The monsters of the mythic era had appeared, reversing a millennium. To announce this fact, the 2 dragons opened their jaws wide and let out a roar. A roar that shook the air. The bellow of the sky beasts reverberated through the air. The humans standing on the ground instinctively shrank back, but there were those who did not retreat. Fuck. Red eyes, Rosalind Ascolo. Are you kidding me? Were they supposed to be weakened? Apparently not. Given that the sealing ceremony has completely collapsed. I agree. That's how it seems to me too. The remaining 3 white rank adventurers responded to her grumbling. It was a startling development for them as well. What they had heard was different. The presence they felt from the fully revived dragons was extraordinary. Hey, rookie. You. Only one did not respond. The boy known as the new star. The white rank adventurers turned their eyes to where Nijin was supposed to be standing, but Nijin was not there. Thud. He had already kicked off the ground and started running. While everyone was overwhelmed by the dragon's presence, only Nijin moved faster than the others. Seeing the running Nijin, Rosalind burst into laughter. Ha, look at him go. Rosalind, gripping her twin swords, also began to run. After all, she was a white rank. White rank was the pinnacle of Cambria, the city of opportunity. And the motto of Cambria told its adventurers. Take risks. Chase gold. Seize opportunities. Success always lies within danger. Led by Nejin, the white rank adventurers began to run. To bring down the dragons flying in the sky. To achieve great deeds by taking risks. Dragons had always been distant beings. In the records of the old era, humans regarded dragons as distant, celestial beings. Like the rising and setting of the sun, they considered dragons a part of natural phenomena. The reason was simple. They couldn't reach them. How could they get close to dragons flying high in the sky? How could they wound their bodies? How could those living on the ground defeat the beings of the sky? Thus, humanity feared dragons. They were seen as mysterious and fearsome beings. But time passed. Many suns rose and set, and several eras disappeared into the annals of history. The primordial flames died out. The primordial era, which began with dragons and giants, was buried in the abyss, and the mythic era ended with Arthur. Thus began the era of humanity. In the era opened by King Arthur, human civilization developed endlessly and finally found a way to hunt the beings of the sky. A method to hunt dragons, even for those who weren't exceptional or transcendent. The knights of the empire lined up at Stonehenge were showcasing this method. Creak, creak. The knights of the empire, in groups of 5, drew the strings of giant bows. In ancient times, it was the giants who hunted dragons. Emulating the weapons used by those giants, the strings of the giant bows held harpoons, each over 3 meters long. They were too large to be called arrows, but they had to be this size to pierce dragon scales. Fire. At the command, the knights released the bowstrings. With a thud, 5 harpoons shot into the sky. Dragon hunting began with lowering their altitude. Whoosh! The arrows pierced through the air. And the dragons began to move. Dragons were inherently arrogant beings. Simply flying high and repeatedly evading didn't suit their nature, so the 2 dragons dove toward the ground. One arrow scratched the scales of the white dragon, but the white dragon ignored it and charged. The massive weight and momentum from its charge were indeed threatening, but... boom! Even for the sword seekers, it wasn't a challenge. Facing the charging white dragon, the former knight commander, white-rank adventurer Richard Poulsen, planted his great shield into the ground. As mana wrapped around the shield, the white dragon collided with it. The great shield, deeply embedded in the ground, was pushed back, tearing up the earth, but Richard managed to withstand the white dragon's charge. Just as the white dragon opened its jaws, ready to spew fire in frustration. Slash! White-rank adventurer Grizel Paramelt leaped from the white dragon's flank, swinging their halberd to strike the dragon's jaw. The dragon's jaws snapped shut, and its breath attack failed. Realizing that the enemy was not to be taken lightly, the white-rank adventurers cooperated, and the same was true for the red dragon. Let's play with the red one. Red Eyes, Rosalind Ascalo. Former Inquisitor, Bahen Corte. The 2 of them took on the red dragon, with the royal knights assisting them. Arrows flew. Weapons gleamed with mana, but none of them were effective. They simply bounced off the dragon's scales. It took a proper strike to deal any damage. Unless it was a fully powered blow, it wouldn't harm the dragon. Each calculated the moment to deliver a decisive blow while drawing the dragon's attention. The white dragon flapped its wings. Seeing the white dragon attempting to rise again, the subjugation team clicked their tongues and prepared for impact. But then, something wrapped around the dragon's claw with a rattling sound. Chains. The subjugation team only had a moment to wonder before the white dragon soared into the sky. But this time, it wasn't the white dragon alone. The chains wrapped around the dragon's claw clattered and shook violently. Thud. Someone had leaped off the ground. Twisting his body in midair, he used the chain's momentum to propel himself higher. It was almost like an acrobatic performance, but the result of that feat was no joke. The boy holding the chain, Nijin, climbed onto the dragon's claw. He had reached the dragon flying beyond reach. Not stopping there, Nijin began to climb the white dragon, stepping on its scales. Using the chain and a single sword, Nijin climbed the dragon's rapidly flying body. The experience he had gained hunting wyverns proved useful. In an instant, Nijin reached the dragon's back and caught his breath. Then, he raised his sword high. The sword aura, resembling a constellation, enveloped Nijin's sword, glowing white. Raising the sword skyward, Nijin swung it downward. Slash! For the first time since the battle began, dragon blood spurted into the air. Dragon scales indeed had gaps. Especially for the white dragon, those gaps were significant. Merlin had been right. Though the white dragon's scales appeared dense, the gaps became visible when Nijin focused. Nijin wedged his sword into one of those gaps. Splat, blood sprayed. Though small compared to the dragon's massive body, it was still blood. A smile spread across Nijin's face. It worked. His sword pierced through. That meant he could cut it. Nijin gripped his sword tightly and began running along the dragon's back. Following the gaps between the scales, Nijin's sword raced. Though the gaps were small, Nijin's sword accurately pierced those gaps, slicing the dragon's flesh. Splurt. Blood spurted out. This time, the wound was large enough that the white dragon couldn't ignore it. Realizing someone was on its back, the white dragon twisted its body in the air, flapping its wings wildly. But Nijin, with his sword deeply embedded in the dragon's back, used it as a support to withstand the white dragon's rampage. No matter how much the white dragon twisted, Nijin didn't fall off. Once you're on, never fall off. The dragon's back is the safest place. That was Merlin's teaching, and Nijin adhered to it faithfully. Moving with his sword buried in the white dragon's scales, Nijin's eyes were fixed on the wing connected to the dragon's spine. Arthur tore the dragon's wings off. In that case, I will. I'll cut off the dragon's wings entirely. So it will never fly again. Mutilating its back wouldn't be enough to kill the dragon. To kill a dragon, you had to decapitate it or pierce its heart. To do that, he first needed to bring the dragon down to the ground. That's when the real fight begins. With his sword embedded, Nijin moved towards the white dragon's wing base. He had to tear off the scales, rip the flesh, and break the bones. This was a challenging task even for a sword seeker. Dragons had high resistance to mana, and their bones couldn't be damaged with ordinary attacks. Even if you cut their flesh, it would regenerate quickly. But Nijin had a way. Balancing on the rampaging white dragon, Nijin raised his sword. Taking a deep breath, Nijin glared intensely. His heart pounded, blood flowed quickly, and his sword aura flickered. Crunch. One strike. He wedged his sword into the gap between the scales. Immediately, Nijin twisted his wrist and lifted the embedded sword upward. Scales of the white dragon flew into the air. Next, a second strike. Slash, Nijin's sword tip cut through the dragon's flesh. Blood sprayed, and a gash formed. Staring intently at the gash, Nijin held his breath. And he never exhaled. Ka, ka 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 ka. Nijin's sword swung, leaving afterimages. Dozens of strikes per second. Just like when he fended off thousands of the witch's fire arrows, Nijin swung his sword without even breathing. Scales scattered. Blood spurted. Flesh was torn apart. And what was revealed was the bone leading to the dragon's wing. Nijin struck the bone as if mining. It was the bone-cutting strike he learned from the chain unit. Nijin had learned from wyvern hunting that this method was more effective for cutting bones. Nijin's sword was faster than the dragon's flesh could regenerate. While the flesh regenerated an inch, Nijin's sword cut 10 inches. The white dragon roared and flailed madly, but Nijin's strikes never stopped. Using the embedded sword as a pivot, Nijin regained his balance every time the dragon twisted. Finally, one of the white dragon's wings stiffened. Losing the balance in its wing beats, the white dragon's altitude rapidly dropped. As Nijin descended with the white dragon, he glanced at the red dragon. Something was wrong. According to the plan he discussed with Merlin, and the scenario he had envisioned, the red dragon should have interfered by now. But there was no interference. Why? As he glared at the red dragon, Nijin and the red dragon locked eyes. The red dragon was also looking at Nijin. Even while dealing with Rosalind and the white rank adventurers, the red dragon's gaze was fixed on Nijin. The moment he met the beast's eyes, Nijin's intuition rang out. Something was wrong. An inexplicable sense of unease overwhelmed him. Before Nijin could ponder the reason, the red dragon roared. With a roar that shook the heavens and earth, the red dragon soared into the sky. The battle with the red dragon won. Suddenly, the red dragon took flight. Despite the fierce attacks from the white rank adventurers and the Night Order that stripped its scales, the red dragon spread its wings and soared into the sky as if it had been waiting for this moment all along. Nejin, who had been dismantling the white dragon's wing, widened his eyes. A chill ran down his spine. His intuition was ringing alarm bells, and in such situations, Nejin knew it was usually right to follow his instincts. Crunch, crack. Nejin twisted the sword deeply embedded in the white dragon's wing socket clockwise. The flesh tore apart, and the exposed white bone of the white dragon ground with a grating sound. With a scream of pain, the white dragon thrashed, but with one wing immobilized, it couldn't maintain balance. The white dragon's struggles only slightly slowed its fall, but that was enough for Nejin. Slash! Nejin pulled out his sword from the wing socket. Amidst the gushing blood, Nejin flung himself behind the white dragon's wing. Using the wing as a shield, Nejin once again drove his sword in and hid behind it. It turned out to be the right decision. The red dragon, having soared into the sky, spewed flames from its wide-open maw. Dragon's breath, also known as breath, possessed the power equivalent to at least a six-circle spell. The flames burst forth from the red dragon's mouth, sending waves of heat and fire. The inferno and the scorching wind, along with the surging flames. The red dragon unleashed its breath towards the white dragon without hesitation, attacking its own kind and ally. Nejin didn't understand the reason, but understanding wasn't as important as grasping the situation. Whoosh! Crouched behind the white dragon's wing, Nejin endured the heat. Had he taken the full force of the flames, he would have melted. However, the white dragon's wing absorbed most of the impact, allowing him to barely withstand it. The heat that penetrated the wing burned Nejin's skin with a sizzling sound. The white dragon screams. The sound of its flesh burning. The flames crept into the wounds Nejin had inflicted. While the white dragon's scales could withstand the fire, the flames seeped through the gaps Nejin had torn open, setting the white dragon ablaze. What? Why? Merlin's voice rang with confusion. Even she hadn't expected this situation. Nejin realized something had gone awry. In such cases, he had to trust his instincts. Moving as his senses warned him, Nejin knew. The red dragon wasn't aiming for me. It targeted the white dragon, not me. The breath wouldn't be the end. The flames alone couldn't finish the white dragon. What comes next? The flames were diminishing. Using the rebound of his body, Nejin adjusted his stance. He stood on the still hot back of the white dragon. The residual heat alone melted the soles of his shoes, but there was no time to worry about that. Squinting through the heat haze, Nejin saw it. This is insane. Nejin saw the red dragon diving towards the white dragon, jaws wide open. The red dragon swiftly closed the distance and extended its claws. The red dragon grabbed the white dragon's neck, weakened by the breath. Then, crunch. The red dragon bit into the white dragon's neck. Dragon teeth shattered dragon scales. Scales scattered, and blood spurted. As the white dragon thrashed in pain. Screech. The red dragon, biting into the white dragon's neck, began descending. With both its wings intact, it started a dive towards the ground. If it continued, both would crash into the ground. Even a sword seeker couldn't survive a fall from such height and speed without breaking bones. Damn it! Nejin clicked his tongue. He couldn't understand the situation, but he had to act. Clang! Nejin threw the chain towards the red dragon. The chain wrapped around the distracted red dragon's arm. Testing the tension in the chain, Nejin ran along the white dragon's back. Amidst the plunge towards the ground, Nejin ran, pulling himself up the chain against the wind. He leapt from the white dragon's back onto the red dragon's head. Why they suddenly started attacking each other, I don't know. Nejin gripped his sword in reverse. Anyway, I plan to take you down next. Nejin plunged his sword into the red dragon's neck. Gripping the deeply embedded sword, Nejin braced himself for impact. The entangled white and red dragons crashed into the ground. With a tremendous crash, dirt and debris flew up. Thud, crash, rumble. The two dragons, plummeting to the ground, skidded and tore up the earth. Dirt flew up, and the collapsed stone pillars shattered into pieces. The ground shook with the impact, causing the knights to stumble. Fall back. Retreat, retreat. Knights in the path of the sliding dragons shouted and ran. Those who fell and couldn't escape were helped by the white rank adventurers. The giant bows installed on the ground shattered as they collided with the dragons' bodies. Crack, crash. The two dragons finally came to a stop after skidding for a while. Through the dust rising to the sky, a sound was heard. Crack, crunch, the sound of a beast tearing into its prey. What? What the hell? As the dust settled, the subjugation team was horrified by what they saw. The red dragon was tearing into the white dragon's neck, devouring its flesh and blood. The white dragon and red dragon. Weren't they originally a pair? There were no records of them fighting each other. Instead, there were countless records of them protecting each other. In the sudden turn of events, as the subjugation team watched in shock, they noticed the eyes of the red dragon. Eyes swirling with crimson. Eyes filled with menace. The dragon tearing into its own kin had eyes that were strangely twisted. Shit. Only one person recognized those eyes. Eyes exactly like the swirling dragon's, red eyes Rosalind Ascalo. She felt a sense of foreboding. The witch's soul, which made up half of her own, was trembling. And then an anomaly occurred. Thud. The first to notice the anomaly was Nijin, perched on the red dragon's neck. As the red dragon focused on the white dragon, Nijin prepared to cut its neck. His body suddenly stiffened. A vast and ominous presence. An incomprehensible, overwhelming presence weighed down the area. The entire subjugation team, including the knights and white rank adventurers, were paralyzed. Only Nijin was free from the pressure. He had felt this kind of pressure before. His first encounter with Merlin. The sea Merlin had shown him. Nijin had experienced this exact feeling before. Freed from the restraints, Nijin instinctively looked up. Reflexively, he gazed at the sky. In the vast, expansive night sky, the source of this immense presence was there. Amidst countless stars, there was a void. A place usually pitch black and invisible, a star was there. Although Nijin had been watching the night sky every day since escaping the underground city, this was the first time he had seen this star. A star that shouldn't be visible. A star that shouldn't exist. A broken star beyond the laws of nature. It was different from ordinary stars. Unlike the platinum-colored stars, this one was red. A constellation of dark red stars was nestled in the void. And that constellation, like Arthur's, was composed of 13 stars. The witch. Merlin's startled voice echoed in Nijin's ears. Her eyes were shaking. Only then did Nijin realize what the constellation was. The ominous star, Camlin's star. The constellation of the Witch of the Abyss. The most feared constellation that had brought down countless stars and ended many great heroes. That constellation scattered an ominous light. A flicker. A momentary glow. The constellation, which had appeared for a brief moment, soon vanished into the darkness. But the light it scattered remained. The red dragon roared. An incomprehensible, soot-laden voice reverberated through the area. The gusts from the roar sent Nijin flying through the air. Thrown off the red dragon's body, Nijin tumbled to the ground. Crunch, splat, crack. The red dragon's swirling crimson eyes shone with malice. It crushed the white dragon's neck and tore the flesh. It shattered the white dragon's ribs and pulled out the dragon's beating heart. Then, chomp. The red dragon bit into and swallowed the white dragon's heart. In that moment, the red dragon's body transformed. Bones twisted. Muscles tore and swelled. Amidst the grotesque sounds, the red dragon's frame changed and grew larger. Crack, crack, crack. More scales sprouted, wings grew larger, and its being transcended to another level. All of this happened in an instant. Ascension of its rank. From incomplete to complete. The dragons, originally one and split into two, became whole again by devouring the other. As the white dragon crumbled, the red dragon's head turned. Its blood-dripping jaws opened, and its eyes fixed on Nijin. The white dragon was dead. And the closest being to the now complete dragon was Nijin. Seeing the constellation of white and gold stars entwined around Nijin's sword, the red dragon's pupils slitted. White and gold. Platinum. Stars. The reverse scale of dragons. With a roar, the red dragon lunged at Nijin. As the red dragon struck the ground, the earth shook. Spreading its wings wide, the red dragon charged at Nijin. Utilizing its massive frame as a weapon, the dragon's charge was overwhelming. Nijin took a sharp breath. There was no time to get disoriented. Nijin's mind raced. There was no place to dodge. He had to either block or deflect this attack. His sword, infused with the constellation's power, glowed brightly. Compressing the energy to its limit, Nijin was about to swing his sword when the red dragon planted its limbs on the ground. Then, pivoting. Maintaining its charging momentum, the dragon spun in place. Tearing up the ground, its tail lashed out like a whip. Crack, crack, crack. The tail whipped through the air, churning the earth and splitting the air. Nijin swung his sword at the oncoming tail. At that moment, he recalled a passage from history. The tail of a dragon can shatter even the greatest of walls. Before the beasts of the sky, all human creations are futile. Nijin's body was flung into the air. His fingers snapped with a cracking sound as they tried to grip the sword. He had hoped to use the rebound from his sword, but the dragon's scales disrupted the energy, making it impossible. Ugh! The impact was severe. Bones twisted, and muscles tore. The tail, swinging with the force of a whip, easily knocked Nijin away like a missile. Thud, crash, rumble. Nijin crashed through the collapsed stone pillars, rolling until he was embedded in the debris. He was struck down by a single blow. Blood flowed from his head, having struck the stone. His vision turned red from the blood streaming down his forehead. Comma. The subjugation team shouted something, but their voices didn't reach Nijin's ears. All he could hear was a ringing sound. Crunch. Nijin gritted his teeth and forced himself to stand. His head felt heavy. His vision wavered. Wiping the blood from his forehead with the back of his hand, Nijin exhaled. Merlin. Can you hear me? Yes. Merlin's voice was clear. It wasn't heard through his ears but through the resonance of their souls. Steadying his breath, Nijin raised his sword. His right hand, gripping the sword, trembled from broken fingers. Crunch, crack. Nijin wrapped his left hand around his right. It was either the sound of bones breaking or resetting. He couldn't tell. Regardless, his hand stopped trembling. Nijin lifted his gaze. There it stood. The red dragon, Drade Gotch. Staring down the completed dragon, Nijin pushed aside the rubble and took a step forward. The dragon roared at the sky, shaking the ground, but Nijin took another step towards it. That damned lizard. Nijin spat out his words. I'm definitely going to beat you down. After all, achieving a star shouldn't be easy. This level of difficulty was fitting for earning an achievement. Brushing back his blood-soaked hair, Nijin readied his stance. The battle with the red dragon, too. The magic tower in the imperial capital. The tower of astronomers and astrologers, the Grey Tower. From the outside, it was just a tower, but to the mages residing there, it was merely an observatory for watching the sky. Thus, the mages of the Grey Tower were, as usual, gazing up at the heavens today. Their daily routine was to read the flow of constellations adorning the night sky and check for the birth of new stars or the falling of old ones. Their work was known to be static and uneventful. It was rare for the constellations of the night sky to undergo significant changes. Only a historical event of monumental proportions could cause the stars to tremble. How often do such historical events happen, anyway? The master of the Grey Tower. Neyuta, the tower master, lounged on a sofa, sipping coffee and humming. To her, the position of Grey Tower master was perfect for a leisurely lifestyle. The budget was generous, yet her duties amounted to little more than gazing at the sky. The Platinum Tower Master has it tough. She smirked, thinking of her colleague, who was always working late, cutting down on sleep. Well, who told them to join the Platinum Tower? Working less and earning more was the true victory in life. Just as Nayuta was about to spend another lazy, honey-sipping day, no different from yesterday, the Grey Tower shook violently with a loud boom. The Grey Tower, connected to celestial bodies, was highly sensitive to the movements of the stars. Such a significant tremor meant there had been a major change in the heavens. Eyes wide, Nayuta snapped her head up to gaze at the sky. The sky was in turmoil. Constellations were moving chaotically, pushed to the sides. It was reminiscent of when Arthur's constellation had shaken. The mere movement of such a massive constellation could shake the heavens. Is King Arthur's star moving again? No, it was something different. The stars were fleeing in terror. Nayuta's gaze followed the flow. Although she usually lazed around, she was an imperial certified first-class astrologer. Her eyes pierced through to the core of the disturbance. And blood flowed from Nayuta's eyes. There was a colossal star that could neither be observed, understood, nor dared to be looked upon. Confronting the black and red malign star, the witch's constellation, blood flowed from her eyes and nose. Her pupils trembled. A constellation that had been silent for 1,000 years. The constellation of the Witch of the Abyss was there. The blood-red star appeared for only a brief moment before hiding its presence in the darkness. But even that brief exposure had shaken the heavens and thrown the constellations into chaos. Amidst the turmoil of the constellations, Nayuta lowered her gaze. She recalled what lay in the direction the witch's star had briefly illuminated. Stonehenge. It was the resting place of the dragons. The red dragon roared towards the sky and began smashing everything in sight. The Imperial Knights began to retreat, and even the white-rank adventurers hesitated and fell back. Something was wrong. The situation had changed from what they had been told. They could understand the part about the red and white dragons reviving without injuries. It seemed possible to capture them, and they thought they could handle it. But now, the red dragon was different. It had grown 2 to 3 times larger, and its aura had changed. This was impossible. They knew instinctively. That was not an opponent that could be handled by a team of sword seekers. It didn't seem like sword aura could penetrate the glowing red scales, and they didn't think they could cut through that thick neck. Most importantly, the pressure emanating from the red dragon was real. They could potentially inflict a few wounds if they risked their lives, but the cost-benefit ratio didn't add up. After all, they were adventurers, weighing their lives and profit on a scale. They were not bound by duty like knights, they were free adventurers. This is impossible. We can't fight it. It's impossible. We need at least 10 sword seekers. This isn't something 4 can handle. Or bring a sword master. At least 10 sword seekers were needed. Even then, it was just the minimum. Even if 10 gathered, there was no certainty they could hunt it. They couldn't grasp where to start and how to proceed. The 3 white-rank adventurers muttered as they retreated. One had already been knocked out with a single blow. Continuing to fight in this situation was something only fools would do. So you're planning to run? And there was one fool here. Rosalind Ascolo, who had remained silent, spoke up. She hadn't taken a single step back and stood her ground. Her single remark made white-rank adventurer Richard Polson frown and speak. Retreat is the right choice. Until the Empire's reinforcements arrive. Do you think that Red Dragon will take longer to reach Cambria than the Empire's reinforcements? Richard, you know better than that, don't you? Rosalind sighed. If they fled, the Red Dragon would head straight for the nearest city, Cambria. Dragons inherently move to kill humans and destroy civilization. And Cambria couldn't withstand the Red Dragon. The strongest forces in Cambria were already here. Even if they gathered all the remaining adventurers, they couldn't hunt the dragon. Without the power of sword seekers, they couldn't even scratch its scales. So you're saying we should fight, Rosalind? Do we have any other options? Sure, we could let the city folks die and run away. Rosalind shrugged. I have a lot of assets tied up in Cambria, Richard. I recently set up a mercenary headquarters and bought a house. Do you know how hard I worked for that? It would be a shame if it all went up in smoke. It wouldn't be good to let my subordinates die either. Muttering to herself, Rosalind twirled her masterpiece in her hand. Of course, this is my situation. You guys can run if you want. But, you know, she grinned. Don't blame me if I call you cowardly bastards later. Rosalind clashed her twin swords together. As a piercing noise echoed, the red dragon, who had been chasing the retreating knights, whipped its head towards her. That's right. Over here, lizard bastard. Rosalind Ascalo smirked. Red ones should stick together, right? She tapped her cheeks. The red swirling eyes were the mark of the witch. A half-blood born between a witch and a human, Rosalind glared at the red dragon that shared her eyes. The red dragon roared. Responding to Rosalind's provocation, the red dragon recognized her as an enemy and charged. Smashing everything in its path, the dragon's approach made Rosalind click her tongue. This is going to be tough. She couldn't take it down alone. She glanced back. The three white rank adventurers. If they joined, there might be a slight chance, but they remained silent and unmoving. They seemed to be pondering something. Well, running away was not easy either. They were also attached to Cambria and had their bases there. They were just hesitant to risk their lives for a fight that seemed hopeless. In other words, if the situation tilted a bit, they would join. Rosalind needed to show potential. She needed to create a situation that made them feel a slight chance of victory. Naturally, it wasn't an easy task. Damn, I wish there was someone to charge with me. There used to be one here. Someone like that. Someone who would jump in first, not caring about the consequences. A youngster who perfectly fit her taste. But he had been knocked out in a single blow. She didn't even know if he was alive or dead. Who? Rosalind sighed and steadied herself. She planned to do it alone if necessary. As she readied her masterpiece, Echo, and prepared to step forward, a loud crash resounded from afar. A heap of rubble shot into the air. A sudden noise. Rosalind turned her gaze to where the sound had come from. Bursting through the debris of a collapsed stone pillar was a boy holding a sword. Seeing him, Rosalind's eyes widened before she burst into laughter. He's really insane. He took that hit and is already moving. Laughing, Rosalind nodded slightly. Her gaze met Nijin's over the dragon. No words were needed. As Rosalind pointed to the right and charged, Nijin moved to the left. A beast from the mythical era. A living mystery. The two swordsmen charged at the giant monster. Compared to the dragon, the two humans were insignificant, but the sword aura emanating from their swords was not. A glimpse of transcendence grasped by human hands. Brilliant lights that could pierce the dragon's scales erupted. As he ran towards the red dragon, Nijin caught his breath. Being hit by the dragon's tail had made his breathing ragged. His body ached, but he could still move. Merlin. Running, Nijin spoke internally. That star just now, it was the witch's star, right? Yes. Did the witch intervene? This was the mainland. An area where constellations could rarely intervene due to its stability. But somehow, the witch had intervened. Yes, she did. Normally, the red dragon would never attack the white dragon. Being split from one being, they cherished each other greatly. The witch had manipulated the red dragon. Manipulated it to consume the white dragon and become whole. In the process, she had tampered with the dragon's essence, Merlin said. I don't know what method she used, but she can't use it again. Bedivere has moved the round table. Merlin looked up at the sky. She would see the constellations being rearranged and aligned. It must be a magnificent sight, but Nijin had no time to look at the sky. With the presence of Camlin and the round table, those high in the sky. He had a dragon roaring right before his eyes. His battlefield was here. His opponent was the red dragon roaring with its feet on the ground. Nijin focused solely on the red dragon. With creaking legs, he pushed off the ground and ran, his eyes wide open. It's heavy. It's fast. It's hard to cut. The red dragon had grown several times larger. Nijin instinctively knew, from the single blow he had taken, that he couldn't cut it down with conventional means. He had to figure out how to tear through those scales and drive his sword in. The fully awakened red dragon was a mystical beast, embodying all the qualities Merlin had described. A sword master might be able to sever its neck in one strike. In his current state, Nijin could only hope to scratch its scales. Could he cut it down if he struck the same spot dozens, hundreds of times? He wasn't sure. An opponent who seemed almost impossible to defeat. Feeling his heart pounding, Nijin steadied his breath. The basics of dragon hunting. What he had learned from Merlin. No matter how strong his opponent had become, his task remained the same. He had to strip away its absurd mobility. Nijin's eyes focused on the dragon's wings. If it started flying, it was over. He had to tear those wings while it was still agitated and grounded. Rosalind, who exchanged a glance with Nijin, seemed to have a similar idea. They slid towards the dragon's flanks. Firmly grasping his sword hilt, Nijin charged. His sword was enveloped in the constellation of white and gold stars, which he knew were the dragon's reverse scale. Merlin had told him so. The platinum-hued sword aura, resembling Arthur. The light that held the potential to pierce the dragon's mystery. Reflecting on Merlin's words, Nijin recalled a scene from a fairy tale. The image of Arthur, fearlessly charging towards giants and dragons in the mythical era. At the end of that battle, Arthur had hung a star in the sky. A star, a feat, the first step to becoming a hero. Nijin couldn't know if his sword would work against this dragon. But he had decided. He would bring down this dragon. He would achieve a feat greater than Arthur's and carve a star in the sky. I will. He had decided. Therefore, he acted. Nijin pushed off the ground and leapt into the air. His sword energy flashed brilliantly. Responding to his move, Rosalind clashed her twin swords together from the opposite side. Hey, Nijin. Rosalind called out to him. Not a brat, but Nijin. In a gesture of respect for the boy who had fearlessly charged into battle, she willingly called him by his name. I don't do this for just anyone. The echo she spread. The ripple created by her masterpiece flickered right before Nijin's eyes. It was as if a place had been set for him. Give it your all. Hit it with everything you've got. Nijin grinned. Then, he swung his sword with all his might towards the rippling echo before him. The strongest strike he could muster. As his sword energy intertwined with the echo, it resonated. A resonating echo, amplified by the combined sword energies of both. The battle with the red dragon, 3. The platinum sword aura was the dragon's reverse scale. Merlin had mentioned this once. Platinum-hued sword aura, resembling starlight. In the history of mankind, only one person, Arthur, could wield it. 1,000 years ago, Arthur had swung this platinum-hued sword aura to slay countless demons and drop numerous dragons from the sky. I don't know if he wielded the platinum-hued sword aura because he pulled out Excalibur, or if he could pull out Excalibur because he had the platinum-hued sword aura. But the sequence doesn't matter. What mattered was the characteristic of the platinum-hued sword aura. Arthur's sword aura resisted the mystique. It resisted things that defied the natural order. As if to uphold the rules of the world. The established rules of the world. What is called the natural order, or providence? Do you know what witches, demons, dragons, fallen stars, and the accursed things of the abyss have in common? They are beings that have deviated from providence. They break, twist, and overstep the established rules. They are beings whose very existence is like cheating. Now, do you understand what I'm saying? Arthur's sword aura punished those who did not abide by the rules. As if to enforce those rules. Arthur cleaved through their mysteries, tore through their scales, and made those who did not bleed, bleed. Your sword aura, although fundamentally different from Arthur's. It shares that characteristic. Remember when you fought the Dark Mage? You weren't even at the Seeker level back then, but you endured the mystery of the masterpiece and tore through the dark magic. Merlin had smiled as she said this. So, how about now that you've reached the level of a seeker? Now was the time to confirm that. Nijin infused his sword aura into Rosalind's resonating echo. The highest output of sword aura he could muster. With the white star still strong within him, a pure white light burst forth first. And then, followed by golden light. A pure white flash mixed with golden light. What was created was a sword aura that was very close to platinum. Ordinarily, he would have hidden it, but Nijin had no time for that now. It was a life-or-death battle. There was nowhere to escape, and dragging out time was not an option. Faced with an enemy that he had to crush with all his might, Nijin revealed his hidden power. A flash. A dazzling light shone. The rumor that Nijin could wield white and golden sword aura was well known, so it could be mistaken for that. But not for Rosalind Ascalo. Heh. Rosalind felt the sword aura infused into her resonating echo. It was sword aura that made her soul's other half scream. Her skin prickled, and her heart pounded hard. The sharp pain made Rosalind click her tongue. This would definitely work. A smile crept onto her lips. Gritting her teeth, Rosalind swung her twin swords. The resonating echo, created by her masterpiece, spread out in a net-like form. Following her sword's edge, the net of sword aura covered the dragon's wings. Ki-ith. The combined sword aura of Nijin and Rosalind slashed at the dragon's wings. The dragon's scales disrupted the sword aura, but the scales were cleaved faster than the sword aura was dispersed. With a sound like tididididic, the scales began to split. With a shriek, the red dragon flapped its wings, and the net was torn apart with the gusts of wind. The sword aura scattered. However, the resonating echo created by Rosalind had already served its purpose. It had created footholds by splitting the scales. It had created gaps to thrust their swords into. Enduring the raging wind, the two clung to the dragon's wings. Compared to the dragon's massive body, the humans were insignificantly small. But the radiance on their weapons allowed humans to hunt monsters while still being human. Climbing up the scales, Nijin and Rosalind sprinted along the dragon's wings. They thrust their swords between the scales and drew out sword aura recklessly. Ki-ith. The sword aura, resembling a beast's fangs, resonated. Flash. The sword aura, resembling starlight, flashed repeatedly. Dragon wings were meant for flight. Since they generate and ride the wind, they were not entirely covered in scales. The outside was covered in scales, but the inside was not. Swoosh. Rosalind and Nijin targeted that part relentlessly. They tore and shredded the dragon's wings, so that it could no longer fly. Blood splattered, and the dragon's wings became tattered. The plan was successful, but the red dragon did not remain idle. The red dragon twisted its long neck and looked at its wings, opening its jaws wide. Fire swirled in its mouth. Breath. To shake off the humans clinging to its body, the red dragon breathed fire upon itself. The fire emitted by the fully restored red dragon was more akin to a flash than flames. The intense heat caused nearby rocks to melt and the ground to become soft. Rosalind and Nijin immediately leaped off the wings when the red dragon opened its jaws, but they couldn't escape the heat. Their skin was scorched, and their melted flesh and clothes stuck together. Damn it! It set itself on fire. Rosalind muttered, coughing and gasping for air. Nijin brushed off the remaining embers clinging to his clothes and looked ahead. There was the red dragon, engulfed in flames. The red dragon's wings were burning. Other parts were protected by scales, but the wings, which Nijin and Rosalind had mutilated, couldn't withstand the flames. The red dragon had counterattacked, sacrificing its wings. Nijin steadied his breathing. The first step was accomplished. They had torn the wings and taken away its mobility. The red dragon could no longer fly. What should they do next? You need to pierce its heart or sever its neck. Nijin nodded. To seal an immortal creature like a dragon, it had to be killed first. They had to grant it the death of a living being by either piercing its heart or severing its neck. Nejin gripped his sword tightly. Who? Nejin had no means to counter the dragon's attacks. If he took them head-on, his bones would be crushed like before. Avoiding them wasn't easy either, given the dragon's massive size and the attacks that utilized its full body weight. Choosing only to evade would create distance. And distance favored the dragon in battle. He needed to both evade and approach simultaneously. It's not easy. But it wasn't impossible. An idea popped into Nejin's mind. The chain stake. Holding the sword in one hand and spinning the chain with the other, Nejin began to run. Rosalind, seemingly having her own method, charged at the dragon from another direction. Different directions. The red dragon, instead of aiming at one person, chose to sweep them both away, spinning its body and swinging its tail. The red dragon's tail whipped around like a lash. The same strike that had shattered Nejin's bones. But Nejin wasn't foolish enough to be caught by the same move twice. He leaped high and threw the chain. As soon as the chain wrapped around the dragon's tail. Ting! The chain pulled taut, and Nejin's body was roughly dragged, as if thrown. With the chain wrapped around the dragon's tail, Nejin's body was swung around like a stone in a sling. The chain creaked. His arm felt like it was being torn apart. But Nejin endured. His intuition told him this was the right method. Enduring the centrifugal force and calculating the direction, Nejin released the chain at the peak of the swing. Like a stone from a slingshot, Nejin was launched at the red dragon. Swoosh! Cutting through the air at top speed, Nejin gripped his sword in a reverse grip. And then, thud! Nejin's sword embedded itself in the red dragon's body. A strike leveraging the centrifugal force and speed. The platinum-hued sword aura wrapped around the blade. All combined into a strike that pierced through the dragon's scales. But this was just the beginning. Despite the pain from the landing, Nejin pushed himself to move. Twisting the embedded sword, Nejin ran along the dragon's body. The sword aura flared wildly, scattering bright flashes. Maximum output. Without considering the consequences, Nejin poured all his energy into his sword and swung. The relentless attacks had an effect. Swoosh! The scales split, and blood splattered. Seeing his attack work, Nejin moved even more aggressively. He swung his sword with such force that his arms tore, and despite the broken ankle's pain, he ran along the dragon's scales. He ignored the burning heat searing his skin. Nejin was immersed in his sword. A state he had achieved in the previous battle against the witch. His blood boiled, and his heart pounded fiercely. His vision narrowed, focusing only on what he had to cut and his swinging sword. He swung his sword, forgetting even to breathe. In this state, Nejin moved faster and more efficiently than usual. His blade cut deeply and lethally, and the sword aura gleamed sharply. Dash! Naj, Jean! The dragon's scales split, and blood sprayed. A mere human was ripping apart a dragon many times his size. Every flash of the platinum-hued sword aura sent blood flying high. Hey, hey! Nejin! Nejin's sword moved even faster. Within less than a second, Nejin's sword had swung 10 times. From a distance, his appearance seemed almost ghostly. Hey! In a state of self-immersion, focusing on the sword. A state that only some swordsmen can achieve. Swordsmen strive to reach this state, but those who reach the transcendence of a sword master often say this. One should not become intoxicated with the sword. It is a double-edged sword with as many disadvantages as advantages. Nejin did not know this. He focused solely on the fact that his attacks were effective against the dragon, and in his zeal to make the dragon bleed, he failed to hear Merlin's voice. Therefore, he was late to realize the anomaly. The dragon's scales were trembling. Since when? Probably a few seconds ago. At that moment, his immersion broke. Nejin's eyes widened, and his vision expanded. Merlin's voice echoed in his ears. Get away, move, now. A voice that had probably been shouting for several seconds. Nejin moved, but by then it was too late. The trembling scales shot towards Nejin. Dozens of scales, each the size of a forearm, all at once. Pa 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 pa. The scales shot up from where Nijin had his footing, from where he was about to step, from where he could escape to all directions. The scene seemed slow in Nijin's eyes. However, there was no way to avoid it. It was already too late. If only he hadn't been immersed in a sword, narrowing his vision. If only he had listened to Merlin's voice. If he had noticed the signs, if only his leg hadn't been broken, he could have reacted to the attack. Thud. The dragon's scales pierced Nijin's body. It wasn't the dragon's blood but the human's blood that splattered. Nijin's vision turned red. His body felt hot. His vision was blurry. A ringing sound filled his ears. Nijin realized he had briefly lost consciousness. The shock of sustaining a critical wound while already having overexerted his body caused him to black out. Gasp, cough, cough. Nijin coughed up a handful of blood. After blinking several times, his vision slowly returned. Nijin noticed he was lying on the ground. He should have been impaled by the dragon's scales. Hey! A voice echoed in his ears. Nijin slowly lifted his head. In front of him stood a man with his back turned. As his vision and hearing gradually returned. You're finally awake. Richard Poulsen. He stood before Nijin, planting his large shield into the ground. Thank Rosalind. The moment you were impaled by the scales, she threw you here. How long was I out? About 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Not a long time, but not short either. Huff, huff. Nijin panted, struggling to get up. He looked ahead. There were the rampaging red dragon and the white-rank adventurers rushing towards it. Rosalind led the charge with 3 white-ranked adventurers fighting the dragon. It had been just him and Rosalind. When did the other white ranks join the fight? It started to look possible. I don't like fighting battles with little chance of winning, but seeing you two struggle made running away feel wrong. Noticing Nijin's gaze, Richard shrugged. He had left his knightly duties to avoid being bound by duty, but he wasn't cowardly enough to flee and be called a coward later. Panting, he pushed his large shield forward. Though made of rare metal, its edge was melted. As if it had blocked a breath attack. Nijin noticed the ground around him was melted radially. Only the spot where he lay was untouched. Did he protect me? When he was impaled by the scales, Rosalind threw him here. Based on the situation, the red dragon likely breathed fire at him. Richard must have blocked that breath attack. Thank you. I owe you my life. It's nothing. Sorry for joining late. We debated too long before stepping in. Richard smiled wryly. Turning to Nijin, he asked. Can you move? I can manage. Nijin staggered to his feet. It's ridiculous to rely on an injured person, but it seems you're the only one who can inflict a fatal wound on that dragon. Richard pointed to the red dragon. Despite the constant attacks from the white-ranked adventurers, the dragon had no significant injuries. The only visible wounds were those Nijin inflicted when he climbed the dragon's back. Blood still trickled from those wounds. Will you go? I have to. We must kill that thing. In your condition. I can still swing my sword. Nijin raised his arm. His fingers were broken, but the melted skin had fused with the hilt, allowing him to grip his sword. Seeing Nijin's determination, Richard clicked his tongue. You're insane. Do you have a plan? A plan. Nijin looked to the side. There stood Merlin, looking anxious. You, really. I'm sorry. Merlin, with a worried expression, sighed in relief. Her fingertips trembled. After all, he had almost died. Panting, Nijin contemplated a method. Almost as if seeking Merlin's permission. His thoughts flowed to Merlin. Reading his thoughts, Merlin glared at him. Are you crazy? Are you out of your mind? Her eyes seemed to say. Yet, she didn't voice those words. She simply sighed and nodded. It was the only way to turn the situation around, even in her opinion. The prepared means were destroyed. Normal methods were impossible. His body was already at its limit. But, Nijin had one way to overturn everything. And to use it, there was only one method. I have an idea. Nijin answered Richard. Pointing with a finger, he indicated something. Richard followed his finger and blinked. Then he frowned and asked Nijin. You're out of your mind. Are you serious? It's the most reliable strategy. Usually, a suicide mission isn't called a strategy. It's insanity. Who on earth would? Isn't it about doing the impossible to achieve greatness? Ha, Richard scoffed. You're worthy of being the youngest sword seeker. Someone who doesn't value their life. Despite his words, Richard raised his shield. But I can't deny it's the only way. At this rate, we're all dead. What will you do? What else? Thud, he took a step ahead of Nijin. Raising his large shield, Richard grinned. I'll play along with your madness. I'll get you there somehow. The battle with the red dragon, 4. Everyone, listen up. Richard Poulsen slammed his shield into the ground. The earth trembled with a resounding thud. Though it wasn't as powerful as the dragon's stomp, it was enough to make the subjugation team turn around. Richard, having captured everyone's attention, extended his hand forward. Pointing towards their objective, he shouted with a strained voice. Clear the way. Commands on the battlefield were always concise and powerful. Richard, a former knight commander with countless operations under his belt, had a voice and gestures that could lead people effectively. Make way for the new star. Right behind Richard stood Nijin. His body was battered and covered in wounds, but the sword in his hand still shone brilliantly. With a determined grip on his glowing sword, Nijin adjusted his stance. The white rank adventurers saw this. The knights saw this. Only Nijin's attacks were effective against the red dragon. He was the one who held the potential to turn the tide. Everyone knew this, having seen Nijin make the dragon bleed. Thud, thud, thud. No further instructions were needed. It was time to prove themselves through action. Richard took the lead and started running. With heavy steps, he charged towards the red dragon. Following closely behind, Nijin also began to run. The red dragon instinctively knew that Nijin was a threat, that his sword aura was dangerous. The dragon turned its head towards Nijin, who had managed to rise again and was now charging towards it. Ignoring the white rank adventurers who were scratching its scales, the dragon opened its maw wide and roared at Nijin. That light, the light on that sword, irked it. It was a light reminiscent of the nightmare etched into its soul. The light wielded by the human who had once cast it down and sealed it beneath the stone pillars. Feeling both fear and rage, the dragon exhaled the breath it had inhaled. Breath. A radial burst of flame, as brilliant as a flash of light. In that moment, Richard planted his shield into the ground. The large shield, measuring 2 meters and made of rare metal, shimmered with blue mana. Envisioning a sturdy wall, his spirit entwined with the shield, turning Richard into a living barrier. Nijin, sheltered behind Richard, watched the flames split and flow to the sides, unable to melt the shield. It's hot. Richard shouted with a laugh. But it's bearable. He pushed the shield forward. Dragging it along the ground, he advanced. Despite the shield's edge melting and burns spreading up his forearm, he pressed on. He was determined to keep his promise to clear the way. After taking 6 steps, the flames subsided. Pointing towards the distorted landscape shimmering with heat, Richard gestured. Nijin sprinted past him before he even had a chance to shout for him to go. Nijin ran across the burning ground. But the dragon's thrashing was far from over. As if to ward him off, the dragon spun and lashed its tail like a whip. Nijin, realizing he couldn't leap to avoid it, knew his ankle had reached its limit. Running was all he could manage. Leaping was impossible. Should he face it head-on? Nijin couldn't think of a way to counter the tail swipe. But the decision was made for him. Twang! The sound of a ballista's string snapping echoed as a harpoon shot forward. Mages among the knights reshaped the ground. All this slowed the dragon's tail slightly. Just enough. Grizel. No need to tell me. Now. The delay proved meaningful. Using the altered ground, 3 adventurers leapt. With mana condensed to its limit, they swung their weapons at the dragon's tail simultaneously. Slash! Bahen Corte's great sword, Griselle Paramelt's halberd, and Rosaline's twin sword struck the dragon's tail. Screech! With a thunderous sound, the dragon's tail was forced back for the first time. As the dragon staggered, Nijin gritted his teeth and picked up speed. The path was clear. The opening appeared. This was a chance that wouldn't come again. Nijin sprinted towards the dragon's maw. Nijin's target was the dragon's maw. From the beginning, Nijin's objective was inside the gaping maw of the dragon. It wasn't a method any ordinary person would consider. Knowing the dragon's nature, it was even less likely to be thought of. After all, the dragon's interior was an entirely different world. Until a dragon faced death, it held another world within itself, with its mouth as the only entrance. Anyone stepping into that world would meet a gruesome end. The body would be crushed, the soul disintegrated. The disintegrated soul would be absorbed by the dragon, becoming a part of it. This was the dragon's digestion process. Those swallowed by the dragon would become part of it, living eternally in agony, unable to find rest. But, that's not all. When Nijin heard this from Merlin, he asked one question. If the dragon's interior was another world, wasn't it like an image? And wouldn't that image have a core? Merlin affirmed Nijin's hypothesis. Reluctantly, she explained. The world inside a dragon had a core, and if that core was destroyed, the dragon would die. However, it was a rarely used method, and in history, only one person had succeeded using it. There was one person who thought like you. An idiot known as the Dragon Slayer did it. According to Merlin, the world's biggest fool. Yet, in popular opinion, the one who killed the most dragons and stood alongside Arthur as a great hero. The first sword saint, Siegfried. The first sword saint who founded the Order of the Sword. His tale of jumping into the evil dragon's maw and destroying its core was told by many bards. His heroic saga lived on 1,000 years later. So when Nijin pointed at the dragon's mouth, and Richard commanded to open a path to the dragon's mouth, everyone understood what Nijin intended. Despite thinking it was madness, a suicide mission, they gladly cleared the way for him. The odds were slim, but if successful, it could turn the entire situation around. Reenacting the myth of dragon slaying. Among the countless great heroes, only one had pursued Arthur and reached the same pinnacle as him, the Sword Saint. Nijin intended to challenge the feat achieved by that hero. Originally, I would never use this plan. But the situation left no other option. They would die if this continued. Standing at the crossroads of life and death, Nijin chose to challenge. Nijin glared at the red dragon. Its eyes, once dyed red by the witch, had returned to their original black, staring at the light emanating from Nijin. With an ear-piercing roar, the dragon charged at Nijin. As if to swallow that light whole. If you can swallow it. Nijin also charged towards the dragon. Then go ahead and try. Nijin's sword drew in light. The stars entwined with his sword followed his steps, stretching out. His gaze was fixed on the dragon's maw. Without hesitation, Nijin leapt into the gaping abyss. Slicing the dragon's tongue and scraping past its teeth, Nijin stepped onto the base of the dragon's tongue. He took another step into the abyss beyond. True feats are only achieved by those who turn their backs on life and step towards death. In this moment, Nijin achieved a feat. He had always challenged strong opponents, overcoming his limits, enduring the flames of transcendence, and now, he made the fully revived dragon bleed. More than that, he threw himself into the dragon's mouth, taking a gamble. While these feats might not be enough to make him a star individually, and might not even be called feats by themselves, merely fragments of stars when combined under the theme of challenge, they transformed into a feat worthy of the heavens' attention. The heavens acknowledged the feat of a human who challenged and overcame limits. A star rose in the celestial domain belonging to Nijin. A new star was born. A new star shone brightly in the night sky. Despite finally achieving the first star he had long desired, Nijin didn't realize it. He was merely bewildered by the sudden surge of strength in his dying body. Assuming it was a last burst of energy before collapsing, Nijin threw himself into the abyss. Crushing the lizard before him was the priority. With that sole thought filling his mind, Nijin stepped into the abyss. A completely different world welcomed him. Before him spread the world within the red dragon, engulfed in flames. Merlin! Nijin shouted. It's okay here, right? You're asking that now? Merlin had approved this insane plan because Nijin could use his greatest variable here. A place where no one's gaze mattered. A place where he could briefly hide the starlight. A world completely isolated from the outside. Here, Nijin could reveal everything he had. Pointing to the core at the center of the dragon's world, Merlin shouted. Cut it. Instead of answering, Nijin gripped the air. His eyes turned platinum, and the constellation on his wrist shone brightly. The light and heat from the flames in the dragon's world couldn't compare to the starlight forming a sword in Nijin's hand. The boy held the star's sword. The star's sword, Excalibur, shone brilliantly with the platinum sword aura that pierced mysteries. At that moment, the first of the 13 stars engraved on Excalibur's blade began to shine. Inside the red dragon's world. At the center, engulfed in fierce flames, was the dragon's core and heart. Piercing that would mean the dragon's death. But Nijin realized something simultaneously. Why piercing the dragon's core inside its world was celebrated as a feat, why only the great hero Siegfried had succeeded in this method. SSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSS Enormous pressure squeezed his body. This was a world solely for the red dragon, naturally rejecting any intruders. The dragon's digestion began. His body burned. Moisture evaporated. His soul screamed under the pressure. A different level of pain, unlike anything he had ever felt, overwhelmed him. His overtaxed body writhed in agony. Crunch. Nejin gritted his teeth, his eyes wide open. Blood flowed from his eyes. Even the flowing blood evaporated, but Nejin gripped Excalibur tightly. Relying on Excalibur's healing power, he approached the dragon's core. If you can digest me. If you can swallow me, then go ahead and try. Let's see which is faster, you digesting me, or me piercing your heart. Thud. With a determined glare, Nejin plunged Excalibur into the dragon's heart. Without enough force, he couldn't cleave the heart in one strike. But Nejin didn't intend to stop. If once isn't enough, then 10 times. If 10 times isn't enough, then 100. The platinum sword aura on Excalibur pushed back the flames, scattering light. And as if responding to the will of its chosen master, the first star engraved on Excalibur's blade shone brightly. By obtaining the star, the boy proved his worth. The first unlocked power enveloped Excalibur. The Grey Tower Master, Neyuta, groaned. Out of nowhere, the sky was thrown into chaos by the witch's constellation. The constellations were in turmoil, colliding sanctuaries, creating a mess in the sky. Cough, cough, cough. Having not turned off the spell for counting stars, Neyuta coughed up blood after staring at the witch's constellation. She wiped the blood from her eyes with a handkerchief, downed a potion, and steadied her breathing. A major event. A historic event had occurred. First, Excalibur was drawn, throwing the sky into an uproar. Then, Arthur's constellation and Merlin's constellation shook. Now the witch's constellation too. It felt like historic events wouldn't stop happening. Damn, I can't complain about Cyphria making me work hard. The position of Grey Tower Master wasn't as easy as she thought. What historical events were happening every few months? She groaned, getting to her feet. She still had work to do. She needed to observe the tangled sky and report any changes caused by the witch's constellation. This wasn't an event that could be overlooked. After a long time staring at the stars, Neyuta tilted her head. What's that? Her gaze was fixed on a star in the corner of the sky. Was that star always there? Had it been pushed aside by the turbulent constellations? No, she didn't think that star existed before. Casting several spells for observation, she enhanced her vision and analyzed the sky's flow, looking again at the star. It was a new star. A new star had suddenly appeared where there hadn't been one before. While new stars occasionally appeared, this one felt different. Nayuta sensed something off. A star shining too brightly. And beside it, new starlight was gathering. 2 stars, 1. The sword of selection, Excalibur. The sword that selects its master grows alongside its master. Each time the master achieves a feat and inscribes a star in the sky, Excalibur grows, engraving the master's stars on its blade. Made of starlight. Enhanced with starlight as its fuel. Originally incomplete, Excalibur was completed by its first master, the great hero Arthur. The 13 stars Arthur embedded in the blade perfected the sword of selection. However, Arthur eventually met his death, and much time has passed since then. 10 years repeated 10 times, and 10 times again. 1,000 years passed until today. The holy sword was drawn by a certain boy. Whether the boy chose the holy sword or the holy sword chose the boy, the sequence of events did not matter. What mattered was that the boy drew the holy sword. And the boy longed to hang a star in the sky. As always, Excalibur responded to its master's will. To overcome his limits and become a hero by achieving feats, Excalibur reacted to the boy's will. Thus, when his master grasped a star, and now, as he aimed to obtain a new star. Gung! Excalibur responded to its master's call. The first star engraved on the holy sword resonated. The shining star belonged to Nijin, not Arthur. With a chime-like resonance, the first function was activated. Originally possessing recovery abilities and enhanced sword aura output. Now, added to it was the ability to discharge. The starlight enveloping Excalibur's blade surged. The surging starlight gathered at the tip of the sword as if following a narrow waterway. The sword tip embedded in the dragon's heart glowed platinum. Chaik. Because his body was burning and his vision was blurry, Nijin did not notice Excalibur's transformation. He merely held on to Excalibur with the thought of shattering the dragon's heart before him. It won't come out. He tried to withdraw the sword and strike again, but it was stuck as if firmly lodged in something. However, it did not matter. Nijin changed his plan. He pushed Excalibur deeper into the heart. Kaduk, kadududuk. The sound of the dragon's heart, as hard as a gemstone, being shaved off echoed in his ears. Relying on that sound, Nijin tightened his grip. Despite his body burning in the flames, he took another step towards the heart at the center of the heat. Deeper. Even deeper. Finally, the crossguard of Excalibur touched the dragon's heart. The blade of Excalibur was embedded in the dragon's heart and could not be seen anymore. It was pushed in as deep as possible. Turn it. And instinctively. Like turning a key. Or perhaps unconsciously. Discharged the light gathered at the sword tip. Nijin twisted the hilt. Twisting Excalibur with all his might. He did not know why he did it. It was just like the day he first saw Excalibur, a strong voice of conviction echoed, saying, "This will work." Discharge. The moment Excalibur was twisted, the light gathered at the sword tip was discharged. It was not just starlight that gathered at the tip. Nijin's sword aura, shaped like a constellation, condensed into a point and lingered at the sword tip. Starlight, sword aura, mana. All of it discharged in an instant. The dragon's heart could not contain the light bursting from within. It was a light that could not be contained by anything. With cracking sounds, fissures spread through the heart. Light seeped through the cracks. Platinum starlight seeped out. And following it, platinum constellations branched out through the gaps. The widening fissures eventually reached their limit. With a cracking sound, the dragon's heart split along the fissures. At that moment, starlight exploded from within the heart. The bursting light shattered the dragon's heart into pieces. Starlight spreading in all directions. Constellations branching out following the starlight. The discharged light shattered the dragon's heart and pushed back even the surrounding flames. The world of the red dragon, once filled only with flames, was now filled with starlight. When the constellations filled with radiant starlight took over the Red Dragon's world, it was no longer the Red Dragon's world. The source was shattered. The world was collapsing. The Red Dragon's world began to crumble. Immediately after Nijin jumped into the dragon's mouth, the Red Dragon began to thrash wildly. It breathed fire everywhere as if in pain and stomped the ground. Kiik. The roar that once dominated the sky was now replaced by the pitiful scream of a beast. The Red Dragon roared towards the sky in agony. It's thrashing madly. Unable to get close due to its wild thrashing, the subjugation team watched the Red Dragon from a distance. The Red Dragon, breathing fire towards the sky, convulsed briefly. The scream ceased, and the flames subsided. Then, Kwang. The dragon's head, which had been raised towards the sky, fell to the ground. Only convulsing, the Red Dragon could no longer move. It seemed to have lost the source of its power. Look, over there. Someone pointed to the dragon's belly. A sword protruded from it. Soon, the sword drew a line, splitting the dragon's belly. From the split belly, a gasping Nijin stepped out. He truly went inside the dragon's mouth, broke its heart, and came out. The subjugation team was astonished by the sight of the boy who tore through the dragon's belly and emerged. A feat worthy of inscribing a star. The knights were astonished and also admired the boy who reenacted the myth of Siegfried the Dragonslayer. However, in this situation, they could neither express admiration nor cheer. Huff, huff. Nijin was in a serious condition. His body was covered in burn marks, and flames still clung to him. Even breathing seemed painful. The skin on his arm had melted and was grotesquely deformed. Ziek. Nijin, who had been dragging his leg, collapsed to the ground. He tried to prop himself up, but with a broken arm, he could not lift his body. At that moment, Richard Poulsen walked towards Nijin. He helped Nijin up from the ground. Despite the flames clinging to Nijin's body and burning his own, Richard supported Nijin and moved. Eventually, the knights followed in silence. Richard poured water fetched by the knights over Nijin's body. With a hissing sound, the fire was extinguished, and Richard took out a potion from his bosom and poured it over Nijin's head. Are you conscious? He wanted to speak, but only ash-filled breaths came out of his mouth. In the end, Nijin nodded. It seems your fight is not over yet. Am I right? Nijin nodded again. Seeing this, Richard smiled. I thought so. He supported Nijin and walked to the front of the dragon's neck. Upon arriving, Richard stepped back, leaving Nijin there. No one approached the dragon or Nijin. They maintained their distance in silence. The dragon, losing its source, was gradually crumbling. If someone drove a sword into its neck, the dragon would die, and if left alone, it would still die. Killing a dying dragon was something anyone could do. But, no one did. Taking away someone else's prey was not the adventurous way, and claiming someone else's merit was not the knight's honor. Those who knew propriety and honor quietly watched Nijin finish off the dragon. Hew. Nijin, gasping for breath, raised his sword in front of the dragon's neck. The red dragon, unable to move, looked at Nijin with fearful eyes. There was no more anger in those eyes. Only fear. Facing the dragon's gaze, Nijin swung his raised sword. The sword, with its dissipated sword aura, barely cut through the crumbling dragon's scales due to his lack of strength. Nijin swung the raised sword again. Once, twice, 3 times. On the 5th strike, Nijin finally severed the dragon's neck. Dragon blood spurted from the severed neck. Amidst the spraying blood, Nijin looked up at the sky. The source of the light that shot up wildly was already shattered. Most of the ground lights were also destroyed. However, it was not dark around. The stars in the night sky were shining. Among the countless stars in the sky, Nijin found his own star. The star he had longed for was shining in a corner of the sky. And then, another star appeared right next to his star. It was the Dragon Slayer star given to the boy who reenacted the myth. A new star had appeared. Amid the turmoil in the sky, Nayuta watched the newly born star with interest. Although new stars often appeared suddenly, that star was scattering an exceptionally bright light. It was an omen. An omen that another star would be born. Could a newly born star gain another star so soon? Nayuta had never seen such a case. There were no records left by the previous masters of the Grey Tower. If we go back to the mythological era, it might be a different story. But at least in the 1,000-year history of the Empire, it was unprecedented. After 1,000 years, King Arthur moved. After 1,000 years, the Witches' constellation appeared. In the midst of these historical events, the newly born new star was showcasing its presence. Could it be? Could it really obtain another star? The bright white star reached its peak. Then, with an explosion of light, another star appeared next to it. 2 stars rose at once. The stars shone brilliantly. Nayuta, mesmerized, watched the glowing stars. The thought that she was at the center of a historical moment filled her mind. The Grey Tower was abuzz with the sudden appearance of the Witches' constellation. Voices of mages and imperial officials seeking her filled the office, but Nayuta did not hear them. Who? She let out a chuckle. Naming the newly born star was the role of the Grey Tower's master. As she watched the star, the words of her predecessor echoed in her mind. Nayuta. Her mentor, an old mage with a strong personality. When passing down the role of Grey Tower's master to Nayuta, he had said, "One day, you too will name a star. That day will surely come. Not an ordinary star, but a brilliant star. On that day, you will understand. Karen, the Sword Saint. Gerd Isabald, the Empire's greatest knight. Yul Razian, the executioner of the Starblood sect." The old man who had named the stars of these 3 sword masters had patted Nayuta's head and smiled. Master of the Grey Tower. This position, which grants the right to name stars, is the most blessed of all. She had thought it was just the old man's ramblings. She had dismissed it as the mutterings of an old geezer. How do you know if a star is special? My foolish disciple, do you plan to become the Grey Tower's master without the ability to discern stars? When the time comes, you will know immediately. That star is the one. The reason those words resurfaced now was obvious. Instinct told her. It was a powerful intuition. Nayuta reached out towards the star hanging in the sky. The star shone brightly, almost within her grasp. Amid the turbulent sky, 2 stars firmly established their positions, shining brilliantly. The master of the Grey Tower counted the stars. A challenge, and dragon slaying. The boy's feats were shining in the sky. 2 stars, 2. Stars shone in the night sky. Nijin stared blankly at the sky. The surging dragon's blood, the dragon's final scream, and the belated cheers of the people all felt infinitely distant. The pain that had racked his entire body gradually dulled. In the silence, where time seemed to slow down and almost stop, Nijin looked at the stars. Among the countless stars adorning the night sky, there was a star emitting a soft light. It was his star, not anyone else's. Although Excalibur had long been sheathed, Nijin's eyes gleamed with a platinum hue. I promise, Ivan. I'll place my star at the highest point in the night sky. I'll prove that you were right to send me out, that you were a knight who never lost your light, even if you fell. I will. I promise. These were words he had thought to himself many times. Words he had vowed countless times. As he recalled these words, Nijin slowly raised his hand. He spread his hand wide towards the sky. It was a habit of his. He used to reach towards the ceiling even in the underground city. But this gesture now was the complete opposite of what it had meant back then. You know. Nijin spoke to himself. Though it was a monologue, it was not truly alone as there was someone listening. Merlin, standing beside him, silently listened to Nijin's words. I, who was buried in a place called the landfill outside the underground city. In the dark place where stars couldn't be seen, imagining what the light of a star would be like by looking at the luminous stones embedded in the ceiling. I was a person who was the farthest from the stars. I was not even allowed to see the stars. Even if I reached for the sky, I could not touch the stars. But this moment was different. When I looked up at the sky, I could see the wide expanse of the night sky and the stars. When I reached out towards the sky, it felt like I could touch my star that was shining there. The star that was solely mine, which I had longed for. Though it was not yet at the center or the highest point of the sky, it definitely existed up there. Looking at the star, Nijin smiled. It was a smile filled with various emotions. A smile that couldn't be summed up in one word. Merlin, who had been silent, finally spoke. Her voice was a bit softer than usual. You did well. She touched Nijin's shoulder with her hand. Merlin, being slightly shorter than Nijin, had to raise her arm, and although her touch didn't physically reach him because she was an intangible illusion, Merlin's emotions reached him. The constellation with 11 stars spoke to the new star who had just gained another star. You did something unbelievable again, getting 2 stars at once. She laughed as if in disbelief. Then again, you did something crazy like jumping into the dragon's mouth. Watching you, it felt like my heart was going to stop. In my era, crazy people like you were rare, really. Trailing off, Merlin said. But it was cool. Rest now. You must be tired. Nijin slowly exhaled. Time, which had been moving slowly, found its original pace, and the noise around him began to turn into human voices. Lowering his arm that had been reaching for the sky, Nijin looked around. The cheering knights. Those with their mouths agape in shock. Rosalind approaching with a laugh, and Richard clapping as if to bless the birth of a new star. All of them, one and all, were applauding Nijin's achievement. It was a feat deserving of such admiration. The boy had risked his life to challenge the dragon and achieved the feat of dragon slaying. Those who paved the way for the boy and those who blocked the dragon's attacks also gained fragments of stars. It was a battlefield that left the birth of a new star and fragments of future stars. Amidst the cheers, Nijin smiled faintly. With trembling hands, Nijin raised the bloodied sword high into the air. Just like Arthur did, Nijin declared the end of the subjugation. Wah wah. The louder cheers echoed through Stonehenge. After the dragon subjugation ended. Unsurprisingly, Nijin had to stay in bed. It seemed to happen every time he fought a battle, but the injuries from this fight were not easily healed. The first star of Excalibur's discharge. That's how it is after using it. You pour out everything you've gathered at once, so after one use, the output drops significantly and the blessings fade. The weakened recovery power of Excalibur played a part, but the injuries were more severe than usual. Multiple fractures, twisted fingers, and full-body burns. The priests had clicked their tongues and asked, "Is he even alive?" So there was no need to say more. I really almost died. Muttering under his breath, Nijin was wrapped in bandages. Even considering his high recovery rate, he was told to stay in bed for several weeks. He had gained a star, so there should be some changes, but Nijin was disappointed he couldn't experience them immediately. I know you're excited, but be patient. While lying in bed, some people came to visit him. The first to visit were Rosalind and Richard. The hero of the Red Dragon subjugation. With a cheerful laugh, Richard placed a basket of fruits he had brought as a gift. Rosalind sat on the edge of the bed, chuckling as she looked at Nijin. Wrapped in bandages like that, you look like an undead. I thought the same when I saw myself in the mirror. It's amazing you didn't melt after jumping into the flames. How was it inside the dragon's mouth? It was scorching hot. Nijin shrugged as he answered. There was nothing but fire. I wondered where the breath came from, and it seemed like it came from there. If you scooped a handful and spat it out, that was the breath. Wow, so you swung your sword inside the breath and split the dragon's heart. That's right. This guy is really crazy. Rosalind laughed exaggeratedly, slapping her knee. Whether Nijin's words were an exaggeration or the truth, the fact that Nijin had jumped into the dragon's mouth and split its heart remained unchanged. In history, there was only one. The dragon slayer, Siegfried. Nijin had recreated the feat achieved only by the first sword saint, known as the Great Hero. It would soon become noisy again. Thinking this, Rosalind smirked. Thank you, rookie. No, Nijin. Why suddenly? Thanks to you, we gained a lot. Rosalind opened her palm in front of Nijin. She glanced at Richard with a smile. Nodding, Richard opened his hand as if to show something. And then, sparkle. A small star shone in their palms. Nijin widened his eyes. Richard Poulsen had one, and Rosalind Askelo had 2 stars shining in their hands. Both I and Richard had accumulated some feats, but this fight was decisive. We gained new stars. This is my first star. I didn't want to step into dangerous battlefields, so I quit being a knight, but I never thought I'd gain a star at this age. Richard shrugged. Thanks to you. Thank you. I should be thanking you. Thanks to you, I reached the red dragon in one piece. It didn't seem like you were in one piece. If I can run and swing my sword, that's all that matters. At Nijin's reply, both Richard and Rosalind burst into laughter. After chatting for a while, they left the room. I really never get a break. Next to visit was Jieta. Looking at Nijin wrapped in bandages, she sighed. She seemed to have expected this outcome. I heard about it. You jumped into the red dragon's mouth. It's a big deal everywhere. The broken seal of Stonehenge, the fully resurrected 2 dragons, the witch's intervention, the red dragon completed by swallowing the other dragon. She said while reading a newspaper she had brought. And the dragon slayer who killed the dragon. The youngest dragon slayer. The adventurer who gained 2 stars at once. The youngest dual star. It seems you're collecting all the titles that start with youngest. My star acquisition has already been reported, I see. Of course, it's a big deal. They say the witch's constellation appeared for the first time in 1,000 years, and amidst that, a new star rose, so the observatory took notice. The observatory referred to the Grey Tower. Master of the Grey Tower, Nayuta, was shouting so loudly. Ignoring all the imperial officials' reports, she locked the doors of the Grey Tower, saying she had to name your star. My star. Crunch, crunch. Jieta nodded while cutting an apple from the fruit basket. It's the Master of the Grey Tower's role to name stars. Here. The apple, cut roughly and unevenly, was handed to Nijin. When Nijin raised his bandaged hand, Jieta hesitated for a moment before bringing the apple to his mouth. As he ate the apple, Nijin asked. If she names my star, does that mean giving it an alias? Like Arthur, the sword of selection. Something like that. They bring a few candidates, and you choose the one you like. As you gain more stars, the alias might change. Nijin thought of the aliases of the constellations. The first that came to mind was, of course, Arthur, known as the Sword of Selection, followed by Merlin, the Archmage of the Lake. Their aliases felt somewhat plain. It's supposed to be simple. Merlin grumbled. Hey, both Arthur and I could have had fancy aliases. Like the Archmage who pierced the truth, the sword that cut the heavens, the staff that dropped stars, the one who silenced the end, those were the candidates we rejected. The original constellation name should be simple to keep its essence. There is beauty in restraint. Merlin's murmurs were half listened to by Nijin as he pondered. I'm a bit excited to see what alias I'll get. Most people don't keep their first alias until the end, so just think of it as a pseudonym. If you don't like it, you can change it later. But the first is important. Jieta smiled faintly while continuing to cut the apple. Well, then you can ask her directly. Pardon? She's coming here. Master of the Grey Tower, Nayuta. Pardon? You can't move, and she doesn't want to draw attention by calling you to the Grey Tower. She's worried someone might intercept you. So, Jieta said. She's coming here. In person. Nijin was at a loss for words. A day later, Nayuta, the master of the Grey Tower, visited Nijin's hospital room. Nijin blinked at the sight of the master of the Grey Tower, who came alone without any guards. Well, I guess she doesn't need guards. Someone of her caliber, comparable to a transcendent. Although she reached the level by measuring stars rather than fighting, there's a difference in level once one reaches a certain stage. The person who suddenly opened the door and came in. The first impression of Nayuta, the master of the Grey Tower, was somewhat gloomy. Her long black hair was tied loosely as if she couldn't be bothered to fix it properly. Her eyes had a shadowy look, and her skin, having spent too much time indoors, was beyond pale to the point of being ghostly. "You're the one, right? You're Nijin. I've heard the rumors. The youngest sword seeker at 18. Observing your star, I found out you clashed with the flickering witch, Ermina, too. And you've achieved many feats related to challenges. A lot. Not just one or two. Every time, you've faced strong opponents. Looking at them one by one, the words attached to them are no joke. Crisis, death, injury, overcoming, awakening, struggle." She kept talking. Even before introducing herself properly. After a long rant, Nayuta clapped her hands and smiled bitterly. "Look at me, losing my mind." She sat on the chair in front of Nijin. Her movements were somewhat carefree. When Nijin tried to show courtesy, she waved her hand. It was a sign to relax. "I'm Nayuta, the master of the Grey Tower. I observe and name stars. Today, I came to name your star." She took out a paper from her robe. It was a very luxurious piece of paper. "I picked some candidates, would you like to choose one? Don't worry about being rude. If you think this name is a bit off, just say so. Really, it's fine. It's not like I'll cut off your head for saying your naming sense is terrible, okay? I'm not that petty." Nijin slowly nodded. She had an aura that was hard to keep up with. "Forget that. Let's take a look." Together with Merlin, Nijin unfolded the paper. It was filled with the names Nayuta had written. There were more than 10 candidates, and as Nijin read through them, his expression hardened. Merlin's expression was the same. The one who pierced the dragon's heart through flames. The one who jumps into fire. The Dragon Slayer. This is a bit grandiose and tacky. The one who forgot the fear of death. The sword that cuts through death. The Death Slayer. Nijin closed his eyes midway. He felt pain in his body and a cringe in his fingers for some reason. Aren't these names too grandiose and flashy? Even for someone with 5 stars, they'd think, this is a bit much. Merlin seemed to feel the same. Nijin seriously doubted Nayuta's qualifications as the master of the Grey Tower. However, seeing Nayuta's eager eyes, he couldn't say, your naming sense is terrible. So Nijin opened his eyes. Let's read them all first. As he scanned down, he saw a name underlined with 2 lines at the bottom. It had a note saying it was too plain and not preferred. This one's good. Nijin pointed to that name with his finger. 2 stars, 3. Nijin pointed at a particular epithet. The Star of Dawn. The name combined the word for, dawn, symbolizing the faint light of morning breaking through darkness, with, star. Though the Grey Tower Master, Nayuta, had dismissed it with a note and called it, too plain to be suitable. Nijin found its simplicity appealing. It's miles better than something like the Death Slayer. That wasn't the only reason. He genuinely liked the name, the Star of Dawn, especially the descriptive phrase attached to it. The Star of Dawn, herald of the end of night. The word dawn didn't just signify the early hours of morning. It also symbolized the end of a long night, the arrival of a new day, hope, or even the beginning of a new era, depending on context. It reminds me of Arthur's epithet. Merlin's voice echoed softly in Nijin's ear. Sure, these days, he's more famous as the Sword of Selection, King of Knights, or Great Hero, but it wasn't always like that. His very first epithet carried meanings like, beacon, or, hope. Such a detail couldn't be found in the stories. When Arthur and I were adventuring, it was the darkest age in human history, often called the Era of Chaos. He was the one who placed the first star in the night sky for humanity. To people back then, Arthur symbolized hope and the beacon of resistance. He'd been a light to drive away the long darkness and a beacon heralding humanity's counterattack. Considering the state of that era, the name suited Arthur perfectly. This Star of Dawn carries a similar meaning. How did this name come about? It doesn't seem directly tied to the feats your stars are based on. That's what I'd like to know. Nejin raised his head and looked at Nayuta. The Grey Tower Master frowned as she eyed the epithet Nejin had chosen. Her expression screamed, "Did you really have to pick that one? Nayuta?" Huh? Oh, yes. Something you want to ask? Could you tell me where the name originates from? There's nothing I can't explain, but compared to the other names, this one feels half-hearted. Are you sure you like it? Don't you think something like the Death Dash? I like this one. Clicking her tongue in mild frustration, Nayuta reluctantly began her explanation. You know about the malefic star that appeared the night you hunted the red dragon, right? Nejin nodded. The malefic star, a black and red star belonging to the Witch of Camlin, had appeared in the night sky that night. Nejin vividly remembered it. It was the first time in 1,000 years that the malefic star rose, and that terrible presence caused a stir in the heavens. The other stars dimmed and hid themselves in the darkness. The Witch of Camlin was a star hunter. She had swallowed, extinguished, and cast down countless stars before her constellation was sealed in the abyss. As if recalling those past nightmares, the stars fell silent the moment the malefic star rose. The night sky, bereft of starlight, became dark and cold. Suddenly, 2 stars appeared. Nayuta spread her hands, mimicking the stars' emergence. They were your stars. Even as the mighty constellations dimmed their light in fear of the witch, 2 tiny, fragile stars, ones not even part of a proper constellation yet shone brightly in defiance. 2 stars had blazed against the darkness. Tiny, delicate stars that couldn't yet be called constellations. Those small stars burned so brightly in opposition to the malefic star that it seemed to shame the larger constellations into reigniting their light. Though Nejin had been too focused on the battle with the red dragon to notice, his stars had spurred the other constellations to light up again, as if inspired or provoked by the light they emitted. The rekindled constellations drove away the darkness cast by the malefic star. It was a breathtaking sight. Was it really? Indeed. To my eyes, it looked as though dawn was breaking and banishing the night. That's why the word dawn came to mind, and I reflexively named it. Nayuta trailed off, fidgeting with her fingers as though embarrassed. Honestly, don't you think it's a bit underwhelming? Star names should be grand and majestic, but this one feels too plain. It lacks the philosophical weight a name should carry. At first, Nejin had been quietly impressed by Nayuta's explanation, thinking, so this is why she's the Grey Tower Master. As she continued, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret. It's not that she's bad at naming things, but her sense of grandeur is a bit off, isn't it? Why is she so obsessed with flashiness? Merlin's sentiments echoed Nejin's own thoughts. This is the one I'll go with. The Star of Dawn. I like it. Despite Nayuta's continued protests, Nejin held firm in his decision. Nayuta's naming methods clearly had their own philosophy and conviction behind them, but agreeing with those philosophies was a different matter. After all, it was his epithet. If people were to address him as the Death Slayer, he who divides death, Nejin didn't think he would be able to walk around with his head held high. Well, if that's what you want. With a final, reluctant sigh, Nayuta circled the Star of Dawn on her list. Nejin. While she packed her belongings to leave, she turned to Nejin one last time, her tone weighted with something unsaid. It's not something I should be telling someone who's only just gained their first star, but do you know how many stars have fallen? Fallen stars? Yes. As many as the stars shining in the night sky, perhaps even more have fallen. People speak of stars as symbols of eternity and constancy, but is there truly anything eternal in this world? Nayuta, the mage who had devoted her life to observing the stars, continued, countless stars fail to become constellations and fall. Sometimes they decay, sometimes they become corrupt, and sometimes they simply shatter. The place they call the battlefield of stars, such is its nature. She smiled bitterly. One day, your shining stars may also dim and fall. It's a real possibility. I've seen countless new stars disappear after burning brightly. Nayuta exhaled softly, opening and closing her eyes. Though her appearance remained as unkempt and somber as when she had arrived, something in her gaze had changed. "I hope that won't happen to you." Her eyes were different. They sparkled with the stars she had observed for a lifetime, their light deeply etched into her soul. Whether that light was her own or borrowed from the stars she watched, Nijin couldn't tell, but he thought her eyes were beautiful. "I hope you gain many more stars, I hope your light never fades, I hope you connect those stars to form a constellation." Finally, she added, "I hope you come and find me as a full-fledged constellation." Nayuta smiled a smile akin to that of a mother gazing fondly at her child. "When that day comes, I'll rename your constellation." "Something flashy and grand?" Nijin asked. "Of course. You can look forward to it. I'll think up the most extravagant name for your stars." Nijin chuckled bitterly. "I'll politely decline that offer, really." With Nijin's epithet officially decided, time moved on, and the news spread across the empire like wildfire. It plunged the nation into yet another frenzy, just one of many in a year already marked by chaos. Monumental events, the kind that typically occurred only once in a century, seemed to erupt one after another. Someone had pulled Excalibur. Arthur's constellation had stirred. The youngest sword seeker in history had appeared. The Witch of Camlin had made her move. And someone had claimed 2 stars at once. Even excluding events happening in the Outlands, the mainland had already seen its share of unprecedented happenings. Newspapers struggled to keep up, frantically printing new editions, while others, overwhelmed for entirely different reasons, cried out in frustration. "This year, what kind of curse is upon us? How many times must we revise the historical records? Where do we even begin or end? Who am I, and where is this? The youngest. The youngest. The youngest. How many more damned youngest records must we document? Has the world gone mad? Does the heavens will not understand the meaning of unparalleled in history? Unparalleled. Something so rare it's nearly non-existent." The empire's historians cried out in anguish. Tasked with documenting history and revising records to reflect significant events, the scribes found themselves at their wits' end. Many were pulling at their hair as they stared at the insurmountable task before them. A sword seeker at just 18 years of age. If such a storyline were written into a novel, it would have been scoffed at with reviews like, "What nonsense is this, author? Do you think this makes any sense?" Reality, as it so often does, was stranger than fiction. 18 years old, the youngest sword seeker. At 18, he simultaneously gained 2 stars. The historians could only laugh bitterly. One among them joked, "Why not add that he pulled the Excalibur while we're at it?" Even that joke felt uncomfortably plausible. The scribe quickly clamped his mouth shut, fearing his workload would double if such a thing turned out to be true. Is this upstart aiming to break the record for giving historians premature baldness, too? What's the youngest age on record for complete hair loss among scribes? 26. And at this rate, that record won't last long. The hairline of our department's youngest scribe receded 10 steps in mere months. How old is he? 21. The scribes fell silent, bowing their heads in a moment of solemn reflection. Of course, the scribes' grievances were their own, and the general populace of the empire reacted far more enthusiastically to Nijin's rise. The star of dawn, herald of the end of night. Looking up at the new star in the night sky, the people were jubilant. Across all eras, the birth of a hero inspired celebration among the masses. While Nijin had yet to achieve feats worthy of being called a hero, his actions thus far painted a promising picture for his future. Interest in Nijin grew day by day, and at that point, a single question began to take root in the minds of many: could that boy have been the one who pulled the Excalibur? Some couldn't help but entertain the possibility. The timing was suspiciously close. Nijin began making his mark on the world not long after the Excalibur was drawn. Coincidence? Perhaps, but wasn't the alignment of events just a bit too perfect? Surely the imperial court and the great constellations are not blind. They must know who drew Excalibur. Besides, that boy is no transcendent. Conspiracy theories. Baseless speculation. Didn't his radiance personally confirm it wasn't him? Still, judging by his actions, it's not entirely implausible. Consider the unique nature of Excalibur. Debates swirled. Some argued Nijin couldn't possibly be the one, while others found the theory intriguing enough to keep the question alive. It was difficult to dismiss outright since the logic wasn't without merit. Well then, who pulled Excalibur? No one could provide a definitive answer. Months had passed since Excalibur was drawn, soon approaching a full year, yet not a single credible sighting of its wielder had surfaced. Perhaps one of the three sword masters mentioned as potential candidates is keeping it a secret. I'd wager it's Sir Karen. He has an unparalleled connection with the blade. No one in the history of the Order of the Sword has displayed talent like his. Imperial Sword Master Gerd would maintain complete silence if he were the one. That man's entire existence is enigmatic. Could it be the executioner from the Starblood sect? If anyone else had drawn it, that butcher wouldn't remain idle. The question of who wielded Excalibur remained unanswered. Speculation about the wielder reignited, and the same three sword masters Gerd Isebald, Karen, and Yul Razian once again found their names at the center of the debate. Unlike a year prior, a fourth name entered the mix. The Star of Dawn, Nijin. Nijin's name was mentioned alongside the great sword masters. Though still lacking in experience compared to them, he was no longer dismissed as insignificant. Nijin. He was a boy born in the underground city. A boy who had once been a nobody was carving his name into the very heart of the empire. He was no longer a nameless figure. The two stars shining brightly in the night sky were proof of his existence. 1 year had passed since Nijin left the underground city. And in less than a year, the world changed completely. As Nijin's reputation soared to unprecedented heights, two people were especially keen on capitalizing on his fame. One was Marquis Edelmar, the Lord of Trebash County. Bravo! Bravo! Ak, Ga! Marquis! Please breathe. Breathe, my lord. Even as he was carried off by his knights after nearly choking in his excitement, the Marquis wore a smile so wide it nearly split his face, and he had every reason to smile. A month prior, Marquis Edelmar had launched a tourism business based on the story of Nijin and Yeta's adventure in Trebash. Thanks to Nijin's newfound fame as the youngest sword seeker, the business was thriving. With the new buzz surrounding Nijin's dual stars, the Marquis's venture exploded in popularity. Noble families and curious commoners alike flocked to Trebash, eager to visit the place where the youngest sword seeker and the twin stars had supposedly kindled a romance, and with each visitor came a trail of gold coins. Trebash was experiencing an unprecedented boom. From the Marquis's perspective, the situation was a dream come true. I must write a letter to Nijin. Trebash will forever be his ally and steadfast friend. Tell him he is always welcome here, and I shall host a grand feast for him. Marquis Edelmar wasn't the only one reveling in Nijin's newfound fame. Someone else enjoyed the benefits even more. Yeta. Passion, have you seen this? Yes, Mississippi. What seems to be the matter? The snake that swallows gold trembled as she pointed at a newspaper, her hand shaking. The front page showed a chart displaying a line curving upward in a dramatic, almost vertical arc, the stock performance of Dieta's trading company. Dieta gazed at the chart soaring to seemingly unreachable heights, her lips quivering with joy. Isn't it beautiful? My goodness, where else in the world can you find a masterpiece like this? Compared to this, any painting hung on a gallery wall is just a scrap of canvas. This curve is art. No celebrated work of art had ever brought her so much bliss. A rapturous expression on her face, Dieta gently stroked the newspaper before turning her eyes to the accompanying headlines. The financial genius, Dieta. Unlike before, when she would have basked in the glory of such titles, she felt a twinge of guilt whenever she saw them. True, she had believed Nijin would succeed, but she had never expected him to soar so high, so fast, and with such brilliance. The trading company's stock price wasn't merely climbing, it was smashing through the metaphorical ceiling. At that point, even Dieta herself felt a little afraid. Interlude, Dieta, 1. The snake that swallows gold, Dieta, had left her ducal family accompanied by a single escort knight and, in just 5 years, become Cambria's most prominent magnate. Her accomplishments were remarkable, yet neither she nor her trading company garnered much attention outside Cambria. Within Cambria, her influence was undeniable, but it failed to extend beyond its borders. That was until a year prior. In the past year, the Dieta Trading Company experienced explosive growth. They established distribution networks outside Cambria and set up a foothold in the heart of the empire. Moreover, they drew public attention by showcasing a connection with the renowned Nijin. Attention focused on her countless gazes and interests. A single misstep in such a situation could bring everything crashing down. Though it would have been wise to tread carefully, the snake that swallows gold was a merchant to her very core. High risks promised high rewards, a basic principle of commerce. She had no intention of letting the opportunity slip by. As the entire world focused on her trading company, Dieta confidently stepped onto the stage. Buy it all. Dieta had already secured the first bid rights for the remains of the slain white and red dragons. The gold she had stockpiled while enduring losses was unleashed in one fell swoop, a wave of gold swept through the auction house. She poured all the debts she was owed by the Central Guild, as well as the weaknesses and IOUs she'd held over countless trading companies, into the bids. In the end, Dieta succeeded in acquiring nearly 90% of the dragon materials. It was enough to be called a monopoly. The cost was immense, but Dieta believed dragon materials were worth every coin. What were dragon materials? They were commodities used in alchemy, magitech, armor and weapon forging, and even research, essentially useful for almost everything. While their value had been long proven, they simply hadn't been available for sale until then. Such materials were on the market for the first time in decades, and not just any materials, but those of the red dragon and white dragon, linked to King Arthur's legends. Their value was not only practical but also renowned. That's not all. Dieta rolled a platinum coin across her palm. That particular batch of dragon materials was special. The red dragon Nijin had slain was a unique specimen influenced by the Witch of Camlin, bearing scales that even withstood the sword aura of a sword seeker. Dragon materials were already expensive, but with such uniqueness added, Dieta could dictate the price as she pleased. Many trading companies, workshops, and mage towers expressed interest in purchasing the materials, but Dieta refused. A merchant doesn't only trade in tangible goods. Often, the intangible held far greater value, and Dieta understood that better than anyone. If selling goods at the highest price was a merchant's virtue, then Dieta was an exceptional merchant. The Red Tower promised to provide us with goods from their mage tower at reduced prices. They also agreed to prioritize us above all others when supplying their products. Dieta smiled at the merchants who had sought her out. The Dofker Forge promised to supply processed goods crafted from the materials exclusively to our trading company and even agreed to form a partnership with us. It's not just the Dofker Forge. Roan's Workshop, the Wendelin Alchemy Tower, and the Woolhite Forge all made similar offers. What terms have you brought to the table? Bring terms. Otherwise, there will be no deal. She set her competitors against each other in their scramble for the rare dragon materials, encouraging them to offer better terms. As competition among merchants intensified, Dieta remained silent. She sold nothing her ideal customer had yet to appear. It was merely bait to lure a bigger fish into the game. Dieta's sharp eyes scanned the depths of the waters. Surely you covet these goods as well, but you wouldn't want to stoop so low as to participate in this. You'd think it beneath you. A trading company associated with you, merchants you have ties with, those are the channels through which you'd want to acquire these goods, but what can you do? I'm not planning to sell them. If you want them, come to me yourself. Only then will I respond to a deal. I've gone to the lengths of expanding the scale of this stage just for someone of your stature. Isn't this sufficient? Clink. Master Trader. At last, the big fish surfaced. A guest from the Platinum Tower has arrived. The bait was taken. Dieta flicked the platinum coin in her palm, smiling as she watched it spin in midair. The Platinum Tower, the largest mage tower in the empire. Dieta's true target, the master of the Platinum Tower, Cypria Gachevskia, an eighth circle archmage, was at its pinnacle. Responsible for nearly 40% of all artifacts distributed within the Empire, she was one of the 5 pillars of the Empire. Eternal Radiance, Cypria Gachevskia was Dieta's prey. The snake that swallows gold had her eyes set on the Platinum Tower. Establishing connections with them and creating a trade channel was the entire purpose of her grand scheme. To successfully establish herself in the imperial capital, she needed a reliable partner. The fish had bitten the bait. All that remained was to reel it in and cook it to perfection. That was Dieta's specialty. Crack. Dieta caught the platinum coin she'd flicked. Once in her grasp, there was no chance she'd let it slip away. Nijin stretched his stiff body. His joints creaked with every movement, a clear sign that his prolonged time in bed had left him stiff and rigid. I was lying down for quite a while. How long has it been? About a month. Just a month. It had felt like at least 8 months. As he cracked his shoulders, Nijin tried to recall the past month. For a full month since the Red Dragon's subjugation, he had been bedridden. Despite possessing Excalibur's regenerative abilities, his injuries had been severe enough to incapacitate him. The healers had marveled at the severity of his wounds, claiming an ordinary person would have died 10 times over. Unfortunately for them, Nijin was far from ordinary. As a sword seeker, the wielder of 2 constellations, and the possessor of Excalibur, Nijin's recovery abilities were beyond human. Though the healers insisted he would need at least 6 months of rest, Nijin managed to leave his bed in just 1. It was enough to make the healers clutch their heads in disbelief, but to Nijin, even that single month felt unbearably long. That's because you've never taken a break for more than a week. Merlin sighed audibly. Ever since you left the underground city, have you ever truly rested? You swing your sword at every opportunity as if you'd die if you skipped training for even a day. Thanks to that, I became a sword seeker in less than a year, didn't I? Oh, how fortunate we are, indeed. While Merlin shook her head as though exasperated, Nijin was busy changing into his outdoor attire. He strapped the sword hanging on the wall to his waist, prompting Merlin to heave another sigh. Training again? Can't you take it easy? Your wounds haven't even fully healed. What's the rush? I'm not going to train. What? Nijin pointed toward the shelf. It was filled with baskets of fruit and other snacks, all of which had been left behind by Dieta. Today, well, there are various matters in the Empire. Nijin, why don't you try this? It's nothing much, but I saw it on the way here and thought of you. Sometimes, these little things are nice, aren't they? I brought some books in case you were bored. This one's about the 100 heroes who lit the Empire's flame. Sounds like your kind of thing, doesn't it? During the month Nijin was bedridden, Dieta had visited him almost daily. He was grateful for her kindness. She visited nearly every day, didn't she? I figured it wouldn't hurt for me to visit her for once. She's busy enough as it is. Surely, visiting me wasn't easy. I'm not so sure about that. What's that supposed to mean? Merlin's expression grew peculiar. Unlike Nijin, who seemed almost devastatingly oblivious in such matters, Merlin was far from ignorant when it came to a young girl's feelings. In fact, it would have been strange for anyone to not notice. That girl looks at you as though her eyes are dripping honey, she flinches at even the slightest touch, her shoulders trembling as though electrified, she blushes furiously over the smallest things. How could someone not pick up on that? Yet Merlin swallowed her words. She didn't feel like explaining it. There was a strange, irrational irritation, a sense of possessiveness, as if someone were meddling with something precious to her. With a sullen look, Merlin glared at Nijin. Why are you glaring at me? Of course, Nijin only blinked innocently in response. At times like this, you're just a clueless kid. What? What a ridiculous situation. Merlin let out another sigh. As much as Nijin had matured, she sometimes forgot that he was just an 18-year-old. One who had spent the majority of his life in the underground city, with little experience in normal human relationships. It was no wonder that Nijin failed to grasp romantic emotions. Forget it. She'd probably like it if you visited her. Merlin shrugged her shoulders. Although she personally thought dating and romance were a waste of time, she had no intention of interfering. Not that it mattered, anyway. Was that kid even capable of falling for someone? Nijin's head was filled with nothing but swords, stars, and constellations. The idea of him engaging in a romance was so absurd that Merlin couldn't even picture it. Her thoughts drifted to the girl with the honey-dripping gaze. She couldn't help but feel sorry for the girls. Nijin wouldn't ever reciprocate her feelings. Smirk. Merlin found herself smiling. Somehow, the thought comforted her. Nijin tilted his head, puzzled by Merlin's sudden shift from sulking to grinning. The headquarters of the Dieta Trading Company. Nijin walked past a line of merchants and clients waiting for their turn, heading directly into the building. Instead of stopping him, the guards merely bowed their heads in recognition. From the entrance to the uppermost floor of the building, no one attempted to bar Nijin's way. Ordinarily, meeting Dieta would require navigating a maze of procedures, but none of that applied to Nijin. Come by any time. Her words weren't merely a polite gesture but a literal invitation. Whenever, wherever, however, she had made it clear that Nijin was welcome. Not only that, but she had issued explicit orders to her staff: whenever Nijin arrived, he was to be sent directly to her. Thanks to that, Nijin reached the top floor without issue. The office door was closed, guarded by two individuals. One was Passion, Dieta's familiar escort knight, the other was cloaked in a robe, their face hidden. Nijin narrowed his eyes. The robed figure gave him an amused chuckle and pulled back their hood. Fancy meeting you again. Sir Klaus. Klaus Aiden, the former commander of the Blue Wing Cavalry. Once coerced by the church to attack Nijin, he stood as an ally. It was a familiar face, but why was he here? Catching Nijin's questioning gaze, Klaus pointed toward the office door and gave a wry smile. She hired me. The lady was generous enough to offer me a position. Dieta did? That's right. Officially, we're dead men. We lack proper identities or a place to settle, but she took care of everything. Thanks to her, we're living comfortably now. Nijin was momentarily taken aback. Dieta had once told him to leave their fates in her hands and focus on his own tasks. True to her word, she had handled everything. It couldn't have been easy arranging identities and accommodations for so many people, all in secret, but Nijin could picture her flicking a coin and nonchalantly saying, "Everything is possible with money." He chuckled and nodded. That's good to hear. It's all thanks to you. Ah, by the way, my name now is Romanov. As a mercenary of the Dieta Trading Company, I'll go by that until the day I can raise the Blue Wing Cavalry banner again. Shall I call you Sir Romanov, then? The title, Sir, is too much for a mercenary. Just Romanov will do. As you wish. Nijin and Klaus Romanov exchanged smiles before Nijin voiced another question. Are the others working under Dieta's company as well? More or less, yes. Nijin did a quick mental tally. Klaus Aiden of the Blue Wing Cavalry, Gerald Orton, the Demon Hunter, Bezos Malek, the frontline soldier. 3 sword seeker-level individuals, alongside multiple sword experts, had pledged their cooperation. If they were all employed as mercenaries by Dieta's trading company. Ridiculous. Nijin couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity. A trading company with sword seeker-level personnel. Counting himself, they had a total of 4 sword seekers tied to their operations. That was far beyond the scope of any ordinary trading company. Nijin glanced toward Passion, Dieta's ever-reliable escort knight. His expression mirrored Nijin's disbelief. To think I'd end up with 3 sword seeker-level individuals as subordinates. Imagine how I feel, Passion remarked, his tone a mix of amusement and exasperation. Anyway, what brings you here? Did you come to see the lady? Yes. I thought it was about time I visited her for once. She'll be pleased to see you, Passion said with a grin. He glanced toward the office door, then added, normally, this is her nap time, so no visitors would be allowed. With that, Passion stepped aside and opened the door. Nijin, you're an exception. Should I come back later? Nijin asked, hesitating. Don't be ridiculous. If I told her you came by but left, I can't imagine the scolding I'd receive. Please, go in. Taking Passion's words to heart, Nijin entered the office. The door closed silently behind him, courtesy of Passion's thoughtfulness. The office was spacious and elegant, with its large windows allowing sunlight to flood in. At the center of the room, by the window, was a sofa, and upon it lay Dieta, fast asleep. Her head rested against the armrest, her brown hair gleaming under the sunlight. Nijin approached quietly, but Dieta showed no signs of waking. Only the soft sound of her breathing filled the room. Nijin stood there for a moment, watching her peaceful face, then, deciding against waking her, he took a seat on a chair opposite her and waited. 15 minutes passed. Suddenly, a loud ringing shattered the quiet as an alarm clock beside the sofa blared. With a start, Dieta's hand shot out and slammed the clock, silencing it with a loud bang. Ugh! Muttering in frustration, she buried her face into the sofa cushions. After a moment of reluctant groaning, she sat up, stretching lazily. Hamum. Her groggy eyes blinked as they met Nijin's steady gaze. Frozen mid-yawn, Dieta blinked again, more rapidly. Her long lashes fluttered as though trying to process the situation. When realization struck, she gasped. Nijin. W8. Could you, look at the wall for a moment? Nijin complied, turning his gaze to the nearest wall. Dieta, meanwhile, bolted across the room to a full-length mirror. In a flurry, she adjusted her rumpled outfit, smoothed her hair, and dabbed at her face to fix her makeup. Satisfied at last, she returned to the sofa and sat primly, her hands clasped on her lap. You can look now, she said, trying, and failing, to sound calm. Cursing Passion inwardly for not waking her, Dieta put on a composed expression. A merchant, after all, must never show panic in any situation. As befitting a renowned merchant who commanded the attention of the entire continent, Dieta's acting was flawless. Flawless, indeed. If there was a problem, it was that her perfect performance was utterly ruined by her bright red ears and the fidgeting of her fingers. Interlude, Dieta, 2. So, what brings you here, Nijin? Dieta asked as she adjusted her hair. Nijin didn't respond immediately. A moment of hesitation. A brief silence. He looked at Dieta without a word. What? Why are you staring like that? I was just thinking for a moment. About what? To be honest, I don't have any particular reason for coming. Since you've been visiting me so often, I thought it'd be nice to return the gesture. That's rather considerate of you. How's your body? Are you recovering well? Thanks to you. Nijin tapped his shoulder lightly. After chugging high-grade potions like water, I recovered in no time. I'm completely fine now. The doctor said you'd need at least 6 months to rest, but of course, you shrugged it off like it was nothing. Well, I do have a rather peculiar constitution. Half of Dieta's heart was glad for his recovery. The other half felt reluctant. She smiled bitterly as she looked at him. News of Nijin's recovery meant it was almost time for him to leave again. Now that you're better, you'll be leaving soon, won't you? Her voice carried a hint of regret. There is something I've been meaning to tell you about that. I kept putting it off, thinking I'd say it later. Are you going somewhere far away? It seems that way. How far? Nijin turned to the window, staring outside. After a moment of silence, he spoke. Why don't we take a walk? I don't mind, but won't there be too many eyes watching? It might make it hard to talk. You're a celebrity now. There's a place with fewer people. A place without people. Dieta tilted her head in confusion. Seeing this, Nijin gave her a hint by pointing out the window. A place with a good view. Somewhere you can watch the sunset. Dieta blinked, realizing what he meant, and let out a short sigh of understanding. By then, Nijin had already opened the window and stepped outside to speak briefly with Passion. Outside, Passion's incredulous laughter carried back to the office, followed by a resigned, do as you please. Curious about their conversation, Dieta turned her head just as Nijin strode back toward her. Shall we go? Nijin extended both arms toward her. what's with the arms? An excellent mode of transportation. Jieta blinked at his outstretched arms, then laughed. Without hesitation, she leaned into him. Nejin lifted her effortlessly and kicked off the ground. Whoosh! Thud! Stepping onto the window ledge, Nejin leaped. His movements were light and swift, proving that his growing reputation was no exaggeration. Even while carrying another person, his footsteps were so quiet they were nearly inaudible. Only the rattling sound of the window frame, stirred by the wind, hinted at their passing. So, should we do something about our charge being kidnapped, or? We could chase them all day and still not catch them, Romanov, Passion replied dryly. Fair point. A sad one, but fair. Honestly, if that guy made up his mind to kidnap someone, who could really stop him? Could you, Romanov? If I could, do you think I'd be standing here? Watching the two disappear into the distance, Klaus and Passion exchanged a helpless chuckle. Youth. It's youth, all right. The hill offered a wide, open view. From its peak, the city of opportunities, Cambria, sprawled below in a breathtaking panorama. Nejin had once brought Jieta there when he'd been assigned as her escort. They had returned to the same place, and in the same manner as before. As Jieta stood there, she couldn't help but laugh softly. So much had changed in just a few months that her current self felt unfamiliar. Back then, I thought I was going to be sick. Time had passed, and she found being carried by Nejin comfortable. During that desperate nighttime escape when they had fled together, she had spent days relying on Nejin's back and arms. Being held by him brought back memories of that warmth. She wished, if only for a moment, that she could stay in his arms a little longer. Leaving behind that faint regret, Jieta stepped out of his arms and onto the hill. She adjusted her clothes, then turned her gaze to the city below. The view of Cambria was as magnificent as ever. After a brief silence, she spoke. You know, it's already been nearly a year. We first met in the spring, didn't we? Winter's almost over, so I guess spring is coming again soon. It would have been nice to see snow before the winter ended. Does it not snow in Cambria? It's warm here, it's the south. Have you ever seen snow before, Jieta? Of course. Plenty of times. They're not exactly fond memories, though. Back in the Arbinia ducal house, from the cold villa's window, the snow hadn't been a source of happy memories. Unlike children who thought of snowball fights and sledding, Jieta had only seen bare thorny trees through the frost. And you? I suppose you've never seen snow, she asked. Unfortunately, no. Nejin was from the underground city and had left it less than a year prior. Sometimes, it felt strange to him. Even after everything he'd experienced, less than a year had passed since his escape. The enormity of it all made time feel odd. Day by day, time moved slowly. For someone like Nejin, living a dense, eventful life, every day felt long. Looking back on the events, time seemed to have flown by. Slow yet fast. Long yet short in that unpredictable flow of time, Nejin had met many people. Among them, Merlin and Jieta stood out the most. They were the precious connections he had made since leaving the underground city. Jieta. Yes, Nejin. Nejin had never had a friend before. For someone like him, Jieta held a significant place in his heart. Perhaps that was why he felt she deserved to hear at first where he was going and how difficult the journey would be. I'll be leaving for the Outlands soon. You've been there before, haven't you? Before the dragon hunt. That was brief. This time, it's different. Nejin was a sword seeker. He had hunted a dragon and claimed a constellation. That meant he had accomplished what he'd come to do in Cambria. I'm leaving Cambria. That simple statement carried profound weight. It marked the time for Nejin to move on to the next stage. Jieta held her breath for a moment. Well, that makes sense. Your goal is to hang your star higher than anyone else's, and to do that, I have to go to the battlefield of stars. I'll need to claim more stars there. Jieta nodded as Nejin spoke. She knew his ambitions. She had always known that he would leave Cambria eventually. Still, she hadn't expected the day to come so soon. When you go to the Outlands, you won't visit the continent often, will you? Not often. It's far, both physically and conceptually. The Outlands, and the land beyond, the battlefield of stars, wasn't just distant in terms of geography. It was a place far removed in concept, a realm of the extraordinary. Known as a realm where the stars' transcendent beings resided, it was often described in religious texts and legends as a world apart. It was a place ordinary humans couldn't tread. Even sword seekers, considered the strongest of mortals, couldn't guarantee their survival there. It was a domain of transcendent beings. It'll be dangerous, Dieta bluntly stated. It will. You'll get hurt even more than you have now. Probably. I'd like to tell you not to go, but I'm sure you won't listen, will you? Nejin's silence was answer enough. Dieta let out a long sigh. How did I fall for someone like this? She'd lost count of how many times she'd asked herself that. She looked into Nejin's sunset-colored eyes, nearing platinum in hue. Those eyes weren't looking at her. Instead, they were always fixed on something far away, something distant, perilous, and impossibly high. Nejin's determination to reach that place was admirable, but it sometimes left Dieta feeling lonely. To him, she must have been nothing. If only he'd glance to the side. If only he'd see her. Instead, she found herself alone in her feelings, her heart racing at his every small action, hoping, yearning. It felt like she was the only fool in that one-sided connection. To love without being loved in return was exhausting. While Dieta often found herself blushing, unable to meet his gaze, Nejin didn't seem to care. That duality made her both resentful and ashamed of her own childishness. I should be cheering him on, not feeling resentful. Hadn't they promised each other to pursue their goals? To meet again at the peak? Yet there she was, sulking because he was too focused on his dreams. She wasn't like that before. Calculative, methodical, rational. That was the real Dieta, emotionally detached, never impulsive. For some reason, whenever she stood in front of Nejin, she became a fool. Though she felt hurt, she had no intention of letting it show. Nejin had invited her on a rare outing, and she wouldn't waste it on negative emotions. Smiling faintly, Dieta looked up at Nejin. Just as she was about to steer the conversation forward. You said earlier that I'd never seen snow. Nejin, who had been gazing at the sky, lowered his eyes to meet hers. That's true, but it's not just snow. I've never seen the ocean either. What is it, exactly? I've read about it in books, but it sounds almost unreal. Nejin shrugged, his tone light-hearted. Snow, the ocean, mountains, countless things. There are so many things I don't know. Everything I've encountered since leaving the underground city is unfamiliar. Every day feels new, and sometimes, scary. Scared? You. Why not? The joy of learning outweighs the fear of the unknown, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't afraid. Dieta gave him a skeptical look. Nejin chuckled and leaned against the fence atop the hill, the wind tousling his hair. By the way. It was something he'd meant to say for a while. I've always wanted to thank you. What? For being my first. First. Nejin smiled. You're my first friend, after all. His silver-gray hair danced in the wind. Between the shifting strands, Dieta glimpsed a smile on his face, one she had never seen before. Yes, to be honest, I enjoy talking to you. I don't know what it is, but seeing you laugh so openly at everything I say makes me feel at ease. It's hard to put into words. Playful, teasing, and sincere, his smile perfectly suited a boy his age. Seeing it, Dieta found herself unconsciously parting her lips. I enjoy it. Being with you, he said. Leaving for the Outlands feels a bit sad, and I think it's because of you. I won't be able to talk to you as often once I'm there. Oh, that doesn't mean I won't visit. Even if it's not often, I'll come back to the continent occasionally, and when I do dash. Nejin kept talking, but his words stopped registering for Dieta. His earlier statement, I think it's because of you, had struck her like a thunderclap. Everything he said after that felt like a distant hum. Being with me makes him happy. Leaving is hard for him, because of me. Her lips twitched involuntarily. Raising a trembling hand to her mouth, Jetta tried to suppress her reaction. Her eyes gleamed, sharp as a predator's. Friends forever, huh? Nejin, she cut him off mid-sentence. Taking a step forward, she closed the distance between them until their breaths mingled. Staring straight into his eyes, she moved her lips deliberately. Could you repeat what you just said? Her eyes looked as though they were under a spell. What? Which part? I enjoy being with you. The wind's a bit strong, so I didn't catch it properly. Could you say it again? It was, of course, a blatant lie. Was the wind really blowing that hard? Nejin tilted his head quizzically but obliged her request. I enjoy being with you. Thump. Jetta's heart raced wildly. She stumbled backward, covering her mouth with her hand. She was glad relieved, even that she'd managed to cover her mouth in time. Her lips had curled uncontrollably upward. No matter how hard she tried to maintain composure, her expression refused to cooperate. Surely, she carried a ridiculous, lopsided grin. Who could blame me? Blushing furiously, Jetta stared at Nejin. Did he even realize what he'd just said? Did he understand that his words were practically a confession? Should she confess as well? Was that the moment? Her mind was spinning, overwhelmed by the emotional blow. If her usual self were there, she'd have screamed, "Get a grip, you fool. Should I just go for it? Confess right now." Of course, Jetta couldn't hear that voice of reason. She had her excuses, after all. Nejin wasn't someone who responded to overt displays of affection. No matter how obvious her feelings were, he'd never batted an eye stoic to the core. At best, he'd offer an occasional charming smile, never revealing his own emotions. Out of nowhere, he'd said something like that. She knew the truth, of course. His words weren't meant romantically. Nejin was still too naive on such things. His statement was sincere but purely platonic, one friend expressing their joy at being with another. Even knowing that, calming herself was easier said than done. Raising a hand to stop him, Jetta turned her face away. She couldn't look at him directly, not while she was in that state. Wait a moment. Jetta took a deep breath, long and slow. As she steadied her breathing, she worked to calm her racing heart. Get a grip, Jetta. Take it slow. Didn't you promise yourself you'd build this relationship gradually? Slowly but surely, win Nejin over. Acting rashly isn't like you. The snake that swallows gold was an exceptional merchant, and an exceptional merchant always acted with rationality. After a full 3 minutes of breathing exercises, Jetta looked up. With a practiced smile, she prepared to respond with something light-hearted, something like, "You're quite bold to say that, but I don't mind. I'm, glad to hear that." She tried to speak. The moment she met Nejin's gaze, her mind went blank. The snake that swallows gold, it seemed, turned into nothing more than an ordinary girl in front of him. All her usual charms, her silver tongue, her calculated gestures, her plans, her pretense became meaningless. Everything fell away, leaving only Jetta, a flustered, vulnerable girl, unsure of what to say or do. It was embarrassing, and yet, she didn't entirely dislike it. With her mind a blank slate and her lips unable to form words, Jetta would normally have turned away in embarrassment. She would have muttered something like, "It's nothing," and fled. Not that day. Why? Was it because of the rare smile Nejin had shown her? Because his words, awkward as they were, had been so genuine? Because she didn't want to respond to his sincerity with anything less than her own? Perhaps it was the knowledge that he would soon leave and that they wouldn't see each other often. She needed, to take one step closer to him. She was greedy for more. She couldn't pinpoint the reason, but all those feelings pushed her forward, moving her lips. Nejin. Yes, Jetta. What is it? Every word Jetta spoke was usually calculated. She carefully considered how her words would sound, how they would be received, and how they might serve her goals. That was who she was. That fell away, she simply said what came to mind. You said earlier that you're grateful for me, that you're happy to have me as a friend. Nejin nodded. Jieta looked up at him. She wasn't sure what expression she wore, but she didn't care. All she cared about was speaking her mind. That's nice. Friends are nice, but, She knew she was being hasty. She knew she was letting her emotions take over, and she knew she didn't have to rush. Still, she didn't stop. Rationally, she knew it was a mistake. It was reckless, unnecessary. If another merchant made a decision like that, Jieta would mock them as a third-rate amateur. So what? Jieta's lips twitched upward. So what if she wasn't acting rationally? So what if she was being emotional? So what if she was impulsive? Who said she couldn't be? Being calculating was for the snake that swallows gold. When she was with Nejin, she just wanted to be a girl. Being friends isn't enough for me. A mischievous smile spread across her face. I want to be something more. The boy destined to move on to greater stages, the boy who would face countless trials and meet countless people. Jieta didn't want to become just a fleeting memory to him. She wanted to be someone unforgettable etched into his heart and soul. She took one step closer, and then another. She ignored the logical voice in her head telling her to stop, that it wasn't too late to turn back, that she could still salvage things. She silenced that voice as she approached Nejin, step by step, until she was close enough to feel his breath. Tap. She stopped at a distance where she filled his gaze, and then, deliberately and firmly, she said, I like you, Nejin. It was a confession so direct that even someone as dense as Nejin couldn't misunderstand. Jieta left no room for ambiguity, confronting him head-on. Simple yet sincere. If her confession were a sword technique, it would be a knight of a Tenga's blade. Interlude, Jieta, 3. I like you, Nejin. She said it. She really said it. Her rational mind screamed and foamed at the mouth in protest, but Jieta couldn't help but think that Nejin was just a little bit infuriating. After all, wasn't it true? She'd been dropping hints, obvious ones, for ages, but he had always remained unshakably calm. That serene indifference of his grated on her nerves. She didn't pale in comparison to others. Honestly, how many women in the empire could claim to be as beautiful as her? Would it kill him to look a little flustered? To close the gap between them? To show even the slightest hint of being affected? If it's because he doesn't understand feelings like love, then she'd make damn sure he understood. Once he realized how much she liked him, there was no way he'd be able to carry on as if nothing had changed. It would stir things up between them whether for better or worse. If it went poorly, well, that would hurt. Maybe a lot, but that was a problem for her future self to deal with. Balancing nervousness and anticipation, Jieta watched Nejin closely. Finally, he reacted. Nejin's eyes widened, his gaze trembled, and he reflexively tried to step back, but the railing behind him cut off his retreat. Thud. His back hit the fence. Anyone could see that he was flustered. Nejin possessed reflexes far beyond those of ordinary people. Even before he became a sword expert, let alone a sword seeker, his reaction speed and dynamic vision were unmatched. Few had ever managed to land a surprise attack on him. Sure, stronger opponents had beaten him before, but for someone of equal or lesser skill to deal him a critical blow? That was almost unheard of. At that moment, he was struck by a surprise attack, and it wasn't just any attack, it left him visibly shaken. Who could possibly land such a blow on the youngest sword seeker in history? Was it someone fast enough to evade even his reflexes? A masterful ambush? Perhaps even a sword master? None of the above. The one who had struck him was a girl who approached him slowly and openly. She had nothing to do with combat, and yet, Nejin's trembling eyes betrayed how much the blow had shaken him. What did I just hear? There was no mistaking her words. Jieta's voice had been crystal clear, her pronunciation perfect. It was the kind of confession one might expect in the climax of a fairy tale or heroic epic. I like you, Nejin. His mind reeled. For someone who prided himself on anticipating and countering attacks, he had been utterly unprepared for Dieta's words. He didn't know how to respond or react. In his confusion, he instinctively sought help. His eyes darted toward Merlin, his guide and advisor. If anyone could tell him what to do in that situation, it would be her. Unfortunately for him. What? 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 Merlin's reaction wasn't much better than Nijin's. If anything, it was worse. Her eyes widened in shock, and her head tilted so far to one side it looked like it might snap. Eventually, her lips started to move. Did I mishear that? I misheard it, right? No, I must have misheard it. I had to. Merlin stared at Dieta in disbelief. A confession needs a mood. Ambience. Do you think love is a joke? Confessions should happen under a moonlit lake at the end of a long journey. Not in some random, awkward situation like this. Her voice rose to a shriek. It wasn't like Merlin had ever confessed to anyone, or been confessed to, for that matter. She had simply fantasized about what her ideal confession would look like. She was yelling, inadvertently exposing her own preferences. What kind of girl or guy likes a sudden confession like this? Do you think Nijin is so naive that he'd fall for such a half-baked attempt? You brat. Merlin stomped her feet furiously before turning her head toward Nijin with a huff. Isn't that right? Huh? Say something, Nijin. Agree with me. When her eyes met Nijin's, they narrowed. What's with your face? What? Your eyes. They're shaking. Don't tell me. No, it's just, this is a surprising situation. Gah. Merlin clutched the back of her neck like she was about to faint. Clearly, she was in no shape to be of any help. Nijin ignored her screams and refocused on Dieta. Dieta stood silently, her gaze fixed on him. It was clear she wouldn't step aside until she heard his answer. Nijin had no intention of brushing her off. He wasn't the type to dismiss someone's heartfelt confession. Silence fell as he pondered. A single minute passed, feeling as long as an hour, before Nijin finally spoke. Dieta. Yes, Nijin. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure what feelings you have for me. Of course, if you're asking whether I like you or not, I do. He hesitated, then continued, but I know you're not talking about something so simple. That's right. To put it bluntly, I want to be more than friends. I want a romantic relationship. It's a little embarrassing to say it out loud, though. Dieta fidgeted with her fingers, her voice growing quieter as embarrassment caught up with her. Nijin smiled wryly. That's why. I can't give you an answer right now. Can I ask why? Because I don't know. I don't understand what it means to like someone romantically or even what your feelings for me really mean. Answering your confession without understanding would feel dishonest. Nijin's voice was steady as he explained his hesitation. He wanted to take her confession seriously, not respond thoughtlessly or dismissively. I see. Dieta couldn't help but smile. It was such a Nijin-like response, honest, considerate, and predictable. I figured you'd say something like that. I'm sorry. Don't apologize. Apologizing makes it feel like I've been rejected, and that's not what happened. You're not planning to avoid me forever, are you? Of course not. Then don't apologize. You haven't done anything wrong. She hadn't confessed recklessly. She'd anticipated the possibility of rejection, after all. I already knew that you don't really understand romantic feelings and that this would probably be your response. By comparison, it wasn't so bad. Originally, I planned to take things slow, claiming your firsts one by one until I finally took the spot of your lover. Her confession hadn't been impulsive. Even knowing Nijin's limitations, Dieta had chosen to take the leap. I couldn't wait anymore. Dieta smiled bashfully, a mix of sheepishness and determination. Her voice trembled slightly, but her smile remained. You're leaving soon, right? They say distance makes the heart grow distant, too. The idea of you being on a bigger stage, aiming for higher and greater things, it makes me anxious. You'll probably become even more extraordinary, and I. She trailed off, unable to finish the thought. She couldn't stand the idea of being reduced to a fleeting memory, just someone he used to know. I wanted to leave you with something unforgettable. You said it yourself, the firsts are the ones that matter most. Remember this, Nejin, I'm the first person to confess to you. What do you think? Disappointed? She ended her speech with a smile, a radiant, captivating smile that made Nejin unconsciously hold his breath. Not at all. Nejin smiled. Honestly, I think it's wonderful. Honesty is a knightly virtue, after all. Should I take the night exam? I feel like I could pass right now. I'd be happy to help. I can teach you swordsmanship. That's tempting. Their conversation turned light-hearted, and the two laughed together because it was absurd and funny. After a long moment, Jeta exhaled deeply. Nejin, whenever you figure out what romantic feelings are, let me know. I hope it's me, but even if it's not, that's okay. A breeze stirred her chestnut-colored hair as she spoke with quiet determination. Until then, I'll do my best to make you fall for me, and even if you fall for someone else, I'll make sure you choose me in the end. Her yellow eyes gleamed like stars as she brushed back her hair, her confident smile firmly in place. This is an auction, after all. If any competitors show up, I'll outbid them. I'll use everything I have to win. She grinned mischievously. I'm the snake that swallows gold. If I can't win someone's heart, what kind of merchant would I be? The weight of her ambition left Nejin momentarily speechless. For the first time, he felt himself being pushed back not by a sword master or a life-or-death battle, but by the force of Jeta's resolve. He had lost the exchange, but it wasn't an unpleasant loss. An impressive confession, he admitted. Isn't it? I think I did pretty well. Did it make your heart race? A little. Jeta chuckled softly. She reached out to lightly push Nejin's chest, stepping away as if to end their conversation and leave, but after a few steps, she hesitated. Her original plan had been to leave with a breezy, "See you next time." After all, staying any longer would make it feel like her heart might burst, but there was one problem: the distance between the hill and Cambria's headquarters was considerable. If I walk back, the sun will already have set. She glanced back at Nejin. Nejin. Yes, Jeta. Can we head back together? Her previous confidence was nowhere to be found as she avoided his gaze, stammering. Nejin couldn't help but laugh. Ultimately, Jeta ended up back in Nejin's arms for the return trip to her office. She spent the entire flight hiding her face in her hands, too embarrassed to look at him. You can't date. What? I said, you can't date. The first thing Nejin encountered after returning was Merlin, fuming with indignation. She pointed an accusing finger at him, practically yelling. Listen here. Arthur never dated anyone during his entire journey. It's not like no one confessed to him, but he remained above it all. Pure and untouchable. He never gave his heart to anyone. Merlin puffed out her chest and smirked, as if she had just delivered an unassailable argument. There. That's why you can't date. You want to be like Arthur, right? Nejin stared at her in silence for a moment before muttering under his breath, careful to keep his voice low enough that she couldn't hear, "Is she an idiot?" If Merlin had heard him, she might have throttled him on the spot. Thankfully, she didn't. Nejin simply gave her a bemused look. What? What's that look for? Nothing, really. Trailing off, Nejin casually remarked, You said King Arthur never dated, right? Of course. I was his guide, so I'd know. Then doesn't that mean, if I date, I'd be one step ahead of Arthur? I'd be doing something he never did. What? That's one more reason for me to date, don't you think? Merlin's pupils dilated as her thoughts scrambled. Nejin, meanwhile, calmly removed his outerwear and climbed into bed. Pulling the blanket over his head, he turned his back to her. Wait. Wait. Hold on. That's not what I meant. Hey. Don't pretend to sleep. Get up. Merlin's protests went unheard. Annoying as her yelling was, she couldn't physically force Nijin to respond, nor could she shake him awake, for all her shouting. Nijin, who had grown accustomed to sleeping in the chaotic streets of the underground city, was unbothered. Seriously? You're just going to sleep? Unbelievable. Nijin drifted off, using Merlin's ranting as a makeshift lullaby. It was his victory. Demon hunting, 1. Come to think of it, what exactly is a star? A star is just a star. What else could it be? A star. What is a star, really? Having gained 2 stars, Nijin pondered their true nature. He wasn't thinking about their symbolic meaning, he already understood that much. A testament to achieving a great feat. A star was proof that one had overcome a seemingly impossible trial and accomplished something monumental enough to touch the heavens. It was also the reward for Nijin's life-risking efforts. He looked at the 2 stars glimmering on his outstretched palm. By focusing, he could summon their starlight in such a way. They were beautiful, no doubt, the stars he had yearned for so intensely. Yet, how to describe the odd feeling? Staring at them, Nijin tilted his head. How exactly do you use these? He couldn't fathom any practical way to make use of them. In heroic tales, King Arthur supposedly cleaved the earth and sky with his star. As Nijin entertained such thoughts, Merlin scoffed. If 2 measly stars could split the heavens and the earth, Arthur and I would have long since taken the head of the dragon of the abyss and the witch of the nether. Well, I was just using it as an example. Still, isn't having a star supposed to let you do magical things? The heroes in the stories seemed capable of everything. The things you're imagining require at least 4 or 5 stars. Only when the stars form a constellation do their powers amplify enough for such feats. Merlin gestured in the air, a blue line traced the path of her movements. Besides, I can't explain how to use your stars. Every constellation's usage varies. Didn't I tell you? A star is your life, your journey, encapsulated. You did mention that. It's like your imagination. No one can teach you how to wield it. Ultimately, you'll have to figure it out on your own, but don't worry, it'll come naturally. The blue line she had drawn formed her constellation. Why was she suddenly showing her own constellation? Having spent considerable time with her, Nijin understood a bit of how Merlin's mind worked. Ah, a subtle attempt to show off. He was right. Merlin twirled her constellation ostentatiously before him. She never missed an opportunity to flaunt her accomplishments. Each star represents a great feat. Having 11 stars means I've achieved 11 monumental feats. Merlin emphasized the number 11. Nijin nodded politely, replying with a generic "Wow, that's really something." After listening to her self-praise for a few minutes, the conversation finally turned constructive. Of course, having stars doesn't necessarily equate to being strong. Having many stars doesn't guarantee victory. Stars are simply a way of proving who you are. Proving? Yes. They're the marks of your journey, the paths you've walked, and the feats you've accomplished. They are your evidence and testament. Merlin extended her hand to point out the window. Dawn had yet to break, and the outside remained dark. The night sky was strewn with countless stars. In the past, such a sight had seemed distant and unreachable. Not anymore. Nijin's stars resided there. Even among the countless stars, Nijin could locate his own. Though faint, the 2 stars shone distinctly. They were his stars, his imprints in the heavens. You've engraved your existence in the sky as stars. As long as those stars remain aloft, you can look to the heavens from anywhere and find yourself. Merlin smiled. Having even 1 star makes an immeasurable difference. You've stepped onto the starting line. The starting line. There was no need to ask what the starting line was for. It's the first step toward ascending the heavens. Of course, that wasn't all there was to it. Merlin narrowed her eyes at Nijin. He hadn't noticed yet, but his body was already changing. It was a common phenomenon among those who had gained stars. Merlin chose not to mention it. Such realizations weren't something one could be taught, they had to be experienced. In any case, congratulations. With that, Merlin added one last thing. The Star of Dawn. The star heralding the end of night. Hearing his moniker pronounced aloud, Nijin couldn't help but let out a chuckle. The Star of Dawn, it had a nice ring to it. Now that I have the qualifications, all that's left is to prove myself. That proof would not take place there but in the faraway lands of the Outland. On the battlefield of stars. Nijin began preparing in earnest for his journey to the Outland. Unlike his trip to Cambria, where he could simply throw himself into the fray, heading to the Outland required some preparation. More importantly, he had changed compared to the past. When he first set foot in Cambria, he was a nobody and unproven rookie whose very existence was unknown and to whom nobody paid any mind, but now. The Empire's citizens, and even those beyond its borders, watched him closely. He was the youngest sword seeker, the boy who had claimed 2 stars. Fame came at a cost. Having earned renown across the continent, he was constantly under scrutiny. Everyone was curious about his next move. That was exactly what the Emperor had feared. To my eyes, you are a flame. A fire that might one day engulf the Empire. Nijin was seen as both an asset and a potential threat. To some, he was a highly valuable piece and irreplaceable card in their hand, but in the hands of an opponent, he was a weapon capable of devastation. If they couldn't possess him, the least they could do was prevent him from falling into someone else's hands. As countless factions monitored his actions, Nijin made an announcement. I plan to depart for the Outland soon. His declaration was simple, he had no intention of aligning himself with any group, he would leave the continent and head for the Outland. The announcement sent ripples across the continent. The Outland, what sort of place was it? Countless heroes ventured there to become constellations, only to perish. It was harsh, unforgiving, and barren, a land of trials that constantly flirted with life and death. It was not the kind of place a promising young talent like Nijin was expected to go. With his fame, he could have settled into wealth and comfort anywhere. Why would an 18-year-old boy voluntarily head there? He wasn't being forced into exile, nor was there a dire reason compelling him to go. To this, Nijin offered a concise reply, glory without hardship or trial is meaningless. He was quoting an ancient hero's words. The phrase was famous, repeated by many over the years, but few truly lived by it. Words were easy, action was hard. Difficult, yes. And that's why it's worthwhile. Nijin had no intention of becoming a pretentious loudmouth. After his declaration, he immediately began the formal process for departing to the Outland. Some called him foolish, others said he was reckless, yet even those critics couldn't deny that his actions echoed the heroism of a bygone era in how he forsook wealth and comfort to chase glory. It might have been unwise, but it was not wrong. If anything, it was a decision deserving of admiration. The first to respond to Nijin's decision were the imperial family and the Knights of Adana. I commend the one who turns away from the comfort before him to face the crashing waves. I respect all your choices. The Emperor praised Nijin's resolve. Charging into trials, this is the decision of one who understands pride. Forsaking wealth to pursue honor, this is the decision of one who values glory. One who knows pride and honor is the perfect role model for any knight. The Knights of Adana response was so enthusiastic it was as if they were itching to knight him on the spot. However, they held back, knowing that a certain promise had already been made. The Emperor had once declared that, the day Nijin fulfilled the vow he had made before the 3 sword masters, he would personally bestow upon him the title of Free Knight. The title carried immense significance and harkened back to the original Knights of the Round Table who had followed King Arthur. Unlike the watered-down term knight that had lost much of its weight over the centuries, the title retained its gravitas even after 1,000 years. To have such a title promised to him was monumental. All that remained was for Nijin to prove himself worthy. The Knights of Adana waited with bated breath for the day to come. It would be the first time in centuries that a free knight had been recognized. They salivated at the thought. As soon as the imperial family and the Knights of Adana made their positions known, others quickly followed suit, clamoring about how admirable Nijin's choice was. However, their voices lacked sincerity. Most were simply jumping on the bandwagon, eager to align themselves with the prevailing sentiment. Nijin paid them no heed. He let the empty words go in one ear and out the other as he focused on his preparations for the outland, but not all the voices could be ignored. Nijin. The door to his room burst open, and someone rushed Indyata Arbenia, the girl with the beautiful brown hair. After delivering a bold confession of love to Nijin a few days prior, Gyeta had spent the subsequent days avoiding him, too embarrassed to face him. There she was, seeking him out. Could it be that she had finally overcome her shyness? A letter has arrived for you. Normally, I'd handle these things myself, but this one, I couldn't. Judging by her continued refusal to meet his eyes, that wasn't it. Whatever the case, something serious had prompted her visit. She handed Nijin a letter. Thorns. The letter bore the crimson-thorned emblem of the Starblood sect, but there was more. Across the thorned emblem was sketched the image of a single sword entwined in blood-red thorns. There was only one person who used such a seal, the Starblood sect's High Executioner, the Inquisitor General of the Starblood sect, the champion of the Thorn Martyr, among other names. It was Yule Razian's symbol. Yule Razian wiped her blade clean, running her fingers over the clotted blood sticking stubbornly to the blade, exhaling deeply. Her breath was hot, and her crimson eyes glimmered with an unsettling sheen. Ordinarily, it was rare for a sword master's blade to be stained with blood. What was a sword master? They were transcendents who could unleash sword aura as effortlessly as breathing, slashing enemies from tens or even hundreds of meters away. Wrapped in that aura, their blades were impervious to external contaminants. Even if something were to stain the blade, it would be vaporized instantly by the heat of their sword aura. Thus, a sword master's blade being blood-stained was practically unheard of. The phrase, "a sword master's blade is stained with blood," was often used metaphorically, symbolizing the deaths caused by their blade rather than any literal blood. When the sword master in question was Yule Razian, the phrase lost its figurative meaning. Her sword was perpetually drenched in blood. There was a simple reason: Yule deliberately chose not to use sword aura. Though she could kill her opponents more easily and efficiently by wielding it, she refrained. When asked about her peculiar choice, Yule had once given an answer to her knights. "Where's the joy in cutting down an enemy with sword aura? Don't you feel it? The sensation of your blade slicing through flesh, snapping bone, and tearing into organs until it bursts out the other side. The vibration that travels up the hilt. That's when I truly feel alive." For her, it all came down to the visceral thrill of it. Her justification was as simple as that. Since few could withstand her sword aura anyway, Yule preferred to savor the experience, prolonging the moment much like savoring a candy before letting it melt away. Isn't that disrespectful to your opponent? Some knights had wanted to ask, but they never dared. After all, Yule's blade only ever cut down the guilty heretics, sinners, and those tied to the demonic. When it came to such evildoers, wasn't it better to offer no mercy? Of course, Yule herself didn't care about such notions. Her sense of morality was nebulous at best. Yule didn't particularly view dark mages or heretics as heinous criminals. She didn't kill them because she believed they were evil, she simply killed them because she could do so without consequence. Ha! Yule let out a heated sigh. The air around her reeked of blood. Smiling faintly, she plunged her blade into a pile of corpses to hold it steady. She then retrieved a letter from her pocket. The letter contained news about a boy. Her subordinate had collected the information for her. Yule's crimson eyes narrowed as she read the details of the boy's accomplishments. Her lips curled into a smile. Even after rereading it, the content remained unchanged. 2 stars at the same time, and at the age of 18. Remarkable. Truly remarkable, don't you think? Yule spoke aloud. She wasn't talking to herself. Beside her lay a black mage with severed legs. The mage dragged himself along the ground, teeth chattering, desperately trying to crawl away from her. Isn't it remarkable? Truly extraordinary. My judgment wasn't wrong after all. He's such an intriguing boy. Without sparing a glance at the fleeing mage, Yule muttered to herself. The mage, terrified, interpreted her words as the ramblings of a lunatic. He didn't think she expected an answer. You don't agree? Yule had other ideas. I asked you a question. Jiga. Ha. The mage clawed at the ground with all his strength. His nails cracked and broke against the rough stone floor, his fingertips bleeding profusely. Still, he frantically dragged himself forward. Didn't I ask you a question? Isn't he remarkable? I don't like repeating myself. Yule lazily flicked a finger in the mage's direction. In that instant, the mage's fingers began to crumble, starting at the tips. His nails cracked, skin peeled away, and bones splintered as if he were being dissected alive. The mage screamed as his body was systematically dismantled. Yule remained unmoved, repeating her question. Isn't he remarkable? Yes, yes. Remarkable. Extraordinary. Unparalleled. A feat without equal, a glory beyond compare. The mage scrambled to praise the boy he had never seen, spouting every flattering word he could muster. He continued until blood loss stole his voice, and his breathing grew ragged. As his life finally ebbed away, Yule tilted her head and murmured, "Yes, quite so." She nodded, seemingly pleased. "Now, I'll have to see for myself. Demon hunting, too." Yule Razian's letter was straightforward. "I heard you've gained 2 stars. Congratulations. I heard you're heading to the Outland. Before that, how about joining me for some demon hunting?" That wasn't a summary of the letter, it was the entire thing. The rest of the paper. Blank. It was reminiscent of the famous mathematician who once said, "I have proven it, but the margin is too small to write it here." If that mathematician had seen Yule's letter, he would have likely filled its vast empty space with an entire thesis. That's how much blank space there was, just 3 lines of text written on a large sheet of paper. Fortunately, flipping the page revealed a map with several symbols drawn on it, and beneath them was a postscript. "I'll keep it brief to save time. Show this letter to a nearby church, and they'll guide you. I'll be waiting." Nejin did as instructed. With Yule's letter in hand, he headed to a church in the adventurer's city. The moment the nun there saw the letter, her eyes widened as if they might tear apart. Please wait here for a moment." The nun hurried off, returning shortly with a priest. The elderly man examined the letter, his expression mirroring the nun's. He, too, immediately contacted someone else. This chain reaction repeated several times. Nejin discovered something new that day: clergy, who usually seemed so calm and unhurried, could move incredibly fast when necessary. Within hours, a carriage arrived in front of him. The priests who disembarked wore robes adorned with crimson embroidery, inquisitors of the Starblood sect. "Are you Nejin?" After asking a few questions and verifying the letter, the priests bowed their heads deeply to Nejin, displaying deference one might show a superior. "We are here to escort you. Shall we depart now?" Nejin boarded the carriage. They'd offered a ride. Why refuse? As he climbed aboard, the inquisitors nervously watched him. Sir Nejin." At some point, they started addressing him as Sir Nejin. "Yes. When and how did you receive this letter?" "It arrived this morning in the mail." Nejin's answer made the inquisitors turn pale. Later, he would learn why. Yule's letter had not passed through the usual channels of the Starblood sect. Instead, it had been delivered directly to Nejin's mailbox. This was a significant problem for the Starblood sect. Normally, someone of Yule's stature, an executioner of the sect, would act only through the organization. Even personal communications were typically handled via the sect. Since executioners, along with the archpriests, represented the sect itself, their actions and words could easily be interpreted as the will of the entire organization. Thus, executioners, incarnates, and lighthouse keepers were expected to be exceedingly cautious in their conduct. Despite that, Yule Razian wasn't cautious, nor did she care about what others thought. Her attitude was simple: why should I care? If it's not illegal, I don't see why I should bother. That time, her proposal to Nejin was entirely her own initiative without any consultation with the sect. So what? If the executioner decided something, then who could argue? All the sect could do was accommodate. That was why the inquisitors treated Nejin with such reverence. "We'll make your journey as comfortable as possible. Oh, thank you. No need to thank us. You're the guest of the executioner, after all. It's only natural. In their eyes, the boy before them was an esteemed guest of Yule Razian. Regardless of her intentions, that's how her letter was interpreted. Of course, Nijin had no way of knowing any of that. Demon hunting, huh? Sounds interesting. It does. I'm curious what kind of demon it'll be. The inquisitors accompanying Nijin were tense, but Nijin's expression remained calm and composed. This is a good opportunity. To him, Yule's proposal was indeed a great chance. Before venturing deep into the outland, it was an opportunity to stretch his muscles and test the changes his body had undergone after acquiring his stars. As the carriage moved, Nijin conversed with Merlin, seeking answers. Why does the Starblood sect hunt demons? Their patron deity despises demons. Are there people who like demons? It's less of a dislike and more of an abhorrence. Hatred? Contempt? Anyway, she's a woman who wants to eradicate every last demon from the world. Merlin stroked her chin thoughtfully. Nowadays, they call her the Thorn Martyr, which sounds tame, but back in my time, she was known as she who foams at the sight of demons. Other names included one who bathes in demon blood and flesh, demon slayer, and evil shall perish. Those were rather extreme titles. As Nijin blinked, Merlin continued. Arthur and I hunted demons because they were a threat to humanity. She, on the other hand, hunted demons simply because she hated them. Of course, she had her reasons. What reasons? She used to be a princess of a small kingdom called Rafeli, or something like that. Her country was destroyed by demons. Most of her people became demon contractors, and the rest turned into demon worshippers. Nijin vaguely recalled reading about it in history books. Rafeli, a kingdom annihilated by demons roughly 1,000 years prior its downfall, was often cited to justify the need to eradicate dark mages and demon summoners. That's a good reason to hate them. Right? But the interesting part comes after that. What happened next? She killed them all. Nijin nearly exclaimed aloud but managed to suppress his voice. Merlin chuckled at his reaction and elaborated. Around 30,000, if I recall. She personally killed every single demon contractor from her kingdom, even the ones who fled abroad. Over the course of 10 years, she hunted them all down without leaving a single one alive. Not a single one left standing. When that blood-soaked saga ended, she ascended to become a constellation. Although Rafeli had fallen to the demons, it wasn't remembered as a demon-worshipping nation in the annals of history. She cleansed it with their blood. From the corpses of countless demons and their worshippers, a star was born. Rafeli became a holy site. Truly, it was the birthplace of a star. When Arthur and I were fighting the Demon King, I glanced to the side and saw this stranger stabbing him in the gut. I asked, "Who are you?" She just said, "Demon. Kill." So I figured, an ally, and we fought together. Merlin shook her head in amusement at the memory. A crazy girl, really. A butcher. A pitiful soul who knows nothing but killing demons. How did someone like her become the patron deity of the Starblood sect? Her teachings were simple. Ask the guy sitting across from you, it hasn't changed much in 1,000 years. Nijin turned to the Inquisitor seated across from him. May I ask about the Starblood sect's doctrine? Of course. The Inquisitor smiled broadly. Kill demons. Burn anything connected to demons. Uproot the entire species from this world. Whatever your status or past sins, our deity doesn't care. She only asks one thing of you. The man pounded his chest over his heart. As long as your heart beats, slay demons. A faint madness glimmered in his eyes. See? I doubt she intended to create a religion. She just wanted to kill demons and gathered followers because she couldn't do it alone. That naturally evolved into a religion. Merlin's tone turned somber. I suppose it's because so many people have lost loved ones to demons. That kind of hatred makes for a powerful faith. That's why the Thorn Martyr remains their patron to this day. The Thorned Martyr was her official title as a constellation, but those who lived during her era called her something else. The fire that burns for 1,000 years. Merlin added that the fire would continue to burn until every last demon in the world was reduced to ash. Her expression, for once, was distant and reflective. "Well, I guess it's not so different from me." She smiled faintly. "I don't think I'll be able to rest until I've slit the Witch of the Nether's throat." After several days of travel, the carriage stopped at a city on the outland border, Baldornos, a forgotten city of a forgotten kingdom. Originally situated near the outland's edge, Baldornos had been swallowed up by the border's expansion 300 years prior. During the event, nearly 70% of the city was consumed by the outland, and every resident vanished without a trace. Though the buildings remained intact, the city was rendered uninhabitable. Baldornos became a ghost town. For dark mages, however, uninhabited ghost city was synonymous with perfect hideout. Its proximity to the outland made summoning rituals easier. Naturally, Baldornos became a prime location for such activities. The Starblood sect was well aware of this. They kept a close watch on Baldornos, and when traces of black magic and demon summoning were discovered, it was deemed a significant threat. Significant threats required an equally significant response. The sect's asymmetric power Eurasian. Her deployment to Baldornos was recent, and thus laid the backdrop for the operation. So that's how it is. Yes. Allow me to explain the operation. Nejin listened attentively and nodded. Originally, the only personnel dispatched here was the executioner. The plan was for her to handle the purge alone, but circumstances changed. The Inquisitor began outlining the plan, pointing to the map. Lady Yule will enter from the rear gate, deep within the outland side of Baldornos. Sir Nejin, you'll enter through the front gate. According to his explanation, Nejin's role was straightforward: enter through the front gate and eliminate any dark mages encountered along the way. Meanwhile, Yule would do the same from the rear gate, with the two meeting near the outland's boundary. Simple enough in theory. Nejin raised his head. He gazed at the shimmering barrier that marked the boundary between the outland and the continent. Though the city beyond the barrier was blurry and difficult to discern, its sheer size was apparent. It won't be as easy as it sounds, Nejin thought as he stretched his body. When you're ready to proceed, let us know, and we'll signal Lady Yule to begin dash. I'm ready. Pardon? The Inquisitor, who had been busy preparing holy water and blessed silver weapons, blinked. All Nejin had done was casually stretch, making no visible preparations. Sir Nejin, with all due respect, Baldornos is effectively part of the outland. Entering it will accelerate the deterioration of your body. Without adequate preparation dash. That's our concern. It doesn't apply to him. One of the Inquisitors cut his subordinate off, gesturing toward Nejin. Nejin responded by holding up his palm. 2 stars materialized and glowed above it. Ah! The Inquisitor let out a short sigh. Then, without hesitation, he knelt on one knee and bowed his head not to Nejin, but to the patron deity of the Starblood sect, who he believed was watching from the heavens. In response, a constellation of 8 stars, the Thorned Martyrs, lit up in the sky. Sir Nejin. Yes. I recommend covering your ears. Nejin blinked, puzzled. Looking around, he noticed all the Inquisitors had already knelt and covered their ears. Though confused, he followed their lead. It didn't take long for him to understand why. Moments ago, one of the Inquisitors had prayed to their deity, notifying her of the operation's commencement. That prayer was relayed to her champion, Eurasian. They were to start the operation. With the signal received, Yule moved. Far beyond the outland's boundary, at the opposite end of the vast city, she stood at the rear gate. Though the distance between them spanned the entirety of Baldornos, Nejin could feel her movement. Not because his senses were particularly sharp, but because her movement was simply too immense. Screech! A bone-chilling screech filled the air like the wails of tormented souls. It echoed across the outland's border, cutting through the city and spanning thousands of meters to pierce Nejin's eardrums. The sound came first, the phenomenon followed. The massive barrier separating the outland and the continent quivered violently. Beyond the rippling boundary, though blurred, it wasn't hard to imagine what was happening. The city was being dismantled. By a single person, and a single sword. Demon hunting, free. In literature, transcendents such as sword masters and archmages were often described as beings who, in human form, have touched the domain of the gods. Nujin was reminded again that the description wasn't an exaggeration. The scene unfolding before his eyes was a miracle, one worthy of being called divine intervention. The ripple effect spanning an entire city, the vibrations traveling thousands of meters with ease. Such massive forces couldn't possibly have been caused by a single person, and yet, they had. It wasn't without reason that beings like them were called transcendents. They performed feats that defied human comprehension. In the face of such overwhelming power, most people felt fear. They revered it, were terrified by it, and saw those who wielded it as entirely different beings. The inquisitors beside Nijin, covering their ears, felt that fear, as did the dark mages cowering in terror within the city. Not everyone reacted that way. Standing there was one exception, a young man. Nijin removed his hands from his ears and listened carefully to the reverberating sword scream. He straightened the knees he had instinctively bent, lifted his head, and opened his eyes wide to take in the unfolding spectacle. Unconsciously, a grin spread across his face. His eyes sparkled, and his expression conveyed anything but fear. Was it excitement, anticipation, or perhaps fascination? Nijin hadn't agreed to Yule's proposal so readily and without hesitation for no reason. As he had said before, he saw it as an opportunity. It was a chance to stretch his body before heading to the Outland, a chance to witness, up close, the kind of battle he would one day have to endure and to see the types of opponents he would inevitably face. It was, simply put, the perfect opportunity. Grinning openly, Nijin stepped forward. While the inquisitors were overwhelmed by the ripples of power Yule unleashed, Nijin made his way toward the city's front gate. "I'll go ahead." Clang! He drew his sword. The streets of Baldornos were steeped in darkness. As a city partially swallowed by the Outland, it was draped in an oppressive shadow with no light to dispel it. There wasn't a single lantern to illuminate the streets. Dark, damp, and eerie. An ordinary person would likely lose their mind after just a few days in such a place, but dark mages were anything but ordinary. Their very name bore the word dark, a testament to their love for darkness. Dark, damp, eerie, and terrifying. All the better. They were the kinds of people who eagerly set up their workshops in sewers and abandoned cities. The fact that such places were excellent for hiding and escaping was only a minor advantage. Dark mages genuinely preferred dark, damp environments. I wonder if practicing black magic alters your brain structure, making you enjoy moldy, wet places like some kind of fungus. There was a mage who wrote a thesis on that once. Really? Who'd waste their time on such a pointless topic? Me. Oh. The decrepit buildings, the scattered bricks, and the desolation of a city whose residents vanished overnight some 300 years prior created a heavy silence. Except, of course, for the occasional screech of Yule Razian's sword carving through her enemies in the distance. Nijin walked through the silence. His footsteps echoed loudly across the empty streets. He wasn't trying to move quietly. On the contrary, he deliberately let his steps resound. Silencing his movements would have been easy, but there was no need. He wanted the dark mages hiding throughout the city to sense him. While Yule Razian wreaked havoc at the rear gate, literally dismantling the city, the dark mages in chaos had limited options. Option 1, kill the executioner. Option 2, escape from the executioner. If they had been capable of the first option, they wouldn't have been hiding in that city in the first place. The only real option left was the second, which required dealing with Nijin or attempting to climb the city walls. Screech. Nijin glanced briefly toward the wall and spotted a dark mage climbing it with magic, only to have his torso neatly severed, sending his body plummeting to the ground. The mage succeeded in escaping, from life. Clearly, escaping over the wall wasn't a viable option. Scaling an open wall in front of a sword master with a range of several hundred meters was akin to painting a target on your back. That left only the front gate. Nijin was standing right there. The dark mages, sensing Yule's relentless advance from the rear, made their decision. Previously undetectable, their presences suddenly became clear as they dropped their concealment. The dark mages lurking within the abandoned buildings of the city began to move. From behind crumbling walls, in gaps between bricks, through the slits of curtains over broken windows, and between rooftops and chimneys, they emerged. From the shadows, dark lights flickered, the precursor to spellcasting. The simultaneous flashes of dark energy were nearly invisible to the naked eye, their color blending into the shadows. Nearly invisible, but not entirely. As the lights flared, Nijin's eyes darted rapidly from one to the next. Left to right, top to bottom. The flashes lasted no more than 3 seconds, but for Nijin, that was enough. 17. 17 flashes. 17 mages. 17 spells. It took him 1 second to count them, another second to slam his foot into the ground, and a final second to exhale and push off. 3 seconds. That's how long it took for the spells to complete and launch. Dark projectiles, crimson beams, and jagged spikes of shadow hurtled toward Nijin from all directions, but by the time they were fired, he was already moving. The place he had been standing exploded with a flurry of black spikes, molten rays, and shattering rubble. 10 spells. Nijin's eyes remained calm. Had it been before he became a sword seeker or before his battle against the witch in the Outland, he might have struggled. For the Nijin after those events, it didn't seem so difficult. He dashed forward. The spells, unable to keep up with his speed, struck random targets, failing to hit him. With a burst of acceleration, he ran along the wall. Swish. Spells that had been manually adjusted to track him turned sharply, giving chase. From behind, above, and in front, the attacks closed in. Even so, Nijin didn't stop. He swung his sword as he ran. Despite his unstable stance while running along the wall, his sword carved a precise arc. Slice. Spells caught in his sword aura vanished without a trace. With his path cleared, he pushed off the wall and leaped, targeting the closest of the 17 flashes he had seen earlier, a dark mage hiding behind a crumbling wall. He swung his sword mid-leap. The wall stood between him and the mage, but the moment his sword aura extended, the wall lost its value as cover. Slash. The blade cleaved through the wall with ease. The mage's neck, softer than the stone wall, met the same fate. Nijin landed gracefully, already pivoting toward his next target, a dark mage crouched between a rooftop and a chimney. Swish. A clean line appeared from the mage's forehead to his jaw. As the body collapsed, Nijin had already moved on. Bounding across the rooftops, his speed was overwhelming. He was far too fast for the mages to track, either with their eyes or with magic. The chaos deepened, and he continued his efficient hunt, one step ahead of his enemies at every turn. As the mages' numbers dwindled and their hiding spots were exposed, panic spread, and then, a thunderous noise erupted. From the castle at the city's center, a stronghold converted into a workshop by the mages, something flew from the highest point. No, flew wasn't quite right. It hurtled. Straight toward Nijin. Did you know? See cough, ga, huff. If you split Baldornos into a 7-to-3 ratio, the part we're standing on now falls within the 7th portion. Yule Razian's tone was calm and conversational. Her hair, as white and smooth as the first snow of winter, gleamed faintly in the dim light. Long lashes framed her half-lidded crimson eyes, their glint unsettling yet hypnotic. She was, by any measure, a beautiful woman, a striking figure whose name was never omitted when discussing the most beautiful in the empire. Even her perpetually expressionless face added to her allure, imbuing her with an air of mystery. For a fleeting moment, the dark mage before her Zarkin might have considered her beautiful. If only the insane woman wasn't strangling him with her bare hands. If only she hadn't just slaughtered every one of his subordinates in the stronghold. Zarkin, a sixth circle dark mage and the leader of the mages who had taken over Baldornos, stared at Yule with trembling eyes as she tightened her grip around his neck. Her crimson gaze, cold and detached, gave him the distinct impression that she didn't care about him in the slightest. I promised that I would handle the 7 portions of Baldornos, leaving the remaining 3 for my companion. Ah, and by companion, I don't mean you, whose neck I'm currently holding. Zarkin wasn't curious. Not in the least, but when you were dangling by your neck, held by a sword master, curiosity wasn't a choice, it was a survival tactic. Following that agreement, killing you falls to me since you're in my zone, and yet, it feels unsatisfying. Yule's lips parted slightly, a faint hum escaping them as though she were mulling over something trivial. I want to see that boy fight a bit longer. I want to see him bleed, to see him teeter on the edge of defeat before pulling off a victory. Yes, killing you right now would be enjoyable, no doubt, but... She nodded to herself as if reaching a conclusion. This would be even more fun. They stood on the stronghold's highest level, a vantage point overlooking the entire city of Baldornos, and Yule strode toward the edge. Demons are remarkably resilient to physical damage, you know. I've tested it before how much purely physical force is needed to destroy a demon without using magic. The results were fascinating. Her steps were measured, almost leisurely, as she approached the edge. 3,761 strikes. That's how many stabs to the heart it took before a demon finally died. Was it the 3,762nd strike that killed it, you ask? Surprisingly, no. The demon committed suicide at that point. A pity. I wanted to see how far it could go. She tilted her head slightly as if lost in thought, before snapping back to reality. I digress. The point is, demons are durable. Naturally, since you've contracted with one, your body should be equally sturdy. A fall from this height shouldn't kill you. Yule reached the edge of the stronghold, the dividing line between Baldornos's 7-part and 3-part zones. One more step forward would place her in Nijin's zone. Tap. She stopped at the threshold and raised her arm. Humans have always dreamed of flight. Most harbor a yearning for the word soar. I hope you do as well. With that, she swung her arm in an almost careless motion, hurling Zarkin forward like a ball. Enjoy your flight. She flung him from the stronghold summit, aiming straight for where Nijin stood. Swoosh! The trajectory was crude, and the direction was unmistakably downward rather than upward, but if flight was defined as leaving the ground and traveling through the air, Zarkin was undoubtedly flying. Gah! Zarkin's scream tore through the air. Unfortunately for him, no one was listening. Demon Hunting, 4. Can humans soar through the skies unassisted? Without resorting to magical means, could humanity truly escape the chains of gravity and become free? To this question, a dark mage had an answer: it's possible if you borrow the power of a sword master. Bang! After a short flight, Zarkin landed with a deafening crash. Utilizing the stable method of whump landing, achieved with the back of his head and crown, he buried half of his skull into the ground, convulsing. What did I just witness? Amid the collapsing buildings groaning with rumbling thuds, Nijin stood blinking, forgetting even to swing his sword. Goo, huh? Nijin wasn't the only one dumbfounded. Even the dark mage Nijin had by the collar, screaming moments prior, paused mid-shriek and wore the same expression as he stared at Zarkin, embedded in the dirt. Sir Zarkin. Realizing the person half buried in the ground was his boss, the mage's eyes widened in horror. Even while being throttled, he showed touching loyalty by worrying about his superior first. Still, there's a job to finish, Nijin thought. Crack. He snapped the mage's neck. Setting the limp body aside, he turned his gaze toward the twitching Zarkin, half buried in the ground. Is he alive? His neck is bent at a right angle. He's still alive. Doubtful, but he's moving, so probably. If someone survives with their neck like that, they can't possibly be human, right? Nijin's words, half jest and half serious, turned out to be completely accurate. Glop. Black liquid oozed out of Zarkin's convulsing body. The liquid seeped into his sharply bent neck, causing a series of sickening pops as his neck snapped back into place. Guess he's not human. Nijin clicked his tongue. The black ooze pouring from Zarkin's body was none other than the substance known as demonic energy, a signature of demons. Nijin realized the man before him was the dark mage who had summoned the demon. Why was the leader of the dark mages in front of him? Nejin instinctively looked up. Following the trajectory of Zarkan's flight, his gaze landed on the highest tower of Baldorno's citadel. It was too far to make out the details clearly, but atop the tower, a woman with silver-white hair waved in his direction. Eurasian. What a certifiable lunatic. Merlin muttered, sounding utterly flabbergasted. Nejin couldn't help but let out a dry laugh. So she threw a person this far, huh? What an insane amount of physical strength. Ugh, gah. Tui. Coughing out dirt, Zarkan rose to his feet. He spat out a glob of blood from his throat and wiped his mouth. Despite having fallen from such a height at such speed, his body bore no visible injuries, or rather, any injuries he had sustained were already gone. Watching his pitiful state, it was hard to believe that Zarkan was an exceptionally powerful dark mage. Among mages, those reaching the 8th circle were classified as archmages. Zarkan had reached the 6th circle, a level of power not to be underestimated. In a proper fight within his territory, exterminating him would require at least an expert-level squad and 2 sword seekers. If you added a demon to the mix, without specialized help from demon hunters or inquisitors, taking Zarkan down would be near impossible. Battling a demon contractor, a volatile wildcard, was no easy feat. Yes, Zarkan was undoubtedly formidable. He should be, anyway. Nejin squinted. After witnessing such a ridiculous landing, even someone as perpetually serious as him found it hard to take the opponent seriously. You bastard, Zarkan spat, his expression twisted with fury. He gestured, dispelling the dust cloud around him. Scanning the area, he found the bodies of his subordinates scattered across the ground, and at the center of the carnage stood a boy. Was this your doing? Who the hell are you? He growled, glaring at Nejin. The demonic energy swirling around him radiated a ferocious pressure in an attempt to intimidate Nejin, but it had no effect. Shing! Nejin raised his sword in response, wordlessly admitting to Zarkan's accusation. To answer the second question, he replied, Nejin. Stars shimmered over his raised blade. The Star of Dawn. He was the Star of Dawn, herald of the end of night. In the night sky, 2 stars glimmered brightly. A demon contractor was someone who borrowed power or authority from a demon through a contract. Nejin had faced one such individual before, the demon knight, Verhagen, a foe he had vanquished with Excalibur. Verhagen had been a sword expert, but after contracting with a demon, he had ascended to the level of a sword seeker. When he deployed his domain and began using the demon's authority, his strength rivaled even the upper echelon of sword seekers. Normally, they don't get that absurdly strong. The demon he contracted with was unusually high-ranking. Ancient Demon Arcan. According to Merlin, the demon Verhagen had contracted with was exceptionally powerful, which explained his dramatic rise in strength. Hearing it, Nejin had once thought, the victory against Verhagen wasn't mine, it was Excalibur's. Had it not been for that nearly unfair weapon, he wouldn't have stood a chance. How strong would he need to become to defeat such an opponent without Excalibur? Even after reaching the level of a sword seeker, Nejin often pondered the question. Verhagen had been overwhelming in that domain. He had a chance to find the answer. Merlin. Yeah. This dark mage, Zarkan, how strong is he? Compared to Verhagen? About the same, maybe a bit stronger. The demon he contracted with hasn't shown up yet, so I can't say for sure. Judging by his demonic energy, it's probably mid-tier at most. Stronger than Verhagen, who had deployed a domain. Nejin's lips curled into a satisfied smile. It was a chance to prove how much he had grown. Roughly 6 months had passed since the battle with the demon knight. During that time, Nejin had dedicated himself to growing stronger. He wanted to test the fruits of that effort. The smile faded from Nejin's face. While Zarkan continued snarling at Nejin, oblivious to the shift in the latter's demeanor, Nejin adjusted his stance. He lowered his sword, sinking into a crouch, pulling his arm behind his back as he took a measured breath. One breath. The moment he exhaled, Zarkan's eyes lost track of Nejin's movement. No, Nejin didn't disappear from his vision. Rather, Nejin completely filled Zarkan's sight, closing the distance in an instant. Before Zarkan could react, Nejin swung his sword. Boom! The collision between Zarkin's demonic energy and Nijin's sword aura created an explosive roar. The impact sent Zarkin's feet into the air, his demonic energy holding firm against the attack, but his physical body couldn't withstand the force. It was like smashing a helmet with a hammer. The helmet might hold its shape, but the head inside wouldn't fare as well. Gah! Zarkin gasped as the blow knocked the air out of him, but that was as far as Nijin got. He had no intention of allowing Nijin to follow up. Swinging his arm, he summoned an invisible force. He was an adept of the field magic school, specializing in manipulating invisible fields of force, and while his foray into dark magic had changed his style somewhat, the technique remained a cornerstone of his arsenal. Wielding the force field like a bludgeon, he struck Nijin's sword. With a sharp crack, the impact sent Zarkin skidding backward. Zarkin glanced down at his arm. Despite layering it with force fields and demonic energy, the bone was broken. Black ooze quickly seeped in, repairing the fracture, but he couldn't hide his alarm. A significant chunk of both his demonic energy and mana had been torn away in that clash. The power granted by demons wasn't infinite. Even if the demons themselves had boundless strength, the energy a contractor could draw was limited. If he expended all his demonic energy, he'd be reduced to an ordinary human. That can't happen. Zarkin turned his gaze to Nijin, who stood calmly with his sword raised. The boy's relaxed demeanor only served to irritate him further. What's the point of this fight? Even if he managed to kill Nijin, he wouldn't escape alive. If Nijin were weaker, he might have been able to dispatch him quickly and flee, but the opponent wasn't so easily dismissed. Damn it all! Zarkin scowled. He was contemplating his options when a voice suddenly echoed in his ears. "Ah, I nearly forgot to mention something important," Yul Razian's voice said. Zarkin's pupils contracted. How was she speaking to him from such a distance? It was a technique achievable only through a sword master's supreme mastery of mana transmission via mana threads. Her voice, carried on mana, continued, "If you defeat that boy, I'll let you live. There are noble humans who fight with all their might in the face of certain death, but you're not one of them, are you? You need a suitable reward to give your all." Yul's voice trembled slightly, not from fear, but from exhilaration. "I give you my word, in my name. So please, do your best." What an utterly insane woman. Zarkin couldn't ignore her proposition. If death was inevitable, he'd rather gamble on the chance she was telling the truth. The executioner of the Starblood sect may be mad and capricious, but she doesn't lie. I have to trust that. Zarkin locked eyes with Nijin. His decision was quick. "Great Marphos, lend me your strength." The moment he whispered the words, his back split open, and 3 arms, each with 7 fingers, burst forth. Marphos was a mid-tier demon with 7 arms, each bearing 7 fingers. Its domain was refraction. Having forged a contract with Marphos, Zarkin had been granted 3 of its arms. A wicked grin twisted across his face as power surged through him. The connection to such a higher being brought with it a rush of euphoria, convincing him he could wield even 7th circle magic. With 2 human arms and 3 demonic ones, Zarkin commanded 10 human fingers and 21 demonic ones. For a mage of the field magic school, whose spells relied heavily on hand gestures, additional fingers and arms were an enormous boon. When those extra limbs came from a demon, the advantage grew exponentially. There was a reason field magic mages often became demon contractors alongside the blood arts practitioners. Their compatibility with demonic enhancements was unmatched. Ahaha! Laughing wildly, Zarkin swung his arms. The 3 demonic appendages moved as if they had always been his own. Each of his 10 original fingers could summon a force field, and with 21 new fingers, he conjured an additional 21 fields. Crack! 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 The ground shattered beneath the onslaught as the overlapping force fields shot toward Nijin like invisible maelstrom. Nijin, who had been calmly observing until then, narrowed his eyes. He turned slightly, as if addressing someone unseen. Is this his full power? Yep. He brought out the demon's power now. A mid-tier demon, Marphos has the domain of refraction. It seems he was originally from the field magic school. That's enough. What? Nijin twirled his sword in a casual circle. I don't need to know more. Tell me if it gets dangerous. Until then, let me test myself. Test yourself? Against what? Nijin's face grew serious, his gaze fixed on the approaching maelstrom of force fields. I want to test how far this body of mine can go. Having obtained a star's power, slain a dragon, and bathed in dragon blood, he had yet to truly push himself to the limit. Before venturing to the outland, he needed to know his own boundaries and what he was truly capable of. Merlin blinked and chuckled. Fine. Do as you like. The maelstrom of invisible force fields bore down on Nijin. The waves of refracted energy were imperceptible to the naked eye, but the subtle ripples in the air and the shifting currents of wind revealed their paths. Nijin didn't retreat. Instead, with a measured step, he charged straight into the heart of the onslaught. Slash! His sword aura tore through the first force field, causing an explosion of light and air pressure. Using the burst to propel himself forward, he continued advancing. Seated atop the highest point of the citadel, Yul Razian watched the battle unfold below. Her crimson eyes focused intently on the clash between Zarkin and Nijin. The ringing of metal, the detonation of energy, the spray of blood, it all formed a symphony of combat that resonated in her very soul. Her lips curled into a faint smile as she savored the sight of the struggle. She loved blood and death, but as much as she loved those things, she also adored battle, the clashing of wills, the heat of life and death struggles. More than anything, she cherished the razor-thin moment when victory tipped her way, the instant an opponent, after a grueling exchange, was finally vanquished, when her life, teetering on the edge of death, was reclaimed in the most vivid of ways. In those moments, Yul felt truly alive. The fiercer the fight, the closer to death, the more potent the victory, the more intoxicating the life reclaimed. That intensity was the essence of Yul's existence. She was utterly enthralled by the boy below. Life was evident in his every movement. That spark, some called it the soul, others the will to live, was unmistakable. To Yul, it was vitality, the light that signified one's devotion to life itself. She had seen it countless times in humans, beasts, and monsters, but only rarely did she encounter vitality so vivid, so raw. Nijin's vitality was like nothing she had ever seen. She didn't know what it was. That unfamiliarity intrigued her. Should she kill him and extinguish that light, or let it grow, only to snuff it out later? Her bloodthirst flared and subsided in an endless cycle as conflicting desires warred within her. Yul's smile deepened. Climb higher. Reach the level of a sword master. Challenge me. Fight me as an equal. Push me to the brink of death, and let us determine who survives. Her fingers trembled as she fantasized about that future, where either she or Nijin would stand triumphant, bathed in the other's blood. She relished the contradiction, both yearning to kill Nijin and to be killed by him. Even that inner turmoil was a delight. Her attention sharpened as Nijin slashed through one of Zarkin's demonic arms. That's one. Nijin's murmured words were accompanied by a faint smile, his blade gleaming. Yul chuckled aloud. What else could she do? It was a move even a sword master like her hadn't foreseen. Demon hunting, 5. Zarkin was a troublesome foe. Despite his ridiculous and almost comical introduction, his power was no laughing matter. Even Nijin, who had reached the rank of sword seeker and wielded 2 stars, found that Zarkin was no small threat. What a nuisance. As the battle continued, Nijin frowned. Zarkin's mastery of force-field-based magic made him a particularly vexing opponent. Unlike most spells that inflicted damage only when they struck a target, Zarkin's magic wasn't so straightforward. Each of his fingers could control one force field. With 10 human fingers and an additional 21 demonic ones, Zarkin controlled a total of 31 force fields. Each of those force fields was a large, solid bludgeon. They pounded the ground relentlessly, blocked Nijin's sword strikes, and served as both offense and defense. Even at a distance, they acted as a deterrent, leaving no opening for Nijin to exploit. Their power isn't negligible either. The way they chip away at my sword aura with each clash. On top of that, the force fields were nearly invisible to the naked eye, making them even harder to deal with. Though Nijin was steadily reducing their numbers, he was losing the war of attrition. At that pace, he would be defeated. Still, did Nijin feel a sense of crisis? Not quite. His gaze remained calm and unwavering. He narrowed his eyes. The thunderous thumps and crashes from the 31 force fields didn't capture his attention. Instead, he focused on a different sound, the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. Thump. 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 Listening to his own pulse, he judged he still had some margin. In the past, that would have been his limit. Pushing his body further would have led to strain and breakdown. Even then, he felt the potential strain, but for some reason, he also felt like he could push harder. He trusted his instincts. Thump. 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 His heart pounded faster. Blood coursed rapidly through his veins. Muscles stretched, nerves fired at heightened speeds, and his entire body felt taut enough to snap. Surrounding it all, mana acted as a buffer, protecting his straining body. Boom! He stepped forward. His intention was to move as he usually did, but even he was startled by his speed. Where his usual movements produced a sharp tap, that time, the sound was akin to a cannon blast boom. Slash! Nijin cut through a force field, sliding across the ground in a burst of acceleration. He wasn't the only one shocked. Zarkin's eyes widened in disbelief, wondering if Nijin had been holding back. Nijin, who had initially been taken aback by his own speed, soon broke into a grin. So this is how it feels. It took him only a few exchanges to adjust to his newfound capabilities. He quickly grasped how to move his body and began to understand the changes brought about by the stars and the dragon blood coursing through him. It's not just that my body is strengthened. The vessel itself has grown larger. Nijin realized that Merlin was right. The changes to his body weren't simply about increased strength. His very being, his vessel, had expanded, allowing him to contain and wield far greater power. When he acquired a star, he earned the right to challenge the heavens. It wasn't a metaphorical or abstract idea, it was a tangible change to his existence. Though he wasn't yet sure how to fully utilize the power of his star, his body had evolved to accommodate it. His vessel had grown, enabling him to handle immense power with less strain. Nijin could push himself further than ever before. Focusing inward, he examined the pathways through which mana flowed within him. The main channels remained largely unchanged, but smaller offshoots had sprouted around them, like roots spreading from a tree. Though small and seemingly insignificant, the branches enhanced the precision and efficiency of his mana control. He planted his foot firmly against the ground. Mana, which had been evenly distributed throughout his body, surged into his legs. The branches of mana flowing into his limbs allowed him to accelerate with pinpoint efficiency. By the time Zarkin's force field struck, Nijin was already gone. The distance between them vanished in an instant. Zarkin's gaze remained fixed on the wrong place. He hadn't even realized Nijin was already upon him, and he paid dearly for that lapse. Thud. Nijin stomped down, redirecting mana into his torso, arms, and shoulders. With a precise swing of his sword, he cut through one of Zarkin's arms in a clean motion. Slash. The blade sliced through flesh and bone, sending the severed limb flying. Black ooze demonic energy poured from the stump, attempting to reattach the arm, but Nijin wasn't about to let that happen. He grabbed the dismembered arm and slammed his foot against the ground, widening the gap between himself and Zarkin. Slashing at the trailing ooze, he severed the connection entirely. It all happened so quickly that Zarkin only realized his arm was gone when the pain set in. Splat. Sliding to a halt, Nijin casually tossed the severed arm aside. One down, he said, a smirk spreading across his face. The sudden acceleration, achieved by concentrating mana into a single point, pushed Nijin beyond the limits of his physical body. However, since the mana acted as a buffer, the strain on his body was minimal. Realizing this, he began to employ the technique more aggressively. For Zarkin, who had barely been keeping up with Nijin's movements, it was a nightmare. Losing one arm was already a significant blow. Luckily for him, it was one of his human arms, not a demonic one. Even so, the loss was costly. 5 of the force fields tied to that arm had disappeared. As an experienced mage, he quickly adapted. Without panicking, he used a force field to crush the bleeding stump, cauterizing the wound. Crunch. Pain twisted Zarkin's face into a grimace, but that was as far as it went. Gritting his teeth, he swung his remaining arms to unleash a barrage of force fields. Crack, crack, crack. Force fields scraped the ground and surged toward Nijin. Transparent cubes radiated destructive energy, pulverizing anything they touched. Buildings crumbled into dust with faint cracking sounds as the force fields rolled over them. Anything caught in their path, be it flesh, bone, or steel, would be obliterated. Nijin was never where the force field struck. Was it because his movements had grown faster? That wasn't the full story. He didn't move quickly at all times. Instead, he conserved his strength, only accelerating at the perfect moments, slipping through the smallest openings in Zarkin's attacks. Blood dripped from Zarkin's shoulder as frustration mounted. It felt as though Nijin was toying with him, moving unpredictably, accelerating only when necessary. Fighting such an opponent was maddening. With each exchange, Zarkin's injuries multiplied. Blood flowed steadily from his wounds. Up to that point, a drawn-out battle would have favored him, but the situation had reversed. Nijin's newfound efficiency and precision had turned the tide. Zarkin realized the grim truth. Damn it. This is just ridiculous. He decided to unveil his trump card. The technique, one that consumed an extreme amount of mana, had been reserved for a decisive moment. It was time to wield the authority of the demon, Marphos. Marphos, the demon of refraction, governed the concepts of bending and distorting. The demonic hands protruding from Zarkin's back moved on their own. His force fields, which had previously retained their cube-like shapes, suddenly began to warp and twist. The once static fields bent, turning at impossible angles to match Nijin's movements. Thud. Nijin's eyes widened when a distorted force field struck his shoulder. Though he reacted quickly, it wasn't enough to evade entirely. Flesh tore from his body, and blood gushed from the wound. It wasn't a one-time attack. 26 force fields moved erratically, constantly changing shape and trajectory. They bent, twisted, and refracted unpredictably, attacking Nijin from all directions. For Zarkin, controlling such chaos wasn't easy. Blood trickled from his nose, and veins bulged in his reddened eyes. Every bit of his seventh circle computational ability was focused on controlling the distorted force fields. Even with Marphos's demonic hands assisting him, the toll was immense. Each adjustment to the size or shape of a force field consumed enormous mana. If he couldn't end the fight quickly, he'd be drained completely. Zarkin unleashed his ultimate spells. Third circle magic, fragmentation. Sixth circle magic, force field storm. The 21 force fields split in half, increasing to 42. Then, they fractured again, multiplying into 84 smaller force fields. The fragments spun wildly, creating a storm of destruction. Buildings caught in the storm disintegrated into powder, leaving no trace behind. That was the power of a sixth circle spell. There was no place for Nijin to run. Taking a long breath, he charged directly into the storm. Within the whirling chaos, flashes of white light flickered. Each time a light appeared, the storm grew smaller and weaker. Finally, with a resounding crack, Nijin tore through the storm and emerged on the other side. He wasn't unscathed. Blood dripped from his legs and shoulders, where chunks of flesh had been torn away, but none of the injuries were life-threatening. Without hesitation, he sprinted toward Zarkin. That's when he saw it. Zarkin extended his arm toward him. Of the 26 force fields, he had used 21 for his force field storm. That left 5 force fields unaccounted for, all concentrated in the hand of his human arm. He snapped his fingers. Sixth circle magic, refraction. The 5 force fields merged into one, twisting and bending as they surged toward Nijin. Their distortion turned them into a deadly weapon, capable of breaking and scattering anything in their path. Enhanced by Marphos's authority, the spell's power rivaled that of a seventh circle technique. Zarkin had overlooked one thing: the concepts of bending and breaking refraction itself were ill-suited against Nijin. The boy had never bent or broken under any circumstance. Nijin's sword shone with unwavering light, and he firmly planted his foot, drawing his blade into a stance that symbolized defiance. It was a sword meant to slay demons. With a clean swing, his blade shattered the force field head-on. Once, his name had been Zarkin Glen. He had been a promising prodigy. Like everyone, he had his own story. Whatever the weight of his past, he had lived his life with purpose. Zarkin Glen, a rising star of the field magic school, possessed undeniable talent, reaching the sixth circle at the age of 67, a feat that few could achieve after a lifetime of study. Talent is both a blessing and a curse. Zarkin's abilities marked him as exceptional, yet they also made his limits painfully clear. For 30 years, he toiled without progress, unable to break past the sixth circle. By 97, he realized the truth: his potential had run dry. Once hailed as a genius, he became nothing more than an aging mage. To escape death and decay, he chose a different path. He abandoned his principles, betrayed his master's teachings, and sacrificed his soul to forge a contract with a demon. In the end, all his efforts crumbled. Nijin's unwavering blade severed his neck in a single, decisive strike. With a soft thud, Zarkin's head fell to the ground. Demon hunting, 6. Zarkin's head fell. Deprived of its supporting neck, it succumbed to gravity and plummeted to the ground. The earth, melted and warped by his earlier spell, offered no resistance and swallowed the head with a wet splosh. That marked the pitiful end of Zarkin, a dark mage who had lived for over a century. Few deaths could be considered dignified, but his demise seemed especially so, even when compared to others. Crunch. His headless body crumbled to dust. When humans die, their bodies remain, but those who have bargained with demons leave nothing behind, their soul and body long since surrendered as payment. A death without a single thing left behind was the price paid for choosing an easy path and forsaking convictions. In a way, that demon knight you cut down long ago was lucky. Merlin, observing the scene, spoke. At least he left behind a corpse. Verhagen had been slain with Excalibur. Since Excalibur had severed the very demon Verhagen made a pact with, it rendered the contract void. As a result, Verhagen had been allowed to die as a human. While it might have been his misfortune to meet Nijin, it was fortunate for him since it enabled him to die as a human. Is that really luck? Depends on how you see it. Nijin flicked his sword lightly. Regardless, he had won and defeated Zarkin with his own strength, without drawing Excalibur. Feeling his growth, a quiet sense of pride welled within him. At that moment, as he savored his small triumph, a flicker of light caught his eye. A dark mage, barely alive amidst the chaos, pointed a staff at Nijin. It was difficult to say the mage had survived, considering their state. They were dying from excessive blood loss. Before Nijin could respond. Slash. The dark mage's body split apart after a sharp arc cleaved both the mage and the building they hid in cleanly in two. As if that weren't enough, the ground itself was carved into a straight trench. The sound arrived a beat later. Screech. It was sword aura, launched faster than the speed of sound. Fired from the peak of the fortress, it had sliced through hundreds of meters of air. Caught mid-movement, Nijin blinked in disbelief. The scene before him defied comprehension. You know, I've been thinking this a lot lately. The gap between a sword seeker and a sword master is just absurdly wide, isn't it? Well, would a transcendent be a transcendent without cause? The journey from sword seeker to sword master is divided into 3 stages for a reason. Those 3 stages represent actual layers of progress. Sprouting, blossoming, full bloom, those were the 3 stages a sword seeker had to pass through to become a sword master. You know Rosalind Ascalo, that mercenary leader you're friendly with? She's a sword seeker too, but she once diced up 3 other sword seekers at once. The only difference was that she'd gone through the sprouting stage. Now that you mention it, she did. Nijin nodded. That's how it works. With each step you ascend, it becomes harder to compare yourself to others on the same level. Mages aren't so different. Speaking of which, did I ever tell you that the concept of a mage's circle wasn't properly established until As Merlin rambled on, Nijin half listened, letting most of her words slip from one ear and out the other. While she droned on, a soft tap sounded in the distance. Eurasian leapt gracefully down from atop the fortress and landed in front of Nijin. Unlike Zarkin's earlier crash landing, her descent was elegant. Her white hair shifted slightly, but even her hem remained pristine. Good work. She greeted Nijin with her usual doll-like expression, though a faint smile graced her lips. Then, she clapped her hands together. You've exceeded expectations. What a splendid battle. My god is giving you a thumbs up as we speak. They especially enjoyed the part where you cleanly split the head open and are offering quite a detailed commentary on it. Yes, I understand. I'll convey the message. Yes, yes, yes. Yule frowned slightly and muttered into the air before curtly saying, silence. Shut up. Excuse me? Nijin asked, startled. Oh, not you, I was addressing my god's whispers. She batted her ears as though shooing away an insect. Nijin felt an odd sense of kinship. After all, Merlin had been endlessly rambling on with self-aggrandizing stories as well. People who spent their days with incessantly chattering constellations learned to filter such noise. Yule and Nijin were prime examples. Ignoring the voices in their heads, they turned their attention to one another and spoke. That was quite a spectacle. You seem to enjoy combat of that nature, using the terrain and creating variables. I enjoyed such battles too, before ascending to Sword Master. It brings back memories. Yule nodded, a satisfied smile playing on her face. You've only recently reached Sword Seeker, correct? Yet you've already accomplished so much. I find myself wanting to see more of your combat prowess. Thank you. Yule's eyes narrowed, studying Nijin keenly. You're still holding back, aren't you? There's something you haven't shown me yet. I don't know what it is, but you still seem at ease. Her gaze sharpened. So, how about it? How about what? A duel with me. You mean an actual duel, not just sparring? Of course. I don't trust myself to hold back. I lack the control of a sword saint. I'll limit my sword aura, but I can't guarantee I won't kill you. If death is a possibility, then it's not a spar, it's a duel. Her clear, expectant eyes fixed on Nijin. I want to see your limits in a duel. You might die, but hey, up for it. That was how Nijin interpreted her words. He wasn't suicidal. Well. What do you say? I'll pass. How disappointing. Yule sighed, but her face betrayed genuine regret. Once, someone had compared dark mages to mold. From Nijin's perspective, it was a strikingly accurate analogy. After all, operations to eliminate dark mages were eerily similar to cleaning mold. Simply scrubbing away the mold, dark mages, that illegally occupied the wall, cities, wasn't enough. You had to eradicate the source. You'd rip off the wallpaper, pry out the planks, and replace the wood that had absorbed moisture. That, or you'd ventilate the room to drive out the dampness. The post-purge efforts against dark mages mirrored the process exactly: burn all their research material to ashes, destroy their workshops, and topple their research facilities. Without such thorough measures, it wouldn't take long for a new dark mage to show up at the same spot, exclaiming, "What a perfect place to use those free research notes." The pattern was evident when the workshop left behind by Kephalon, a seventh circle dark mage who had once plunged the Empire into terror, became a treasured asset for his successors. I heard you're heading to the Outland. That was why Nijin was walking alongside Eurasian. As they walked, Yule casually swung her sword. With every swing, buildings suspected of being dark mage research facilities split apart with a sharp crack. Yes. I plan to head to the battlefield of stars. Is that so? The cleaved buildings crumbled, disintegrating into fine dust that drifted away in the breeze. Then be cautious. Her warning wasn't the usual advice about the dangers of the Outland. It came from a sword master who had transcended, wandered the Outland, and still frequently ventured there whenever time allowed. The Outland, the edge of the world. The deeper you go into its depths, the more you'll find yourself doubting. Doubting? Nejin asked, confused. Doubting your very existence. To put it another way, you'll experience a denial of your being. Nejin blinked, struggling to make sense of her cryptic words. Yul elaborated further. You are aware, aren't you? That you will no longer age. I know that reaching the level of a sword seeker grants freedom from aging. Yes, any warrior or mage who reaches a certain threshold of power stops aging. They transcend mortality. It's not complete immortality, but they become something akin to an immortal and are no longer at risk of dying from old age. She continued, the world rejects such beings. It's unnatural. Biologically and ecologically, we are anomalies. The cycle of life and death, of birth and return to nature, is the natural order of the world. To the world, people like you and me are mistakes. A mistake, something erroneous and unnatural. Thus, the world rejects us and pushes us away to its outskirts. The outland is where such castaways gather. Not all of them, but most. That's why they call it the place for those who should have already died. It was a place closer to the afterlife than life. Interpret it as you will, but I personally believe the outland exists to do what the world cannot. And that is to bring about the death of the undying. Yul stopped walking and turned to look directly at Nejin. Do you know how transcendents meet their end? No, I don't. A transcendent cannot die by conventional means. That might hold true in the continent's bounds, perhaps, but in the outland, where the rules of the world hold less sway, they come very close to true immortality. Still, that immortality is only physical. What could bring about their end? Yul tapped her temple lightly. The moment they begin to doubt their existence, the moment their story falters, when they lose their confidence in themselves, a transcendent dies. She gently swung her sword. Another building split apart, crumbled, and vanished into nothingness. When one denies themselves in the outland, their body corrodes and twists, they cease to be human, becoming something closer to a beast. Eventually, they lose themselves entirely. That's when a transcendent truly dies. Perhaps that was why Yul lifted her gaze to the sky, staring at the stars that filled the night. She softly murmured, do you know why the stars burn so brightly? Is it to illuminate the darkness? That's unlikely. It's because, every time someone gazes at their star and reflects on the feats associated with it, the constellations feel the clarity of their existence. They are freed from the doubts that gnaw at them. Her face remained expressionless, it's their plea. To be seen. To be remembered. The light the stars emit is close to an act of desperation. Nejin glanced at Merlin. She remained silent, though he recalled the tales she had once shared. Constellations aren't as great as you think. They're not as noble as you believe. In fact, some might be even more wretched than you. They're the ones stranded in Camlin, endlessly yearning for the next step in their unending journey. Was that what she had meant? As Nejin pondered, Merlin, noticing his gaze, finally spoke. That girl didn't tell you the whole story. That's not all the outland is, and the stars shine for other reasons as well, but... Merlin gave a bitter smirk. Most stars are like that. It's a sky full of heroes who stopped being heroes. Not too bad. What? Nejin shrugged. Amid the fakes, the real ones shine even brighter, don't they? Merlin blinked, then she broke into laughter tinged with both disbelief and satisfaction. They walked on until Yul stopped again. She turned and regarded Nejin intently. That's why your decision surprises me. Most start preparing to leave for the outland after living about 100 years. By 120, they head there because their bodies begin to corrode if they remain on the continent. Nejin was only 18, far too young to embark on a journey to the outland. Nejin tilted his head slightly. If corrosion starts at 120, then how are you still on the continent, Lady Yul? By his reckoning, Yul Razian was at least 150 years old. Historical records placed her age at a minimum of 150, with some suggesting she was closer to 200. How was she still active there? Ah, I'm an exception, Yul replied nonchalantly. I'm a peculiar case, not a reference point. I live simply without burdensome thoughts or a need to doubt myself. They say ignorance and forgetfulness are blessings, and I've embraced that. She offered Nijin a faint smile. I live for the pleasures of the moment. I have no grand aspirations of saving the world, perfecting swordsmanship, or fulfilling some lofty ambition. Perhaps that's why corrosion hasn't caught up with me. Listening to her, Merlin shook her head in disbelief. Don't ask me how it works. She's an oddity, even from our perspective. An oddity among the constellations. On the continent, she was regarded as a slaughterer and a murderer. In the outland, she was a singularity. Nijin found himself chuckling involuntarily. Before long, they arrived at the gates of Boldornos. The city had been cleared, and the purge was complete. Standing before the gates, Yule turned to Nijin. In the outland, never doubt yourself. Many will try to shake you, to make you falter and crumble. Stay steadfast. She grinned, or you could always take the simpler path, like me. I'll pass on that. A pity. I thought I might make a kindred spirit. She didn't look particularly disappointed, despite her words. Ah. Just as Nijin was about to depart in his carriage, Yule called out with a short exclamation. When he turned back, she spoke, as though something had just occurred to her. I nearly forgot. Raising her hand, she pointed to the sky. Above them, a constellation of 10 stars glimmered, each a different hue, reminiscent of fireworks. Yule warned, beware the Carnival Emperor in the outland. The Carnival Emperor. As she spoke the name, she loosened her collar, causing the shoulder of her otherwise modest uniform to slip down, exposing a long scar along her pale shoulder. Tracing the scar with her fingers, Yule said, if you had to name the most dangerous person in the outland, it would undoubtedly be him. This scar is his handiwork. If you ever encounter him, run. She added one last piece of advice. If you don't want to become a clown, that is. A new stage. First, you vanish without a word, then you return only to leave again. It's impossible to catch a glimpse of you. Don't you agree? The first thing Nijin was greeted upon returning to Cambria was Jeta's grumbling. She glanced at him, arms crossed. You said you're leaving for the outland tomorrow, right? Yes, that's my plan. You should take your time to relax before you go. Why the rush? Isn't it true that those who move with urgency achieve more, just as birds that never stop flapping their wings fly higher? And where did you hear that? It was in one of the books you lent me. I shouldn't have lent it to you. Jeta let out a long sigh and stepped closer to Nijin. She reached for the emblem pinned to his clothes, a unique badge she had granted him alone. The emblems worn by her mercenaries and the executives of her trading company bore the mark of the snake that swallows gold. However, Nijin's emblem was different. He bore a vibrant yellow flower. A golden flower, not a gold coin, was an emblem allowed to no one but Nijin. It marked special treatment, proof that, in his presence, Jeta was not a serpent but a girl. Nijin. Smiling softly, the girl ran her fingers over the golden flower on the badge. Yes, Jeta. I've been thinking. Words alone aren't enough, so I've decided to leave something more tangible. She produced a small box from her pocket. With a click, she opened it to reveal a pair of rings. Understanding what that might mean, Nijin's eyes flickered slightly. Was she caught off guard once more? He was stunned. Jeta chuckled mischievously. What, did you think I was about to confess again? They aren't those kinds of rings. These are artifacts. Ah. What's that expression for? Are you disappointed? Were you expecting a confession? I mean, I could. Hey. Jeta laughed, amused. Handing the box to Nijin, she spoke. They're made from the remains of the red dragon and the white dragon you defeated. Did you know they were originally a single dragon? That's why they carry the concepts of pairs, bonds, and connections. It was a sort of mystique. These artifacts were crafted to reflect those properties. When we wear these rings, we'll feel connected. No matter how far apart we are, we'll always know that the other is alive, she explained. Jeta sighed and muttered, I'm worried. Out in the outland, it'll be hard to send letters or get in touch. Am I supposed to just sit around waiting until you return, not knowing if you're alive or dead? That's unacceptable. I need at least to know that you're alive. Promise me you'll wear the ring. Understand? Dieta extended her left hand toward Nijin, her slim, pale fingers outstretched. Smiling, she added, put it on. Wherever you want. With one hand held out to Nijin, she used the other to sweep her hair behind her ear. It was nighttime, and they were in her office. Moonlight streamed in through the window, illuminating Dieta's hair in shimmering silver light. Nijin knelt on one knee and gently took her hand. At his touch, Dieta shuddered slightly, her face tinged with red. Nijin smiled. Though he was curious about how she'd react if he slipped the ring onto her fourth finger, he knew such a casual gesture would be disrespectful to her. He placed the ring on Dieta's left index finger, a symbol of friendship and intimacy. Looking at the ring adorning her finger, Dieta shook her head as if she had expected it. It would have been nice if you'd gone for the fourth finger, but I suppose that's something to save for later. For now, this will do. Toying with the ring snugly on her finger, Dieta nodded toward Nijin, urging him to put his on as well. Nijin followed suit, placing his ring on his own index finger. As soon as Nijin slipped the ring on, which was little more than a white base engraved with crimson patterns, Dieta placed her hand over his. The rings clinked as they touched, and the crimson engravings began to glow, a sign of their connection. Warmth emanated from the rings, like the feeling of holding someone's hand. You can just carry it with you if it gets in the way during battles. As a swordsman, wielding your sword might be awkward with a ring, and it could get damaged in combat. Still, Dieta added with a smile, when you miss the warmth of someone's touch, squeeze the ring. It'll feel like I'm holding your hand. She clasped Nijin's hand tightly. See? Isn't it comforting? It's a remarkable gift. Right? I thought about making it a pendant, but rings are more symbolic. I had my reasons. I figured as much. So. Do you like it? Nijin shook his head. How could I not? I love it. The day Nijin left Cambria, the streets were packed with adventurers and mercenaries. They had all gathered to bid farewell or catch a glimpse of the boy who had written his legend in the city. In just 1 year, the boy who stepped into the city of opportunities had risen to the white rank, the highest grade for adventurers. In that time, he became the youngest sword seeker, a wielder of 2 stars, and the one who slayed the red dragon, recreating the myth of dragon slaying. If Cambria's greatest talent to date had been Arthur, the boy was being heralded as his successor. Given the incredible feats he had accomplished in a single year, such claims were not unwarranted. Now, the boy was leaving Cambria for a greater stage, the outland, the world beyond. Nijin strode boldly through the crowd that had gathered to watch him depart, the street overflowed with adventurers cheering him on. Amid the thunderous applause and chants of his name, he approached a nobleman waiting by the carriage at the forefront. The head of the Trebash family, Marquis Edelmar, stood ready to see him off. Well, who do we have here? The eternal friend of Trebash, currently the most eligible bachelor among noblewomen, the romantic they all adore. Excuse me. Have you not heard? Many noble ladies became your fervent admirers after watching the play where you and Lady Dieta were the stars. Surely, you've received your fair share of love letters. Wait, what? Nijin's gaze drifted to someone behind Edelmar. One particular individual managed all correspondence addressed to him. That person, with her brown hair and golden eyes, was conveniently by the Marquis's side. I wouldn't know anything about that. Dieta muttered under her breath, avoiding Nijin's eyes. Marquis Edelmar, catching the interaction, burst into laughter. You, my boy, are a sinful man. Then again, with such striking looks, skill, and romantic charm, it's only natural. A man of your caliber always steals the hearts of many ladies. He leaned closer to Nijin and whispered, be careful. A scorned lady's blade is sharper than that of any sword master. I'll bear that in mind. It was advice worth etching into his bones. After the light-hearted exchange, Marquis Edelmar cleared his throat and nodded solemnly. Understanding the gesture, Nijin knelt on one knee before him. As the founder of the Cambria Foundation, the benefactor of Cambria, and as one who stands in the sun's stead on behalf of the great empire, I, Edelmar Trebash, declare this. He spoke not only to Nijin but to every adventurer in the city. The feats you have accomplished deserve praise. The deeds you carved with your sword shall be etched into this city's most enduring monument and remembered forever. Just as was once done for King Arthur. In the heart of the city stood a monument inscribed with the names and deeds of those who had passed through Cambria. There, Nijin's name and story would soon be immortalized. They exist to chase profit. To seek gold. Yet, an adventurer is more than just that. An adventurer may desire wealth but never betray loyalty. They are those who embrace romance. You, Nijin, were an excellent adventurer and mercenary. Marquis Edelmar raised his voice. Now, you seek to become a hero. The faraway lands of the Outland, the edge of the world, await you. The road to heroism will be arduous, filled with trials and hardships. With a smile, he added, go forward with pride. Pursue honor. Never forget the romance you learned in this city. If you hold on to these three, honor, pride, and romance, your path will always be the right one. Walk the right path, boy. Marquis Edelmar extended his hand to Nijin. Rise, and become a hero. Nijin took his hand and stood. May your journey be filled with blessings. May you ascend to the stars and become a constellation. The Marquis stepped aside. Waiting behind him was an open carriage, ready to take Nijin directly to the Outland. He bowed to the Marquis in gratitude, then turned to Jita with a smile. To glory. Thunderous applause erupted across the city. The name of the boy who had come to the city in search of opportunity, seized it, and etched his legend was chanted in unison. When Nijin had first arrived, no one knew his name. As he departed, everyone did. Nijin, the star of dawn, the star that heralds the end of night. Amid the resounding cheers, he climbed into the carriage. It began its journey toward the Outland, carrying him toward his next adventure. As the carriage moved steadily forward, Nijin closed his eyes, focusing inward. Within his mind, the familiar imagery of the underground city, Artman, unfolded a mental landscape that had grown sharper and more expansive. Awaiting him there was the first resident of the space, though that particular occupant seemed far from pleased with their host. She glared at Nijin with clear disapproval. What's with that look? Oh, nothing. Just thinking about how thrilled you seemed. What? The ring. You looked like you were ready to die of joy the moment you got it. What nonsense are you spouting now? Ignoring the pout on Merlin's lips, Nijin dropped down beside her, sitting on the edge of the platform. So, you said you'd tell me. About the Outland. Ugh. With a heavy sigh, Merlin finally started to tell him. The Outland, specifically where you're headed, is a place even farther than before. It's known as the battleground of the stars. Is that where the constellations reside? Like the vision you showed me when we first met? Exactly. That's the place. Nijin recalled the day he first encountered Merlin and the illusions she had conjured for him back then. She had shown him the weight he would have to bear in the future. He tried to summon those memories, but there was no need. Snap. With a flick of her fingers, Merlin conjured the vision before him once again. Stars were born, and stars faded beyond the horizon. The constellations that filled the sky claimed their territories and suppressed the weak. Countless young stars were cast down into the depths below, trampled underfoot. Fallen constellations glared at Nijin, attempting to crush him beneath their immense presence. The transcendent entities sought to deny Nijin's very existence. Unlike the first time, Nijin did not crumble. He merely met their gaze, unyielding. That time, he possessed his own star. The radiance of his star illuminated the heavens, preventing him from succumbing to the pressure of their stares. The illusion shattered. Merlin, satisfied with Nijin's resilience, smiled. Do you understand what it means to have the qualifications now? Clearly. As that sword master told you not long ago, the most important things in the Outland are not to falter, to never deny yourself. Then, Merlin added, and, of course, to learn how to wield your star. With a gesture, she summoned a glimmer of starlight at her fingertips. The lost one, won. Merlin once said she could not teach him how to use the stars, it was the same as being unable to teach him how to handle imagery. What she spoke of was similar. As I said before, you must be the one to fill in the fundamentals. That never changes. Although I cannot teach you how to handle imagery, just as I taught you how to materialize it. Merlin wiggled her fingers, and a blue constellation shone from her fingertips. I can at least tell you what the stars are and how I handle this power. It's up to you to fill in the fundamentals, but I can show you the direction. Nejin listened carefully to her words. Normally, Merlin talked too much nonsense, bragged about herself endlessly, and sometimes seemed utterly unimpressive. You just thought something very rude, didn't you? She asked. No, not at all. Nevertheless, Merlin was a constellation who possessed 11 stars. Other than Arthur and the Witch of the Abyss, she had more stars than any other. Stories of stars from such a great constellation, Merlin's insistence. She had more than 10 stars, so she claimed she was a great constellation and not like other constellations, were indeed worth listening to. The feats you achieve become stars. Stars are infused with your stories. Therefore, when you draw power from the stars, it means, you are recreating those achieved feats. Recreating? Yes, recreating. For instance, something like this. One of her 11 stars began to glow. I have drowned countless demons. There was a time I summoned a massive flood that submerged entire demon citadels. This star is the result of that, and when this star shines, demons say this dash. The wave is coming. The wave is here. To them, I was the wave, an unstoppable calamity. Merlin explained, the story embedded in a star, what someone imagines when looking at the star, and most importantly, the imagery you yourself see when you gaze at your own star. When all of these aspects come together, the star becomes a story. What happens when it becomes a story? Imagine this world as a novel. The conversations you and I have are recorded within quotation marks, and once the dialogue ends, descriptive sentences follow. Merlin said, and such, Merlin said. To wield the stars means to insert your own story within this world. It means inscribing your unshakable self into the sentences and words of this vast narrative. She gestured. From her fingertips, a star glimmered. Her 11 stars flickered, scattering pale blue light. Amidst the blinking lights, Merlin spoke, but her voice was not heard, it was merely inscribed. The wave is coming. The wave that will sweep away everything. And then. The wave crashed. A massive shadow loomed over the underground city. Nejin realized too late that it was the shadow of a massive wave that reached all the way to the sky. It obscured the underground city's sky and covered the stars as it fell upon the city. The wave roared, and the torrent swept through. Buildings collapsed, swallowed by the wave. Nothing could retain its form before the enormous torrent. Everything within sight crumbled, the wave submerged an entire city in an act akin to drowning. Swept up by the wave, Nejin found himself forcibly ejected from the imagery. Back in reality, he exhaled the breath he had been holding. That's about what it feels like. Beside him, Merlin wiggled her fingers. Watching her, his eyes reflected a long-forgotten sense of awe. Sometimes, he forgot the person with him was truly amazing. Of course, not every constellation can create phenomena as massive as I can. Most of them use their stars to affirm their existence with phrases like, I am the fire that burns eternally, or, I am the unbreaking sword. I have to be grander, don't I? Merlin smirked as she muttered. A great constellation such as myself doesn't just use the story contained in a single star. I don't stop at strengthening myself, I cause grand phenomena. She shrugged. The star I earned by drowning countless demons, the one I earned by submerging a city, and the star I gained when I swept away the witch's army with a wave. I linked the stories of several stars together and used them. Merlin was bragging again, but as soon as she noticed Nejin's interest rapidly waning, she concluded her story. Anyway, remember what kind of star you've obtained and the story contained within. Nejin gazed at his own stars. One was the star of challenge, and the other was the star of dragon slaying. In the Outland, where everything about you is denied, only your stars will affirm your existence. Nejin arrived at the Outland's border. It was from the last time he set foot there. Instead of the front lines guarded by the Empire's forces, he found himself on a path leading to barren, strategically worthless terrain, a place closest to the star place, the battlefield of the stars. He stepped toward the opaque barrier. The moment he crossed the boundary, the air changed, the flow of mana reversed. Up until that point, it was the same as when he last visited the Outland. His senses didn't scream. His heart didn't race wildly. The mana within his body didn't churn violently, nor did his vision blur with bloodshot intensity. He silently raised his hand. Unlike before, when his skin cracked and his body crumbled without mana to shield it, that time, his body was perfectly fine, even without any mana protecting him. Who? He exhaled softly. Even breathing wasn't difficult. Possessing a star meant he had earned the right to enter the Outland. He understood the significance of that. I don't feel their gazes, either. The last time he entered the Outland, countless stars had focused their attention on him the moment he crossed the boundary. Back then, he had been an obvious outsider. That was no longer the case. Amid the countless stars shining in the sky, shattered into countless fragments and dyed black, Nejin's stars shone as well. Compared to when he was in the continent, the stars felt closer. Feeling the presence of his stars, Nejin walked forward. You know the Outland is divided into 3 regions, right? Yes, I've been told. Right. To put it simply, there's the outer region, the middle region, and the inner depths. From now on, you're heading toward the middle region. The outer region of the Outland, near the border, was where the Demon King's army and the Empire's forces clashed and where Nejin once fought as part of the Wyvern unit. Merlin had told him that the influence of the constellations was weak in the outer region. The middle region is different. Beyond the front lines and deeper in, the middle region was referred to as the Star Place, the battlefield of stars. It was where countless stars were born and faded. The influence of the constellations was strong there, and it was not uncommon to witness transcendence. This was Nejin's destination. The amount of time it took to reach the middle region of the Outland depended on which direction one entered from. The path Nejin was currently taking was known as the Path of the Pilgrim and bypassed the outer region to lead directly to the Star Place. It was the same path countless heroes had once walked. As Nejin walked, he gradually noticed the changing terrain. Where fragments of sky once revealed patches of night, the heavens were completely black, a perfect night sky stretched endlessly to the horizon. The sun did not rise, there was no blue sky, but the stars filling the void acted as a substitute for the sun. Countless stars burned in vibrant colors, their brilliant light illuminating the land. Nejin continued walking. How long had he been walking in silence? Suddenly, he heard a sound. Clang. Clang. It was the clash of metal against metal, a sound that humans would make. He turned his gaze toward the source of the noise. There, a knight clad in worn armor was fighting other humans, who'd surrounded him. I am Graf. Graf of the Kurutan Knights, the knight shouted, his sword gleaming as a blue sword aura flared to life. Nejin recognized that color. Ivan's sword aura had been the exact same hue. Whoosh. The blue sword aura burned like fire, a sword seeker's hallmark. Graf, as he called himself, swung his searing sword and cut down the enemies surrounding him one by one. The opponents Graf fought were strong, but his skill far surpassed theirs. Even to Nejin, Graf was clearly a formidable warrior. Before long, the battle ended, and Graf stood victorious. Charred bodies lay scattered on the ground. Nejin watched the scene unfold from a distance. Graf, still catching his breath, suddenly turned his gaze. Don't just stand there watching from afar. Face me honorably. One more opponent is nothing to me. He leveled his sword at Nejin. Nejin raised both hands. This is a misunderstanding. I have no intention of attacking you. You're not one of theirs. I am not. I only just set foot in the Outland. I have no connection to them. You just arrived in the Outland? Graf's eyes narrowed. He quickly assessed Nijin's appearance. His equipment was unblemished, his clothing looked new. Slowly, Graf lowered his sword. You seem to be telling the truth. Well, this place is close to the boundary. Graf chuckled. It's been a long time since I've seen someone from the outside. I am Graf. I once belonged to the Kurutan Knights back on the continent. Do you know the name, Kurutan? I read that the Kurutan Knights were active around 170 years ago. Ha! 170 years. Has it been that long? Do you know more about the Knights of Kurutan? Any recent news, perhaps? I know a little. Is that so? He gestured for Nijin to approach. It was a sign that it was safe. Nijin nodded and walked toward Graf. What happened to the Kurutan Knights? Do they still hold their honor? I wonder who their current commander might be. I heard they performed well in several major battles and are regarded as one of the Empire's top 5 knight orders, among the strongest. Ha ha ha. Even after 170 years, the Kurutan Knights endure. That's how it should be. Brave Kurutan, our swords always knew the enemies they needed to strike. He glanced at Nijin. The unspoken question in his eyes was clear. Did Nijin know the next part of the Kurutan Knights' creed? Nijin had read about it before and answered smoothly, Sing of Glory, the Knights of Kurutan. That's right. I like you. Graf laughed heartily. As Nijin exchanged a few more words with him, his gaze briefly flickered to the bodies at Graf's feet. May I ask why you were fighting these people? Ah, of course, Graf replied. They insulted my pride. Living in the outland, they mocked me. What knight? What Kurutan, they sneered. Naturally, I had to punish them. The swords of Kurutan know when they must be wielded. Is that so? Nijin's eyes narrowed. He took a closer look at one of the bodies. No, it wasn't a corpse. Though his body was charred black, the man was still twitching. His lips moved faintly, as if trying to speak. You said you just arrived in the outland? Yes. Then you must be ignorant of its rules. In this land, it's hard to die. Killing someone is equally difficult. Graf drove his sword into the back of the fallen man. Though the man's vocal cords had burned away, preventing him from screaming, his body convulsed violently in pain. No matter how much you cut, no matter how much you burn, they won't die. Given enough time, they'll come back. How do you kill them, then? Graf swung his sword and pierced through the man's heart. The man's convulsions stopped, his body fell still. The heart. In this land, nothing is as important as the heart. Even if you lose your limbs or your head, you must never lose your heart. That's the rule here. Of course, there are monsters here who can keep moving with their hearts pierced, but most of the time, taking the heart is enough. As Graf spoke, he pulled his sword from the body. Stuck on the tip of the blade was the man's heart. Without hesitation, he grabbed the heart with his bare hand and brought it to his mouth. Chomp. He bit into it like one might bite into an apple, chewing and swallowing with ease. Nijin's gaze sharpened. His expression didn't change, but Graf blinked. As though confused by the look he was receiving. He pointed toward the heart still in Graf's hand. Only then did Graf seem to understand. Ah. I've been living in the outland so long that I forgot. Right, to you, this must look like a monstrous act. Eating a heart, defiling a corpse, barbarism that no knight would ever commit. Graf smiled awkwardly, as if embarrassed. Here in the outland, it's natural. Do you know what a heart contains? Mana, nourishment, life itself. A heart is the very embodiment of life. To take someone's heart is to take their life. He bit into the heart again, tearing away a large chunk. He chewed, then swallowed, smearing blood across his lips. Licking the blood from his mouth, he said, it would be a waste not to use it. In this outland, there's nothing more precious than a heart. Graf's tone was calm, as if he were simply explaining the rules of this world. Taking a heart lets you absorb starlight. Finally, he turned his blade toward Nijin. The movement was natural, too natural. So much so that it felt like part of their previous conversation. The lost one, too. Graf swung his sword. The strike came without warning. His expression remained natural, his breathing steady, and there was not the faintest trace of hostility. As though it was the most natural thing in the world, Graf attacked with the same ease he would breathe with. No matter how swift Nijin's reflexes were, reacting to such a sudden assault was a tall order. A tall order indeed. Yet, the moment Graf's blade began its arc, Nijin drew his own sword. Ka-ang! The clash of their sword auras sent a deafening ringing through the air. Nijin staggered back a step from the force. Impressive reflexes. I'm surprised, Graf muttered, his tone laced with a mix of admiration and amusement. While it was true that Nijin's response had been quick, there was more to it than that. Nijin had been wary of Graf, even before he had drawn his sword. Rightly so. Scattered across the scorched ground were bodies, humans reduced to charred remnants by Graf's sword aura. Though their vocal cords had been burnt to ash, Nijin had no trouble discerning what they had tried to convey through their lip movements. That man defiled our pride. He mocked us for daring to call ourselves knights and Kurutans while living in the outland. When Graf had claimed, they insulted me, they had truly been trying to say, he's lying. That bastard killed my comrades. In truth, the attacker was none other than Graf. Ever since Nijin learned the truth, his hand had hovered near the hilt of his sword, ready to act at a moment's notice. With the ambush sprung, his expression contorted into a grimace. You said your name was Graf. Indeed, that's what I'm called. You also said you were a knight, correct? Nijin's frown deepened not because of Graf's ambush, but because of the claim that he was a knight. Of course. I am Graf, a valiant knight of Kurutan. Ambushes, corpse defilement, cannibalism. What kind of knight takes pride in such repulsive acts? In the outland, this is all par for the course. You're young and naive, so I can see why you might not understand. Graf shrugged as if his actions were perfectly reasonable. With a casual twirl of his sword, he settled into a stance. A blue sword aura surged along his blade, flickering like fire. It was a perfect stance, precise and disciplined, embodying the ideal of knighthood. That perfection only made Nijin's scowl deepen. Don't call what is wrong right. Have you never heard that phrase? A knight's creed, is it? What's the point? Isn't it natural to prioritize survival over any values? Humans slaughter livestock to survive without a second thought. Would you call that evil? It's the same here. In this land, these acts are simply part of life. If that's how you see it. Nijin's sword aura erupted in a brilliant white blaze. Then you should never have called yourself a knight. With a forceful stomp, he propelled himself toward Graf. Just as he closed the gap, Merlin's voice echoed in his ears. Stop. It was Merlin's voice, but different, firm and cold, delivering a warning. Don't fight recklessly here. Actually, it may already be too late. What do you mean by that? Nijin's question was soon answered. Graf, standing before him, provided the explanation. Ah. Damn it. Graf heaved a sigh. The crows have caught on. Arrows rained down toward the two. They weren't ordinary arrows, they were far too large, closer in size to spears. In fact, some actual spears were mixed among them. Pababababak. Amid the barrage of arrows, spears, and other projectiles, Nijin deflected what he could with his sword while throwing himself to the side. A loud thud followed as the ground he had just been standing on sank inward, forming a crater. He turned his gaze toward their attackers. At some point when, or from where, he couldn't tell, ambushers had surrounded the area. There were at least 8 of them, and their presence sent a chill down Nijin's spine. The aura emanating from them was anything but ordinary. Surviving in the outland naturally implied they had reached at least the level of a sword seeker. Judging by the refined aura and composure they displayed, they weren't novices. They were seasoned warriors, long since fully matured in their abilities, powerful enough to be an even match for Nijin. Hey! Friends of the crows! Graf, swatting aside the arrows aimed at him, called out to the ambushers, that guy over there, he's got 2 stars, and they're still shining, mind you. Not like my old, worn-out star. Isn't a bright, young star like him far more valuable? He spread his arms wide, flashing a smile. Not only that, but this one's stronger than you'd expect. You've seen his reflexes, haven't you? If you're not careful, he might slip through your fingers. So here's a proposal, what if we split him? I'll help you hunt him down. Terms. I spotted him first, didn't I? How about 30% for me? 20. You're a stingy bunch, aren't you? Fine, fine. Let's do it your way. The deal was struck. No more words were exchanged. Instead, the bows and spears aimed at Graf shifted toward Nijin. Nijin was genuinely taken aback, a rare occurrence. What the hell? I told you. Arrows flew again. Thunk. A spear slammed into the ground, sending shockwaves as it pierced deep into the earth. Nijin deflected a spear in mid-air but was knocked back several steps. His hands tingled from the impact. Before he could recover, Graf and the ambushers closed in on him. This is what the Outland is like. Kong. He stumbled as relentless attacks rained down on him. Rolling across the ground, he quickly regained his footing. When he lifted his gaze, he was met with the predatory stares of his pursuers. 9 pairs of eyes, devoid of hesitation, bore into him like those of beasts. All of their gazes were fixated on his heart. Cursing under his breath, Nijin gritted his teeth. What a mess to walk into. Merlin had described the Outland before, but experiencing it firsthand was an entirely different matter. What unsettled him the most wasn't the violence, it was the lack of malice in their eyes and actions. It wasn't an act of hatred or war for them, it was just hunting. Just as humans hunt animals with no guilt or second thought, those individuals hunted humans the same way. It was simply natural for them. For thousands of years, humanity had survived by preying on other life forms. In the Outland, the only difference was that the prey had become their own kind. The hunters surged toward their prey. A head-on battle was impossible to win. If Nijin faced them one at a time, he might have had a chance, but against so many skilled combatants at once. Even for him, it was too much. Without hesitation, he turned and ran. As he fled, the ambushers pursued, their numbers pressing closer as he hurled himself toward a steep slope. He didn't slow down, using the downward momentum to propel himself even faster, his feet barely touching the ground as he sprinted. He had a reputation, when he decided to run, few could catch him. His speed and talent for evasion were legendary. Not here, not in the Outland. Swish. An arrow zipped through the air with uncanny precision, narrowly missing his spine. If he hadn't twisted his body in time, it would have skewered him clean through. Even then, the next arrow grazed his calf. Thwack. The arrow's touch alone tore a chunk of flesh from his leg. Nijin staggered, his footing faltering for a moment. In that instant, a glimmer of light streaked toward him, a spear, and he recognized it too late. It was an unavoidable strike. He swung his sword desperately, deflecting the spear, but the impact sent him tumbling down the slope, rolling uncontrollably. Even so, he thought, at least they lost their spear. There should be a brief lull in their attacks. Then came the voice. My spear never leaves my side. The spear, embedded in the ground, wrenched itself free and flew back toward its owner and returned at the same speed with which it had been thrown. As soon as the man caught it, he spun and hurled it again. Swish. The spear sliced through the air, heading straight for Nijin. When he deflected it again, his fingers throbbed in protest, a sickening crack resounding through his hand, but there was no time to pause. Arrows, spears, magic, they surged toward him without mercy. Graf joined in, lunging at Nijin with his sword blazing with blue flames. Whoosh. Nijin barely leaned back in time to evade Graf's strike, countering with a quick slash to push him back. Graf wasn't an easy opponent to shake. Clang dash. Their swords clashed as Graf spun to the side, his movement revealing 5 arrows that had been obscured behind him. Shwick. Nijin managed to slice 4 of them mid-air. The last arrow, however, embedded itself in his shoulder. The force sent him stumbling. The sequence repeated. Each attack flowed seamlessly into the next, leaving no room for reprieve. Their coordination was flawless, as if they had hunted together countless times before. Stay calm. Merlin's voice cut through the chaos like ice. Her tone was sharp, chilling, yet reassuring, a voice that steadied Nijin's pounding heart. I'll guide you. Focus on escaping. Nijin felt her presence enveloping him. Though it carried no warmth or physical sensation, Merlin's existence itself was palpable. You're good at running, aren't you? Trust yourself. Out here, there are plenty of places to hide. His vision, narrowed from panic, widened once more. Don't fear the injuries. Here in the Outland, wounds like these are nothing. The star's powers are stronger here, and your recovery will be as well. Calm yourself. Following her advice, Nijin took a deep breath, tightening his grip on his sword. His bloodshot eyes began scanning his surroundings with precision. Each shift of his gaze assessed the terrain and tracked his pursuer's movements. That's right. Just like that. Merlin's voice carried a faint smile. She gestured toward toppled stones and thick undergrowth. Without hesitation, Nijin sprinted there. In an open area, he was at a disadvantage. His best option was to lure them into a space cluttered with obstacles and limited visibility. It was a fundamental strategy, and Nijin executed it flawlessly. He led his pursuers into the narrow, debris-filled terrain. I'll handle it. Though they gave chase, his pursuers weren't ignorant of his strategy. Still running at full speed, Graf stomped on the ground with enough force to send cracks rippling outward. His sword burned with a blazing blue flame. For a sword seeker, obstacles were irrelevant. Anything in the way could simply be destroyed. My sword is fire. A tide of blue flames. The flames roared higher when Graf swung his sword, sending a wave of searing blue fire surging forward. Rocks melted into liquid, trees were reduced to ash, and the once crowded terrain was swept clean. In that same instant, Graf's arm was severed mid-swing. Nijin had been waiting. Using the flames as cover, he surged toward Graf, slicing through his arm in one fluid motion. Blood sprayed while Nijin twisted his wrist, adjusting his blade's trajectory. Instead of aiming for Graf's heart, his sword pierced beneath his jaw. Aiming for the heart is ideal, but it's not the only target. With a clean thrust, Nijin's blade exited through the top of Graf's skull. Graf's body fell forward, and Nijin prepared to drive his sword into his heart to finish the job. Graf's eyes glimmered. Even with his head impaled, his body moved, arms flailing, legs staggering. Like a beast acting on instinct, he lunged, heedless of his mortal wound. In the Outland, those who survived long enough ceased to be human. Graf was one such entity, a creature that persisted beyond the limits of life. Blood poured from his orifices, but his body refused to stop. Piercing the head makes them like this. A bit easier to deal with, right? Their movements become simpler. Merlin was right. Nijin leapt backward, putting distance between them. A volley of arrows rained down where he had stood moments before and struck Graf instead, pinning his still-moving body to the ground. And then... swish! A spear flew through the air, impaling Graf's heart. From a distance, Nijin watched, bewildered, as one of the ambushers retrieved the spear. The man bit into Graf's heart, his expression one of blissful euphoria as he devoured it like a predator savoring its prey. These bastards really are no better than animals, Nijin muttered. So that was the Outland. Was that what he would have to endure to survive? As Nijin contemplated the grim reality, the Outland seemed to whisper in his ear, "You think this is all?" He sensed more presences approaching. The number of pursuers chasing him had grown. Every step he took into new terrain brought more attackers into the fray. They were all strong. Sword Seeker-level opponents surrounded him, an unending tide of combatants. Back on the continent, a Sword Seeker was a rare and invaluable resource. In the Outland, they were everywhere. How was that possible? It's a matter of time. Merlin explained. In any given era, Sword Seekers are rare. Maybe a few emerge every decade or century, but extend that timeline to 100 years, 500 years, 1,000 years. In the outland, those who had transcended death itself accumulated over time, a growing mountain of powerful entities banished from the continent. This land is a sediment of human history. It was a place where countless masters had gathered over millennia, unable to break past the limits to transcendence yet brimming with centuries of experience. And Nijin's eyes widened. He ducked just in time as something massive passed overhead. A bone-chilling sound followed Krayak, as countless trees were uprooted and flung aside. Turning, Nijin saw it, a giant. The colossal figure roared, extending a massive hand toward him. The sheer scale of the hand made it impossible to dodge. He readied his sword, prepared to slice through it. This way, boy. A hand gripped his arm and pulled him aside. The lost one, 3. Someone yanked on Nijin's arm from between the gaps in the massive boulders. Almost simultaneously as he was pulled into the cave. Koom dash. A giant's hand slammed onto the ground. The earth shook. The giant repeatedly pounded its palm into the ground and only seemed satisfied after a while, departing soon after. Dust rose into the air as Nijin turned back. There, a man sat atop a boulder, resting with one knee propped upward. There's no need to bother dealing with giants. Sure, the myths call them giants, but honestly, I don't know if they deserve the character for human at all, considering how dumb they are. Even sitting down, he wasn't much shorter than Nijin was standing up. The man was enormous, and his voice echoed sharply through the cave, though perhaps that was partly because he was wearing a helmet. His deep voice bounced against the helmet once and reverberated again off the cave walls. If you encounter a giant, just hide. There's no point wasting your energy trying to match strength with those oversized oafs. The man was draped in broken armor and rags. The decorations on his helmet were shattered, and scars, as if from blades, covered it. No, not just the helmet, his armor, rags, and the exposed skin between the cracks of his damaged armor were all scarred. Around his waist, a sword wrapped in chains hung at his side, and in one hand, he held an enormous lance. He looked like a statue worn down by time, the kind of statue erected in a hall to honor heroes. Hey! He pointed a finger at Nijin's chest. Do something about that starlight first. I can't keep my eyes open because it's so damn bright. What? Nijin asked. Oh, come on. Don't tell me you don't even know how to control your starlight. He sounded exasperated. You're practically screaming to the crows, come get me. My star shines so bright. I thought you'd lost your mind, but maybe not. Nijin glanced at Merlin. Take a deep breath. Your excitement is making the starlight brighter. Dim it down. Nijin took a deep breath, and the man finally lowered his finger. Follow me. He didn't say much else. Rising slowly, he pointed toward the other side of the cave. Aren't you being chased by crows? I know places where you can hide. He didn't wait for Nijin's answer. Turning his back, he began walking. His posture seemed unguarded. Nijin stood still for a moment, watching the man's back. There was no reason to trust the man. Even if he had helped, it could still be a trap. Though he hadn't been in the outland for long, he had already grasped what kind of land it was. Trust was a luxury. Nothing there could be trusted. What happens if I ignore his offer? He glanced back. The outside of the cave was chaotic with the sound of the giant stomps and the ruckus of raiders searching through the forest. He only had two choices, follow the man or head back outside and get chased again. A moment of silence ensued. The decision was quick. Nijin followed the man. Without looking back, the man led him deeper into the cave. Inside, the clinking noise of armor echoed through the darkness. The cave stretched all the way to the edge of the forest. As soon as Nijin emerged from the cave, the vast land of the outland spread before him. Vast, there was no other word to describe it. It was too immense to fully take in. Some lands were barren, others were lush, snow fell in one place, while rain poured in another. Various climates and landscapes swirled together like paints on a palette. Stars burning in a kaleidoscope of colors filled the night sky above, and massive structures on the ground glowed under their starlight. Those enormous structures marked the territories of the constellations: a colossal sword, a lance, towers that seemed to touch the heavens, decrepit castles, moving fortresses, and slanted crosses. They were so far away it was impossible to gauge the distance, yet they defied perspective, proudly displaying their majesty. Nejin's gaze drifted upward. In that lofty sky, unknown creatures floated, living beings shaped like ships docked in a harbor. Enormous beasts swam through the sky. That's a sky whale. What? Or sometimes called a star devourer. Normally, they eat the starlight scattered across the sky, but when a star grows weak enough, they swallow it whole. What kind of ridiculous creature is that? Who knows? This land is already messed up enough. If you go deeper into the outland, you'll see even worse things. There are plenty of cursed things that leak from Camlin, too. Then what's that thing? Nejin pointed toward the largest whale. The massive creature was carrying a fortress on its back. Ah! Merlin let out a short sigh. Don't look at it for too long. Don't stare at it. Merlin's voice and the man's voice echoed out almost simultaneously. The man turned to look at Nejin and spoke. That's the sanctuary of the heaven-wandering star. The constellation is infamous for its foul temper. Don't look at it unless you want trouble. Nejin averted his gaze. A constellation that went berserk just because someone stared. As he lowered his gaze, he glanced toward the horizon. Far, far away, at the edge of the world beyond the outland, something gleamed. Looking closely, they were stars. Tiny dots in the distance, but there they were. The starlight they shed ignored the thousands, tens of thousands of kilometers between them and lit up his eyes. Why are those stars shining so brightly? Oh, those? Heh. Merlin chuckled, her laugh eerie and unsettling. Why don't you ask the man in front of you? Nejin did exactly that. What are the stars gleaming at the edge of the horizon? What else? The most famous stars. The most famous stars? The stars of the Round Table, the star of the great hero, Arthur, the star of the Archmage, Merlin, and the stars of the knights who followed them. Pointing at the stars, the man spoke. They're the great stars standing guard to ensure Camlin's cursed ones don't breach the outland. Among countless fakes, they are the handful of genuine constellations. Merlin chuckled ominously. Wrapping her arms around Nejin's neck, she poked his cheek repeatedly. You hear that? You heard, right? Her touch had no sensation, but it still managed to annoy him. Hey! How long have you been in the outland? The man asked. Today's my first time. Figured as much. Anyone acting like you wouldn't have survived here long. The two continued walking, their conversation meandering with simple questions. Nejin answered the man's questions and threw some of his own. May I ask your name? Hey. Asking for someone's name in the outland is about as rude as it gets. You could ask for a title, though. Then, what's your title? Even asking me for a title is rude. What was he supposed to do, then? The man shrugged. A name, huh? Murmuring as if recalling a distant memory, the man muttered, Ah, that'll do. He knocked on his helmet with his fist, his gauntlet striking the helmet with a thud. Call me Helmet Knight. Are you a knight? For now. It was a vague answer. My name is. Do I need to know it? It's common courtesy to introduce yourself after hearing someone's name. Just listen. I didn't even give you my real name. I'll just call you Boy. That's easier. Why Boy, of all things? Because you look like a kid. Helmet Knight smirked. Your body isn't exactly at its peak. You're just a brat at the age you appear to be. Tell me I'm wrong. Silence means agreement. You're just a rookie, kid. While walking alongside Helmet Knight, Nejin learned a few things. In the outland, there weren't just twisted beasts or monsters. Many others wandered aimlessly there as well. Their eyes were hollow, arms hanging limply at their sides, walking without any purpose. When he saw them, what he felt was an eerie sense of wrongness. They wore human skin, but they weren't human. They weren't all that different from the monsters and beasts scattered across the land. To him, they seemed like walking corpses. There wasn't a shred of intelligence in them. The only thing that separated them from corpses was skake. Their movements were too precise. When a monster lunged toward him, one of those hollow men suddenly moved. Their posture transformed with stunning precision, flawless footwork, perfect form, and in a single stroke, their blade slashed the monster cleanly in half. They had no will, no minds, but their bodies retained their instincts. It was as if the experiences carved into their flesh remained intact. Watching them reminded him of something. Even after driving a sword through his head, Graf still moved. Graf, with blood pouring from his eyes, nose, and ears, had kept going. The experiences etched into his body had kept him alive, even after his consciousness had faded. You've really pissed off the crows, haven't you? They're chasing you all the way here. Helmet Knight glanced behind Nijin. A group of raiders was watching from afar. They maintained the same distance, carefully keeping Nijin in sight. However, they didn't attack. Nijin noticed them but ignored them, given their inaction. I suppose they can't afford to let you go after seeing that starlight. Helmet Knight turned, facing the raiders. Though his helmet hid his eyes, Nijin felt the weight of his gaze. It was the kind of pressure only the strong could exert. Helmet Knight didn't say much. He simply threw them a challenge. Come, if you dare. The raiders hesitated, then turned away, retreating into the distance. Watching them flee, Helmet Knight scoffed before looking down at Nijin. I helped you. You can admit that, can't you? There was no denying it. Nijin nodded reluctantly. The man had, indeed, helped him. Now, if I give, I also expect to receive. Nothing is free. I want fair payment for my kindness. Do you want something from me? You don't look like you own anything worth much, but there's one thing you have that holds value. He spoke. Tell me about the outside world. Helmet Knight claimed he knew of a place where they could talk and suggested they head there. While walking, Nijin threw him a question. Do you know someone named Graf? Of course I do. Graf of the Caribbean Knights. He's quite famous in these parts. Is he really a knight? Helmet Knight turned his head toward Nijin. What are you really asking? He called himself a knight, but he didn't look like one. There's a difference between the knights I know and the kind of knight he claims to be. What do you think a knight is? Someone who never loses their honor and pride, no matter the circumstances. Helmet Knight stopped walking. It's been a while since I've heard that. Do you, perhaps, admire the Knights of Adana? Yes. Well, from their perspective, most people in this land wouldn't be worthy of the title of knight. He paused for a moment before continuing. This land is where honor, pride, and ideals lose their value. To hold on to those things here, you must be strong. Only the strong can afford to keep them. That's. Of course, even the weak can hold on to honor and pride, but you've already seen what happens to the weak, haven't you? Helmet Knight sneered and pointed. In the distance, Nijin saw the hollow figures wandering aimlessly across the land. People who have been broken. In this land, a normal death isn't allowed. Here, death means becoming a forgotten one who's lost everything and been utterly lost to memory. It's a fate more humiliating and disgraceful than death itself. You can shout about honor all you want while alive, but if you end up like that. Helmet Knight dragged his fingers roughly along the gap in his helmet. It's meaningless. Isn't that so? The moment you fall into such a pitiful state, no matter how honorable and proud you were in life, it all becomes worthless. You turn into something even worse than a beast. That's why survival is valued above all else in this land. On the continent, death could be honorable. Knights were allowed to die with dignity and pride. In the outland, such a death was never permitted. That was what Helmet Knight was telling him. Before coming to this land, Graf was a knight of great pride and honor. He slayed demons, he killed knights unworthy of the title, he stormed a warlock's workshop alone to rescue children they'd kidnapped, and though he came out covered in wounds, he saved them all. He continued. Graf has lived in the outland for 170 years. 170 years. Can you imagine what he's seen in that time? He's seen deaths that are neither honorable nor dignified. He's watched his comrades turn into forgotten ones. After witnessing all that, do you think he could still speak of honor and pride? Helmet Knight ran his hand over his helmet. Its decorations were broken, its surface marred with dents and scratches. The helmet had lost much of its function, yet he still wore it. Honor and pride are like a strong drink in this land. They intoxicate you, but when you sober up, all that's left is pain. The Lost One, 4. Helmet Knight described honor and pride as a strong drink, intoxicating when consumed but agony-inducing when it wears off. Nejin fell silent, gazing at Helmet Knight. The knight's eyes were hidden beneath his helmet. He had always been adept at reading others' thoughts and emotions through their eyes, and found himself unable to discern anything from the man. He had no choice but to approach it differently. Are you saying honor and pride are useless? No, I never said that. Didn't I say they're like a strong drink? Alcohol is an essential part of life. Excuse me. Can you imagine a life without booze? Nothing's drier than a life without a bit of drinking. You need to take a sip now and then and get a little drunk to make life bearable. Helmet Knight spoke with feigned ease. But you can't stay drunk forever. Eventually, you have to sober up, and when you do, you've got to pay for what you drank. The question was, with what? Those who lived on the continent said they would pay with their lives, but the outland would pose the question again, is that all? The deeper you indulge, the worse the hangover. I don't know how you lived back on the continent, but here's some advice, sober up a bit. Otherwise, life will only get harder. Helmet Knight gestured with his scarred hand toward the forgotten ones wandering the outland. The lifeless figures continued their eternal struggle, unable to let go of their weapons, even in death. They were knights once, too. They just couldn't remain knights forever. A death devoid of honor or pride. That, Helmet Knight claimed, was the final fate awaiting those who lived intoxicated by honor and pride. After following Helmet Knight for quite a while, Nejin arrived at a peculiar place. The area was littered with large rocks, their forms unnaturally jagged. They weren't stones that had naturally risen from the earth or been weathered down over time. Instead, they looked as though they had been hurled there from somewhere else. Among the massive stones, Helmet Knight came to a stop. He picked up a random rock from the ground, set it down, and sat on it. Have a seat. He glanced around before gathering some stick-like objects from the ground and piled them together to start a fire. The firewood turned out to be severed human arms, a detail that might have been unsettling, but the fire burned perfectly well. Crackling, pop, crack. As the flames flickered, Helmet Knight finally spoke. You said you're from the Empire. Yes. How much do you know about its history? Enough. That's good. Do you know about the Dawn War? Nejin nodded. He was familiar with it. Researching Eurasian had brought him to that particular war. After all, that was where she had first been sighted. That was the war sparked by a rebellion from within the Empire's pillars, correct? I know about it. How long has it been since that war? 150 years. 150 years, huh? Helmet Knight murmured to himself. That's a long time. After the war, what became of the Empire? The Empire emerged victorious. Sir Gerd, who led the royal guard at the time, executed the rebellion's leaders and secured victory. Gerd? That guy? Helmet Knight's tone carried a hint of surprise. Well, that's unexpected. He wasn't exactly known for being a good fighter. Then, what happened to Gerd after that? In recognition of his achievements, Sir Gerd was made one of the Empire's pillars. Initially, he held the lowest rank, but now, he's called the First Blade of the Empire. Helmet Knight fell silent for a moment. The silence didn't last long. Soon, a rattling laugh echoed from his helmet. Did I hear that right? Gerd, that guy, became the First Blade of the Empire. The first of the pillars. He must have become a sword master and earned stars, too, I'd bet. He did. How many stars does he have? 7. Ha. 7, you say. Well, I'll be damned. Do you know Sir Gerd? I know him well. He wouldn't remember me, though. Helmet Knight chuckled softly. He continued asking Nijin about the outside world. Most of his questions were centered around the Empire. Is the Empire at peace? Who's the current emperor? Etc. It's been enjoyable hearing about the outside world again. I've asked a lot of questions, so it's only fair you get to ask me something. Just don't ask about me. What are the crows? Ah, that? Both Graf and Helmet Knight had referred to Nijin's pursuers as crows. Nijin was curious about the term. Even Merlin had muttered, I think I know what it means, but the term's different from my time. They're hunters, Helmet Knight explained. Hunters who target newcomers to this land. They're also scavengers who live off the scraps left by others. Hunting? Yeah. There's no easier way. Helmet Knight stared into the fire as he spoke. This wretched land wears people down endlessly. Once they're worn out enough, they become forgotten ones. If you don't want that miserable fate, you've got to fight back, but there aren't many ways to do that. He raised 2 fingers. You can achieve great feats, earn stars, and constantly prove yourself. He folded 1 finger down and smirked, or you can hunt others for their stars. Sure, you could aim for those constellations in the night sky. Hunting them would grant you both achievements and stars, but do you think that's easy? Facing transcendence is a damn hard job. Then. Yes. Helmet Knight extended a finger, pointing at Nijin. They hunt people like you. If they consume the starlight in your heart, they can delay their own wear and tear. It helps stave off becoming a forgotten one. Those who hunt newcomers or weaklings for their stars are called crows here. So that's why they're called crows. They're scavengers that live off the corpses of others. Pathetic creatures. Helmet Knight's voice was low. They're weak, so they stick together, moving in groups. That's the dumbest thing they could do. Even swallowing 1 rookie's star wouldn't be enough, and yet they divide the spoils among themselves. They even squabble over how to divide the starlight before the hunt. He sneered. Who actually sticks to those agreements? They've already lost their pride and honor. They sold their souls just to survive another day. Do you think they'd keep their promises? When a hunt ended, crows turned on each other. There was barely any starlight to share, and splitting it further left nothing. Helmet Knight chuckled. You can't trust any of them. They're all ready to stab each other in the back and run. That's why they're not called hunters, but crows. It's a derogatory name. Then what about the real hunters? The real ones? True hunters don't need anything fancy. They hunt alone. Helmet Knight laughed. They trick their prey by pretending to help them. They come up with excuses, disguise their intentions as goodwill, and lull their prey into a false sense of security. They wait for the moment when it's just them and their prey, without any pesky crows in the way. His laughs echoed. And then, well, you can guess the rest. Helmet Knight raised his head. His helmet gleamed faintly in the firelight as he fixed his gaze on Nijin. Though his eyes were hidden, Nijin could feel the weight of his stare. The voice that emerged from him was cold. Nijin imagined the hidden eyes must have been just as cold. Whether it's kindness, goodwill, or whatever else, it's all bait to lure the prey into lowering their guard. Once the prey is off guard, the hunter sinks their teeth in. That's the real way hunters work. I see. I'm debating right now whether I should take your heart or offer you a little more goodwill. That seems obvious. Helmet Knight spoke flatly, and Nijin replied in the same tone. The knight's gaze lowered slightly, as if taking interest in Nijin's calm response. Did you not understand me? I'm deciding whether or not to kill you. I understood. Then why are you so calm? I'm just impressed by your courteous declaration of intent. What? Nijin shrugged. You're basically saying, I'm going to kill you, so what do you think, right in front of me? What kind of hunter announces their plans so openly? Maybe it's confidence that I can kill you regardless of how much you prepare. That's possible. Nijin slowly stood up, but isn't there another way to describe this? Another way. You inform your opponent of your intent to attack, you give them time to react whether to flee or prepare for a fight, and you wait for them to act. Doesn't this sound familiar? Nijin remarked as he slipped his fingers between his glove and wrist. He slowly removed the glove, holding it in his hand. All that's left is to throw down the glove and exchange names. He dropped his glove onto the ground. It was a well-crafted leather glove, a gift from Knight Argo of Adana. As the glove struck the ground, a crisp snap echoed through the air. I'm Nijin, squire of Ivan, a knight of Adana. Nijin placed a hand on his sword hilt. I accept your challenge. He grinned at Helmet Knight. The smile was contagious. Recognizing what Nijin's actions meant, Helmet Knight began to laugh. You call this a hunt? I call it a duel. Whether to accept it is up to you. By throwing down his glove and stating his name, Nijin had broken the dynamic of hunter and prey. The relationship was no longer one of superiority and inferiority but one of equality. Helmet Knight rattled his helmet in laughter. You're out of your mind, aren't you? You're really treating this as a duel. Helmet Knight. Nijin addressed him not as a hunter, but as a knight. You said honor and pride are like strong drinks? That's what I said. Have a drink with me. I'll at least keep you company. A pause. Then, laughter. That's not a bad offer. The knight slowly rose to his feet. Apologies, but I can't tell you my name. I've lost it. Is that so? But not introducing oneself before a duel is rude. He raised his lance. Even if his name was lost, he had another way to introduce himself. Do you know of the Golden Horn Knights? They're sometimes called the Horned Helms. I don't. Then remember the name. The Golden Horn Knights. He aimed the lance at Nijin. I was the first captain of the Golden Horn Knights and the master of the Horned Helms. This helmet is my proof of existence. Its story, and the story it holds, is my name. Helmet Knight tapped his helmet with the shaft of his lance. The clang echoed alongside his laughter. Nijin, he called Nijin by his name, not boy, brat, or any other title. That was the respect owed to a dueling opponent. I'll let you make the first move. Nijin stood, facing Helmet Knight. The knight had said he would grant him the first move, but Nijin didn't charge in immediately. The crackling of the fire stretched long and slow. Time itself seemed to drag. Crackle, pop, crack. The short burst of spitting embers felt as though it stretched into seconds, perhaps longer. In that extended moment, he studied his opponent. He saw a powerful foe. Undeniably so. Among all those who had pursued Nijin in the Outland, none compared to that knight. Not even close. In fact, very few people he had met on the continent could match him either. Sword masters, those at the level of transcendence. Only individuals of that caliber could stand on equal footing with the man. The pressure radiating from Helmet Knight was comparable to the awe-inspiring presence of a sword master, but was the knight truly a transcendent? No. He was not. Nijin narrowed his eyes. There was something unusual about the man's aura. Where had he felt this before? It didn't take long to recall. The Witch of Flickering Death, Ermina. He had encountered her upon first stepping into the Outland, a being who had lost all her stars and whose circle had been shattered, no longer a transcendent. The sensation from Helmet Knight was similar, not quite transcendent, but far too formidable to be anything else. A transcendent once but no longer. He steadied his breathing. His rational mind screamed at him. It was an unwinnable fight. Escaping immediately would be the smart choice. This man had declared his intent to hunt him, to take his life. Wasn't that enough reason to flee? Run now. This man is dangerous. The odds are slim. He's hiding something. The conclusion was logical, grounded in reason, but his instincts led him elsewhere. Fight. Duel with honor. Show him your best. That was what the man wanted. Nijin's instincts were telling him so. There was no logic behind it. It wasn't rational, it was impulsive, but he had always trusted his instincts over reason. If he had followed reason alone, his journey would never have begun. It was his instinct that had driven him to draw Excalibur. As always, he decided to trust his instincts. It wasn't blind faith. He would pay the price for his trust. With what? Merlin's voice seemed to ask. With what I hold in my hands. The aura of his blade glowed with killing intent. The Lost One, 5. Helmet Knight did not draw his sword. The great sword wrapped in chains remained secured at his waist, its blade hidden. Instead of unsheathing the weapon, he aimed his lance at Nijin. Nijin gazed at the lance. It was an unusual design, the blade resembled an elongated cross-shaped star. It wasn't a typical lance since its shape allowed for both stabbing and slashing attacks. He narrowed his eyes as he studied it. Crackle, pop. The embers from the campfire flared up and dimmed. In the instant a new spark leaped into the air and died down, he stomped on the ground. Thud. His heart raced, accelerating the flow of blood and mana. A constellation bloomed like a flower along the length of his blade, transforming into thorny vines that coiled tightly around his sword. Energy compressed along the longsword's blade, the sharp aura crackling under intense pressure. Widespread energy was useful for cutting magic, blocking attacks, or intercepting projectiles, but when weapons clashed directly, compressing the aura was far more efficient, especially against a stronger opponent. I need to raise the density of my sword aura. The blade brimmed with compressed energy, radiating flashes of white and gold. The brilliance outshone the dim light of the campfire. As Helmet Knight shifted slightly within the glow, Nijin pushed off the ground and charged. Tick. It took just over a second. By the time the embers flickered once more, he was already swinging his sword at Helmet Knight. From the start, he gave it his all an approach warranted by such an opponent. The blade cut through the air, aimed precisely. To him, it was a perfect strike. Clang. Helmet Knight disagreed. Compared to Nijin's powerful motion, his movements were light yet unwavering. A grey aura flickered along the edge of his lance, catching Nijin's blade completely. Spin. Helmet Knight twisted his lance's shaft, trapping the sword between the cross-shaped blade and the body of the lance. His torso exposed, Nijin saw the knight extend a leg toward him. He reacted instantly and switched his two-handed grip on the sword to one hand and raised his other arm to block the kick. His fingers, caught between the knight's armored greaves, screamed in protest with a sharp crack, but he endured. Using the force of the kick to his advantage, he spun in place. His blade screeched as it scraped free of the lance's blade, the motion smooth and fluid. That fluidity allowed him to seamlessly incorporate another action into his movement, a counterattack. Leveraging centrifugal force, he swung his blade toward Helmet Knight with ferocity. The knight, of course, retaliated. Clang. Sword aura clashed with grey aura, the resulting impact sending Nijin skidding backward. He looked up to meet Helmet Knight's gaze. The two locked eyes. The flurry of exchanges had lasted only moments, but it was enough for each to gauge the other's level. Both, almost simultaneously, burst into laughter. Helmet Knight steadied his grip on his lance and stepped forward. I'm coming. Anytime. The duel began in earnest. When Helmet Knight switched to an offensive stance, Nijin was astonished and equally unsettled. The raw power generated by the knight's massive frame was overwhelming, but it wasn't just brute strength. Thud. Helmet Knight stomped and thrust his lance. The action could be described in a single sentence, but the nuances between those words were filled with intricate details. Nijin's eyes caught them all: the depth of the knight's step, the way his shoulders and arms moved, the angle of the lance head, the precise distribution of strength. It all worked together like the interlocking gears of a machine. Every movement was flawless, and together, they created a perfect strike. Whoosh! The lance shot forward with a shrill whistle. His eyes widened as he parried the blow. The force sent Nijin sliding back, but the knight didn't stop. His movements flowed seamlessly, one attack linking to the next. Clang! Clang! Sparks flew as sword aura and grey aura collided. Nijin's senses screamed as if lightning bolts were flashing before his eyes, not a physical phenomenon, but a visceral warning of danger. This is insane, Nijin groaned inwardly, but he also felt admiration. Even with his exceptional eyesight and talent for reading movements, he struggled to follow Helmet Knight's actions. Deciphering them was even harder. His ability to analyze an opponent's techniques and avoid being struck twice by the same move skill that had always been his strength was barely effective. The knight's movements were too perfect. Each sequence of actions demanded multiple observations to fully grasp, and even when Nijin understood them, replicating the precision was impossible. The level of physical control and strength distribution was beyond him. A transcendent. A master. The knight was undoubtedly one of the masters, those who had achieved unparalleled skill with their chosen weapon. Though Helmet Knight might no longer be a transcendent, he had clearly been one in the past. Stars, aura, even swordsmanship might wear down with time, but the techniques they honed never faded. Helmet Knight's mastery was absolute. He pressed Nijin relentlessly, forcing him onto the defensive. Nijin gritted his teeth and countered, unwilling to remain on the back foot. Being passive wasn't in his nature. Clang! When Nijin launched his first counterattack, Helmet Knight grinned. It was as though he had been waiting for this moment. His repertoire expanded, unveiling new techniques with every move, daring Nijin to adapt. He rose to the challenge. When the lance thrust forward like a viper, Nijin tilted his sword to deflect it. The knight transitioned from a thrust to a slash, and Nijin twisted his blade to disrupt the lance's trajectory. The lance shaft swept over his head with a whoosh. The missed attack should have left an opening, it didn't. Thud. Helmet Knight stomped and redirected the lance with a powerful swing. Muscles beneath his scarred, exposed arm bulged as he brought the weapon down like a hammer. Nijin barely managed to intercept it with his sword. Crash! The force nearly drove him to his knees. His joints groaned under the weight, but he held firm and retaliated. Clang! Clang! The duel continued at a blistering pace. Every attack and counterattack was accompanied by split-second calculations and adjustments. When predictions failed, instincts and quick thinking filled the gaps. SHK. Nijin slid back, absorbing the impact of the knight's attack. He quickly steadied himself and charged forward again. It was not his usual fighting style. He didn't hide, exploit the terrain, or seek opportunities to retreat or widen the distance. There were no tactics to exploit weaknesses or variables. Instead, he fought head-on, not as Ivan's hunting dog, but as Ivan's squire a knight in training. Despite being outmatched, despite knowing he was weaker, he refused to back down. He met Helmet Knight face to face, sword to lance, honorably. Helmet Knight recognized it. Though his face was hidden, his expression must have mirrored Nijin's anticipation, excitement, and a grin. It was a fight to the death. Flesh tore, bones broke, and blood spilled, and yet, what did it matter? It was a duel, contest of honor between two warriors. In duels, variables always existed. Victory and defeat often hinged on the smallest details. Rarely did a battle end with one side achieving complete dominance, yet it was precisely such battles that knights and warriors sought. That was the essence of a duel. Crash! Thud! Dust and debris filled the air as a pile of rocks crumbled. Both Nijin and Helmet Knight paused, waiting for the dust to settle. Instead of attacking, they used their weapons to clear the air. When their gazes met through the fading haze, both exhaled in laughter, and then they clashed again. There were no written rules, only unspoken ones. It was a fight to the death, yet both adhered to an unspoken code of conduct. If anyone else had seen it, they might have laughed at the foolishness or called it naive, but such was chivalry, honor and pride, separated from folly by a hair's breadth. It was a duel, nothing else mattered but the opponent before them. Nijin's glowing, constellation-like sword aura shone white and gold, while Helmet Knight's gray, ash-colored aura resembled rusted armor. When the two auras collided, the knight's power burned faintly, as if whispering, "I can still shine." Nijin knew a decisive move was coming. Helmet Knight shifted, his breathing deep. His posture changed, signaling an imminent and significant attack. Nijin braced himself, eyes wide, as the knight stomped, lowered his lance, gripping it with both hands, and twisted his body like a coiled spring. With an explosive release, Helmet Knight thrust his lance forward. The motion was simple, just a thrust, but when executed by a master, simplicity became divine. His entire strength and technique condensed into the tip of his lance. Whoosh! The air around the lance warped, swirling into a cyclone. Nijin reacted instinctively, raising his blade to intercept it. Boom! The collision launched him into the air. His surroundings blurred as he flew backward, eventually slamming into a boulder with a deafening crash. The rock crumbled under the impact. He gasped, his body screaming in pain. His arm, shoulder, and fingers throbbed, some were definitely broken. Grinding his teeth, he pushed himself out of the rubble. The duel wasn't over. Helmet Knight closed the distance instantly, his lance aimed directly at Nijin. Gritting his teeth, Nijin raised his trembling blade with his injured arm, steadying it with his other hand. Even if it cost him another limb, it was better than dying. The next attack never came. The lance stopped short, hovering in front of Nijin's sword. Helmet Knight smiled and spoke. "I've won. Would you agree?" He gestured with his chin, signaling for Nijin to admit defeat. Realizing what he meant, Nijin let out a chuckle. Not all duels ended in life and death. When both sides gave their all and one admitted defeat, the duel would conclude. There was no need to take it further. Helmet Knight had transformed a hunt into a duel, just as Nijin had reframed a deadly encounter as a battle of honor. "Yes, I've lost." Nijin nodded and lowered his sword. Helmet Knight withdrew his lance and extended a hand. Nijin took it and stood. In the end, there was no hunter or prey. There was no victor and slain, only a winner and a loser. The lost won, 6. A truly beautiful duel leaves no regrets. Such duels are free from variables, luck, or external interference, with only skill and ability determining the victor. Sacred contests. Cherished by countless knights, they are beautiful even in their conclusion. The loser graciously acknowledges their defeat, the winner basks in the sweetness of victory. There is no room for doubt in the result of such a duel, no space for excuses, no openings for regret. The clean resolution brought a satisfied laugh from Helmet Knight, echoing long and loud. It was like rain gracing parched earth or chilled wine quenching the exhaustion of a long march. Helmet Knight felt as though a long-standing thirst had finally been satisfied. "It's been a while since I've felt this drunk. Truly, it was a good fight. For someone so young, you're quite skilled." "I could say the same for you," Nijin replied. "That technique. What exactly was it?" "The moment I blocked it, I found myself airborne." "Ah, that? It's a technique of the Golden Horn Knights. It's simple, honest, and upright. The strongest things often are." "I see. Stay true to the basics. You get it." "That's exactly right." The murderous atmosphere from earlier had dissipated entirely. The two men dragged themselves back to the campfire, chatting as they went. Nijin limped, and Helmet Knight's body creaked audibly with each step, but they were minor inconveniences. The surrounding rocks were all shattered, the ground scarred with deep gouges, a splint covered Nijin's arm, and Helmet Knight's armor bore fresh dents. Even those things were trivial matters. "How old are you? You don't look a day over 30, even being generous. To reach such a level at your age is remarkable. Your skills show the refinement of someone who's been swinging a sword for decades. Have I misjudged you?" Helmet Knight tilted his head with a thoughtful hum. "Really now, how old are you? Your ability is on par with someone well past 50. 18. Got it. 18. What? Helmet Knight's head tilted further, his helmet rattling. "You've got to be joking. I don't appreciate lies." Nijin rummaged through his belongings, eventually pulling out a certificate given to him by the Emperor himself. The document, enchanted for preservation, bore his credentials and age. He handed it over. Helmet Knight took the certificate, letting out a long sigh. Though his face was hidden, Nijin could feel the knight's incredulous gaze seeming to say, "Are you insane?" It wasn't an unfamiliar look. "You're out of your damn mind. I hear that a lot. Reaching that level at your age is surprising enough, but to have already set foot in the Outland? That's astonishing. Isn't it too soon?" Helmet Knight's voice turned serious. People come here when they can no longer live on the continent. They are worn down, spent, and have lived for at least a century. This place isn't for someone like you. I've heard as much. Then why? You're talented, no doubt, but it's still too early. You could have trained longer on the continent. Even I'm stronger than you, and this land is full of people stronger than me who'd hunt you down without a second thought. I know. Merlin had warned him. Others had as well. Stay longer on the continent. Gain more experience. Be patient. Don't rush. He hadn't listened. Then why? Why come here so soon? Because this is the fastest way. It was the shortest path, the right path, the path that King Arthur had walked. I need to become stronger. Quickly. I can't afford to waste time. How strong? The level of a sword master, at least. Ha! Do you think transcendence is easy? It's not. That's why I'm here, because it's difficult, because it's a lofty target. Isn't that reason enough? Nijin looked up at the sky. The stars glittered far above him, so far out of reach. They were the very stars that would intervene the moment he drew Excalibur. In the Outland, even the stars of the Round Table would come into play, but it wouldn't change anything. Their intervention would bring chaos, and he would be swept away in the current. If the stars of the Round Table were to get involved. Merlin had told him to save their intervention as a last resort. He gazed at the distant, shining stars marking the edge of the Outland, Merlin's star, and the stars of the Round Table. Thanks to Merlin's explanation, he understood their role. Knowing that, he had no choice but to leave them as a final option. In the end, it was simple. Even though he had grown stronger, even though others admired his skill, he remained dependent. There was a goal he could only achieve through independence. Why the rush? I have a reason. Can I ask what it is? You're the winner, aren't you? A loser must answer the victor's question. Crackle, pop. The campfire spat embers into the night. I have two teachers, Nijin began, staring into the flames. One taught me how to wield a sword, how to swing it, how to run away, how to pursue, and the basics of being a mercenary. The mercenary of the underground city, often, had been his first teacher. The other taught me how to live. Not just how to survive, but what to strive for. And what was that? Helmet Knight asked. Honor. Pride. Stars. The knight of the underground city, Ivan, had been his second teacher. Nijin continued, he taught me what it means to be a knight, what pride is, and that, sometimes, there are things more important than life itself. Sounds like you had good teachers. They were extraordinary. Nijin's gaze darkened, and flames flickered in his eyes. I have to avenge them. The ones who ruined them, who trampled them, who tried to break me, I will take my revenge on them using no one's strength but my own. Only then would it have meaning. Ivan had told him, I'll stake my life on your star. I'll stake my honor on your life. Only when Nijin destroyed the order would Ivan be proven right. No one else could accomplish that, it had to be him. He carried that weight in his heart. Without vengeance, there could be no release. He had to see it through. They must be strong, Helmet Knight observed. They are. Strong enough that you need to be a sword master to face them. Yes. They are transcendence. I see. Helmet Knight exhaled deeply. He instinctively understood it was a realm no one should intrude upon. It was Nijin's reverse scale, the flame in his heart. It wasn't something anyone else could meddle with. Well, everyone has their reasons. Helmet Knight, too, had his own reasons and goals he had to fulfill in the Outland. With a long sigh, he seemed to come to a decision and fixed his gaze on Nijin. Earlier, you mentioned the victor's rights. Do you know the rules of a duel? I do. You understand the winner can make 3 demands of the loser? That's the rule proclaimed by the honorable duelist, Bearman. Exactly. You're well versed. Helmet Knight pointed first to himself, then to Nijin. I'm the winner. You're the loser. No argument there. None. Good. Accepting defeat is a knightly virtue. I shall exercise one of my rights as the victor. There was a moment's pause. I'll use one of my 3 demands. The victor has the right to make demands of the loser, and the loser has the duty to comply. The more honorable the duel, the stronger these rights and duties become. That was why Nijin accepted Helmet Knight's request. Besides, it wasn't an unreasonable one. The demand was simple: he was to accompany Helmet Knight for a while. In return, Helmet Knight swore not to target his life during their time together. Ordinarily, I'd swear on honor and pride, but I no longer hold those as dearly as I once did. He tapped his helmet. I'll swear on this helmet instead. It's not just my honor, it carries the honor of the Golden Horn Knights. That makes it weighty enough, don't you think? It was otherwise called the Horned Helm. Nijin gazed at it for a moment before asking a question. You mentioned the Golden Horn Knights. That's right. Could you tell me more about them? Of course. I could talk about the Golden Horns all day. You've shared good wine, so I'll share a good story. Helmet Knight muttered before beginning in earnest. The Golden Horn Knights were an elite order of 13. Every member wore a horned helmet, and the most honorable knight bore the most radiant helm, the Horned Helm. This one. He ran a hand over his helmet. We shone brighter than anyone. The stars in the sky couldn't compare. Carrying the lances of the crossed star, we stormed battlefields, sounding our golden horn to crush the Empire's enemies. We were always honorable, always proud. His voice took on a nostalgic, song-like tone as he recounted, the Empire chanted our name. We always triumphed, and we did so gloriously. Our lances seemed to pierce the horizon itself, skewering not just the outland but even the cursed foes of Camlin. He gazed at his lance. The technique you saw earlier wasn't just mine. Every member of the Golden Horn Knights could use it. Some wielded it better than others, but all of us were proficient. Imagine it, he said, 13 knights, perfectly aligned. Clang. The sound of armor fills the air. Thud. We strike the ground in unison, taking our stances. 13 gleaming lances aim at one target, thrusting forward without a single error. It was a breathtaking sight and a memory he dearly missed. Helmet Knight sighed wistfully. Blow the horn. Pierce the Empire's enemies. Grant glorious victory to the Empire, proud Golden Horn Knights. We march forever forward. He sang of a dream that could no longer be. Vitality and life infused his voice, but when his tale ended, it grew heavy, weighed down by time and loss. That's all in the past now. Such a knightly order once existed, the strongest in the Empire. I can see you've got questions. You're wondering why a knightly order like that isn't recorded anywhere, aren't you? Honestly, yes. I am. Nijin nodded. As extraordinary as the Golden Horn Knights sounded, he had never heard of them. It wasn't for lack of interest. He was well versed in the history of knights and knightly orders, he had read countless texts and memorized their maxims. Still, he had never come across the Golden Horn Knights. Do you know of the fallen kingdom, Londonel? Nijin nodded. The Outland Sword Master Kirchhoff had once told him about it. Londonel was a kingdom erased from history roughly 300 years prior, destroyed and forgotten. A damned constellation intervened, erasing Londonel from history. Only a few scraps of text remain. Even that was possible only because countless knights sacrificed their stars for it. Stars were offered, lives were given. Those sacrifices allowed a fragment of Londonel's record to remain. They barely preserved that much. Londonel was a special case and had someone extraordinary like Kirchhoff. Most aren't so lucky. The Golden Horn Knights weren't. His order suffered a similar fate with the same constellation's intervention, the power of erasure and obliteration. Helmet Knight's smile turned bitter, as if recalling that day. Believe it or not, it's your choice, but the Golden Horn Knights existed. At least until 150 years ago. He touched his battered armor, his scarred helmet, and the broken horn atop it. Even if everyone else forgets, I remember. I remember the cheers of victory, the sound of the horn, the laughter of my comrades, the Golden Horn's creed. I alone carry those memories. Lowering his hand, he added, the Outland is full of such people. Forgotten heroes and erased figures. Among them, many have gone mad. The forgotten ones aren't just walking corpses. They are those who have lost everything, their places in history stolen. In that sense, I might as well be one of them. The campfire began to die as the wood burned out. The forgotten ones are those who have lost everything. They were those forgotten by history, those who'd lost their place. That's why I'm curious. How will you survive in this land? You, who gave me a fleeting taste of my former glory. How will you face the many forgotten ones here? I look forward to seeing your resolve. Crackle, pop. That's why I asked you to accompany me. Crack. The final ember flared and died. The campfire went out, leaving only silence. Nejin and Helmet Knight looked at each other, a shining star and a worn one. Get up. Breaking the stillness, Helmet Knight rose to his feet. The Holy Fire Guard Knights, 1. Nejin, traveling alongside Helmet Knight, learned a few things about him that he had no desire to know. Contrary to his heavy and serious first impression, Helmet Knight turned out to be far lighter in character than he had expected. In other words, he talked a lot. Don't you think lumping all people under the term human reflects an incredibly narrow perspective? What's this nonsense out of nowhere? Moreover, much of his chatter consisted of nebulous musings and profoundly philosophical questions. Think about it, Nejin. Animals eat other animals. Does that sound strange to you? Not at all. It's perfectly natural. Exactly. Then how about this, humans eat other humans? How does that sound? That's unsettling. Makes me think of savages, honestly. Exactly. That's the point. Helmet Knight snapped his fingers. Animals are divided into countless species within their kind. Predators hunt prey, and no one questions it because it's natural. Naturally, no one considers lions and deer part of the same species, but what about humans? His voice rose as he elaborated. Different ethnicities. Different nations. Yet, we group them all together under the single term, human, so when humans eat other humans, it feels like cannibalism, invoking an instinctive repulsion. What if they're actually entirely different species? Animals must eat other animals to survive. Humans don't need to eat other humans to live, which is why it feels abhorrent, Nejin countered. A valid point, Helmet Knight interjected, but what about the Outland? Pardon? There are those in the Outland who must eat human hearts to survive. In their case, would eating humans still be abhorrent? If it's essential for survival, would it then be acceptable according to your logic? Well. Don't rush to answer. Think about it more deeply. Until we reach our destination, perhaps. He smirked. There's plenty of time. Taking the lead, Helmet Knight pressed on. He had volunteered to introduce Nejin to a battlefield suitable for someone of his level, citing his extensive knowledge of the Outland from wandering it for so long. Nejin glanced at Merlin beside him. Merlin pursed her lips. Is it just me, or does it feel like he's stealing my role? It's not just you. Fine. While Helmet Knight assumed the role of a guide, Merlin fell into silence. Sticking closely to Nejin, she looped an arm around his neck and held up a piece of paper as if in defense. I was going to help too. See? I even picked some destinations. Here, take a look, top 10 Outland sites for adventurers. A perfect route to accelerate your growth, carefully planned since our time on the continent. I'll look at it later. Really? Okay, but you'd better take a look. Leaving the crestfallen Merlin behind, Nejin followed Helmet Knight. While he planned to visit Merlin's suggested destinations eventually, the places Helmet Knight had mentioned intrigued him more. Look at that. From a hilltop, Helmet Knight extended a finger toward a dilapidated fortress. That's our destination. He enunciated its name. Achila Fortress. He added, it's the fortress occupied by the Holy Fire Guard Knights. Nejin stared at Achila Fortress. The Outland was dotted with similar fortresses. He had passed by many ruins on his journey. Not just fortresses, cities, towers, ruins, abandoned structures were a common sight in the outland. They were remnants left behind by fallen or forgotten nations, cities consumed as the outland's borders expanded, or edifices constructed by constellations for mysterious purposes. The architectural styles of the structures varied wildly: a 1,000-year-old ancient tower, the fortress of a nation destroyed 700 years ago, ruins from 500 years back, buildings from 300, 200, and even just 100 years ago. From antiquity to the modern day, every era left its mark in the outland. Even in the lawless, transcendent domain, where the rules of reality were broken, humanity's creations endured. The Holy Fire Guard Knights were active around 200 years ago. Do you know of them? I've heard bits and pieces. Good. They devoted themselves entirely to the outland around 200 years ago. Their noble mission: to battle demons and corrupted transcendence. Helmet Knight recited their creed, to prove that, even in the outland, their holy fire would not be extinguished but burn brightly. However, following a certain incident, the Holy Fire Guard Knights became a band of forgotten ones. Helmet Knight didn't elaborate on the incident. Instead, he continued, now, they hunt humans. They consume human flesh to sustain their fire. Do you see the smoke rising above the fortress? Nijin could see it, white smoke, faintly visible above the fortress walls. That smoke is proof their holy fire still burns. They're determined to keep it alive at all costs, even if it means hunting humans. Do you think their actions are justified? It doesn't seem very knightly. Is that so? Helmet Knight neither agreed nor disagreed. Instead, he merely nodded and walked toward the fortress. In the outland, there are no answers, only the conclusions you reach yourself. Present your conclusion to the master of that fortress. Descending the hill, passing through a dense forest, Nijin and Helmet Knight approached the fortress. Knights manned the walls and towers, with guards stationed at the sturdy iron gate. At first glance, the fortress seemed normal. The problem, however, lay in its defenders. The knights' vacant eyes and unnatural movements betrayed a lack of humanity. If I recall, a third of the Holy Fire Guard Knights were sword seekers. The order numbered about 30 knights, so roughly 10 were at that level. They're not an easy foe. True. Remember, they've been active in the outland for 200 years. More than enough time for another 10 sword seekers to rise among them. At least 10, possibly more. Despite his massive frame, Helmet Knight crouched behind a tree, speaking in a low voice to Nijin. Whether someone of his size could effectively hide was questionable, but the defenders of the fortress didn't seem to notice them, so it was apparently working. Or maybe those forgotten ones just have terrible eyesight. Nijin leaned toward the ladder. How do we get in? Storming the fortress doesn't look easy. How do we get in? Helmet Knight clicked his tongue. We're knights visiting a citadel. That's true. A knight must act with honor, especially when confronting someone's beliefs and declaring, you are wrong. That's the way of the Knights of Adana. Helmet Knight rose to his full height. How could a knight climb walls? Excuse me. How could a knight sneak in like a thief? Unthinkable. With a loud stomp, he struck the ground. The entire forest quivered from the impact. The display didn't go unnoticed. The knights guarding the fortress turned their attention toward the forest. Unbothered by their gazes, Helmet Knight puffed up his chest as if shouting, look at me. Bending his knees, he leaned forward, gripping his lance. A direct charge, that's true romance. With his lance at the ready, Helmet Knight launched himself forward. Each step sent tremors through the earth, and the gap between him and the fortress closed rapidly. By the time the gate guards reacted, he was already upon them. And then... boom! The gate didn't just dent or bend, it shattered into countless pieces. Even the fortress wall trembled from the impact, scattering debris everywhere. Wow! Running behind him, Nijin couldn't help but marvel. Smashing through a fortress gate was the pinnacle of a lance charge. So, with enough power in your legs, you don't even need a horse. As the shattered gate collapsed inward, the forgotten ones inside the fortress froze, their hollow gazes locked on Nijin and Helmet Knight. Even without their souls, the sudden assault shocked them. A moment of silence followed. Clang! 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 They drew their swords, spears, and halberds, charging at Nijin and Helmet Knight. Their weapons glowed faintly with imagery, further amplifying the threat. Is this really okay? Well, romance aside, this is a bit. Romance, my ass. The knights stationed in the fortress responded impressively to the sudden assault, quickly forming ranks to surround their intruders. Even though they had lost their individual wills, their movements were sharp and precise. Unlike the lone forgotten ones wandering the outland, the knights operated as a cohesive unit. Shiying. A dozen cold weapons struck out simultaneously. The threat was undeniable. As Nijin swung his sword to deflect their strikes, he retreated to a safer position. Meanwhile, Helmet Knight brandished his lance in wide arcs, fending off the encroaching weapons. With a spin of his weapon, Helmet Knight gripped his lance in reverse. The massive polearm, at least 3 meters long, was treated as though it weighed nothing. With one hand, he hefted the lance back like a throwing spear. Whoosh! The lance soared through the air, striking a knight stationed atop a distant watchtower. Struck wasn't quite the right word. The impact demolished the entire top of the watchtower, collapsing it and sending the knight plummeting with the structure. As if responding to its master's will, the lance curved in mid-air and returned to Helmet Knight's waiting hand. He caught it effortlessly and slammed its base into the ground. What kind of technique was that? Nijin asked. It's a basic skill for anyone wielding a lance in the outland, throwing and retrieving. If we have time later, I'll teach you. Helmet Knight shrugged, exhaling deeply. With a roar more reminiscent of a beast than a human, he called the attention of the charging forgotten ones toward himself. Once he had their focus, he turned to Nijin. Do you see that smoke rising? It's likely coming from where this fortress's master resides. He slapped Nijin on the back, sending him stumbling forward. Go on. Spinning his lance in his hand, Helmet Knight grinned. The forgotten ones are mine to handle. Your target isn't them, it's the master of this fortress. The Holy Fire Guard Knights, too. Did Helmet Knight's roar have some kind of provocation effect? Immediately after he shouted, the forgotten ones locked onto him. While a few still swung their weapons at Nijin, their numbers were noticeably reduced. It's not really provocation, it seems he amplified his starlight. What? You know how forgotten ones are drawn to starlight, right? Like how the undead are drawn to the living. Amplify the starlight, and you can provoke them. Merlin's whisper reached Nijin's ears. Perhaps feeling guilty for not teaching him how to adjust his starlight earlier, she explained in meticulous detail. She even sneaked in an excuse, claiming, it's been so long since I've hidden my starlight that my memory's a bit hazy. All while cautiously gauging Nijin's reaction. Don't worry about that incident. Really, Nijin reassured her, annoyed by her constant sidelong glances. Really? Are you sure? Yes, absolutely. With Merlin visibly brightening, Nijin evaded the few forgotten ones still targeting him. Once he created enough distance, even those stragglers turned their attention to Helmet Knight. Even the knights stationed on the walls and towers, who had been aiming to snipe, transformed into beasts and leaped toward the knight. In the end, around 20 forgotten ones swarmed him. Of the roughly 20, 14 appeared to be sword seeker level, their imagery-infused auras manifesting in distinct forms around their weapons. Nijin knew that, if he were surrounded by such a number, he'd have no hope of escaping unscathed. Helmet Knight seemed undaunted. He wasn't just holding his ground, he was pushing them back. He swung his massive lance to scatter them, kicked them aside, and moved like a rampaging beast among them. The sight of the giant, easily 2.5 meters tall, wielding a 3-meter lance looked like something out of a myth. It was as if a colossus had come to life. Seeing how relaxed he was, Nijin couldn't help but think, I guess he really is a transcendent. What are you gawking at? Go on already, I'm struggling here. Helmet Knight's yell snapped Nijin into action, not quite so relaxed, after all. Nijin dashed into the fortress, aiming for the top floor, where the holy fire, and likely the master of the fortress, was located. He could have scaled the walls and jumped over everything in his way to head straight for the top, but he didn't. If he'd planned to do that, he wouldn't have joined Helmet Knight in that flashy lance charge through the front gate in the first place. Might as well see this through. He decided to embrace the romance of the moment, just as Helmet Knight had suggested. He, too, was a romantic at heart. A frontal assault, what a phrase to stir the soul, he thought, his sword aura flickering to life. You're driving me insane. That's just how mages are. What did you say? Nothing. What could a mage understand about it? That's mage discrimination. Nejin swung his sword. For a swordsman, the best response to a mage's grumbling was always another strike of the blade. Achula Fortress had concentrated its forces on the exterior. Despite its considerable size, the number of knights stationed inside was minimal. As Nejin made his way upward, he encountered only 3 forgotten ones. The near-empty fortress was utterly devoid of any sign of life. Climbing the stairs to higher floors, he glanced at Merlin. She merely observed his actions, refraining from comment. Her silence struck him as unusual. Since arriving in the Outland, Merlin had interfered less and less in Nejin's decisions. Normally, she'd have offered suggestions like, "It's better to do it this way," or "How about this," or even pointed out, "That's an inefficient method. Want to hear a more effective one?" Such advice had lessened. Even during his duel with Helmet Knight, where his life had been on the line and one misstep could have ended his journey, Merlin hadn't tried to stop him. All she'd asked was, "Do you think you can handle it?" "That's because you're no longer a child." Merlin broke her silence. "Your star and my star are embedded in the same sky. Even if their numbers or altitudes differ, that fact remains unchanged. And it means the time has passed for me to see you as a child." It was no longer a guardian-child relationship, it was more like the relationship between a senior and a junior. Since they stood on the same battlefield, Merlin explained that she needed to regard Nejin differently. "So I must respect your choices. Unless, of course, they lead you to a dead end or a certain death. When you faced Helmet Knight, you had your reasons, didn't you?" "It was instinct, mostly. An opponent aspiring to knighthood, someone who expressed their honor and pride in the form of drink, yet wished to revel in it. Nejin hadn't acted entirely without thought. That's enough. As long as you judge the situation with some basis and make your choice, I'll respect it. Because that's the way it must be. To become a transcendent, trials are essential. Not just physical growth, but mental growth too. No one else can face those trials for you. Reflection, struggle, conflict, the answers found at their end. Only the answers you find yourself hold meaning. That's why Merlin was determined to respect Nejin's free will. Besides, whatever price comes with your choices, I'll share it with you. Share. Of course. Why even ask something so obvious? Merlin sighed, glaring at him. Do you think I'd let you die in vain? This isn't the continent, where my interference is limited. If it ever seems like you're truly about to die, I'll step in. The aftermath, well, we'll deal with that when it comes. Nejin chuckled, exasperated. Merlin's tone was casual, but Nejin, knowing the implications of what she was saying, found her words far from light-hearted. Her interference didn't mean her current spiritual form acting beside him, it meant her true body, the star at the edge of the Outland, would move, and that would mean the barrier of Camlan would waver. Just as a boundary prevented the forgotten ones of the Outland from crossing into the continent, a similar barrier existed at the Outland's edge, stopping Camlan's cursed entities. Arthur had exchanged his life to establish that barrier, it was protected by the constellations of the Round Table. If Merlin, the strongest of those constellations, moved her star, the barrier would shake, and with it, Camlan's cursed things would cross the boundary. The balance of the world would collapse. The mixing of Outland and Camlan wouldn't just be the Outland's problem, it would ripple through the continent as well. My shoulders feel heavy, Nejin muttered without thinking. Merlin probably meant to reassure him by saying, I'll save you once, so don't worry, but to Nejin, it came across quite differently. If I die, Merlin will interfere, and the balance of the world will shatter. The countdown to destruction would begin. Far from reassuring him, her words made him reconsider the weight of his own life. Isn't the balance of the world or that barrier more important than me? This feels burdensome, Nijin joked, but more important than you. That nonsense? Why? Merlin didn't take it as a joke. She tilted her head, her clear eyes fixed on him as she posed the question. For a moment, Nijin couldn't respond. He stopped on the stairs and turned to look at her. A brief silence followed. Merlin blinked, as if realizing her slip, and she quickly backtracked. Ah, it's important. Of course, it is. Just, never mind. Let's talk about this later. She smiled awkwardly. Nijin couldn't bring himself to smile back. Their minds were connected. Even without speaking, even without thinking, they could communicate. As Nijin's abilities grew, their connection deepened, allowing them to share not only thoughts but sometimes raw emotions and inner monologues. Unintentionally, intense emotions or unguarded thoughts sometimes slipped through, as they had just then. When Merlin had said, "That nonsense." Why, her underlying emotions had surged into Nijin. Balance, peace, stability. None of that matters. That was never important. Her inner voice resonated in Nijin's heart, accompanied by an overwhelming tide of emotions: hatred, regret, remorse, anger, resentment, sorrow. They were feelings Merlin usually suppressed and managed, but she couldn't do so on that topic. Let's talk about this later. Merlin, oblivious that her thoughts and feelings had reached Nijin, still wore her usual smile. He couldn't see it as just a smile anymore. Merlin. What is it? He looked directly at her. His sunset-hued eyes met her sapphire gaze. Her expression was unchanged, but why did her eyes seem precarious to him? He shook his head and spoke. It won't come to that. Come to what? I won't let things reach the point where you have to step in. Of course not. But why? No reason. Just because. The surge of emotion faded as quickly as it had come. Merlin returned to her usual slightly goofy, scatterbrained demeanor and turned her gaze away. Then, her eyes widened. Hey! Look ahead. Ahead. She slapped Nijin's shoulder, pointing forward. A forgotten one was charging toward him with terrifying speed. It seemed the conversation would have to wait for another time. Nijin tightened his grip on his sword. Why were you staring at me during a fight? That was dangerous. Merlin complained the moment Nijin dispatched the forgotten one. Nijin held back the words bubbling up in his throat and continued walking. The final staircase to the top floor. As he ascended, he was greeted by an open view. The top of the fortress had no roof. While the lack of a ceiling should have improved ventilation, he wrinkled his nose as soon as he reached the top. The stench of rotting corpses was overwhelming. The roof was littered with bodies. Some wore the same armor as the knights below, the armor of the Holy Fire Guard knights, others wore different armor, or none at all, some donned mage robes, while the origins of others were indiscernible. The one thing all the corpses had in common was the gaping hole where their hearts should have been. All had died from having their hearts ripped out. The foul stench of the corpses filled the air, and at the center of the roof stood a single brazier. The holy fire. The flame of the stars. The flame wasn't platinum like the stars, it burned a red hue, no different from ordinary fire. Only the occasional golden spark rising from its tongues of fire distinguished it. Was it the holy fire the knights were sworn to protect? The smoke rising from the brazier stretched high into the sky. Nijin shifted his gaze slightly. Beside the brazier, slumped like a corpse, sat a man. He was staring directly at Nijin. Are you the master of this fortress? Nijin asked. The man didn't reply. He simply rose to his feet. His appearance was ghastly, his charred armor was shattered in places, failing to cover his body. Beneath the broken plates, his flesh was shriveled and blackened, resembling burnt wood. Half of his body seemed consumed by fire, and yet, only half. The other half bore no signs of burns or deterioration. Unlike the forgotten ones who had lost all humanity, his eyes held a glimmer of intelligence. Half of him was still human. He didn't respond to Nijin's question. Not because he couldn't hear or understand, but because he saw no need to answer. Instead, he raised his sword to the holy fire. The flames leaped onto his blade, igniting it. The fire engulfed the weapon, crackling fiercely. Whether this was the holy fire's essence or a manifestation of the man's own sword aura, Nijin couldn't tell. The man saluted with his flaming sword. Nijin said no more. He raised his sword vertically, pointing its tip toward the heavens. It was a salute he'd learned from Ivan. Salutes exchanged, no words were necessary. Introductions, names all were conveyed through their gesture of swords. Nijin took his stance. The man mirrored him. The star-like radiance of Nijin's sword aura clashed with the fire-like glow of the man's as both prepared for battle atop the fortress. Then, with a single step, they charged at each other. The Holy Fire Guard Knights, 3. It is often said that a person's sword aura reveals the life they have lived. Nijin found himself agreeing with that notion, though only to a certain extent and only when it involved an opponent at least at the level of a sword seeker. A sword seeker's sword aura contained their imagery. Imagery, after all, was the landscape imprinted upon the heart, the scenes a person considered the most important or striking in their life. For Nijin, it was the stars; for Klaus Aiden, it had been the green plains where he charged alongside the Blue Wing Cavalry; for the knight of the Arbinia ducal house, it was a field of thorns. For the man standing before him? The answer was clear: his blade burned red-hot, ablaze with fire. Flames, after all, were his sword aura and his imagery. The fiery sword aura, seemingly modeled after the holy fire burning behind the man, radiated even heat like a living flame. Sword aura infused with imagery often shared the traits of the imagery it depicted. A sword aura evoking flames naturally carried the heat of fire. It was much like Nijin's star-like sword aura being particularly effective against demons. Whoosh! When their swords clashed, a wave of heat surged toward Nijin, making him wince. He instinctively began to step back but halted mid-motion. It was hot, searingly so, but I can handle this. The heat, while intense enough to melt bricks, was bearable for him. As long as the flames didn't physically touch his body, he could endure the heat radiating from their clashing blades. That's because of your star's story. Merlin's whisper reached his mind. You've resisted the flames of the Witch of Flickering Death, leaped into the maw of a dragon as it spewed its breath, and even shattered a dragon's heart while your entire body burned. It was the story his star carried, the feats he had achieved. With all that, this level of fire should be manageable, don't you think? She was right. Instead of retreating, he took a step forward. Flames rippled dangerously close to him, but he didn't flinch. It was not he who would retreat, it was his opponent. If it was to be a contest of strength, he wasn't about to lose. Clang! 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 The sound of their colliding sword auras echoed through the fortress. As the clash intensified, a sense of wrongness pricked at Nijin's instincts. Narrowing his eyes, he suddenly withdrew the force from his blade, shifting his stance and stepping back. Rengo yes. Swoosh! With no resistance to meet it, the man's blade sliced through empty air. Nijin sidestepped and lowered his sword, his expression twisted into a scowl of offense and displeasure. What the hell are you doing? Nijin spat the words like a curse. Why are you pretending to be a forgotten one when you're not? He raised his free hand, pointing to the man's eyes. The man's right eye was vacant, lacking focus, but his left eye was clear. Yet, the man was looking at the world through his blurry right eye. Despite being capable of conscious movement, he let his instincts guide his actions like a forgotten one. What was he trying to pull? When the man performed the sword salute, he was a rational human, but as soon as their blades crossed, he relinquished control to his instincts, fighting like a forgotten one. Though he could remain human, he chose to act as though he weren't. The realization deeply offended Nijin. Wasn't it just the equivalent of running away? He lowered his sword. The man silently stared back and closed his unclouded eye entirely. With only his vacant eye open, he lunged like a wild beast. So that's how you want to play it? Nijin let out a hollow laugh. He hadn't chosen the grueling, straightforward path to face a mindless forgotten one. The direct confrontation was a deliberate choice by him and Helmet Knight, a show of respect and honor toward their opponent. Their declaration was clear: we will fight you not as a forgotten one but as an equal adversary. Stubborn and foolish as it might seem, there was a sense of romance in the decision. His opponent must have understood that, and yet, if that was how he wanted to respond. Nijin had his own thoughts on the matter. Gripping his sword tightly, he adjusted his hold into a completely new stance, one he hadn't used before. Lowering his blade until it scraped the ground, Nijin muttered under his breath, "Let's see if you can keep this up after this." Schlein Bagelman, Protector of the Holy Fire, Captain of the Holy Fire Guard Knights. The world had once regarded Schlein as a pure, honorable knight who valued his pride and integrity, but Schlein himself did not see himself as a particularly proud knight. He simply believed himself to be a man fulfilling his duty. He lived to protect the holy fire and keep the flames burning. That was his obligation. While he wasn't so devoted to chivalry as to sing of honor and pride, neither was he so bereft of it as to shirk his responsibilities. Schlein was an ordinary man who simply did his job to the best of his ability. Why do we protect the holy fire? Schlein had once asked his predecessor. His senior, far from being offended by the blunt inquiry, had laughed as he answered, "I don't know either, honestly." The retired captain sipped his drink as he explained. "You've heard that this fire has been burning for over 200 years, right? That's a lie. It went out about 100 years ago, and it even went out once while I was the captain." "What? What do you mean? It's not a sacred fire. There's no star within it. It's just an ordinary flame." "Then why do we protect it?" "Because people believe it's holy fire." The former captain set down his glass. "For centuries, people have seen that flame as holy fire. They've drawn solace from its light, even in the fiercest blizzards. Even if it's just an ordinary flame, to the people here, it's holy fire." He thumped his chest with his fist. "It's also our order's pride." The drunken captain recited the words like a song. "As long as the holy fire burns, we will never yield. Just as the eternal flame burns, so too shall our pride endure. Protectors of the holy fire, rise." The drunken ramblings lacked weight or solemnity. They were far removed from anything noble or serious, and yet, inexplicably, those words had rooted themselves deeply in Schlein's heart. In time, Schlein came to see them as a curse, an eternal curse binding him. That realization struck him about 10 years after he became captain. Ah! The land once protected by the Holy Fire Guard Knights had fallen for a simple reason: the shifting boundary of the Outland had swallowed their territory. Trapped within the Outland, the inhabitants of their domain either became monsters or were devoured by them. Only the knights, resilient to erosion, survived. The surviving knights' eyes were hollow. Knights who failed to protect their charge could not lay claim to honor or pride. They had failed their duty. Could one even call such individuals knights? The moment doubt crept into their minds, the knights began to erode. One by one, his comrades turned into forgotten ones, and Schlein was forced to make a choice. He was the captain, after all. Schlein's gaze had turned to the brazier of holy fire. Though it should have been brightly burning, it had gone out. Staring at the extinguished flame, he made his choice. He would rekindle it. He ignited the brazier with his own sword aura. The holy fire burned once more. Raising his blazing sword high into the sky for his fallen comrades to see, Schlein shouted, "The fire is still burning." Perhaps he was shouting for himself. "As long as the holy fire burns, we will never yield." That day, Schlein and his knights became warriors of fire and tragedy. "We shall endure, just as the eternal flame endures. Protectors of the holy fire, rise." The flame's true nature, whether it was the holy fire or merely his own sword aura, no longer mattered. What mattered was how those who saw it interpreted its light. Forward. Leading the holy fire, Schlein ventured deep into the Outland, his knights following behind. They had no home to return to. If they could not protect their charge, if they failed in their duty, they would at least take responsibility by fighting to the end. They chose to remain knights. Years passed. 10. 50. 100. Their journey had no end. Schlein often looked back to see his comrades, transformed into forgotten ones. Time had eroded them, 100 years was far too long to sustain ideals. Honor and pride had long since abandoned them. What drove them forward was neither pride nor honor. Rather, it was duty and obligation. Even as forgotten ones, they could not forget the holy fire. As long as it burned, they followed Schlein's orders. As long as it burned, they remained knights. In the present, even Schlein's mind was fading. His star had eroded entirely, and yet, he kept the fire burning. If he, too, became a forgotten one, if the flame went out entirely, then his comrades, his order, would descend into mere monsters. That was the one thing he could not allow. So he kept the fire burning. He hunted humans, he consumed their hearts, he killed countless innocents. In doing so, he abandoned his pride and honor, but something more important than pride and honor remained, his duty. His duty to protect the flame devoured him. He no longer remembered his name. Even consuming hearts could only stave off erosion temporarily, and his mind grew hazier with time. At some point, he began to wish for an end to let go of it all. The duty that bound him like a curse refused to release him, so he continued hunting. Over time, he found himself moving like a forgotten one more and more. Not out of necessity, but because it was easier to let instinct take over. When he surrendered himself to the forgotten half of his existence, there was no need for guilt or torment. After centuries of hardship, the man began to choose the easier path. Time passed and passed again, and thus, after 200 years, he faced the opponent standing before him. The boy was a formidable foe, and the starlight in his heart burned intensely. Brilliant, dazzling, beautiful, it was a light too radiant for someone like him, a forgotten one, to extinguish. Still, Schlein had to keep the fire burning. Even then, he no longer knew why he had to protect it or why it had to burn. He simply moved because his duty demanded it. Ah, he groaned. The boy's star shone too brightly. It felt as though it questioned him, asking if his path were the right one. That torment made him close his eyes. Surrendering to his instincts, he swung his sword. Clang! The clash of blades scattered sparks. Even as the impact jolted his body, he kept his eyes shut. Like so many humans before him, he turned his gaze away to avoid confronting his ugliness. Clang! 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 The boy wouldn't let him. When he took his stance, Schlein was forced to open his one good eye. Finally looking this way, I see. The boy smiled. At some point, their positions reversed. Standing with the holy fire at his back, the boy raised his sword toward the flame, the fire leaped onto his blade, igniting it. Then, the boy performed a sword salute, the sword salute of the Holy Fire Guard Knights. Schlein's eyes widened. It wasn't just the salute. The boy's posture, footwork, grip, and even his breathing mirrored that of the Holy Fire Guard Knights. It wasn't mimicry, it was recreation. Whoosh! When the boy swung his sword, the flame left his blade. After all, the boy's sword aura wasn't fire-based, but to Schlein, the boy's blade still seemed ablaze. With his sword, the boy perfectly recreated the knight's techniques. His stance was proper, his approach honest, and he advanced as a true knight. The boy swung his sword, illuminating with his blade all that Schlein had long since lost and carrying what the Holy Fire Guard Knights could no longer hold. Schlein felt as though he would go blind just by watching the radiant sight, and yet, even if it blinded him, he wanted to keep looking. It was a light worth seeing, a sword infused with both the brilliance of starlight and the honor of the Holy Fire Guard Knights. Nostalgic. Through the boy, he saw the glory of the past, the days when the Holy Fire Guard Knights shone brightly, the days when they all stood tall with honor. Remembering those days, Schlein wasn't a forgotten one but a man. Ha! He let out a laugh and opened both eyes fully as he received the boy's strike. Sliding backward, he adjusted his grip on his sword. That time, the boy didn't press forward immediately. Instead, he raised his sword and pointed it at Schlein. Nijin, the boy said, introducing himself. Schlein understood the meaning. He, too, had once been a knight. For the first time in centuries, he recalled his own name. Schlain. Schlain Bagelman. Schlain's stance changed. No longer driven by instinct, his sword moved with firm intent, his blade struck like fire spreading across a field, steadily narrowing the ground Nijin could stand on. Clang! Their swords collided. Sparks flew, and the clash of their sword auras created resounding echoes. Each exchange sent cracks spidering across Schlain's armor. With a sharp tear, he slid back and tore off his tattered armor. Casting it aside, he faced Nijin directly. The battle had reached its peak, their blades had done enough speaking. Though no words were exchanged, both seemed to understand the other's intent as they prepared for one final clash. The light of their sword auras flashed brightly, and 2 stars shone atop the fortress. Ha! The brilliance even reached Helmet Knight below as he swung his lance against the Forgotten Ones. Glancing up at the fortress's peak, he let out a wry chuckle. Really, they've got to shine so damned brightly. The light was bright enough to blind an observer. Under that light, Helmet Knight muttered, "That's going to be such a pain." He knew from experience that the boy's sword, the starlight he wielded, forced his opponents to face reality. It thrust before them all they had forgotten, lost, or abandoned, leaving them no choice but to confront it. Don't run away. Don't look away. Face me head on. If you were ever a knight, show me your pride, and if you cannot, I will make you. Helmet Knight shook his head. That damned kid forced his opponents to become knights once more. He made those who'd already given up dream again and offered them one last chance to sing their pride and honor. Did the boy even realize how merciless that was? Poison. That boy's blade is a potent poison to the Forgotten Ones. At the same time, it was a magnificent drink. Even if the price for indulging was steep, one could not deny the taste. Lifting his lance toward where Schlain stood, Helmet Knight gave a small tilt of his weapon like raising a glass in a toast. Drink up, Schlain. Even if it was poison, it was impossible not to take a sip. The Holy Fire Guard Knights, 4. 2 stars shone brightly at the top of the fortress. Nijin's star was new and had risen not long ago. His star, unblemished by the passage of time, radiated a pure, white light. In contrast, Schlain's star was an old and worn relic, a star so eroded that it could no longer shine like a new star. If a celestial body with its own light could be called a star, then what Schlain possessed could no longer be categorized as such, but if one defined a star simply as something that shone, then it was undoubtedly a star. Schlain absorbed the light from Nijin's star. If he could no longer shine on his own, then borrowing someone else's brilliance would suffice. After all, even a worn and crumbling star could reflect light. Thus, the 2 stars illuminated the night. Schlain raised his sword horizontally to the side of his head. He bent his knees, controlling his breath. The technique was what he excelled in most and had cleaved through countless foes. In other words, it was the best that he had to offer. The best had to be met with the best. Nijin willingly took his own stance. Schlain couldn't help but laugh. "Atana, is it?" he shouted. He couldn't resist. Atanga, the name was so nostalgic. A grin crept onto his lips. Could it truly be Atana? To think his final opponent, the one to mark the end of his life as a ruined knight, would be so worthy. Then Nijin stretched his right foot forward. The stance was not that of a blade meant to punish knights but a pose made with the intent to face a rival. Schlain could no longer bring himself to laugh. Indeed, to that extent. The 2 locked eyes. No signals or words were needed. Almost simultaneously, the 2 warriors launched themselves forward, the ground beneath them cracking. In an instant, the gap closed, their gazes fixed solely on the swords they held. Both Nijin and Schlain were sword seekers, but their levels were not the same. Schlain's instinct-driven swordsmanship might have been inferior to Nijin's, but the willpower with which he wielded his blade was by no means lacking. He had already gone through sprouting, the stage preceding mastery. Sprouting, the bud breaking through. If a sword master used their imagery to color their surroundings and create a domain, then a sword seeker imbued their sword aura with their imagery. What could a warrior who had stepped beyond sprouting achieve? Schlain demonstrated it, his sword aura roared to life, his aura mimicked the holy fire, an eternal flame burning in his imagery. Capturing that vision within his sword aura, Schlain carved a trajectory with his blade, bathing the world red. Though his sword aura was merely an imitation of form, each swing produced the crackling sound of flames igniting. Wherever his sword passed, starfire ignited, burning bright. While he could not dye the entire area with his imagery like a sword master, he could plant his imagery in the wake of his sword. Such was the realm of a warrior who had gone through sprouting. Though it had not yet sprouted or fully bloomed, the imagery took root in the world. The flames burning there were a vision he clung to, even as he eroded. Rab. I don't know either. Why do I guard it? His voice echoed in his ears. It's not even a sacred flame. There's no star imbued within. It's just ordinary fire. Then why guard it? Still, people believe it to be the holy fire. It was the pride of the Holy Fire Guard Knights. Schlain reflected on those words, spoken over drinks long ago, and swung his sword. The fire he had protected for over 200 years swept through the top of the fortress. The blazing fire consumed everything, the corpses littering the area, the stench of decay, and even the altar holding the fire. Through it all, there was one thing the flames could not devour. HSSH. A glimmering star appeared, cleaving through the oncoming waves of flame. Cutting through the fiery tide, it advanced toward Schlain. Yes, that's how it should be. Schlain swung his sword once more, as if he had anticipated the result. Come, he roared, drunk on past glory. He swung his sword, recalling the pride he had forgotten. In that moment, as the holy fire surged along his blade, he could still call himself a knight. Of course, he knew that he was no longer a knight and that it was nothing more than a fleeting dream, one that would not last the night. Soon, the dream would end, and he would awake to a harsh reality, but so what? For the first time in 200 years, he felt liberated. He didn't want this trivial emotion to intrude on that feeling. Ah! Schlain groaned. It was coming. Piercing through the fire, reality was drawing near. Nijin burst forth, his body scorched, but his youthful eyes remained clear. Clang! Stars and fire clashed, scattering. Through the dissipating aura, their blades collided. In that instant, Nijin's eyes widened in shock. Half of Schlain's body was burning away. It was the first time he had seen imagery harm its creator. Why? He found his answer soon enough. Schlain's vision of the holy fire was one that burned the corrupt, and he himself was no exception. The parts of him that had become a forgotten one were burning away, lightening his body. Though Nijin was bewildered, Schlain paid him no mind, pressing his attack with relentless swings. Blades clashed, sword aura collided with violent resistance. They exchanged countless blows. Nijin met Schlain's strikes with incredulity, yet instead of simply defending, Nijin retaliated. I don't accept victories by default, he commented. Is that so? My blade will strike you faster than your flames will consume you. Before Schlain's body burned completely, Nijin would end the fight. Time was on his side, but such a petty victory held no interest for him. He pressed Schlain with greater vigor. Though his control over sword aura was inferior, that alone wasn't enough to put him at a disadvantage. Indeed, shortcomings could be compensated for. With what, though? It's simple: split-second judgment, technique, and Adana swordsmanship. With every swing, Nijin advanced. Pushing through the flames, he pressed forward. Clang! His sword deflected Schlain's. Breaking the man's technique in a direct clash, he took one more step forward, bringing an end to the relentless exchange. SHK. Nijin's sword cut through his opponent. Clatter. Schlain's sword fell to the ground. He ran his hand over the wound stretching from his shoulder to his heart, and his body began to erode rapidly. However, it wasn't the same as becoming a forgotten one. What approached him was death, an eternal end, with his body crumbling into dust. It was a rest that he could never have claimed without the intervention of another star. Standing before this encroaching death, Schlain exhaled deeply. It was time to wake from the dream. No longer seeing through the eyes of a burning corpse, but as a man, he gazed at the world around him. What he saw was the reality he had long avoided. Though the waves of fire had swept through, the fortress was still filled with bodies not reduced to ash. The stench of corpses with missing hearts lingered thick in the air, all the result of Schlane's own deeds. Awake from his dream, Schlane groaned. Before him lay irrefutable evidence. There was no way to excuse it, no words to justify it. The price of indulging in his fleeting dream was heavy. Confronting the reality he could no longer ignore, he was in anguish. Yet, for that very reason, he could make a choice. He looked at Nijin. Nijin, in turn, met his gaze. Though racked with pain, Schlane's expression carried unmistakable relief. "Thank you," his voice broke the silence, "for allowing me to make the choice I'd long postponed." He reached for the sword he had dropped and took it in hand, then, he brought the blade to the flames consuming his body. As the holy fire engulfed the sword, Schlane leaped from the top of the fortress. Nijin followed him down. Below, the ground was littered with the forgotten ones who had been defeated by Helmet Knight. Many still clawed toward the knight, refusing to relent, but the moment Schlane stood before them, the forgotten ones stopped in their tracks. They turned their attention to the sword in Schlane's hand. When faced with the holy fire burning on Schlane's sword, they were no longer forgotten ones, they were knights. Clank! The rusted armor covering their bodies groaned as they shifted, standing upright to form ranks before Schlane. Helmet Knight, who had been fending them off, lowered his spear. For a brief moment, his gaze met Schlane's. Schlane widened his eyes, then let out a bitter laugh. "We are the Holy Fire Guard Knights," he shouted. "We are knights who guard the holy fire, burning together with its flames." Schlane finally made the choice he had deferred for centuries. Unwilling to part with his comrades, he had put off placing a period at the end of their journey, but he was finally ready to write that ending. "Let us go forward together." It was time to release them and perhaps release himself as well. Schlane mustered the last of his strength, swinging his sword. The holy fire erupted from the blade, consuming the knights. The fire burned through their bodies, growing ever more intense. The holy fire was no longer atop the fortress. It burned right there, before their eyes. Perhaps it had nothing to do with stars at all. It might have been nothing more than an ordinary flame, one that could be extinguished at any moment. It may not have been sacred in the slightest. But that didn't matter. What mattered was that those gathered there regarded it as the holy fire. The knights accepted the flames without hesitation and offered their bodies as fuel to keep the fire burning one last time. As the flames consumed the starlight remaining in their bodies, white platinum sparks erupted from the blaze. The fire they kindled in their final moments was, without a doubt, the holy fire. Nijin and Helmet Knight watched silently as the knights turned to ash. Such was the end of the Holy Fire Guard Knights. Though their lives might not have always been noble, the flames they kindled in their last moments were nothing short of beautiful. Schlane's body burned fiercely to the end, crumbling into silence. Among the ashes, only one thing remained, the sword he had held all his life. Helmet Knight stepped forward and retrieved the sword from the ashes, then, he planted it into the ground, blade first, as if marking a grave. With a brief, solemn bow before the makeshift sword grave, Helmet Knight let out a heavy sigh. In the Outland, people consume people. His voice broke the silence in a continuation of the conversation they'd had before reaching the fortress. To survive, people eat the hearts of other people. Some say that honor and pride must come before survival, but in the Outland, you must survive first to protect those things. Helmet Knight turned to Nijin. "Here, death offers no rest. To avoid becoming a forgotten one, you must hold your life dear. If losing your heart brings eternal death, isn't that a kind of rest?" "Partially." He began to move, searching through the fortress as he continued. The more stars a person has, the higher their level, and the more monstrous they become. Even if their heart and stars are taken, they'll keep moving until all the starlight in their body is extinguished. They'll turn into beasts that seek only starlight, and if they're lucky enough to consume more starlight, their existence is prolonged further. Was that truly life? Devoid of self, they became wandering husks chasing only starlight. Nijin recalled seeing forgotten ones who seemed to move even after losing their hearts. So, if you meet one of those creatures still moving without a heart, you should assume it was once a powerful individual. Likely someone who reached great heights in life. Is that so? Indeed. Schlain was no different. That man once possessed 4 stars. Though he's weaker now, he was once a formidable knight. That's why he couldn't even choose to end his own life. Schlain could not die by his own hand. Even if he pierced his heart, he would only become a forgotten one. Ultimately, he chose to survive. If he had also turned into a forgotten one, the entirety of the Holy Fire Guard Knights would have become forgotten ones too. He couldn't bear to witness that. So yes. He hunted humans. He cast aside his honor and pride to protect the pride of his knights. Foolishness, really. The moment their captain made that choice, they became little more than a band of forgotten ones. Helmet Knight rummaged through the fortress. Eventually, he found what he was searching for and reached out. What do you think of that choice? Was it right? Wrong? Worthy of condemnation? Was Schlain a sinner? Nijin remained silent. To be honest, he wasn't sure. Schlain undoubtedly committed acts deserving of reproach, but dividing everything into black and white felt impossible. At least, that was how he saw it. You don't need to find an answer. Just remember that such people exist in the Outland. Observe as much as you can, experience as much as possible, and wrestle with these dilemmas. That is the path to transcendence. Helmet Knight gave a faint smile, patting Nijin on the back, then, he retrieved something from a chest within the fortress, a flag, the banner of the Holy Fire Guard Knights. Unfurling it, Helmet Knight said, "Still, thanks to you, Schlain was able to die. In his final moments, he made a choice as a knight. Because of me. A white star. Only an unblemished, radiant star can gift a tarnished one the grace of death, a glorious death. The reason may be unknown, but that's how it is." Though Helmet Knight claimed ignorance, Nijin had someone at his side who understood the truth. Stars symbolize order. Merlin's voice echoed. They resist everything that defies the natural flow, be it mystique, demons, witches, or the forgotten ones who linger against their natural end. Only pure stars can grant true death to the forgotten ones. She added. Stars take on the color of their bearers. Just as demons and witches can wield stars, the stars adapt to their owners. That's when they lose their purity. When their purity faded, stars no longer resisted the unnatural and instead became tools to impose their wielder's will. My star is the same. Most stars are. No matter how pure they start, they erode over time or their bearer's ego grows, distancing them from the star's essence. There was one exception. Arthur had retained the purity of his 13 stars. Whether Nijin could do the same was uncertain. For now, as a newly risen star, Nijin's light remained pure. It's paradoxical, isn't it? Helmet Knight mused. A star erodes, becomes tarnished, and longs for death, but it's precisely because they've lost their brilliance that they can no longer die on their own. For an untainted death, a pure star's light is required. He turned to Nijin. When I first saw you, I wondered if it was possible. Now, I see your star still holds its purity. Likely because you've only just acquired it. I hope you can preserve that purity for a long time. In the Outland, there's nothing more valuable. With those words, Helmet Knight knelt before the banner of the Holy Fire Guard Knights. Bowing his head slightly, he spoke with a heavy tone. Holy Fire Guard Knights, protectors of the Holy Fire and the land of Lohast. To the very end, they upheld their duty. It was a eulogy for the Holy Fire Guard Knights. They failed to protect their land, but they never turned away from their responsibilities. They ventured into the Outland not because they could not retreat, but because they chose to move forward. In order to fight eternally. In order to fulfill their duty. Helmet Knight recited the names recorded in the banner's registry: Krenkel, Callias, Torres, Salace, Schultz, Jubel, Carlson, and Schlain. In their final moments, they were knights. May they rest in peace. With that, Helmet Knight draped the Holy Fire Guard Knight's banner over his body. Only then did Nijin notice that the tattered cloth the knight wore were not rags at all. What had seemed like scraps were all banners. Countless banners adorned his body, and the Holy Fire Guard Knight's banner had joined them. Rising to his feet, the Helmet Knight adjusted the flags draped over him. He turned to Nijin, banners fluttering in the wind. "Let us move on." It was unclear whether he was speaking to Nijin or to the banners. Perhaps it was both. The flags, bereft of their original bearers, had found a new purpose. Tied to Helmet Knight's body, they continued their journey. Questions and answers. 1. After facing the commander of the Holy Fire Guard Knights, Schlein Begelman, Nijin experienced several changes. One was the sharpening of his sword aura, which hinted at his progression toward the sprouting stage. Already approaching the sprouting stage? That's ridiculous. Considering the trials you've endured since becoming a sword seeker, it's stranger that you haven't advanced until now. True Merlin's words, since becoming a sword seeker, Nijin had faced numerous powerful opponents. After he ascended as a sword seeker, he fought against two individuals of the same caliber, sparred with a sword master, and clashed with the flickering witch. He even fought the enhanced red dragon, a sixth circle dark mage, the crows from the outland, and a knight who was likely once a transcendent. The trials he faced in mere months were equivalent to what the average sword seeker would experience over decades. Therefore, having witnessed the form of sword aura at the sprouting stage through Schlein, Nijin felt he was standing on the cusp of being there himself, like it was just within his grasp. That was the first change he experienced. The second was a transformation he found more perplexing. He rarely dreamed, let alone slept deeply. However, after his encounter with Schlein, he found himself dreaming frequently. At first, he dismissed it as fatigue, but the content of the dreams was troubling. Schlein appeared in them, and he witnessed scenes of Schlein clinking glasses with comrades, his protected land engulfed in flames, and moments of decision. Perhaps, witnessed, wasn't quite the right word. He experienced these moments as if he were Schlein. When Schlein despaired at the sight of his comrades succumbing to death, Nijin felt the same hopelessness and despair. When Schlein swung his sword to hunt humans, Nijin felt his guilt. There's no reason to mourn, no cause for despair. Life is but a comedy. Dance, laugh, and sing. Does reality weigh heavy? If it's so oppressive you can't laugh, then let me help. Nijin saw when Schlein faced a knight. I am Quixote, the Knight of Carnival. Whether he deserved to be called a knight was uncertain, but he declared himself as one. Laughing like a jester, he attacked the Holy Fire Guard Knights. Those pierced or impaled by his lance turned into forgotten ones. Schlein barely survived, but most of his remaining comrades fell and transformed. That was the turning point of Schlein's downfall. I have a question for you. Waking from the dream, Nijin questioned Helmet Knight about Quixote. Was the figure real? Was he a product of his imagination, or could it truly be Schlein's memory? Where did you hear that name? Helmet Knight's voice grew heavy in response, and the atmosphere around them turned dense. Nijin hesitated. Helmet Knight exhaled sharply before answering. Quixote, the Knight of Carnival, is an apostle of the Carnival King. Yule had warned him about the Carnival King. Nodding slowly, Nijin thought, it seems likely that I truly glimpsed into Schlein's memories since the figure really exists. They say he was once a knight of a kingdom, though it's impossible to verify since his past was erased. As he is now, he's unworthy of being called a knight. Calling him a jester would be more fitting. Helmet Knight sneered as he spoke. He dances for, sings for, and flatters his master. Quixote threw away all his convictions for the mere whim of the Carnival King. You seem to know him well. Yeah. I've met him. I was the one who put a hole in one of his eyes, a useless I made even more useless with a neat little puncture. Indeed, Quixote's eye in Schlein's memories had a hole in it. Nijin felt silent admiration. The Quixote in his dream was overwhelmingly powerful, enough so to leave Schlein helpless. He looked quite formidable. He is. He's a transcendent, after all. Nijin cast a questioning look at Helmet Knight. The knight shrugged. Hey, I was a transcendent once too. I might be in a pitiful state now, but back then. It seems so. What? The part about being a transcendent, or the part about being pitiful? Both. The knight clicked his tongue and leaned against the wall. While Nijin was resting, Helmet Knight had stood guard. It was Nijin's turn. As he stoked the fire, Nijin asked Merlin about his peculiar dreams. Is that a thing? Never heard of it. She wasn't much help. Nijin thought, of course, and turned away. Merlin quickly added. Oh, no. I mean, how would I know? It's not my fault. I didn't blame you. You made a face just now. Like, of course. You think I'm useless, don't you? You heard that? I guessed, but now I know for sure. Unbelievable. It was a joke, Nijin clarified, just joking, but Merlin seemed unconvinced, muttering and pounding her chest in mock frustration. Wait, I have an idea. Something might fit. After a moment of pondering, she snapped her fingers. Excalibur. Could it be related to Excalibur's function? It's a sword that absorbs starlight, and stars are essentially people's stories. Maybe there's a connection. Merlin nodded to herself. Now that I think about it, Arthur was the same. When he fought corrupted knights in the Outland, he'd recite their life stories and achievements during their funerals. Even for knights he couldn't have known. Could Arthur have glimpsed memories just as Nijin had? Merlin seemed unsure but thoughtful. Don't look at me like that. She sighed. I didn't share everything with Arthur, so there's a lot I don't know about him. He rarely spoke of his troubles, kept secrets, and left everything to me without warning. That's just how he was, trusting words were enough for him. Her voice carried a hint of bitterness. Merlin suddenly leaned close to Nijin, poking his chest. Don't be like that. Got it? Huh. Don't keep secrets from me. Not that you could. I'm always watching. How was he supposed to handle someone who'd boldly declared they'd spy on him? Nijin could only smile wryly, poking the fire with a stick. While Merlin brooded, he glanced over at Helmet Knight, who sat silently with his head lowered. Though still awake, he seemed lost in thought. Are you asleep? Nijin asked. Not yet, the knight replied. Then may I ask something? Go on. What is the Carnival King? It's infamous. A brief silence followed before the Helmet Knight raised his head. The Carnival King is exactly as the name suggests. The voice that echoed from within the helmet was heavier than usual, laced with profound disdain. It's a demon with a sense of self. The ruler of the demons, the Demon King. That's why the title, King, is attached to its name, but I bet you're wondering about the carnival part, yes? Helmet Knight's voice grew sharp, as if spitting venom. It's a clown that turns every tale into a mockery. No matter how noble or sacred a story may be, the moment it's told through the Carnival King's mouth, it becomes nothing but a farce. It was a truly despicable constellation. With that, Helmet Knight fell silent. His refusal to speak further on the subject was clear. Bowing his head again, he drifted into a light slumber. Crackle. The sound of the campfire's embers broke the stillness of the night. Nijin's strange journey with Helmet Knight continued for some time. He had no reason to refuse the companionship, and to his surprise, he found it enjoyable. How are we handling this ambush? Helmet Knight asked. Ambush? We're simply visiting through the front door. Ambush seems like the wrong term, Nijin replied dryly. True. So, what's the plan? Charge through the front, of course. You catch on fast. The knight laughed and bumped fists with Nijin, who reciprocated the gesture. Though initially bewildered by the knight's eccentric behavior, Nijin had grown to appreciate it. Boom! Lance in hand, Nijin and Helmet Knight launched a cavalry charge. The sudden intrusion left the dark mages and demon worshippers screaming in confusion, but their cries were silenced by Nijin's sword and the knight's spear. Why are you doing this to us? One cried, pleading. Their appeals held little weight. The gruesome sight of tortured and dismembered victims in their lair left no room for mercy. They can speak, Nijin noted. Talking is for people, not beasts, Helmet Knight retorted. That's a good line. I'll have to borrow it. Hear that, beasts? Speaking of which, I've won countless hunting tournaments. A master of beast slaying, you might say. Thus, an impromptu hunting contest began. The wails of their prey echoed through the air as the two carried out their grim work. Another successful day, Helmet Knight declared with satisfaction. Despite his oddities, Nijin found their time together surprisingly rewarding. The knight was a reliable ally in battles against dark mages and forgotten ones, and he doubled as a capable teacher. Hold the spear this way. Lower your stance a bit more. Like this? Yes. How'd you do that? This isn't a skill you just pick up. I'm talented. Annoyingly so, but I can't deny it. Nijin learned much from Helmet Knight, techniques, survival tips for the Outland, and even how to wield a weapon against non-human foes. Traveling with the knight was undeniably a stroke of luck. Nijin, incoming from your side. I know. If you know, then block it. Not all their adversaries were dark mages or forgotten ones. The Outland was rife with bizarre beasts, transformed over years of adaptation. One such beast, a towering wolf the size of a watchtower, chased them relentlessly. What the hell is this? Nijin shouted as he ran. With a swift movement, he unleashed a slice of sword aura, severing the wolf's leg mid-pursuit. As it toppled, the Helmet Knight vaulted onto its back and finished it with a clean strike to the neck. Your tone's gotten casual, the knight noted afterward. Didn't you used to speak more formally? That was just me imitating a knight. This is my usual tone. I like this better. The formal act was too stiff. And yours isn't? Nijin quipped. Mine's different. I've got gravitas, just look at this magnificent helmet and the voice that echoes from it. It's naturally weighty. Aha. As days passed, Nijin continued to hone his skills. With Helmet Knight's guidance, he grew adept at handling monstrous foes and enormous enemies. One day, Nijin raised a curious question. What do you eat in the Outland? Aside from human hearts, that is. What do you mean? Food. Meals. I haven't seen you eat since we met, and I don't feel hungry myself. Helmet Knight paused before letting out a short laugh. It's so obvious I forgot to mention it. In the Outland, you don't need to eat or drink as long as you have a star. He gestured toward the celestial expanse above. Stars are nourishment and sustenance. Just basking in their light sates hunger and quenches thirst. Our bodies have evolved to adapt. Didn't you feel a change when you gained your star? I did, Nijin admitted. That's the process of leaving humanity behind. You and I are far from ordinary humans now. Nijin found himself fascinated by this revelation. As he pondered, Merlin's voice broke in. But sometimes you just want to eat something. Sometimes, though, you just crave food, Helmet Knight echoed, almost word for word. Startled by the uncanny timing, Merlin glared at him, though he remained oblivious to her presence. We could have a proper feast, he mused. Sounds good. What's on the menu? Nothing yet. We'll have to gather it. Nijin's shoulders sagged, but Merlin excitedly nudged him. I know what to eat here. I used to snack on stuff in the Outland. I'll show you. Merlin led Nijin into the woods, pointing out various trees and fruits. That one, split its trunk into a perfect cross, and you'll get honey. Miss, and it's poison. Though the harvesting process was unconventional, Nijin followed Merlin's guidance and returned with a bounty of fruits and honey. When he brought his findings back, the Helmet Knight snorted. That's all. Fruit's just a snack. A proper feast needs meat. He rose decisively. A banquet calls for tearing into meat. Follow me. This leads to the giant's territory. Correct. But I thought we agreed not to provoke them. We did. Then why? We're raiding their food stores. Excuse me. Helmet Knight's bold declaration left Nijin speechless, and they ventured into the domain of the giants. Questions and answers, too. Every day after stepping into the Outland was a continuous cycle of learning. Nijin gained new insights almost daily, and those moments of realization often came unexpectedly. This moment was no different. Nijin realized that giants, despite their massive bodies, could run incredibly fast and were even quicker when their food was stolen. Yuwu. A giant whose food had been taken let out a sorrowful roar that carried a sense of injustice. Nijin empathized with the cry to some extent, but it wasn't in his nature to sit down and cry alongside them. The living must survive. He had to do what needed to be done. He sprinted at full speed, glaring at the culprit behind the chaos. Tack, tack, tack. Helmet Knight ran at full tilt, carrying a jar as large as his own body on his shoulder. He couldn't fathom how the knight could run so fast while carrying such a thing, but he put that thought aside and shouted at him. Damn it, if you were going to run away, you should have warned me first. Oh, come on. How can a knight talk about running away? TSK, TSK. You still have much to learn. Then what is this? A knight must always head toward the light. Look there. That's where the light is. Run toward the light. What kind of bullshit? Or you can face the giants head-on. Why are you still talking? Run. Nijin agreed. Behind them, the earth shook beneath the giants' heavy footsteps. Ignoring the noise, Nijin and Helmet Knight sprinted with all their might. Yuwu. The melancholic cries of the giants echoed behind them, but they paid them no heed. After all, they seemed to have plenty of food. Couldn't they share a little? They were being overly greedy. A with tilde New Thailand bot. Isn't this theft? Can knights steal? Nijin asked. TSK, theft. It's a donation from the giants. Look, they're even waving us off. Isn't that a proper send-off? Nijin glanced back silently. There, the giants were reaching out desperately toward them in sorrow. Yuwu. Looking at it again, it did seem like a kind of send-off. Since it was a bit dramatic, he waved back at the giants. The giants pursued them relentlessly, but catching up to Nijin and Helmet Knight was beyond their capabilities. Perhaps, during the mythic era, there had been giants who could use movement techniques, but no such giants existed anymore. The difference in movement techniques made it nearly impossible for the giants to keep up. Are you sure it's hard? They were really coming after us, Nijin noted. Well, if someone stole your prized food stash, you'd lose your mind too. Stole. Didn't you say they donated the food? Don't sweat the small stuff. It's not worth the headache. Returning to their base, Helmet Knight set down a jar he had looted from the giant's food storage with a heavy thud. Since we worked hard, I'll take care of cooking the meat. Next, the knight went to gather firewood and began building a fire before grabbing a sword lying nearby and using it to skewer the meat. As Helmet Knight grilled the meat over the fire, Nijin prepared the tableware. The modest feast was supplemented with fruits and honey he had foraged. It's coming together nicely. Helmet Knight chuckled contentedly as he began plating the well-cooked meat. True to his word, the taste of the meat was extraordinary. Hey, this is actually pretty good, Nijin said. Didn't I tell you? Giants are great at seasoning meat. Maybe that's partly why they're called giants instead of giant trolls. Their gourmet instincts must play a role. The seasoning was just right, perfectly balanced between sweet, salty, and rich. Unlike trolls, who only ate raw food, giants seemed to have a sophisticated palate. Aren't you going to eat? Nijin asked. Even he, who had a discerning taste, found the meat quite enjoyable. I haven't eaten food in so long that my body probably wouldn't handle it well. You eat your fill. Helmet Knight focused solely on grilling the meat, refraining from eating any himself. The portion was too large for Nijin alone, so the leftovers were stored in the jar and buried in the ground. Don't worry about preserving it too much. This jar itself is a magical artifact. Pretty neat, huh? As he savored some fruit for dessert, Nijin found his gaze fixed on Helmet Knight's helm. Despite traveling together for a considerable time, Nijin had never seen Helmet Knight's face. Why do you keep wearing that helmet? He asked. Because I'm ugly. Pardon? For a handsome boy like you, walking around without a helmet is an advantage, but for someone like me, who's insecure about his face, a helmet works better. You could say it sparks curiosity. It has its perks. Whether it was a joke or the truth, Nijin couldn't tell. Helmet Knight's tone was casual. Think about it. Why do knights wear helmets? Once your opponent knows how to wield sword aura, helmets become useless. They're as good as paper against sword aura. Perhaps high-end artifacts or rare metals could withstand sword aura, but even those defenses would be meaningless against a sword seeker of higher skill. Armor and helmets, it's all meaningless. They're cumbersome and irritating. He tapped his helmet. It makes the head heavy, it narrows the vision, and if you have a crest or emblem on your armor or helmet, you're just advertising your affiliation to your enemy. That's a tactical disadvantage. Worse, if that emblem holds sentimental value, it becomes a vulnerability you'll instinctively try to protect. Caressing the horns on his helmet, he continued, in the end, that's all they are. Useless, inconvenient, bothersome. They're just for show and meant to look impressive. That's it. Then why do knights wear armor? Nijin asked. I told you. To look impressive. Helmet Knight laughed. Being a knight isn't easy. You become one after proclaiming honor and pride, but reality hits hard, it's dirty and wretched. The more you face the world, the more you realize how futile your ideals are. He sighed deeply, his tone a mix of bitterness and resignation. Why am I doing this? Is this necessary? Why did I become a knight in the first place? Do I have to walk this difficult path? Honor, pride, what are they worth? Do they reward me in any way? Nijin remained silent. You question it over and over, and every time you do, you waver. That's why older knights tend to cling to things like armor and helmets, the outward symbols. Helmet Knight tapped his helmet with his knuckles. They hide their festering insides and act as if they're still knights. They polish their armor, wear embellishments, and loudly proclaim ideals like romance and chivalry. They might not even understand those ideals anymore, but as long as they act that way, they can convince themselves they're still knights. He exhaled a long breath. Those who truly see themselves as knights don't need armor or helmets. They can call themselves knights without those things. He pointed at Nijin. That's why people like you, those who find honor and pride beautiful and cherish ideals, don't need to cling to appearances. If your inner self is already a knight, what does it matter what you look like on the outside? There was a hint of envy and admiration in his gaze. With a wry smile, he lowered his hand. Take Sir Kirchhoff, for example. He walks around without covering his face, doesn't he? It's because he's confident. Then again, it's probably because he and you are disgustingly good-looking. Do we really have to? What? Do we really have to do that? Nijin's question interrupted Helmet Knight, who had intended to wrap up their conversation with a light-hearted remark. As Nijin tossed another log onto the fire, he nonchalantly said, do we really have to cling to appearances, as you say? That's because you don't understand the world yet. Yes, I don't understand. Nijin shrugged. Compared to you, I haven't lived long, lack experience, and know little about the Outland. I don't even fully understand what you've been through, but, he continued, even someone like me knows one thing. It doesn't matter how you regard honor and pride. It's okay to question them. It's okay to struggle and agonize over them. Those things aren't the most important. Then what is? What you want to be. Nijin looked directly at Helmet Knight. His platinum eyes, reminiscent of starlight, met the knight's gaze unflinchingly. Do you want to be a knight? The phrase was a passage from the autobiography of King Arthur, the Night King. Agonize, hesitate, falter. It's all fine. You don't always have to be knightly, but in the final moment, I will ask you this. Are you a knight? At the very least, do you want to be a knight? It was a phrase Nijin held close to his heart, a phrase proven through the sacrifice of a certain knight who had once inspired him. He thought of that azure knight, who bore the lowest star yet shone the brightest. Even if you lose honor and fall, even if you're stained with filth and have your pride shattered, even if you question it all, as long as you never fully let go of it. There was nothing to gain from keeping it, no one would blame you for letting it go, yet some couldn't bring themselves to relinquish it. If you continue to dream of being a knight, if you at least strive to be one. Nijin knew what such people were called. Aren't you already a knight? Helmet Knight remained silent. For a long time, he said nothing. He couldn't break the heavy mood with his usual jokes or dismiss Nijin's words as youthful naivety, so he simply kept his mouth shut. Crackle, crackle. The sound of the campfire echoed as Helmet Knight finally opened his mouth. Letting out a long breath, he chuckled faintly. Even without clinging to helmets, armor, or banners. Yes, even without. What matters is what you think of yourself, huh? Nijin added more wood to the fire. As the flames reignited and roared, Helmet Knight reflected on his words. Hard to argue. After all, the Night King himself said it. Exactly. Denying those words would require pulling out Excalibur. That's a cheap trick. Quoting the Night King in a discussion about knighthood is like cheating. If you don't like it, why don't you go pull out Excalibur? Ha! You've got a sharp tongue for someone who's never even touched it. For your information, I almost pulled it out once. The blade even sparkled in my hands. Helmet Knight jabbed his finger at Nijin. A brat who's never laid a finger on Excalibur dares to talk so big. Nijin simply smiled silently in response. Beside him, Merlin doubled over, clutching her stomach as she burst into laughter. Do you know about fallen stars? To some extent. Nijin nodded. Fallen stars, descending stars, corrupt constellations. He had heard about them from Merlin and read about them in historical records. I've heard of the 1,000 moons and the corrupted constellations who stood in King Arthur's way. The 1,000 moons? Oh, you mean the infinite moonlit stars. I heard the continent sword masters exterminated them. Well, they were fallen stars too. Helmet Knight nodded but then paused. What you're referring to are the inverse stars, the corrupted stars that defied and reversed natural order, turning black. They're also called fallen stars, but what I'm talking about is something more literal. Literal? Yes. I'm talking about constellations that lose all their stars and fall completely. He gestured downward with a sweeping motion. Fallen stars, or forgotten stars. Fallen stars that had forgotten themselves. When a constellation denies itself or has its achievements invalidated, it loses its stars. Each star lost erodes the constellation's mind, leading to extreme wear and tear. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? Just like the erosion process for the forgotten ones. Exactly. Constellations aren't immune to erosion. In fact, they need to be even more cautious. Losing all their stars brings about something truly horrific. Merlin groaned beside Nijin. Her voice carried a note of empathy. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Actually, no, it's really bad. What on earth could it be? Nijin blinked in confusion. Helmet Knight elaborated. When a fallen star reaches that point, it can no longer maintain a human form. Becoming a constellation already means transcending humanity. What does it mean to no longer be human? It means gaining a rather peculiar appearance. You'll understand when you see it. Helmet Knight rose from his seat. Nijin, this is my second request. Bringing up the victor's right to make 3 demands of the defeated, Helmet Knight announced his intention to use his second request. We're going to hunt a fallen star now. Cooperate with me. There's one in particular that must be dealt with. Which star? Nijin asked. The Silent Knight, Crunbell. Helmet Knight spread his fingers wide. Even after using the 5 fingers on his left hand, he had to borrow one from his right hand to indicate the number 6. A constellation that once had 6 stars. Also called, the Hornblower. He tapped the horns on his helmet lightly. The same bastard who broke the horns on this cool helmet. The star that blows the horn, won. On their way to subdue the fallen star, Nijin wondered what a constellation really was. He had heard the word many times but still didn't fully understand its meaning. What is a constellation? What's the difference between someone with a star like myself and a constellation? Thankfully, there was someone beside him who could answer that question, none other than the self-proclaimed, great constellation, Merlin, a constellation of constellations possessing 11 stars. There's not a huge difference between someone who possesses a star and a constellation. At most, it's the number of stars. Simply possessing a star is one thing, but connecting stars to form a starplace is when one truly becomes a constellation. Connecting stars to form a starplace. When Nijin asked if there was a minimum number of stars required, Merlin shook her head. There's no set rule. Technically, you can create a starplace with just 3 stars, but I've only ever seen one person do that, and they were an exception. Generally, you need to gather 4 or 5 stars to become a constellation. She continued. Arthur and I became constellations around that point as well. Flicking her fingers, stars sparkled at her fingertips and connected, forming a starplace. There are also the concepts of ascension and authority, but we can save those for later. What you really want to know concerns fallen stars and forgotten stars, right? Nijin nodded, and Merlin traced her finger downward. The sparkling stars plummeted. Even constellations are not eternal. There are times when stars are lost. Each time a star is lost, it causes significant mental shock. What do you think happens if that keeps happening? They go mad. No one in their right mind could endure that. Her tone suggested she spoke from experience. Merlin shook her head as if dismissing a memory she did not want to relive. The more stars a constellation has and the higher their rank, the greater the shock. If they continue to endure such shocks and lose all their stars, they can no longer maintain themselves. What do you mean by, no longer maintain themselves? It means they become a forgotten one. A constellation that fell and forgot itself, a fallen or forgotten star. Merlin described them as dead stars. Constellations transcend human flesh. When such beings become forgotten ones, well, they're no longer something that fits within the category of human, as you know it. Nijin and the Helmet Knight ventured deep into the outland. The farther they went, the more frequent Helmet Knight's warnings became, do not cross that line. Beyond it lies the realm of the constellations. It was a place filled with numerous starfields, where the domains of constellations truly began. As they continued deeper, Helmet Knight descended a sloped path. They scaled sheer cliffs, going lower and lower, until, after several days of travel, Nijin arrived at a vast wasteland. Forests, grasslands, snowy mountains, plains, the outland was a patchwork of diverse terrains. However, where he found himself showed no such mixture. Instead, only a single landscape stretched endlessly beyond the horizon. The massive wasteland before them looked desolate and devoid of life. All that existed in that barren land were countless weapons lodged chaotically into the ground and enormous stones. They were no ordinary stones, either starlight seeped from them, trailing up into the sky. The stones trailing light from the sky truly evoked the image of fallen stars. Nijin, overwhelmed by the scenery, fell silent for a moment. Helmet Knight, staring at the expanse, broke the silence with a sneer. Outlanders call this place the battlefield of stars. He had more to say. The stars who live here have another name for it, ABS. Gesturing to the vast wasteland and the fallen stars, he continued, it's the graveyard of stars. This is where stars fall. Once heroes, once shining stars, they all fell here in the end. Helmet Knight shrugged and gave Nijin a knowing look. Do you know any heroes? Ones who are said to have died honorably on the continent. There are quite a few. Name some. From roughly 300 to 400 years ago. Arda Trigadian, protector of the sacred tree. She was a war hero and the creator of the swordsmanship used by the Duke of Arbenia's knights. Hearing the name, the Helmet Knight paused before replying, the protector of thorns. They fell 170 years ago and became a forgotten star. Kirchhoff put them down. What? Didn't hear about that on the continent. Figures. Got another name. Kimberga Alzen. Guardian Kimberga. Fell 200 years ago. Eaten by demons. Probably still in their stomachs. Safia. Safia of the 100 Blossoms. The Carnival King caused her fall. Relatively recent, about 100 years ago. Rector. Conqueror Rector. Also fell to the Carnival King. He's now their jester. Both arms and legs are severed, displayed in the Carnival King's palace. Every time Nijin called a name, Helmet Knight responded with a similar story. It wasn't until Nijin named over 10, then 20 names, that he finally heard, "Ah, that one did die honorably. On the continent, at least. Well, that's how it is. The continent would have wrapped it up nicely, they died honorably, they were martyred. Outland deaths. They're anything but honorable." Helmet Knight gestured to the wasteland. "All buried here, in the graveyard of stars. Or they've become forgotten stars, still wandering around. Maybe they're jesters of the Carnival King, or perhaps they've been eaten by demons or beasts that covet stars." He continued, "Call it the land of heroes, the battlefield of stars, the birthplace of new stars. No matter how grand it sounds, strip away the facade, and you won't find a more dreadful place. This is the afterlife prepared for the stars who transcended humanity and fled from death." There was a moment's pause. "Well then, shall we hunt the forgotten ones roaming this hell?" Helmet Knight took the lead, and Nijin followed. After a while of silence, Nijin hesitantly spoke. "The Silent Knight, Crunbell. That's his name, right?" "Yes. That's the name of the one we're hunting." "Never heard of him." "Figures." Helmet Knight calmly said, he was struck by the fog of forgetting. Nothing in this land is worse than the authority of forgetting. Whether others forget you or you forget yourself, either way, you're worn away rapidly. Isn't that the constellation who erased Londonelle? Yes. That constellation. The mention of that constellation clearly irritated Helmet Knight. Nijin changed the subject. There was something he needed to confirm. "The Silent Knight, Crunbell, had 6 stars, right?" "Yeah, 6. Why, getting nervous?" Denying it would have been a lie. 6 stars. On the continent, Nijin had encountered both Sword Saint Karen and Executioner Yule Razian, who each wielded 6 stars. Reflecting on their abilities, he couldn't imagine himself being able to match them. "I think I know what you're worried about, but he's not that strong anymore. Losing a star weakens you. It strips away transcendence, too. Stars and transcendence aren't directly related, are they? While many transcendents do have multiple stars, they're not necessarily linked. They're not directly tied, true, but what's the foundation of being a transcendent? It's confidence in oneself. Losing a star is like losing that self-confidence. Without that, transcendence is taken from you." Helmet Knight pointed to himself. "That's why Crunbell is probably about as strong as me now." "Well, then it seems doable," Nijin said. Helmet Knight stiffened, his pride clearly bruised. He stopped walking and turned to face Nijin. "You don't seriously think I went all out when we fought, do you? I didn't use my full strength either. Listen, I'm not even a lance specialist. My main weapon is the sword, and you still lost to me when I wasn't using my preferred weapon. I wasn't using my main weapon either." "What, got some secret weapon hidden somewhere?" "A knight shouldn't rely on their tools, you know." Their strange tension-filled exchange was broken when Helmet Knight clicked his tongue. "You wouldn't be talking like that if you saw me wield a sword. Then why don't you use it?" Nijin gestured at the sword strapped to Helmet Knight's waist. It was bound with thick chains. "Because I can't." "Why not?" "There's a reason. Using it means, never mind. I just can't." Their conversation stretched on as they walked, until finally, Helmet Knight stopped and held out a hand to halt Nijin. "Stop." He pointed ahead, motioning with his chin. Nijin followed his gaze and saw numerous spikes stuck in the ground. Or were they spears? They looked more like crude stakes branches roughly hewn to serve as weapons. Some were blunt poles, their purpose seemingly just to impale something. Each was unique, yet they all had one thing in common: at the end of every spear was a body. A flagless lance held a corpse as its banner, a bladeless pike replaced its tip with a human hand, a hammer without a head had a human skull to complete it. There were dozens, no, hundreds of such grotesque creations in a field of bodies impaled on weapons. They had entered the domain of the constellation they were about to face. Nijin couldn't see the owner of the domain anywhere. There were only corpses. So, where's the Silent Knight? He asked. Right there. Helmet Knight pointed. Nejin blinked. He couldn't see anything but a corpse standing among the spears. It's odd, he thought, for a corpse to be standing, but it's still just a corpse. There's no head or anything above the neck. As he stared at the headless body, it moved. Clatter. He almost took a step back out of instinct. Was he imagining things? Did he see it wrong? Clatter. He hadn't. The headless body was moving. Each step caused its armor to rattle and groan. It turned to face them. He couldn't explain it, but he felt its gaze. A headless body shouldn't have been able to look at him, yet he felt it. It was an unshakable certainty his instincts, usually correct, screamed it was true. Rumble. The Silent Knight's body trembled. Nejin focused on the armor the knight wore. While it had no head to wear a helmet, its shoulders and chest were draped with helmets, dozens of them, as if the knight were wearing the helmets instead of just carrying them. The tremors suddenly stopped. With a sharp click, all the helmets opened simultaneously, like jaws unhinging. Black sludge dripped from their openings like drool. The helmets quivered, their vibrations causing the hornpipes scattered among them to tremble as well. Boom! The sound of a horn echoed across the wasteland. Deprived of its own head, the knight used the heads of others to blow its horn. The haunting note reverberated, filling the wasteland. Well, isn't that lovely? Helmet Knight muttered. He grabbed Nejin by the collar without warning and flung him into the air. At the same time, the horn sound abruptly ceased, replaced by something far worse. Aayawala. The wail of the Forgotten One surged over the field. The monstrous, unearthly cry sent sharp pain through Nejin's ears. Blood trickled down as the sound pierced his mind. Floating midair, he watched as the Silent Knight trembled. Dark light erupted from its body, coalescing where its head should have been. The light, pitch black as the void of space, shimmered like a dark star. It's a forgotten star, a star turned that black after forgetting itself. It was the mark of a constellation that had become a forgotten one. Nejin quickly realized why Helmet Knight had thrown him. The Silent Knight grabbed one of the spears embedded in the ground, pulling it free. It then hurled the spear toward Helmet Knight with incredible force. Whoosh! The spear tore through the air, leaving a massive furrow in its wake. Helmet Knight deflected it, but the impact sent him flying. The ground cracked, and the corpse impaled on the spear shattered from the force. Just my luck, Helmet Knight groaned, waving at Nejin with his dangling arm. I'll need a moment. Took that spear wrong, wrists broken, I think. What? See you later. There's a nice rock back there I can hide behind. Wait, what dash? Good luck. With perfect form, Helmet Knight sprinted away, just as he had when raiding the giant's food storeroom. You've got to be kidding me, Nejin cursed, landing and taking off after him. Behind them, the Silent Knight howled, throwing spear after spear. Fortunately, it didn't leave its domain, though it made for a fierce farewell. Knights don't retreat, Nejin thought. It wasn't a retreat, it was a strategic withdrawal. I thought you said he was weaker than you. How is that anything weaker? Nejin asked. Well, I am strong, Helmet Knight replied smugly. You ran away. That was a strategic withdrawal. Helmet Knight cracked his dislocated wrist back into place with a wince. Seems like he's in a foul mood today. Back in the day, at least, he would have acknowledged a greeting. A greeting? That thing. He used to. Nejin found that difficult to imagine. He was still trying to process what he'd seen. A headless body, and it still moves. And fights better than most living knights, Helmet Knight added. It's his old habit of going overboard, I suppose. Nejin furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Didn't I mention it? Helmet Knight flashed a sly grin. He was my subordinate. What? Vice Captain of the Golden Horn Knights. The strongest after me. The Silent Knight, Krunbel, was the former Vice Captain of the Golden Horn Knights. Helmet Knight continued, remember that technique I used before? I told you there was someone who used it better. I was talking about him. Nejin glanced at the silent knight, wandering the wasteland, its lance gleaming ominously. He mastered the lance to the highest degree, and... Helmet Knight gestured to the star-shaped lance on his back. The weapon? It's his. Nejin's eyes narrowed. You stole it, didn't you? Hey. He entrusted it to me when he became a Forgotten One. You definitely stole it. I didn't. Helmet Knight avoided Nejin's gaze, but his shifty demeanor betrayed him. Nejin sighed. Helmet Knight had clearly stolen it. The star that blows the horn, too. Did you say that person over there is your companion? Nejin pointed at the headless knight wandering aimlessly among the stakes. Whether it could still be called a person was debatable, but since it was said to have been a companion of Helmet Knight, he decided to maintain a minimum level of respect. Yes. He was the vice-captain of the Golden Horn Knights. That horn on the helmet, you said he broke it? I thought they must have been bitter enemies. If you call it a grudge, it was indeed a grudge, but breaking the horn happened after he turned into that. Helmet Knight leaned his head against the rock. The sound of the helmet clinking against the stone echoed faintly. I tried to stop him once. After all, he was my vice-captain. What kind of knight commander can't rein in a subordinate who goes astray? I tried to stop him, but... Well, to my shame, I failed. Didn't I mention it already? To kill a Forgotten One who reached a high level in life, you need pure starlight. You did mention that. My star is already tainted. No matter what I tried, I couldn't kill him. Cut off an arm. Sever a leg. Pierce his body. He always rose again, charging at me like a wild beast. Eventually, I realized it wasn't something I could do, so I gave up. Tainted starlight could not grant rest to the Forgotten Ones. While overwhelming physical force could perhaps immobilize them, true peace was out of reach. Even the tiniest fragment of their being retained a part of their soul, which would regenerate over decades or centuries. Immortality. Undeath. Regeneration. The Outland offered no solace to those who fled from death. Choose eternal life. Then endure eternity. Those who stepped into the Outland had to be prepared to withstand eternity to shine forever, or to lose their light and fall. No other choice existed. Especially since that one is a constellation. A constellation who once held 6 stars, the Hornblower. When a constellation falls and becomes a Forgotten One, they can no longer be called human. Flesh rotting away. Arms severed. Body shredded. Such physical means can neither kill nor even stop a fallen star. Helmet Knight gestured toward the Hornblower. Black veins pulsated on its armor. The closer someone is to a constellation, the less their soul is bound to their body. Any part of them that's destroyed can simply be replaced with starlight. Unlike other Forgotten Ones, not even their heart holds significance. Nejin stared at the Hornblower, whose body contained 6 hearts. They were the stars he had carried in life. After falling and losing his essence, the blackened stars, no longer shining, were embedded in his armor. Fallen stars do not experience physical death. As their body sustains repeated damage, they transform into shapes closer to monsters. Even without a heart or a head, they continue to move. The only ones who can grant such beings rest. Helmet Knight raised a finger and pointed at Nejin. Are new stars like you, those who are pure. The problem is that a freshly risen morning star facing constellation who once carried multiple stars is nearly impossible. Obs. Helmet Knight pointed to himself. With my help, the story changes. He shrugged. Who am I? Once a sword master, once a transcendent, and the commander of the greatest order in the Empire, the Golden Horn Knights. All of that is in the past, isn't it? The experience remains. I wouldn't falter against just any sword master. That's not very reassuring. Grumbling, Nejin stood up. Well, it's the victor's right to make demands, so the loser must follow. Do you have a plan? Of course. I was just about to explain. Helmet Knight added, can I ask you something? What is it? What is the name of your star? I realized I hadn't asked until now. The Star of Dawn, Nijin replied, the star that heralds the end of the night. Nijin walked through the graveyard of the stars, the desolate wasteland. As always, a sword was strapped to his waist, but it remained sheathed. The time to draw it had not yet come. Tap. He continued forward, his gaze fixed straight ahead. Before him loomed a forgotten one, someone who had missed their chance to die. The forgotten star no longer shone, having lost its identity. It wandered aimlessly among the spears planted in the ground, not even registering Nijin's approach. He had yet to step into its domain. The hornblower guarded its territory fiercely and indiscriminately attacked any who dared enter its domain. Conversely, as long as one stayed outside, it did not strike first. Step. Nijin stopped at the boundary. Beyond that line lay the hornblower's domain. The hornblower, too, halted and turned toward him, as if daring him to take a single step farther. Shing. Nijin drew his sword. Holding it aloft toward the sky, he closed his eyes. It was a brief sword salute, a posture taught by Ivan, one he used whenever he drew deeply upon his own imagery. Sword aura radiated from his blade in the shape of a constellation. In that graveyard of buried stars, where their light no longer reached, his sword shone brilliantly, its aura forming a constellation. Holding the radiant sword, he stepped forward and crossed the boundary, entering the hornblower's domain. The hornblower moved. The blackened stars embedded in its armor pulsed like hearts, and atop its headless body, a black star began to rise. It was as if the hornblower, true to its name, was preparing to blow its horn. Boo-boo. The sound of a horn echoed. The hornblower's body froze momentarily before it turned toward the sound. There, standing with a horn in hand, was Helmet Knight. Hey, Crunbell. He waved the horn. Did you forget? Blowing the horn first is the privilege of the commander. Even when drinking water, the hierarchy must be respected, you insolent bastard. Boom. Helmet Knight planted his spear into the ground. Blow the horn, golden horns. He tossed the horn into the air as he shouted. 150 years prior, when he had done the same, 12 tones had followed in unison. The entire Golden Horn Knights had blown their horns together, and the battlefield had resonated with their sound. When the horns echoed across the battlefield, the Empire's enemies were struck with fear, and its soldiers were filled with confidence. Blowing their horns, the Golden Horn Knights had charged forward in glory. That was all in the past. No one stood behind Helmet Knight any longer. The 12 knights had all become forgotten ones. The man who had once blown his horn most fervently was aiming his lance at Helmet Knight from the other side. Yet, even so, the battlefield was not silent. Boo! Just as it had been 150 years ago, the battlefield filled with the sound of horns. In response to Helmet Knight, the hornblower blew his horn. The horns embedded in his body vibrated in unison. It wasn't because he understood Helmet Knight's words. As a forgotten one, Crunbell had no reasoning left, only instincts. His instincts screamed for him to blow the horn and respond to that sound. Even if he had lost his mind, Crunbell was still a star built on the horn. That essence, at least, he had not forgotten. When the horn sound echoed, Helmet Knight couldn't help but laugh. Even after ending up like that, you still haven't forgotten. Step. Helmet Knight stood beside Nijin. Ready? Is there much to prepare for? Honestly, you arrogant kids. Helmet Knight adjusted his stance. Nijin also bent his knees and pulled his sword back. The hornblower pulled out his lance and let out a ferocious roar. That's one hell of a racket. Looks like he's angry about the lance you stole. I didn't steal it, damn it. I borrowed it. Borrowed it. Didn't you say he gave it to you? Minor details. Even as they exchanged pointless banter, their stances remained firm. Against the charging hornblower, the two of them sprang forward. A knight never turned their back on an enemy. Blow the horn, golden horns, pierce the Empire's enemies, raise the banner of the Empire and charge forward, claim victory with glory, and march on with pride. The sound of horns rang in his ears. The image of galloping across the plains while blowing his horn flashed before his eyes. He no longer had ears, nor eyes, nor even a head to recall such memories, yet those scenes remained. Crunbell blew his horn because there was nothing else he could remember. He could no longer comprehend the meaning of his actions. He had no understanding of what he was doing. Like a beast that acted without assigning meaning to its movements, so too did he act. His actions had no meaning. No value. That was simply all that remained to him, and so, Crunbell blew his horn. Blowing his horn, he thrust his lance. With each thrust, there was a sickening thud as something burst. The bodies impaled on his lance couldn't withstand the impact and exploded, scattering flesh and blood. Crunch. The ground shattered and fissured beneath a lance that hadn't even touched it, dust rising in its wake. With every motion of his body, a crater was left in the ground. Though he had lost himself, the techniques engraved in his body remained intact. Crunbell had once ascended to transcendence as a knight. He had reached the pinnacle of mastery with his lance, one weapon against countless stars. Even after his body deteriorated and his stars fell, the skills honed during his lifetime endured. Dr. A slight movement of his lance split and overturned several meters of ground. The crude lance he held shattered under the force of his skill, but that didn't matter. Thud. He simply pulled out another spear. This was his domain, filled with countless lances, all weapons at his disposal. Each time one broke, he merely grabbed another. Clang. When Nijin intercepted one of Crunbell's strikes, his knees nearly buckled from the sheer force. Just receiving a single technique was grueling. Sliding backward from the impact, he steadied his breath. It was clear, transcendence was transcendence. Even weakened after his fall, Crunbell's skill remained extraordinary. Each lance thrust carved into the earth and whipped up storms. It was easy to imagine just how formidable Crunbell must have been in life, a knight whose mastery pierced the heavens. Even a knight such as that had fallen. Helmet Knight once said that countless heroes had fallen in that land, their fates were worse than death. The Outland was not where stars were born, but where stars went to die, a graveyard of stars. Nijin understood the reasoning behind that description, but he couldn't bring himself to like it. In truth, he disliked everything about the Outland, the way it mocked human virtue, pushed people to their limits, corrupted them, and even denied them the peace of death. It all felt like a mockery of the heroes who tread this land. Wasn't it an insult to the legacy of those heroes? A hero deserved an ending befitting their greatness. At the very least, their final moments should shine. Perhaps it was because of the knight who had once shown him the stars, or perhaps it was because Nijin had grown up reading tales of heroism, admiring those heroes, or maybe it was just who he was at his core. There was no single explanation. He simply wished for their final moments to shine. They deserved that much. Nijin adjusted his grip on his sword. While Helmet Knight charged forward to buy time, he steadied his breathing. You deserve no less. As if speaking to Crunbell, the silent knight, Nijin steeled himself. He still didn't know much about the Hornblower, about the star that had turned into a beast, nor did he fully understand the deeds of Helmet Knight, Crunbell, or the journey that led them there. He was there to figure out precisely that. Only a pure star could cleanse a fallen one. Closing his eyes, he delved deep into his own imagery. Flashes of the underground city, Artman, filled his mind, a low-hanging star, a high-hanging star, a blue star and a platinum-colored star. Perched amidst them, Merlin smiled faintly. See? Didn't I tell you you'd get the hang of it in no time? With his sword lowered, Nijin sprinted forward. Constellations shimmered faintly on the blade's edge, and in the heavens above, 2 stars shone brightly. Nijin's stars. Within the boy's imagery, the seeds planted long ago were on the verge of sprouting. The star that blows the horn, 3. Nijin felt the turbulence within him. The seed buried underground sought the surface and wanted to pierce through the dense earth and blossom into the world. Cracks formed in the soil where the seed was planted, allowing light to seep through the tiny crevices. Flash. Nijin's sword aura deepened. With one step, just one more step, he charged forward. Ka-ang. Helmet Knight, wielding his lance, fended off the incoming attack and turned his gaze toward Nijin. The moment he caught sight of Nijin's starlight, he briefly froze. The stillness was fleeting, followed by a resounding roar from the hornblower. A constellation that had lost its star instinctively desired a new one. A radiant white star, something it could never possess again, was the object of its yearning. The hornblower leaped forward like a wild beast, clawing at the ground. Its movements could only be described as beast-like. Boom! Using not just its legs but also its arms and the lance in its grip, the hornblower charged toward Nijin. Slamming the lance into the ground, the creature propelled itself forward, closing the distance in a single bound before swinging its clawed hand. The hornblower had fallen as a forgotten star decades prior. Its body, which had endured cycles of injury and recovery over the years, had long since been replaced in large part by starlight. It was difficult to find any semblance of humanity in its form. That lack of human elements, however, meant its inefficiencies were also erased. Even its clawed hands were no different from the talons of a beast. When its claws lashed out, the sound of blades slicing through the air whished by. The moment Nijin's sword aura clashed with the beast's sweeping claws, a deafening sound echoed through the air. Kajie gang. Sparks scattered like embers. Simultaneously, the hornblower swung the lance in its remaining hand. Seeing the oncoming strike ripping through the air, Nijin made no attempt to block. Slash! His sword sliced through the lance. No matter how much aura coated it, gaps existed. The worn, aged lance couldn't endure even a second against Nijin's sword. Thud. Yet, the hornblower was no stranger to reality. As soon as the lance was severed, it stomped on the ground with the foot it had lifted to advance. The impact sent tremors through the ground, causing another embedded lance to shoot upward. With a sharp motion, the hornblower seized the rising lance and immediately thrust it forward. There was no distinction between the two movements. Just as a master of Iaido seamlessly draws and strikes, so too did the hornblower attack without pause. As a martial artist who had transcended with a single lance, its skill was beyond mortal comprehension. Thwack! The speed of the thrust was so great that the air in front of the lance spiraled into a vortex, converging at a single point before detonating. Nijin was astounded by the technique, even as he witnessed it with his own eyes. That aura, how sharp it was! The moment Nijin parried the aura-laden lance, the recoil traveled not just to his palm but up his arm, through his shoulder, and into his entire body. Our Nigerian Nairo! Crack! His joints screamed in protest, and blood vessels bulged in his strained eyes as he tracked the hornblower's movements. Unable to perfectly evade the attack, his flesh tore. He bit down hard on the blood filling his mouth and swung his sword. Ka-ang! If not for Helmet Knight distracting the hornblower and covering Nijin's openings, he would have already collapsed, a hole punched clean through his body. The opponent was powerful, a foe Nijin could never defeat alone. Still, Nijin thought, but it's not overwhelming. When he had faced Yul Razian, Karen, and Gerd Isabalt, the three sword masters of the continent, he had felt an oppressive sense of futility. It had been as though, no matter what he did, he could never win. Against the hornblower, he saw clear gaps. Once a transcendent, now a fallen star. Unlike the sword masters who could unleash sword energy across hundreds of meters or manifest their will into reality to suppress him, this fallen star lacked such abilities. That was to be expected. A being who had lost themselves could no longer imbue their aura with their essence. The hornblower's aura was incomplete. Its sharpness and weight were formidable, but it lacked the unshakable foundation, the mystique that true transcendence possessed. Ka-ang! Even so, it was still powerful, but it wasn't to the extent that victory was impossible. Lowering his blade, Nijin feigned retreat, creating the illusion of widening the distance before swinging his sword in a grand arc. The compressed sword aura stretched out like a whip, sweeping through the surroundings. Though the hornblower easily deflected the dispersed attack, it wasn't Nijin's true aim. The scattered debris from shattered lances filled the area. Closing the gap in an instant, Nijin severed the hornblower's lance. If it wished to seize a new weapon, it would have to retreat just as Nijin had earlier. The moment the hornblower roared and turned to reach for another lance, Nijin's sword aura finally struck its body. Clang! Of course, it wasn't a significant blow. The tip of Nijin's sword merely scraped against the hornblower's armor. The creature hadn't even bothered to block the attack, finding it unthreatening. To the hornblower, it was a meaningless strike, but to Nijin, it was not. How unbecoming of a knight to scream so disgracefully. Nijin's blade had sliced through the helmets attached to the hornblower's armor, those open-faced visors from which it had bellowed like a beast. When one of the helmets shattered and fell, the creature's roars grew quieter. Lifting the tip of his sword, Nijin smirked. If you insist on behaving like a beast, so be it. Starlight glimmered at the tip of his blade. I will treat you as a knight. A star shone brightly. The eroded star gazed upon the blindingly radiant new star. The light emanating from the new star was something the old star had lost long ago. Watching this sight, the ancient star involuntarily let out a laugh. What a lunatic, truly. Helmet Knight, who was pressuring the hornblower in tandem with Nijin, couldn't help but think. The hornblower was an overwhelmingly strong opponent. For Nijin, it was an uphill battle, even with Helmet Knight's assistance. One wrong move, and he would be killed or gravely injured. That boy, as if he had multiple lives, moved even more aggressively. What was even more astonishing was that his speed gradually increased. Despite accumulating wounds, bleeding profusely, and being knocked to the ground repeatedly, Nijin picked himself up each time, charged forward, and attacked again. At that point it was hard to tell who the true unrelenting monster was. Kajiajijagak. Helmet Knight thrust his lance at the hornblower, and a bitter taste filled his mouth. The hornblower wasn't paying attention to him, its focus was entirely on Nijin, despite the fact that Helmet Knight had inflicted far more injuries and posed a greater threat. Cold-hearted bastard. Even so, Helmet Knight couldn't deny the exhilaration of the moment. Nijin's relentless attacks were forcing the hornblower to adjust its movements. Just a little more. Helmet Knight swung his lance and dashed forward, slamming his weapon into the ground to disrupt the hornblower's footing and halt its wild movements. Whenever its arms and joints twisted unnaturally, like those of a beast, Helmet Knight struck, breaking its rhythm. Push yourself a little further, kid. Interfering with the hornblower, Helmet Knight guided Nijin's movements. As if understanding his intent, Nijin immediately followed suit. Flash. Nijin's sword aura shone even more intensely. Helmet Knight recognized the change at once. That kid, he was about to sprout. He was stepping into the sprouting stage, the threshold to becoming a sword master. Having passed through that stage long ago, Helmet Knight understood what Nijin was attempting. Alright, I can't just stand around. Though gaps were beginning to appear in the hornblower's defenses, the injuries Nijin sustained were piling up as well. Dragging things out further would only upset the precarious balance. It's time. Helmet Knight made his decision. He forcefully swung his lance, driving the hornblower back before planting his feet firmly into the ground. Gripping his lance with both hands, he shouted, Nijin. At the same time, Nijin hurled his sword high into the air. Then, like the hornblower had done earlier, he stomped on the ground. Thud. A lance embedded in the ground shot into the air. Catching it mid-flight, Nijin assumed a stance identical to Helmet Knight's. The form was sharp, enough to impress even the veteran knight. Well, it seems my efforts to teach him weren't wasted. Though he hadn't expected Nijin to master it so quickly. Nijin and Helmet Knight thrust their lances toward the hornblower simultaneously. As the air spiraled into whirlwinds around the lance heads, violent storms surged forward in unison. Lance of the Crossed Star. The technique was the pride and symbol of the Golden Horn Knights, and one the hornblower had once taken great confidence in. Now, that same technique erupted from Nijin and Helmet Knight. Kajiajijagak. Naturally, Nijin's storm was weaker than Helmet Knight's. He hadn't yet fully mastered the skill, but it was enough to momentarily disrupt the hornblower's movements. The opening created by Nijin's strike allowed Helmet Knight's lance to pierce through, penetrating the hornblower's side, shattering its armor and sending black blood spraying into the air. The lance the hornblower had been holding was torn apart by the storm. Blood spattered, shattered lances littered the ground, and embedded deep in its side was the lance. The hornblower had plenty of other lances to grab. The starfield surrounding it was littered with countless embedded lances, but it did not reach for another grip. Instead, the hornblower grasped the lance lodged in its side with both hands. Its gaze met Helmet Knight's. Or rather, what could be called its gaze. The dark star serving as its head met Helmet Knight's eyes. The hornblower twisted the lance embedded in its body. Even the most skilled lancers prepared for scenarios in which their weapon was grabbed. They had answers for how to disarm their opponent or retrieve their weapon, and as a former sword master, the hornblower was no exception. It twisted its grip, rotating the lance within its palm. Caught off guard, Helmet Knight lost his hold on the weapon. Who could have expected such a maneuver at that moment? It was unthinkable. The skill was meant to be used when the lance was aimed at an enemy, not when it was buried in its own flesh. Thwack! The lance twisted within the hornblower's side, ripping open the wound even further. Blood sprayed like a fountain from the gash, and chunks of torn flesh fell to the ground. Yet, as if unfazed, the hornblower pulled the lance from its side. Crunch! It slowly straightened its body and swung the bloodied lance to cast away the entrails clinging to it. Then, gripping the weapon firmly, it stood tall. The hornblower, which had previously roared like a beast, was silent. For the first time, it fully extended its posture. With both feet planted firmly on the ground, it grasped the lance with both hands. The lance of the crossed star, once again in the hands of its original wielder, glowed faintly. Radiant starlight beat down upon its body and washed over the blackened star and its corpse-like form. Of course, that did not mean that a miracle would occur, such as the hornblower regaining its sanity. The hornblower remained a forgotten one, a fallen star, and yet. Who said a fallen star could not shine? The blackened star reflected the radiant light of the new star, taking on a pale glow. Though it could no longer produce light of its own, it became luminous by reflecting the light of another. The hornblower began to shine. Its light was not dazzling and was neither warm nor brilliant. Instead, it was murky, dull, and far removed from the typical radiance of starlight. Did that truly matter? What mattered was that the star shone at all. The hornblower planted its feet on the ground and straightened its hunched back. From beneath the shattered remains of its gauntlet, its human fingers emerged, gripping the lance tightly. It still had no rational mind. What remained in its body was pure instinct. Still, its instincts roared, a memory buried deep within its being urged it forward. Take your stance. Grip your lance. Show your utmost. Such was the etiquette owed to one's opponent. Thus, the beast, while still a beast, became a knight. The dark star that had replaced its head began to sink. As the star faded, the night sky became visible in the void left behind. Stars twinkled in the blackened void, taking the place of the hornblower's eyes. The hornblower did not sound its horn, nor did it let out a battle cry. Instead, it fell silent. The silent knight, Crunbell, gripped his lance, tip pointed toward Nijin, the star that had reignited his light. Crunbell would present his ultimate display. What would he show? He would show the strongest strike he could muster, the battle ram. A storm swirled around Crunbell. The silent knight, Crunbell, 4. Crunbell thrust his lance. Though it was a simple sentence, the weight carried by Crunbell's name made it anything but light. Crunbell was a warrior who transcended mortality with a single lance. Just as the phrase, a sword master swung their sword, carried a certain gravitas, so too did, Crunbell thrust his lance. When he stomped his foot, a storm roared. When he extended his arm, the storm coiled around the shaft of his lance, and the moment the lance pierced the air, a storm erupted from its tip. The battle ram was Crunbell's most powerful strike. Even if no imagery imbued the blade of his lance, even if he was no longer a transcendent, the technique remained undiminished. He had simply refrained from using it because no weapon could endure its force. At that moment, things were different. He held the lance of the crossed star in his hands. Forged by the Empire's master craftsman and embodying the pinnacle of Crunbell's feats, that lance was his symbol. Held in its rightful wielder's hands, it withstood the full force of his technique as its cross-shaped blade gleamed, shining for its master. Thus, the perfected technique defied comprehension. As transcendent beings rejected the understanding of mortals, so too did Crunbell's strike. Slicing through split seconds, the lightning-quick thrust surpassed Helmet Knight's reaction speed. Kajiagag. The storm churned, tearing the ground asunder and grinding obstacles into dust in its relentless advance. Helmet Knight reacted belatedly, but it was too late. Gripping his lance, he swung it toward the oncoming storm, the shaft shattered. Swept away, he was flung to the side as if by the storm's command. Even so, the storm's true target was not Helmet Knight, it was Nejin, who stood behind him. Even though Helmet Knight mitigated its power slightly, Crunbell's battle ram possessed strength comparable to a transcendent strike. It was a force Nejin could not withstand. Crack. Nejin's eyes, his gaze and reflexes were not inferior to those of a transcendent. Moreover, he had witnessed the technique, battle ram, several times through Helmet Knight. Though dodging or deflecting it was impossible, blocking it just barely could be within reach. Ah! The moment his sword aura clashed with the storm, Nejin realized how arrogant that thought had been. It was a delusion, blocking it was never an option. Thud. His feet left the ground. The moment the storm touched his sword aura, it unraveled like threads, scattering into the air. His fingers on the sword fractured, his arm, braced against the impact, twisted with a sickening crack. Ingobes. Rip. Everything in the storm's path, Nejin's sword aura, his body, and the surroundings was ground down. Hurled backward by the tempest, Nejin glimpsed the aftermath, fine dust swirling where the storm had passed. He knew, with chilling certainty, that if he faltered, he would end up the same. Gritting his teeth, he refused to let go of his sword. His heart pounded furiously as he channeled sword aura into his blade without pause. If his sword aura dissipated entirely, the sword would shatter, and his body would be impaled. Endure. 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 In the seemingly endless tug-of-war, his sword aura ultimately prevailed, and the storm dispersed, pushing him one last time. With a resounding crash, he was thrown into a boulder. Thud, thud, thud. Debris tumbled down, striking his head. His arm was broken, and blood poured from his eyes and nose. He coughed violently, black blood spewed forth. His insides were a wreck. Even breathing felt like torment. One strike, just one strike, and his body was reduced to tatters. Blinking against his blurry vision, blue hair came into view, swaying in front of him Merlin, his guide. Crack. She gnawed on her thumb, her eyes trembling fiercely. Raising and lowering her hand repeatedly, she seemed lost in contemplation. Nejin let out a bitter chuckle. Merlin. Ah. Their eyes met, and Merlin's gaze finally steadied. I'm not dead yet. I'm fine. You really. What will you do if you start panicking already? You're driving me insane, you know that. Absolutely insane, Merlin groaned, running a trembling hand down her face as she struggled to catch her breath. Though she respected Nejin's decisions and refrained from intervening, the anxiety was unbearable. Unlike when she had faced death alongside Arthur, she could only watch as Nejin teetered on the edge of life and death. Still, I think I'm starting to understand, Nejin silently said. What? I think I understand. What I need to do. Closing his eyes for a moment, Nejin recalled what he had just witnessed. In his mind, Crunbell's every movement disassembled and reassembled. The lance of the crossed stars Helmet Knight had used, Crunbell's battle ram. He suddenly grasped the difference between the two. Drawing on the principles and motions he had learned from Helmet Knight, he pieced together how Crunbell had modified and executed the technique. No matter how transcendent a skill may be, if one observed it enough times and even attempted to mimic it with their body, understanding became possible. Opening his eyes, Nejin smiled. He finally understood. Helmet Knight deflected Crunbell's lance and widened the distance between them before starting to run. Damn it, I should have reacted faster. He sprinted toward Nejin's location. It has to be that boulder. Ku. Nejin was there, coughing up blood. As expected, he was in shambles, unable to continue fighting. Groaning, Helmet Knight reached out to him, intending to take him and flee. However, Nijin did not grab his hand. "Move," was all the boy said. "Ak, pte." Spitting out blood, he slowly pushed himself up. Each movement was accompanied by sickening cracks and grating sounds, but he paid no mind to his injuries. Walking forward, he stomped his foot to set his bones in place, adjusted his shoulder, and began resetting his fingers. No, calling it setting his bones was an understatement. It was more like he was assembling himself piece by piece. Relying on his terrifying regenerative abilities, Nijin reassembled his body. "Move. Don't block my view." "What? I can't see the enemy." Blood rushing to his head, Nijin abandoned all decorum and gestured impatiently at Helmet Knight. It was a clear signal to get out of his way. You're seriously going to fight again in that condition?" "Why not? That one over there is still fighting, even without a head. This is reckless. A razor's edge separates recklessness and valor." "You're insa dash." Helmet Knight's words were cut short when Nijin let his sword hang by his side. Though he might not have realized it, his sword aura had taken on a completely different form. "Now I get it." Nijin swept his hair back with a hand. "Step aside." His platinum-hued eyes locked onto Helmet Knight's. In those entrancing eyes, flames of determination burned. Through his gaze, Nijin made his intent clear: don't interfere. The duel wasn't over, and he had a duty to respond to his opponent's best efforts. "Heh," Helmet Knight let out a hollow laugh, "you're a madman. Took you long enough to notice." With a crooked smile, Nijin strode past Helmet Knight. The older warrior couldn't stop him. Though the boy had yet to experience transcendence, the aura he exuded was enough to force Helmet Knight to admit his power. Tap. Planting both feet firmly on the ground, Nijin stared at Krunbel. The silent knight remained as he was, gazing back at him. His lance was aimed not at Helmet Knight but directly at Nijin. It was clear that Krunbel, too, sought a decisive conclusion to their battle. Yes. That's how it should be. Whether you are a forgotten one, a forgotten star, or a fallen star, it doesn't matter to me. So long as our swords clash, you are a knight. Even if you don't see yourself as one, I will make it so. Nijin inhaled deeply, then, he shouted, "Krunbel." He raised his sword, the tip of the blade pointed directly at Krunbel's heart. "Come." With bloodshot eyes and a smile pulling at the corners of his mouth, he declared, "This time, I'll crush you head-on." Whether Krunbel understood the words was unclear. He probably didn't. However, the meaning behind Nijin's stance and the fervor in his voice reached him. Slowly, Krunbel adjusted his stance with a flawless posture, overwhelming momentum, and a sheer pressure that subdued the surroundings. Despite the suffocating intensity, Nijin stood his ground. He raised his head high, maintaining his composure. Challenging a stronger opponent head-on was a reckless and foolish choice. As he'd said, the line between recklessness and valor is razor-thin. Only those who refused to yield at the brink of life and death could transcend. Nijin did not falter as he faced the formidable foe before him. The first star Nijin possessed, the star of challenge, shone brightly. To challenge an enemy was to face the opponent head-on. The star scattered its light for its master, who sought to carve out a new feat. Nijin's sword aura shimmered with the radiance of the star. The lance of the crossed stars, the signature technique of the Golden Horn Knights. Its origin lay with their ancestors, who had sailed the seas long ago. They traversed vast oceans with the wind as their companion. On the prows of their ships had been affixed sharp golden horn, symbols of their lineage and the genesis of the golden horns. Advance. 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 They crossed oceans, pierced glaciers, and ran through obstacles with their horns, breaking everything in their path. The golden horns mounted on their prows were their first lances, their first weapons, and their means of piercing through barriers. They named the brutish yet effective attack the battle ram. Thus began the tale of the golden horns and the technique known as the battle ram. As centuries passed, the tale and origins of the golden horns faded into obscurity. Even the Golden Horn Knights, who inherited their will, were erased from history. Boom. Standing there was a living relic of that history, Krunbel. He was the silent knight, his star was the hornblower, and his allegiance was to the Golden Horn Knights. Crunbell gripped the lance of the crossed star. From a young age, he had idolized the Golden Horn Knights. Enchanted by their battle cries as they charged under the Empire's banner, he had been captivated by the lance of the crossed star the captain carried. He trained himself, became a knight, and joined the Golden Horn Knights. After achieving countless feats, he earned the captain's recognition and was named his adjutant. Though the lance of the crossed star was traditionally reserved for the captain willingly bestowed it upon Crunbell, claiming he preferred swords over lances, but Crunbell understood the true meaning behind the gesture. "You are the next captain, Crunbell." Truly, those were glorious days. Crunbell had blown his horn and charged forward. Following his captain, he advanced endlessly. Forward, always forward. All things eventually came to an end. A moment from his past. Why must death be noble? The woman smiled. Life is a comedy. From birth to death, it's all nothing more than a farce, and I, this humble one, no, I cannot understand why death should be noble and solemn. She gave a maniacal laugh. Why don't you laugh? Why don't you dance? Finally, she gestured. Laugh. Sing. Dance. Make noise. Play instruments loudly. Life is a comedy, and even death is no more than a jest. In this hell, revelry is the only value worth pursuing. The jesters danced, laughter, songs, grotesque movements, and the sounds of instruments filled the air. Thunk. Crunbell's head had fallen, but he never stopped. He'd refused to succumb to the circus of fools. Holding his severed head to his neck, he'd charged on. The Golden Horn Knights never stop. March forward. Advance. Pierce the enemy. We do not yield. His head had fallen countless times. It was crushed, his body burned, and his flesh reduced to ash, yet he'd continued his march. Cutting the threads that sought to bind him, he'd roared. To drown out the jesters' laughter and the sounds of their instruments, the hornblower had blown his horn. Blow the horn. March forward. Pierce the enemy. What meaning did it have? He had forgotten, thus forgetting himself and becoming a forgotten one. The 6 brilliant stars he once possessed fell and turned black. Even so, he continued to shout. Blow the horn. March forward. Pierce the enemy. The hornblower, the silent knight, Crunbell, blew his horn, stomped the ground, and thrust his lance. The battle ran. In that fleeting moment, he was a knight. The one facing his lance wished for it to be so, and therefore Crunbell could be as such. After all, a duel's meaning is defined by the opposing combatants. Nijin charged straight into the surging storm. Reading the storm's trajectory, he propelled himself forward, his raised sword gleaming and illuminating the way to Crunbell's lance. Let us settle this. Will my blade cleave your storm, or will your storm pierce me? The Silent Knight, Crunbell, 5. Battle Ram was, at its essence, a piercing technique, a thrust that extended forward while rotating the lance shaft. The principle behind the technique was simple, but the process of mastering it was anything but straightforward because the technique demanded far more than a single skill. Instantaneous strength and perfect posture, a profound understanding of the lance, and the form of the aura enveloping the lance head. In order to wrap wind around the lance shaft and release it explosively at the head, many factors had to align without the slightest error. That was what astonished Helmet Knight when he taught Battle Ram to Nijin. Even among the elite geniuses of the Empire, the Golden Horn Knights, those who wished to learn Battle Ram needed a full year to train just one technique. That was true even for those who used the lance as their primary weapon. Nijin was different. He understood Battle Ram after seeing it performed just a few times. Though unfamiliar with the lance as a weapon, and thus lacking polish in execution, he comprehended the principles of the technique, how it worked, how to channel force into specific movements, and the precise angle at which to thrust the lance. Understanding naturally led to deconstruction. In Nijin's mind, the movements of Battle Ram disassembled into parts. Dozens, even hundreds, of fragments flashed through his mind at high speed. Ah! Nijin looked ahead. There, he saw a flawless execution of Battle Ram, a technique even more refined than what Helmet Knight had demonstrated. Witnessing Krunbell's second display of Battle Ram, Nijin knew exactly what he needed to do. With bloodshot eyes, he focused. In the eye of the raging storm, he found an opening, a thread-thin gap. It was so small and narrow that even a needle might fail to pass through. If it had been the old Nijin, he would have failed to exploit that gap. Even if he could see it, his body wouldn't have been able to respond. Things had changed. The moment Nijin swung his sword, the blade extended one handspan farther than usual. A mere handspan, yet, in battle, such a small difference.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.